A hangover. Sometimes, what makes you feel drunk isn't necessarily alcohol, it could be a person or even an event. After all, the more you drink when you're down, the drunker you get. Bai Hao sat up with a splitting headache, as if his skull were about to explode. Xiao Mu Ti, prepare a plane, and just as he was about to continue speaking, Bai Hao suddenly froze. What he saw in front of him wasn't his luxurious office, nor his expansive 80 square meter living room, but rather a shabby room where half the wall paint had peeled off, patched up with old newspapers. There was a broken mirror, too. What is this? Bai Hao pressed his temples hard, trying to recall. Slowly, the scene before him surfaced from the depths of his memory. He realized was in the home of his childhood best friend, Lu Qiao. Hadn't this place been torn down years ago? Yes, it was from many, many years back Lu Qiao's childhood home. He remembered their friends jokingly calling it the nine-legged house, because every piece of furniture, a table, cabinets, bed had been scavenged secondhand, and each missing one leg, held up by bricks. Still, Bai Hao clearly remembered how, back then, having your own space was something many people envied. At least, he himself had envied it, because at home, he, his foster father, and 4 siblings were crammed into a tiny single-story house. Looking around, he spotted half a piece of sugared sesame cake on the tablia, common kind of mooncake back then. Bai Hao turned his gaze to the calendar hanging on the wall. The date read, September 22nd, 1983, Mid-Autumn Festival. He walked over to the broken mirror, staring at his youthful reflection, muttering under his breath. Mid-Autumn, 1983's Mid-Autumn. It seemed he had been reborn. Judging by the current date, Bai Hao recalled that the previous night, September 21st, was when he had celebrated finally receiving his job assignment after waiting half a year following his vocational school graduation. A few friends got together. Though there weren't any fancy dishes or expensive drinks, just a bag of peanuts, some tofu slices, and a bucket of homemade sorghum wine, they still had a great time. So why did I end up being reborn? Bai Hao looked at himself carefully in the mirror, chuckling bitterly. In his past life, Head had no real regrets. His career had been wildly successful. He lacked for nothing. After his foster father lost his job, Bai Hao had ensured the family reached a comfortable standard of living. He considered himself filial. The 4 younger siblings at home were all adopted by his foster father. Only the youngest, number 5, had later been taken away by her biological mother, who turned out to be heartless. Their home had always been peaceful, harmonious, and happy. Rebirth, how could such a thing happen to someone like him? Nonsense. But this didn't feel like a dream. It felt real and irreversible. Bai Hao walked over to the small calendar nailed to the wall, stared at the date, and began recalling bits and pieces of his youth, long-forgotten moments filled with joy, fanag, annoyance, and emotion. Of course, there were also memories of youthful infatuations, and the girl he'd secretly admired, the factory's most beautiful woman. Not to mention the recklessness and impulsiveness of youth. Bai Hao tidied his hair in front of the cracked mirror, pulled out a cheap cigarette made from loose tobacco, lit it, and took a puff. 1983 Mid-Autumn Festival. Bai Hao had a very clear memory of this day. Lu Qiao's girlfriend had been sold, yes. Sold for 300 yuan by her father, a divorced alcoholic who remarried shortly after. Her new suitor had a formal job, but was far from respectable. Bai Hao remembered vividly on this day. The guy had brought over a dozen men to snatch her away. When Bai Hao arrived, a fight had already broken out. How could he forget such an important moment? Back then, Head rushed in fearlessly, brick in hand, swinging wildly, knocking out several people, and losing his precious job offer in the process. He ended up in the hospital for days. When he returned home, his foster father beat him repeatedly with a leather belt for weeks. His second sister complained for months, blaming him for throwing away a hard-earned job opportunity. Yet, whether back then or decades later, Bai Hao never regretted what he did. Now, reborn again, and having never regretted it once in his past life, he wouldn't start now. Today, he would do it all over again, beat that bastard senseless, and stop the kidnapping. As soon as he pushed open the door and stepped outside, just like in his past life, someone came riding toward him on a bicycle. Upon seeing Bai Hao, the rider shouted, "Brother Hao, they're stealing Brother to Qiao's girlfriend. Strongman has already gone ahead. I'm going to call more people." "Give me the bike," Bai Hao said, steadying the bicycle. He didn't remember this person, while their future relationship hadn't been close. He vaguely recalled the name Li Xiaolong, a distant cousin of his good friend Li Chong. Li Xiaolong handed over the bike and ran off to gather help. Bai Hao grabbed an old newspaper, picked up a brick from the doorstep of Lu Qiao's house, wrapped it in the paper, tucked it inside his coat, and rode straight toward Qingdong Factory residential area. This time, reborn, Bai Hao had no intention of charging him blindly. With the enemy clearly outnumbering them, rushing headfirst into chaos wouldn't be wise. Originally, Today was supposed to be a movie date between Lu Qiao and his girlfriend, but they were ambushed instead. Bai Hao hurried toward Qingyuan factory residential area. Qingyuan was a major factory employing thousands. It was a state-owned military plant with numbered apartments. Lu Qiao's father worked there as a carpenter, and Lu Qiao himself was an apprentice worker learning carpentry. When Bai Hao arrived, chaos had already erupted in front of the cinema. He could clearly see Lu Qiao holding a bicycle and shielding his girlfriend while backing away. Two other close friends, Li Chong was being held down, and Zhao Fong was fending off three opponents using a mop handle. In his previous life, Bai Hao had charged in without hesitation, swinging bricks like a madman. But this time, Bai Hao observed for half a minute from the sidelines, waited for the right moment, then dashed forward and smashed a brick into the nearest street thug one with a perm and makeup smeared across his face. Before anyone could react, Bai Hao yanked the man's leg, dragged him back to his side, flipped him over, raised the brick threateningly in one hand, and bellowed, "Who dares come closer?" His sudden appearance stunned everyone. Kneeling on the thug's chest, brick aimed at his face, Bai Hao used his free hand to light another cigarette with a single match strike. Then he spoke coldly, "Let them go." F you, the thug started cursing, but before finishing, Bai Hao's brick nearly slammed down, forcing him to shut up instantly. 4 against 17. In his past life, after this brawl, Bai Hao had spent 5 days in the hospital. This time, he believed he wouldn't lose. One brick strike, and the freed Li Chong scrambled to his feet, grabbing a stone and raising it high beside Bai Hao. Bai Hao asked, "Only the 3 of you?" Then he laughed at himself. Back then, those 2 cowards didn't show up. Now, maybe rebirth had given them courage. The thug beneath Bai Hao clearly recognized him and shouted, "Bai Hao, are you even reasonable? Shut up. Call your elders here to talk. You son of Bai." Before he could finish, Bai Hao raised the brick again, silencing him instantly. Chapter 2. Persuasion through virtue. As the situation unfolded, it became evident that the upper hand was now in their favor. Bai Hao turned to those around him and shouted, "Da Qiao, go fetch the security personnel from your factory." Da Qiao, a nickname for Lu Qiao, promptly dashed off upon hearing his name, with the opposing party retreating slightly. Bai Hao finally settled on the ground, stating, "I believe in the power of virtue to persuade others." The individual whom Bai Hao had pinned down interjected, "Persuasion through virtue? It would be better if you removed the brick from my face first." Before he could finish, a middle-aged man emerged from the crowd, dressed in a 4-pocket outfit, suggesting he held a position of authority. Bai Hao's assumption proved correct. The opponent indeed had a guardian lurking behind the scenes. However, being elders, they felt reluctant to intervene. With the central figure subdued, Bai Hao instructed Lu Qiao to summon the security personnel, who were now compelled to step forward. In the 1980s, in the region west of the Silk Road in Qinzhou, there were no formal law enforcement agencies. The security departments of various factories effectively fulfilled such roles, each managing their designated areas, and their personnel were armed. The militia units possessed machine guns, while the larger factories had armored vehicles. The 2 military factories were even more formidable, boasting several operational tanks. The elder finally made an appearance, sitting about 5 meters away from Bai Hao. "Young comrade, you lack reason," he began. Bai Hao smiled, unhurried in his response, as he released the individual he had restrained and directed Li Chang to escort him to the side. It was only after the security personnel arrived, forming concentric circles of onlookers, that Bai Hao spoke up. "Uncle, judging by your attire, you appear to be a leader, perhaps even educated. I pose a question. Do you understand the crime of trading in marriage? What about the crime of violating a woman's will? Under the state's policy advocating for late marriage and childbirth, what crime is it to forcibly bind a girl under 18? Bai Hao's 3 pointed questions left the elder momentarily speechless. Clearly, he had not anticipated such an articulate inquiry from a young person. Bai Hao then stood, addressing the gathered crowd with a bow. "Esteemed gentlemen and ladies, I implore you to consider this matter. This young lady is the intended of my brother, Lu Qiao, and we now advocate for the freedom to love. Her father is an alcoholic who abandoned her mother years ago, and presently her mother lies ill. This girl's father sold her for a mere $300 to these individuals. I beseech all of you, uncles and elder brothers, to seek justice for her." In his previous life, Bai Hao had triumphed in this confrontation, preventing the girl from being taken away. Yet, his companions had suffered significant losses, injuries aside. There were fines and payments that drained their families. Moreover, Bai Hao's recruitment quota was rendered void. Lu Qiao was dismissed from his temporary position, and Li Chang, who aspired to take over his father's job, found himself unemployed for over a year. Zhao Fong lost his temporary job as well, his left hand still unable to straighten due to injury. Having the chance to relive this moment, Bai Hao was determined not to act impulsively. Not only did he wish to resolve the issue effectively, but he also aimed to maintain his composure, aspiring to lead a vibrant life ahead. Upon concluding his remarks, the crowd began to murmur among themselves. At that moment, someone stepped forward, saying, "Everyone, we are all workers in the factories connected throughout the western suburbs of Jingzhou. There is no animosity among us." The young comrade speaks with a measure of reason, yet one must not heed only one side of the story. As someone in a position of leadership, I shall adjudicate this matter. Should my judgment be sound, let it serve as a testament for all present, and if otherwise, let the assembly voice their opinions. Having said this, the individual produced his work identification from his pocket, briefly displayed it to the other party's parents, and then directly placed it into Bai Hao's hands. Zheng Aigua, deputy secretary of the general factory of the electric power plant. Bai Hao was taken aback, not solely due to Zheng Aigua's prestigious status, one of the top 10 leaders in the region, but rather because he recognized Zheng Aigua. This was not from his previous life, but because his adoptive father had entered the factory as an apprentice at the tender age of 14, specifically at the electric power plant, where he had become acquainted with Zheng Aigua. Moreover, in recent months, Zheng Aigua had visited their home twice, attempting to persuade Bai Hao's adoptive father, Zhang Jianguo, to return to the electric power plant due to his exceptional skills as machinist. Thus, Zheng Aigua was indeed familiar with him. Yet now, he feigned ignorance and handed over his identification. In that instant, Bai Hao comprehended the underlying rationale. Only an unrelated individual could provide impartial judgment to gain the trust of the assembly. If an elder from Bai Hao's side were to intervene, it would devolve into mere negotiation. In his previous life, Bai Hao had acted impulsively, leading to a collective intervention by the security departments of several factories without Zheng Aigua's involvement. Now, having been granted a second chance, it seemed that everything was subject to alteration. Noticing that Bai Hao remained silent, Zheng Aigua approached the other party with the demeanor of an arbitrator and inquired, "Is what this young comrade stated accurate?" The middle-aged man, dressed with 4 pockets, quickly softened his tone upon recognizing the presence of a high-ranking official, stating, "We are not privy to these matters. There was a matchmaker involved. The girl's father accepted 320 from us, along with cigarettes and liquor worth several dozen. However, now that the girl has run off, there must be someone accountable for this grievance. We are here to reclaim our money, not to discuss any alleged abduction." Bai Hao mused that it was rather clever of them to attempt to obscure their own culpability. Lu Qiao, a man of integrity, was now agitated and exclaimed, "Many witnesses heard everything." Bai Hao swiftly interjected, "De Qiao, please refrain from haste." His intervention was an expression of faith in Zhang Aigua's ability to resolve the matter. It was not the opportune moment for their group to interject. Bai Hao's composed demeanor garnered Zhang Aigua's silent admiration. To maintain such calmness at a young age was indeed commendable. Zhang Aigua gestured for the other party to continue. The man continued, "We merely sought compensation for the girl, yet during the commotion of her abduction, they shattered our newly purchased television. We demand restitution." In addition to the repayment, Lu Qiao's eyes brimmed with frustration. The television had indeed been broken during the abduction, which had been intended for their wedding preparations. Zheng Aigua, having gleaned the entirety of the situation, refrained from making unilateral decisions on behalf of Bai Hao, keen to hear his perspective first. If Bai Hao proved unreliable, it would not be too late for him to take charge. Zheng Aigua turned to Bai Hao and inquired, "Comrade, what is your perspective on this matter?" Lu Qiao, her eyes brimming with urgency, was about to charge forward when Bai Hao restrained her. With one hand firmly placed against Lu Qiao, he strode confidently ahead. "With leaders present and our esteemed neighbors gathered here, let us articulate this matter clearly in black and white. From this day forth, should anyone in your household dare utter another word of nonsense regarding my brother Daqiao's wife, who has not yet been formally received, we shall meet in court, and I will press charges for your acts of hooliganism." In the 3rd chapter, Bai Hao found himself once again without a job and contemplated taking the matter to court. In this era, who among the normal populace would willingly engage in a legal battle, particularly when the pressure rendered even the elders speechless? Bai Hao understood that Lu Qiao also wished to avoid escalating the situation to court, for fear of provoking unfounded rumors that would be unbearable for both him and his partner. It was best to resolve the issue amicably. Having gained the upper hand, Bai Hao proposed a relatively fair solution. "I have no desire to engage in pointless discussions about the television. I will offer you 600 yuan, regardless of its condition. We will take the broken television, and I shall give you an additional 50 yuan as a repayment from my sister-in-law to her father. There will be no more. And for the remaining debts, you must seek compensation from others." Our debts will be settled within a year, with an additional 60 yuan as interest, totaling 710 yuan, alongside the industrial invoice for the television. If you agree, please write it down. If not, we can take this to court. It was indeed Lu Qiao who had thrown the television to the ground during a dispute. Bai Hao was aware of this from his past life. And in this new existence, he had no need to verify the truth. At that moment, Zheng Igua spoke up. I believe this young man presents a reasonable argument. Indeed. It makes sense, echoed others around them. Voices arose in support. I know them. They are from the Fengxi machine tool factory. How dare they come to our Qidong to cause trouble? They must be tired of living. The workers from the electrical engineering factory stood by, proclaiming, Fear not, brother. At this juncture, Bai Hao was not only reasonable, but also justified. This was the most gallant aspect of the era, irrespective of acquaintances. If outsiders bullied you, there would always be valiant men willing to stand by your side. Perhaps they would not fight fiercely, but they would certainly lend their support. Write it down. In black and white, Zheng Igua, perhaps admiring Bai Hao or recalling his old friendship with Bai Hao's adoptive father, Zhang Jianguo, reached into his pocket and handed Bai Hao 20 yuan. You and your companions should go to the hospital for some medicine and have a bowl of bread soaked in soup. If they trouble you again, come find me at the electrical engineering factory. After speaking, Zheng Igua patted Bai Hao on the shoulder and rode away on his bicycle. With a stern expression, Bai Hao warned the opposing party, I warn you, should you dare to return to our area, I will break your legs. The surrounding crowd echoed in agreement. However, to Bai Hao's surprise, the opponent retorted defiantly, Bai Hao, I know you. You can forget about working at the Fengxi machine tool factory. Oh. Bai Hao was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, he recalled that the job offer he had received was indeed from the Fengxi machine tool factory. Ha ha ha. How trivial that a mere job offer could serve as a threat to him. Having lived 2 lives and experienced countless events, Bai Hao remained unfazed by the identity of an ordinary apprentice. His ambitions reached far beyond. Bai Hao laughed heartily. Do you think I care? With a boisterous laugh, he retrieved the highly treasured job offer letter from his pocket, raised it high, and then tore it into shreds. Countless fragments of paper fluttered through the air, much to the dismay of the onlookers. Get lost, Bai Hao bellowed. The opposing party left begrudgingly. Though Bai Hao emerged victorious in this confrontation, the fate of his job offer being rendered void remained unchanged. Perhaps Bai Hao never intended to change, nor did he plan to become an apprentice at the machine factory. At this moment, it was unclear whether it was out of sympathy or loyalty. Familiar faces, many of whom had fought alongside him or competed for the pool table. Some unrecognizable, and others with whom he had clashed not long ago, gathered around. This crowd, comprised of various characters, stuffed considerable sums of money into Lu Qiao's hat. Eventually, the crowd dispersed, yet Lu Qiao felt a surge of emotion, wishing to speak but finding no words. 700 yuan was a sum nearly insurmountable for him. His partner sat on the curb, cradling her head in despair, and Lu Qiao was at a loss for how to comfort her. At that moment, Zhao Feng said, I'll discuss it with my wife. We should be able to scrape together 50 yuan. Upon hearing this, Li Chong visibly flinched, instinctively retreating a step, his voice trembling. I give all my monthly earnings to my mother. Bai Hao, calmly smoking a hand-rolled cigarette, smiled lightly, and said, worrying over a few hundred yuan? I will cover it. Da Qiao, take your partner home. Her mother should be at the hospital for her injection by now. Da Qiao, I will find a way myself. Lu Qiao rejected Bai Hao's kindness, attempting to leave with his partner, but Bai Hao called out to him, I insist. A few hundred yuan is not a burden for me. Lu Qiao paused, nodding solemnly. It was then that his partner spoke up. We can save 15 yuan each month. Bai Hao waved his hand. Go quickly, don't miss the injection. Only then did Lu Qiao depart, and Li Chong hastily added, My mother asked me to buy soy sauce. I must go. Saying this, he dashed away before Bai Hao could respond. Zhao Feng approached Bai Hao and inquired, Given your circumstances, how can you afford a few hundred yuan? I'll discuss it with my wife. Perhaps we can gather some from our families. Bai Hao patted Zhao Feng on the shoulder twice. Rest assured, a few hundred yuan truly poses no problem for me. Return home. Zhao Feng left, preparing to confer with his wife and see how much they could muster. A few hundred yuan was of little concern to Bai Hao. In his previous life, he earned thousands every minute. He wouldn't even bend down to pick up 10 yuan, knowing he could earn hundreds in that time. Let us head home and discuss it tomorrow, Bai Hao declared, turning on his heel to leave. He returned to the row of small houses etched in his memory. The same one consisting of a large room, a small room, a kitchen, and a shared restroom situated outside the residential area. Outside, Zhang Jianguo was rolling up his sleeves to prepare a meal. At the dining table, a group of children was engaged in their homework. Upon seeing Zhang Jianguo, Bai Hao said nothing. He unbuckled his belt, approached Zhang Jianguo, raised the belt high, and fell to his knees with a thud. Dad, Bai Hao recalled how, after his previous fight, Zhang Jianguo had given him dozens of lashes with the belt at the doorstep. Now reborn, having lost the opportunity for work, he thought that having another person earn money would improve their family's circumstances. Thus, Bai Hao voluntarily offered the belt, awaiting Zhang Jianguo's reprimand. Zhang Jianguo closed the door and took Bai Hao's belt, then pulled him up gently. I have been informed about the situation, and we have not erred in our actions. I will find a way to manage that 700 yuan. You should wash your hands and prepare for dinner. Furthermore, do not mention the recruitment quotas to your sister. She is still hoping that once you start working, you will buy her some exercise books. In that instant, Bai Hao came to a realization. It was 1983, not the era before his rebirth. At this time, 700 yuan represented a substantial sum for countless families. He had unwittingly placed a significant burden on his family. Yet, Bai Hao remained steadfast in his belief that 700 yuan would be easily attainable for him. Chapter 4. 5 orphans and a single father. Bai Hao is not particularly concerned about the 700 yuan. He said, Dad, I will handle my own matters. You need not worry. As soon as his words fell, the belt came crashing down, and Zhang Jianguo struck Bai Hao several times, then lowered his voice to admonish him. What do you think you can do? Do not engage in any shameful activities. Remain silent, wash your hands, and prepare for dinner. With that, Zhang Jianguo tossed the belt back to Bai Hao. Bai Hao understood his adoptive father's intentions. Even before his rebirth, he recognized that despite their impoverished circumstances, Zhang Jianguo had always instilled in the 5 adopted children the importance of integrity and dignity. Zhang Jianguo feared that Bai Hao might resort to misdeeds for the sake of 700 yuan, hence the reprimand with the belt. Observing Bai Hao's bewilderment, Zhang Jianguo pushed him gently into the room, saying, Truly, Dad is quite pleased that you have grown up. Bai Hao felt a surge of emotions, wanting to express something, but was swiftly ushered into the house by Zhang Jianguo. He circled the room, opened the wardrobe for a glance, and confirmed that it was indeed the same home from his childhood memories. This home had exposed Bai Hao to hardship, yet it had also imparted the warmth of familial love, shaping his resilient character. Though dilapidated, it was undeniably a home. Zhang Jianguo, a single father, had adopted all 5 siblings. Each had a different background and a unique tale of sorrow. The youngest, Little 5, had been found abandoned. A few years prior, Little 3 and Little 4 had been brought home from a university restroom while accompanying their elder sister on a campus visit. To Zhang Jianguo, raising 4 or 5 children was the same. Among the 5, Bai Hao was the eldest, merely a few months older than his second sister, who was 17 and still in high school, while Little 3 and Little 4 were in elementary school and Little 5 was in preschool. Time for dinner, Zhang Jianguo called out, prompting the 4 little ones, who were busy with their homework, to hurriedly set the table. The meal consisted of a pot of cabbage, radish, and some vermicelli, while the side dish was corn porridge, complemented by steamed bread. As Bai Hao settled down, his second sister, Yang Lu, inquired, Dad, are you going back to the power plant? I heard they want you there, offering an 8th grade salary, which would come with better housing, wouldn't it? Little 4, Lu Ming, eagerly asked, I heard they distribute meat during the new year over there. Zhang Jianguo sighed, silently lit a cigarette, and stepped outside to sit on the stone platform at the entrance, lost in thought. His heart was filled with both hope and concern, especially for Little 3, Little 4, and Little 5. Their biological parents might someday return for them. If they remained at their original residence, there was a chance they could be found. Moreover, the factory had provided him with a position equivalent to labor, and at his age, receiving an 8th grade salary was quite remarkable, along with a supplementary allowance for being the acting workshop director. Zhang Jianguo worked at a repair factory that produced parts for machinery used by nearby factories. The entire establishment employed only a handful of people and consisted of a single workshop. A few months prior, the deputy factory director had been apprehended for embezzlement, while the accountant and workshop director had fled and remained at large. The former factory director, stricken by high blood pressure and heart disease, had entrusted the factory's management to Zhang Jianguo from his hospital bed. In the entire factory, he was the sole worker exceeding the 4th level. Without him, the already struggling factory would face an uncertain fate. After taking in Bai Hao and Yang Lu, life had been challenging. As an apprentice from the electrical plant, He was granted a 2-level pay increase by the former factory director, which facilitated Zhang Jianguo's transfer. At this moment, confronted with a recruitment offer boasting a monthly salary of 109 yuan at the electrical plant, it would be disingenuous to say that Zhang Jianguo was not tempted, yet he chose to relinquish this repair shop and the gratitude owed to the aging director. He could not leave. Zhang Jianguo found himself alone outside, lost in contemplation. Inside, his younger sister Yang Lu was enthusiastically planning how to allocate Bai Hao's first month's salary upon his formal employment. Brother, we can buy 2 new blankets for the house. Sia has grown taller again, and it's quite uncomfortable to squeeze into the same blanket with me. Moreover, the old blanket is a bit short. It doesn't even cover my feet. Bai Hao merely acknowledged her remarks, responding to her every statement. He reflected silently. Having nearly forgotten those years of hardship and poverty, a struggle that lasted many years until Yang Lu graduated from university, after which things finally began to improve. However, he did not regret agreeing to shoulder the 700 yuan for Lu Qiao. In this rebirth, he held confidence in himself. On the table lay a simple meal that the 4 little ones savored heartily, while Bai Hao merely took a few bites before stopping. Finding it difficult to adapt to such humble fare after years of indulgence, even in his reborn state, his palate remained sensitive from his previous life. After Bai Hao paused, Zhang Jingguo entered the room, took out a dark lump from the cabinet, broke it apart, and tossed it into a basin, then sat down beside it, quickly finishing the leftover rice. Bai Hao stepped outside, glancing at the cigarette his father had placed on the windowsill. He recalled the flavor of nostalgia and lit one. With a sharp taste, Bai Hao cursed under his breath. This is truly hard to smoke. Taking another drag, he sat on the stone platform where his adoptive father Zhang Jianguo had just been, contemplating his future. Money was not difficult to earn, but it had to be acquired in an upright manner, ensuring that his adoptive father, Zhang Jianguo, believed it to be legitimate. This required serious contemplation. Having finished his meal, Zhang Jianguo took the basin, filled with bowls, intending to wash them at the communal sink. In this row of houses, there was essentially no individual sink. Approximately 20 families shared one. Spotting Bai Hao lost in thought at the doorstep with a cigarette, Zhang Jianguo sat down beside him and offered comfort. Do not worry. I will find a way for that 700 yuan. Bring the television back and see if it can be repaired. If it can, it might fetch a few hundred yuan. If there is still a shortfall of 100 or 200, it shouldn't be too difficult to manage. This was the man who had taken in 5 orphans and single-handedly supported a family. Bai Hao had never perceived his adoptive father, a humble worker in the eyes of others, as inferior in any way. He always faced the various challenges of life with calm resilience. Bai Hao turned to his father. Dad. Zhang Jianguo responded. Suddenly, Bai Hao smiled, a smile that left Zhang Jianguo somewhat puzzled and bemused. Bai Hao remarked, Dad, it's not a big deal if it's 700 yuan. Even if it were 7,000, it wouldn't pose much of a challenge. However, if it were 70,000, I would likely find myself in quite a predicament. With a light slap, Zhang Jianguo gently struck the back of Bai Hao's head, admonishing him. You only know how to boast. Despite the playful reprimand, Bai Hao continued to smile, stating, I've devised a plan on how to earn that 700 yuan, honestly and uprightly. Zhang Jianguo pondered for a moment and replied, Go ahead, I'm listening. As he spoke, he placed the basin he had been holding onto the ground, took a cigarette from the pack, lit it, leaned back against the wall, and closed his eyes, awaiting Bai Hao's account of his money-making strategy. Section 5. Without dreams. One becomes a withered fish. 700 yuan. Zhang Jianguo mused that even if Bai Hao smoothly secured a position as a full-time worker at the Fengxi machine tool factory, it would take him at least a year and a half of frugal living to save that amount. 700 yuan is not a trifling sum. With unwavering confidence, Bai Hao declared, Dad, let me borrow some scrap materials from your little factory to create a couple of items. I'm heading to Yangcheng in half a month. There will be an autumn trade fair in Yangcheng, attracting merchants from various countries. Though these items may not fetch much, I estimate I could earn several $1,000s from selling the designs. Are you dreaming? Dad, you just said I've grown up. From today onward, I will support this family. Zhang Jianguo opened his eyes, looking seriously at Bai Hao and asked, What makes you think your designs can be monetized? Bai Hao pointed to himself, about to assert his profound understanding of the beautiful nation, but hesitated, realizing his adoptive father would likely not believe him. Instead, he said, Do you remember Old Man Feng, my electromechanical teacher from vocational school? I remember. That old fellow is quite capable. I recently learned that he was a professor before I was born and has now returned to become a professor at Jingzhou University. I saw some magazines from the beautiful nation while visiting him, which inspired me to give it a try. Zhang Jingguo fell silent, contemplating. Bai Hao dared not urge him. Simply waiting. After a long pause, Zhang Jingguo finally said, I'll let you take this chance. If you accomplish nothing, you'll return. And I'll find a temporary job for you. Just be honest and go to work. All right. Bai Hao nodded earnestly. Zhang Jingguo picked up a basin from the floor and went to the sink to wash the dishes. For the next 2 days, Bai Hao remained at home, diligently sketching his designs. The first item he intended to create was a toaster that could boil eggs, a product that had been oversaturated in the market before his rebirth, with prices plummeting to a mere dozen yuan each. In the Summer Kingdom, this appliance is simply referred to as a home toaster. The second item was a modified griddle specifically designed for making waffles. Having attended vocational school, Bai Hao possessed a solid foundation in drafting, which did not surprise Zhang Jingguo. However, the items Bai Hao aspired to create struck Zhang Jingguo as utterly impractical. One was an appliance he deemed worthless, while the other could ostensibly be constructed for just 3 yuan, yet Bai Hao insisted on spending 60 yuan on materials. Of course, this was merely the cost of materials. Zhang Jingguo procured scrap from the repair factory and enlisted a few skilled workers to assist in the manufacturing. After several more days, both items were completed, with the rough components meticulously assembled by Zhang Jingguo, a craftsman of considerable skill. To protect the creations during transit, he wrapped them in an old quilt, encased them in plywood, and added a layer of tarpaulin, equipping Bai Hao with a backpack strap for convenience. In addition to these provisions, Zhang Jingguo packed several pot pies for Bai Hao's journey. Bai Hao also included the hawthorn apple jam that his cousin Li Xiaolong had gifted him, pondering that if the opportunity arose to bake waffles, the jam might come in handy. As evening descended, Zhang Jingguo borrowed a bicycle. The family did not own one, primarily because of the short distance to the factory and the prohibitive cost of a new bicycle, which Zhang Jingguo had never been able to justify. Bai Hao perched on the rear rack of the sturdy bicycle, swaying gently as they made their way to the Beijing West Railway Station. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a familiar figure waiting at the entrance, Uncle De Xiong. The man, whom Bai Hao affectionately referred to as Uncle De Xiong, let out a hearty laugh. Despite graduating from vocational school, your education still leaves much to be desired. My name is Hao Tai. Bai Hao joined in the laughter. Zhang Jingguo remarked to Bai Hao, the aluminum disc you wanted was procured by your Uncle Xiong. Thank you, Uncle Xiong, Bai Hao replied. Hao Tai pointed at Zhang Jingguo, saying, look at the trouble you've caused. It's clearly Tai, yet you insist on pronouncing it as Xiong. The distinction between the characters for Tai and Xiong had eluded them for many years, a remnant of their youth when they were both apprentices at an electrical factory. Hao Tai led Zhang Jingguo and Bai Hao into the freight station. There are no direct passenger trains to Yangcheng. You'll need to transfer at Kaifeng. Since this is your first journey, I fear you might get lost. Furthermore, a ticket from here to Yangcheng costs 40 yuan, which is nearly half a month's wage for your father. So, you'll travel by freight train. I've already informed the conductor, who will call for you upon arrival. Thank you, Uncle Xiong, Bai Hao said appreciatively. The freight car was filled with textiles. Fortunately, it was autumn. Traveling in the summer would have been unbearable. Just before closing the door, Hao Tai suddenly tossed an envelope into the carriage. Zhang Jingguo rushed to intercept it, but Hao Tai had already shut the door and, while pushing Zhang Jingguo back, said, having graduated from vocational school, I, as your uncle, have not gifted you anything. This is merely 20 yuan, so do not stop me. As Hao Tai and Zhang Jingguo engaged in their playful banter, the train began to move slowly. After some time had passed, Bai Hao retrieved the envelope, opening it in the dim light filtering through the door crack. Inside were 10 2-yuan notes of the Summer Kingdom currency. 2 yuan. Bai Hao could barely recall the appearance of such a note. Holding the green 2-yuan bill, he gazed at it for a moment before placing it among the bundles of cloth and closing his eyes. 3 days and nights later, Bai Hao found himself at Yangcheng West Railway Station. In his previous life, Bai Hao was quite familiar with Yangcheng, yet he had little understanding of its reality in the early 1980s. All he knew was that he should be in the Liwan district and needed to head east. Bai Hao was not blindly venturing into Yangcheng on a whim. He had a purpose. The autumn trade fair had commenced, and although he was aware of the general location of the venue, he chose not to go there. Instead, he boarded a bus and walked over a mile to arrive at the tallest building in Yangcheng, Baiyin Hotel. For the next decade, it would stand as the highest structure in the city. Bai Hao recalled a conversation with a beautiful friend from a foreign land who, during a drunken night, recounted his experiences from his second year working at a university. He had traveled to the summer country, where his insufferable superior allocated him a meager expense allowance and assigned him an embarrassing task. He ended up paying out of pocket for a luxurious suite on the top floor of the tallest building in Goat City. What lingered in his memory was a golden ceramic piggy bank gifted by the hotel, accompanied by wishes of a happy year of the pig. He had cherished it ever since, for it was exquisitely crafted and undeniably charming. Bai Hao had meticulously calculated the timeline. It was precisely these days, coinciding with the autumn fair in Goat City, and this year marked the year of the pig. As for the location, the tallest building in Goat City, the luxurious suite could only be the Bai Hao Hotel. Upon his arrival, however, he found himself unable to enter. After a bumpy journey, weary and dusty, burdened with an odd large canvas bag, even the security guards seemed inclined to wield a stick to chase him away from 500 meters. Chapter 6. Hey, boy. Cast aside to the roadside, Bai Hao was unperturbed. He leaned against a flower bed by the road, took out a piece of bread, and bit into it, all the while fixated on the entrance of the hotel. His gaze scrutinized every vehicle that halted before the hotel. After several hours of waiting, Bai Hao's anticipation bore fruit. A familiar visage emerged. Though youthful, the scar upon his forehead remained. The blond man exited his vehicle, followed by another car from which several individuals from the Summer Nation disembarked, seemingly engaged in conversation. The blond man appeared weary, repeatedly shaking his head. Bai Hao approached, exclaiming, "Look who it is." Everyone was taken aback. The Summer Nation's reception staff were bewildered by the sudden appearance of a beggar, while the blond man wore a perplexed expression, as such a greeting was reserved for those intimately acquainted. Bai Hao continued in eloquent Mandarin, "Cowboy, I need to speak with you. We both require each other's assistance. But first, I would like a martini." The accompanying Summer Nation representatives nearly laughed. They recognized that the blond man hailed from Mingzhou, a place devoid of the West and its ranches. The blond man scrutinized Bai Hao, lowering his voice to inquire, "Do we know each other?" Bai Hao stepped directly before him. "Jeffrey David Haas, III." This statement convinced Jeffrey Haas that the stranger was indeed familiar with him. His business card bore the name David Haas, and only those intimately acquainted could invoke the name Jeffrey. Even his college roommate was unaware of it. Moreover, the mention of the third indicated knowledge of his grandfather's name. Jeffrey Haas pondered briefly. "I do not know you, but I believe we can share a drink. I'm curious to hear what you have to say. If you are a fraud, I shall hand you over to the authorities. If not, we may drink until we forget our identities." "Agreed." Bai Hao gently patted Jeffrey Haas on the back. "Trust me, I am the angel sent to rescue you. And you too can save me from peril. Well, then, we can drink while debating who the true angel is." After responding to Bai Hao, Jeffrey politely addressed the Summer Nation representatives who had accompanied him, saying, "Apologies, I am quite exhausted today. May we resume our tour the day after tomorrow?" "Certainly. As you wish." The leading woman nodded with a smile. However, as she observed Jeffrey and Bai Hao entering the hotel lobby and proceeding to the elevator, her expression darkened. Investigate who this kid is and from whence he emerged. Indeed, a significant event was unfolding. The arrival of this young boy had completely derailed their meticulously arranged plans. Bai Chuan's face was as grim as the bottom of a pot. Her team bore the responsibility of facilitating the introduction of Japanese home appliance technology abroad, and they had nearly secured a tentative order for 100 televisions produced in whose city, an unprecedented breakthrough. Yet who would have anticipated that the arrival of an impish child would utterly disrupt her meticulously crafted plans? An investigation was imperative. Half an hour later, Bai Hao, clad in the hotel's plush bathrobe, sat on the sofa, expertly toasting a cigar. "Jeff," he said, "do not dwell on how I came to know you. Even if I told you, you would not believe it, and I would rather not disclose it. What matters is that you must trust that we shall become exceedingly good friends, to the extent that you will seek me out for drinks every time your heart is broken." Jeff Haas pondered for a moment before placing a Bible upon the table. "Lay your hand upon it and swear that you are not an agent sent by my sister, and I shall believe you." Bai Hao pressed one hand onto the Bible. "Speaking with utmost seriousness, I harbor no affinity for Catherine, unless Jeff opts to betray first." It was evident that Bai Hao's oath was steeped in history. Jeff, however, did not dwell on it too long. Considering the Bible, he had already come to trust Bai Hao by 30%. No, it should be 40%. For Bai Hao spoke with a fluent, charming Californian accent, replete with colloquialisms that were beyond the grasp of an ordinary citizen of Xia. Jeff raised his glass to clink with Bai Hao's. "Now, please enlighten me as to the troubles you know I am facing, and how you can assist me." Bai Hao raised a fist and extended a finger. First, you have been expelled from your home because that little demon is far too formidable. Second, your superior drives a $15,000 Japanese car while you are left with a Mustang. You frequently usurp his favorite parking space, which has incited his ire. These were tales of Jeff's past, recounted during drunken nights before his rebirth, and Bai Hao had an impressive memory. Continuing, Bai Hao elaborated. You are part of Best Buy, one of the most formidable electronic retail chains in all of beautiful country. A freshly graduated novice has been assigned to procure for Japan, while you have been dispatched to Xia. Damn, damn, damn. Jeff's indignation flared instantly. Do you understand that your Xia has nothing? While they are warm and hardworking. What they offer me are outdated televisions from 30 years ago, and they dare to charge $300 each. I shall become the laughingstock of the purchasing department at Best Buy, perhaps even the entire company. Bai Hao patted the conspicuously placed canvas bag within the hotel suite. Thus, I am here to rescue you. What could this entail? Jeff's curiosity was piqued. Bai Hao inquired with a grin, pray tell. What is that recent graduate preparing to procure in Japan? Jeff contemplated before replying. His focus this time is on toasters, hoping to negotiate the price down to around $200, thereby facilitating our company's negotiations with Sonoma for a price reduction. Bai Hao extended a hand, palm open. $5,000, and I shall ensure your triumph over him. This is the licensing fee you owe me. As he spoke, Bai Hao began to unpack the canvas bag, revealing a golden toaster before Jeff. Sonoma is launching a home toaster priced at $275. My cheapest models are merely $75, and the most expensive only $125. That is the offshore price. Moreover, I can offer up to 18 different egg molds, as Sonoma's home toaster cannot fry eggs. $125. Jeff Haas was captivated. The price was simply too alluring. You are truly a genius. This fried egg is magnificent. I believe many housewives would adore it, as it presents an opportunity for their children to showcase their talents at school. Allow me to give it a try. I am determined to fry a star-shaped egg myself. Without hesitation, Jeff Haas promptly called the hotel front desk to request fresh eggs. Bai Hao added, the toaster is not patented. Even if it were, the patent has long expired. However, the combination of a toaster and an egg frying device has yet to be registered for a patent. My original intention in coming to Yangcheng was to collaborate with merchants from the beautiful country and share the patent. Since I have encountered you, I shall request half of the patent compensation, amounting to $5,000. Chapter 7. I come to save you. Please pay $5,000. Jeff Haas did not initially ponder the monetary value of the item, but rather perceived Bai Hao as a child clutching a gold nugget, easily susceptible to deceit. With a perplexed expression, Jeff questioned Bai Hao, are you not concerned that someone might swindle this patent from you? Bai Hao gestured toward Jeff. Given that you are Jeff 3, I implore you to refrain from posing such amusing inquiries. Without hesitation, Jeff signed a check for $5,000, declaring, I shall personally share in your patent. I believe there is no need for me to prove my financial prowess in your presence. Thus, we may now prepare the contract. As Bai Hao accepted the check and scrutinized it, he chuckled and remarked, I harbor no doubts regarding your financial capabilities, but as for your prowess, might you wish to demonstrate it to me? Let us agree on an order of 3,000 sets. 3,000 sets, Bai Hao mused, would also serve as a token of gratitude towards his adoptive father for the meager scraps contributed by his modest factory, regardless of its worth. Approximately 300,000 in foreign exchange should be considered an impressive achievement for a small street-side factory. Upon hearing this, Jeff erupted in laughter. Prowess? I possess prowess. I will persuade the company to order 10,000 sets. No, I shall convince them to procure 30,000 sets. You must understand that Best Buy has numerous branches. Bai Hao remained skeptical as Jeff's superior had dispatched him to summer country to procure appliances, ostensibly to set him up for failure. Therefore, 3,000 sets seemed a fair estimation in Bai Hao's mind. The eggs were soon delivered, and as Jeff fried them, he shared with Bai Hao, did you know? The Wallace chain discovered that our company had sent someone to summer country and suspected some conspiracy, so they specifically assigned someone to follow me. How do I know this? I perused the registration list from your autumn trade fair, and he was not present. Yet, he resides in this very hotel. Bai Hao countered. Why do you not believe he is here for leisure? Jeff offered a peculiar smile. I tipped the waiter $20 to inquire about what that fellow orders daily. I told the waiter it was my first time in summer country and that I was unfamiliar with the local cuisine, wishing to see what others from the beautiful country ordered, so I might indulge in the experience. Bai Hao grasped the implication and inquired further. Are you certain he orders meals every day without venturing out? Breakfast, lunch, and dinner, all ordered. He has also summoned a taxi several times. Furthermore, I encountered him at the autumn trade fair. He bore a visitor's pass, not that of a buyer. No one is aware that he is the deputy supervisor of Wallace's purchasing department. You must understand, with Christmas approaching and the pre-Black Friday discounts looming, no employees can be granted vacation. Jeff exuded confidence, firmly believing in his judgment. A thought flashed across Bai Hao's mind. Jeff. There is an adage in summer country, the fox exploits the tiger's might, which means to borrow the strength of another to showcase one's own power. Hence, I have a small suggestion. A small suggestion? Jeff inquired. Bai Hao succinctly articulated a few points, causing Jeff's eyes to narrow in delight. Let it be done. As darkness swiftly enveloped the surroundings, the evening drew near. The hotel sent a room manager to inquire about Bai Hao's identity. The purpose was twofold, to ascertain Bai Hao's status and to emphasize that he was not a guest of the hotel, while Jeff Haas, being a foreign visitor, should not be staying there. Though framed as an inquiry, the underlying intent was to expel Bai Hao. However, Jeff Haas interjected, stating, Mr. Bai is a legitimate employee of Best Buy. Please arrange a separate suite for him. Around 9 o'clock in your local time, we will send a formal letter via fax. I kindly ask you to receive it. The hotel manager was taken aback but, with Haas's endorsement, decided to trust the information. At 8 o'clock in the evening, which was 8 in the morning in the United States, Jeff Haas made an international call to his company, asserting that he had found an expert in Xia country, an authentic specialist who could perform miracles, allowing Best Buy to triumph over countless competitors on Black Friday and emerge as the biggest winner. He insisted on hiring this expert and boldly declared that if he was mistaken or if the expert did not live up to expectations, he would personally cover the expert's salary. Jeff Haas firmly negotiated a substantial salary for Bai Hao, for salary signifies one's position within the company. Haas's superior, merely waiting to witness a spectacle, was unconcerned about the high salary, knowing that should Jeff fail, he would bear the cost of this so-called expert. Naturally, a formal letter was merely a formality. Bai Duo's procurement department appointed Bai Hao as a temporary assistant. After hanging up, Jeff Haas informed Bai Hao, I have endeavored to secure you a commendable salary of $289 per week, post-tax. Now, let us create a miracle. After a fist bump, Jeff Haas asked, When we first met, you remarked that I was the angel who could rescue you from peril. What can you do for yourself? Bai Hao gestured toward the check still resting on the table, saying, This is it. Recently, I engaged in a rather impressive altercation and need to make some reparations. That issue is no longer a concern. Clearly, Jeff Haas was not focused on the reparations. Did you win? Bai Hao laughed heartily. If I had lost, I would be in a hospital bed. Only a victor can stand. That's fantastic. Jeff Haas was more concerned with the outcome of the fight than with any reparations. As they conversed, the hotel room manager returned, this time bearing a letter from the Best Buy headquarters, indicating that an employee would be attending the autumn fair in Yancheng. In addition to Bai Hao's elegant American name, the letter awkwardly included his Xia nationality name. The hotel manager held a registration book and a key to the adjacent room. Mr. Bai, we need to complete the check-in process. Do you have an introduction letter? No. The manager noted this without objection, then asked, Do you have a household registration booklet? No. That's all right. Relevant information will suffice. For instance, Mr. Haas is from Minnesota in the United States. Such registration is necessary. I hail from Jingzhou. After the room manager took note, he requested Bai Hao to sign his name, and then promptly reported the room charges. Bai Hao handed over a check for $5,000 from a prestigious American bank, which elicited a slight sense of embarrassment from the room manager. Politely, he replied, You may exchange it in a couple of days and settle the payment then. For now, we shall bill it to the room. Bai Hao retrieved the check and then addressed the room manager, saying, Please send 2 complete sets of clothing to my room, from inner garments to outerwear. He proceeded to provide his clothing size. Chapter 8. A message of safety and joy. Bai Hao requested clothing, and as the attendant from Baiyun Hotel prepared to depart, Jeff Haas remarked, I have invited several lawyers from Shanjiang. Please reserve a room for 2, expected to arrive around noon tomorrow. After the guest services manager left, Bai Hao turned to Jeff Haas and said, Now we can only wait to see if that assistant procurement manager from Fallis is indeed as you suspect. Jeff Haas exuded confidence, replying, I can discreetly inquire about him with a tip. I trust he will do the same. Indeed. Rest well, take a good break. What is in the other wooden crate? A surprise. Before revealing it, I must prepare a few things. I believe some materials should be available in Yancheng. Perhaps even in this hotel, as they have a Western restaurant. Jeff Haas nodded. All right, see you tomorrow. He, too, felt fatigue. Having been overwhelmed by the hospitality of the reception team from Shagawa and the extensive product introductions, upon returning to the hotel, his mind felt dulled. Bai Hao also returned to his room. This room was quite expensive, and the suites on the top floor were even pricier, accepting only foreign exchange vouchers and currencies. The suite cost $18 per night. Bai Hao recalled that at its opening, the rate was merely 5 yuan in Shagawa currency, and breakfast vouchers were only 50 cents. Now, they had risen to 1 yuan and 20 cents. From Bai Hao's perspective, the room's amenities were at best reminiscent of a 3-star establishment from his previous life, barely qualifying as a slightly better 3-star due to its suite status. Picking up the telephone from the suite's desk, Bai Hao stepped onto the balcony. Being on the top floor, the balcony offered a splendid view of Yangqing's nightscape. After calming himself with a sip of tea, Bai Hao realized it was time to call home. Being away, he wondered if his adoptive father, Zhang Jianguo, was worried. Before he left, Zhang Jianguo had advised him that in case of emergencies, he could send a telegram, and for urgent matters, find a way to make a long-distance call. He had provided 2 contact numbers, one for the factory and another for the nearby waterworks. Bai Hao picked up the phone, suddenly unsure of how to dial. Zhang Jianguo had not given him the phone numbers, only the locations. In frustration, Bai Hao called the hotel front desk. He had never attempted such a complex long-distance call in his previous life, and with guidance from the front desk, he began his efforts. Is this the Yangcheng long-distance operator? Yes. Where do you wish to call? Bai Hao was intrigued by the entirely manual long-distance calling process. I need to reach the Shijiao area of Jingzhou City in Qinzhou Province. When he mentioned the factory name, the long-distance operator inquired with great specificity, who are you trying to reach, and where are you calling from? Bai Hao could only respond, I am looking for Zhang Jianguo. I am calling from room 3302 of Baiyun Hotel in Yangqing. My name is Bai Hao, and I am Zhang Jianguo's son. The young woman at the long-distance operator was very attentive and asked again, is it Zhang, the one whose name means to build a nation? Yes, yes. The manual connection took a full 2 minutes before it was established. However, the young lady at the long-distance service cheerfully informed Bai Hao that charges would commence after the connection, at a rate of 2 yuan per minute. 2 yuan. Such a sum could procure a basket of sesame cakes. This price astonished Bai Hao. No wonder his adoptive father, Zhang Jingguo, had advised him before his departure that in case of urgency, he should send a telegram, and for matters of utmost urgency, make a long-distance call. At the other end of the line, after preparing dinner for the 4 young ones at home, Zhang Jianguo returned to the factory, preoccupied with how to efficiently tackle the newly received repair and processing parts and how to allocate tasks among the various groups. Additionally, he considered that should Bai Hao require assistance, a long-distance call would ensure he could respond promptly. The young lady at the long-distance service confirmed Zhang Jianguo was indeed the person Bai Hao sought before connecting the call. Dad, Bai Hao simply addressed him. Zhang Jianguo, however, grew anxious. Are you all right? Bai Hao chuckled. Dad, didn't that young lady inform you? This call is from the Baiyun Hotel, where I reside on the top floor, costing $18 a night. During the autumn trade fair, they only accept foreign exchange vouchers and US dollars, not summer country currency. As for the $700, I have resolved that matter. Phew. Zhang Jianguo exhaled deeply, as long as it's settled. But staying at such an expensive place, where did you acquire the $18? I sold a patent, only half of it, and received $5,000. Dad, please don't be angry or scold me for wasting money. As a businessman in the beautiful country, I can't afford to stay in a shabby dormitory at 20 cents a night. Such an expense is necessary. Zhang Jianguo didn't fully grasp, yet Bai Hao's reasoning seemed sound, so he chose not to pursue the matter further. Bai Hao continued, Dad, I have good news. I estimate an order for 5,000 toasters may be forthcoming, and it could be urgent. They need to be produced within a month for shipment to the beautiful country. Can we manage that? Let me think. Zhang Jianguo replied after a moment of serious contemplation. If it's 5,000 units, we can mold the outer shell, using stamping for a single formation and then arrange for manual finishing. The heating wires can be hand-wound without issue. For the frying pans, I believe we can allocate some funds to your Uncle Daxiong's factory. If the beautiful country clients offer a high price, we can utilize die-cast aluminum alloy for shaping and apply a coating, ensuring a swift and quality production. Dad, can we indeed handle 5,000 units? Bai Hao inquired. And after further reflection, Zhang Jianguo affirmed, yes, we can complete that within a month. What about the waffle irons? There's an estimated order of around 1,000 units. That is feasible as well. We can collaborate with Uncle Daxiong's factory. I estimate that even with a 30% increase, we can accomplish this within a month. If orders double, we can incentivize staff with bonuses for overtime. Bai Hao had a clear understanding of his adoptive father Zhang Jiangwo's factory's production capacity limits. Dad, if you need to reach me, call the Baiyun Hotel in Yanqing. If the factory tries to charge you for long-distance calls, just inform the service that I will cover the costs, I inquired, and that is permissible. Take care of yourself, and don't. Zhang Jiangwo began, intending to caution against being frugal, recalling the old adage that a poor family travels a rich road. Upon further reflection, it is evident that Bai Hao, who can afford to stay in a hotel costing $18 a night, should not be admonished for being frugal. Thus, he revised his statement, advising, do not squander your money, save some for your sister, so she may acquire a decent outfit. She is 17 now and possesses few fine garments. Furthermore, he added, by the way, Dad, I shall purchase some Zhonghua cigarettes for you. After this exchange, he terminated the call, fully aware that long-distance charges would undoubtedly be steep. Zhang Jiangguo, having completed his remarks, did not await Bai Hao's response before hastily ending the conversation. With a sense of elation, he contemplated the 5,000 units. Having borrowed a bicycle from the factory, he set off to engage in a discussion with Hao Tai. Chapter 9. Fishing. Bai Hao hung up the phone and reclined on the lounge chair on the balcony, lighting a soft Chinese cigarette. One that is not sold in the market but available only at foreign hotels and friendship stores, valued at $20 each. As he gazed at the nightscape, he pondered the feasibility of his plan with Jeff Haas. If they could leverage the pressure from Best Buy on the opposing company, Folays, to secure an actual order of 10,000 units, he wondered if it might revitalize his adoptive father's factory and elevate him to the position of managing agent. Of course, the $5,000 he had already received was not an insignificant sum. At the current exchange rate, with the dollar roughly equating to 2 summer coins, he considered himself a person of means. As for his adoptive father, Zhang Jiangwo's advice to be frugal, Bai Hao had dismissed it, believing money to be like a tortoise. Once spent, it can be earned again. Meanwhile, not far from the Baiyun Hotel, in a reception room of a guest house, the woman Bai Hao had encountered earlier, Bai Ran, was fuming. You think you're so formidable in Qingzhou, having produced such a figure? Disorganized and undisciplined, engaging with foreign guests without prior consultation or post-reporting. What does he intend to do? Bai Ran's tone was sharp, her voice low yet laden with authority. Gu Mingqing, the deputy director of the Qingzhou Foreign Trade Office, was drenched in sweat, utterly perplexed by the emergence of such a character. Find out who he is from that unit, he said, nodding repeatedly. All right. I will call back immediately. Satisfied with Gu Mingqing's response, Bai Ran picked up the preliminary information about Bai Hao, which indicated that he hailed from Jingzhou City in Qingzhou, with his age and affiliation remaining undisclosed. He had already checked into the Baiyun Hotel, using the identity of a special assistant in the procurement department of Best Buy. His room was 3302, a luxurious suite on the top floor, with an accumulated spending of $396, accompanied by a consumption list. While his clothing was modest, Bai Hao had purchased 10 packs of cigarettes and 2 boxes of imported cigars. Suddenly, Bai Ran realized the anomaly. Why would Best Buy appoint a summer national as a special assistant in their procurement department? There must be a significant reason behind this. Some of her team members shared this insight and hurried to seek further information. At that moment, inquiries were also underway at the Baiyun Hotel. Just as Jeff Haas had surmised, Folays had dispatched personnel to accompany him to Summer Country, wary of any potential conspiracy from Best Buy against Folays. John McClane. Jeff would surely tip off someone to investigate his affairs, and so would he. In terms of street smarts, John was the seasoned veteran. Based on the information he gathered, John concocted a complete narrative. Best Buy had sent Jeff Haas as merely a figurehead, while another individual, a highly compensated summer national, had traversed many regions of Summer Country, appearing disheveled and undoubtedly having endured great hardships. However, he must have acquired something of immense value. The question remained, what product from Summer Country could merit the interest of such retail giants as Folays and Best Buy? Upon receiving another piece of news, he became convinced that Best Buy had acquired a product of immense value and formidable competitiveness. This was due to the fact that a lawyer from Hong Kong would be arriving the following day. What circumstance could warrant the presence of a lawyer? It must be a substantial project. Indeed, it was essential to inquire diligently and report back to the company. Wasn't he his purpose in following Jeff Haas to America precisely for this? After a night passed, Bai Hao set out early the next morning. Having arranged for a vehicle from the Baiyun Hotel, he first sought out a bank to facilitate the exchange of checks. With a thick stack of U.S. dollars in hand, Bai Hao then proceeded to the friendship store. However, he was met at the entrance and asked for identification, pointing to a nearby individual. Bai Hao confidently inquired in fluent Mandarin, "Why are those foreigners allowed to enter freely while my credentials are scrutinized?" Upon hearing Bai Hao's words, the staff assumed he was an overseas Chinese and promptly allowed him to pass. Upon entering, Bai Hao produced a thick wad of cash, placing 2 bills on the counter, followed by a list in impeccable Mandarin, and inquired, "Do you have it?" The response was affirmative. Bai Hao internally cursed the staff for their superficiality. After making his purchases, he visited the Guangzhou Academy of Fine Arts, where, under the influence of the U.S. dollars, he successfully found several students to create several drawings based on his specifications. He then crafted a new cardboard box adorned with the designs he desired. With all tasks completed, the morning had swiftly passed. Returning to the Bai Hotel, Bai Hao carried a drawing board, the newly decorated box, and a bag filled with various items he had procured. Addressing the front desk in fluent Mandarin, "Please deliver these to my room. I am heading to the restaurant. I am hungry." Upon inquiring about his room number, the front desk promptly informed him, "Your colleague left a message. If you return before 1 p.m., he has arranged to meet the lawyer in the East Tower Western Restaurant." Understood, Bai Hao acknowledged, gesturing towards the items he had brought back. "Please deliver these to my room. It will be done immediately," came the reply as Bai Hao made his way to the Western Restaurant. At that moment, a middle-aged man with brown hair emerged from the side and stood at the front desk, observing Bai Hao's box. It appeared to be an oddly designed toaster, seemingly endowed with additional functions. This man was John McClane, who scrutinized the contents of the box with keen interest. Accompanying the box was a description painted on its surface, prominently featuring the Best Buy custom logo, with a conspicuous octagonal star in the top right corner displaying the figure of $135. A conspiracy indeed seemed afoot. After quickly noting the promotional text, John McClane stepped aside to jot it down before hastily returning to his room. Meanwhile, in the Western Restaurant, the 2 lawyers had prepared the relevant documents for the patent transaction, as well as some registration forms that required Bai Hao's signature. Jeff informed Bai Hao, "They suggest we set the patent fee for this product at a lower rate, considering that the patent for the toaster has long expired. This is merely a new variation. Charging too much might lead to unforeseen complications. How about 20 cents? Jeff inquired of the 2 lawyers, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" "It is a reasonable fee for which we will take responsibility for collecting. We will charge a 5% service and management fee on your orders. And in the event of any infringement, we will levy appropriate legal fees based on the circumstances." Jeff glanced at Bai Hao, who nodded in agreement. 20 cents, that is. For each unit sold, both he and Jeff would earn 10 cents each. Bai Hao was acutely aware that without Jeff, he would receive no patent fees whatsoever, especially considering that Jeff had already invested 5,000 yuan to share this patent. As for Jeff, he was reluctant to engage in a mere transactional relationship, favoring instead a long-term partnership. Chapter 10. The Big Fish. After negotiating the terms, Bai Hao was ready to unveil his second product, the waffle maker. He addressed Jeff Haas, stating, "Moreover, I have another item in my room that merits your investment in shared patents. Why not take a look after our meal? I have been eagerly anticipating this since last night." Half an hour later, in Bai Hao's room, he retrieved a second box. He introduced the home waffle maker, which was also multifunctional. However, he continued, there were limitations in production due to insufficient electronic components, which hindered the possibility of enhanced control. Thus, I could only create this simpler version. Nevertheless, I believe it will be quite convenient for American homemakers. In contrast to the various waffle makers Bai Hao had encountered prior to his journey, which featured microcomputer controls, this one was equipped with 8 small knobs that could not be adjusted by hand directly. Rather, a separate handle was required for operation. While it appeared intricate, Bai Hao explained, during usage, temperatures can reach up to 280 degrees. In America, there are thousands of cases each year where children suffer burns from ovens. This device includes a safety lock, ensuring that without the handle, children cannot operate it. Once the lid is closed, heat cannot escape, thereby preventing any harm to children. Although the limitations stemmed from current technology and inadequate materials, Bai Hao insisted it was a safety feature. Jeff Haas, not a chef himself, managed to complete the preparation of the waffle using a meticulously detailed ingredient list marked in grams, pouring the mixture into the waffle maker. Within mere minutes, the waffle was baked to perfection. Bai Hao then produced a jar of hawthorn apple jam he had brought along, generously spreading a thick layer on the waffle. With a bite, Jeff Haas displayed an expression of delight. while the two lawyers also voiced their approval of the delectable treat. Bai Hao donned thick gloves to switch out the waffle molds, this time opting for a teddy bear shape, followed by a floral design, essentially differing only in mold shapes, resulting in an array of finished products. However, Jeff Haas frowned slightly. Noticing his discontent, Bai Hao remained unfazed, for he understood the reason behind Jeff's furrowed brow. With a smile, he picked up a Mickey Mouse-shaped waffle and quipped, "There is a legend of a man stranded on a deserted island who, in his despair, drew a Mickey Mouse on the beach. That very evening, a lawyer appeared to sue him for copyright infringement." Ha, ha, ha. While Jeff had not heard this anecdote before, he grasped that Bai Hao was aware of his concerns. The two lawyers laughed heartily, fully comprehending the humor in Bai Hao's remark, even if it was their first encounter with it. They were acutely aware that a company would pursue a patent dispute over a Mickey Mouse-shaped waffle to the ends of the earth. After sharing a laugh, Jeff Haas inquired, "Will you also sell this patent? Or will it be the same arrangement as before, splitting the profits?" "Certainly, there is nothing that cannot be acquired with sufficient funds. The asking price is not exorbitant. Aside from $5,000, I would like to request your assistance in procuring some legal items," Bai Hao replied. Jeff Haas clapped his hands lightly. "Very well, let us prepare the contract. I have faith in my judgment." At that moment, in another section of the Bai Hao Hotel, John has provided the company with a comprehensive report, revealing that the current market price for toasters in the United States is $270. If Best Buy sells them for $135, and without the ability to sue Best Buy for maliciously undercutting market prices, they can attract an unquantifiable influx of customers. This poses a formidable challenge for any appliance retailer competing against Best Buy, John remarked in his report. Consider the impact when countless individuals see Best Buy's advertisements on television and in newspapers, showcasing toasters at merely half the price, capable of frying up to 18 different shapes of eggs while toasting. How many homemakers will be drawn in when they come to take a look? Sales of other products at Best Buy are likely to surge, as these homemakers will surely indulge in additional purchases. Indeed, your observations are entirely accurate. Even if Best Buy incurs losses on the toaster, they can reap substantial profits from other products. Hence, we are keen to ascertain the procurement cost of such a toaster. Perhaps you could entice that young individual from Summer Country to join us at Fallis. John pondered for a moment and said, "According to the information I've gathered, Jeff from Best Buy has given that young man from Summer Country a check for $5,000. Perhaps it's a bonus for this procurement." The company directly informed John, "Offer him $10,000 or even $20,000. We eagerly await your favorable news." "No problem. I shall address this matter." With the company's authorization, John felt it necessary to have a discussion with Bai Hao. John knew where Bai Hao resided. He approached, hearing laughter and loud voices from within the room, indicating that not only Bai Hao and Jeff were present, but seemingly others as well. John exhibited patience, waiting until Bai Hao completed all necessary paperwork, signed all required documents, and accompanied Jeff to the taxi, taking their two lawyers back to Hong Kong. Jeff expressed to Bai Hao, "I am exceedingly happy, yet utterly exhausted. I intend to cancel tomorrow's scheduled event with your officials from Summer Country. What I require most now is a shower followed by a good night's sleep." "Indeed. I plan to grab a bite. You know I only had a sandwich for lunch. Then, see you at the bar tonight. 10 o'clock? No problem, 10 o'clock. After setting the time, Jeff and Bai Hao parted ways, with Bai Hao walking alone towards the restaurant. As Bai Hao reached the entrance, John approached him. "Greetings, talented young man. May I consult you on how to select the most distinctive culinary delights from Summer Country at this restaurant?" "Certainly. I would be delighted to serve as your culinary guide. In Guangzhou, one must try the yellow eel, though it may be an acquired taste not everyone can appreciate. Additionally, stir-fried clams are a must, and I personally enjoy goose feet. I believe you will too." With a broad smile, John replied, "I can tell you are a connoisseur of cuisine. You order, and I shall cover the bill. Allow me to select a fine bottle of wine, and the cost shall be on me." The two individuals entered a small private room together. Bai Hao ordered 4 dishes and a soup, followed by a bottle of wine. Once the waiter had departed, John presented a business card. Bai Hao examined the card, his brow slightly furrowing. He feigned confusion, yet internally, he was filled with immense delight. He and Jeff had analyzed numerous possibilities, among which the least likely was that John would seek him out in person. Section 11. This task seems never-ending. John's personal visit was the least expected outcome recognized by Bai Hao and Jeff during their analysis. Upon witnessing the realization of this improbable scenario, Bai Hao felt a sense of surprise. More significantly, he had not contemplated the myriad possibilities that could arise from meeting John. Noticing Bai Hao's furrowed brow, John remarked, "The sales preceding Christmas, particularly on the fateful Black Friday, resemble a battlefield. The victor shall bask in a year of joy, while the vanquished shall find no sympathy." When I learned that Best Buy had intentionally dispatched personnel to Summer Country, I sensed a conspiracy at play. Which is why I am here. A conspiracy. Bai Hao mused that indeed it was a scheme, but merely one orchestrated by Jeff's superior to embarrass him, with no intention of targeting the Flawless brand. This, of course, hinged on the condition that Jeff did not encounter him. Bai Hao lifted the teapot and poured a cup of tea for John. "Black tea. I hope it pleases you. May I address you as John?" "Certainly. You may call me John." John continued, "A product's low price may not significantly impact profit margins, yet it serves as an excellent advertisement, enticing countless customers into the store. What perplexes me is your belief that Best Buy is an adversary. Flawless Appliances operates on the West Coast, while their major stores are located on the East Coast. I have no doubt that you all harbor grand ambitions of dominating this beautiful nation, yet the cities where you intersect hold only modest establishments. I believe I am not mistaken." Bai Hao's words rendered John's expression grave. Indeed, they were situated on the West Coast, while Best Buy predominantly conducted business on the East Coast. Flawless's headquarters resided in California, whereas Best Buy's was in Minnesota. It appeared that Bai Hao was not an outsider. Despite his youth and being from Summer Country, he possessed a considerable understanding of the intricate dynamics of the American appliance market. John was eager to hear more from Bai Hao. Bai Hao jingled a small bell on the table, summoning a service attendant who entered with a slight bow. Bai Hao presented his room key. "Could you kindly arrange for someone to fetch some snacks from my room, the ones on the plate on the table?" "Thank you. I shall retrieve them promptly." John was uncertain of Bai Hao's intent, but did not press for clarification. He simply sipped his tea while listening to Bai Hao expound on the culinary delights of Sheep City. Once the service attendant returned with the requested items, Bai Hao spread some jam on a plate and offered it to John. "Have you watched Animal World? I find it utterly fascinating. Please, sample this waffle. Its sweetness is delightful." As John took a bite, a hint of a smile graced his face. It was indeed delicious. "Why do you bring up animals?" he inquired. Bai Hao responded, "In the savannah, two herds of elephants clash in fierce conflict. If wolves or leopards were to intrude upon this turmoil, one can only imagine the outcome. Perhaps a few rabbits or sheep might venture near the fray." John was momentarily taken aback. Bai Hao added quietly, "What if a strong elephant were to engage in battle with a donkey?" John, however, fully comprehended Bai Hao's intentions and was pleasantly surprised by the depth of understanding this young man from the Summer Country possessed regarding the beautiful nation. After pondering for a considerable time, he raised his gaze to Bai Hao and remarked, "You are an exceptionally formidable individual. You have provided me with an extraordinary perspective. I hope you realize that an innovative idea holds immense value in the beautiful nation. I will petition the company for a rather enticing bonus for you, or perhaps a prize of significant worth." At that moment, the dishes were served, and Bai Hao poured a glass of wine for John, saying, "I believe you will forge a friendship with Jeff. Indeed, I think I need to reach out to your Summer Country as night falls to discuss this crucial matter. You have offered us a remarkable concept. Of course, I will also consult with Jeff regarding the specifics." Bai Hao chose not to elaborate further and simply raised his glass. "Cheers." Bai Hao's proposal was straightforward, a fierce competition between the two leading home appliance retail giants, both of whom could dictate the pace to ensure that there would be no losers. However, during this Black Friday in the beautiful nation, smaller home appliance retailers would undoubtedly suffer significant setbacks, with some miscalculating their investments facing dire consequences. The question remained, how many orders would they place? After dinner, as Bai Hao made his way back to his room, he continued to contemplate the situation. If each company were to order 10,000 units, based on the current foreign trade contract, they would need to pay approximately 30% as a deposit. Would that deposit suffice to sustain his father's small factory and procuring materials? If there were indeed 20,000 toasters ordered, would they be able to produce them on time? Sighing heavily, Bai Hao felt a twinge of regret for attempting to outsmart John in his dealings with Jeff. In reality, 3,000 or 5,000 units would have been the most beneficial and manageable for him. If 20,000 units were truly ordered, it would likely leave him utterly exhausted for the coming month. Regrettably, there is no remedy for remorse. Upon returning to his room, Bai Hao sat on the balcony, caught in a whirlwind of emotions, simultaneously eager for the prospect of 20,000 orders while troubled by the daunting task of fulfilling such a demand. It felt exceedingly challenging. He picked up the phone and dialed back to Jingzhou. Zhang Jingguo had set up a makeshift bed in the factory office, and Hao Tai had also brought bedding after finishing work. They were awaiting Bai Hao's call to confirm whether the order was indeed feasible. This was an export order. Hao Tai, sipping on some liquor, tossed a peanut into his mouth and remarked, "I say, Jiangwo, can we trust this matter with Haozi? You know how difficult it is to secure foreign currency orders. Those big-nosed folks can be hard to negotiate with." Zhang Jiangwo, staring into his glass, murmured, "Haozi bought you a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes. I've never heard of it. Do you know what kind of cigarettes those are?" Upon hearing Zhonghua cigarettes, Hao Tai's eyes lit up. "Are you certain? Those aren't even available on the market. The Shanghai cigarette factory makes them exclusively for the capital. If I were to buy them, I reckon they'd cost 5 yuan a pack. I would even believe it if you said 6. 5 yuan. Zhang Jingguo, slightly taken aback, raised his head. "The most expensive Jin Si Ho here only costs 4.50. Upon finishing his words, Zhang Jingguo extracted 2 cigarettes from a pack priced at 8 cents each, offering one to Hao Tai while lighting the other for himself. Just as Hao Tai was about to strike a match, the telephone suddenly rang, startling him to the extent that he cast both the cigarette and the match aside. Zhang Jingguo swiftly seized the phone, announcing, "This is Zhang Jingguo." After a brief moment, the long-distance connection was established, and a few seconds later, Bai Hao's voice resonated through the receiver. "Dad, we have secured the deal. We are merely a step away from signing the contract. I've earned an additional $5,000 from the patent fee for the waffle iron. I have also enlisted the assistance of Jeff Haas from the United States to procure several sets of motors, spindle boxes, servo motors, and components such as sliding rails. However, the order may amount to as many as 20,000 units. Chapter 12 Greetings, Auntie. Farewell, Auntie. 20,000 units. For Bai Hao. It was utterly inconceivable that the small repair shop run by his adoptive father, Zhang Jingguo, could accomplish such a feat. This modest establishment primarily catered to nearby small and medium-sized enterprises, specializing in the fabrication of fragile machine parts, and its production scale was quite limited. Zhang Jingguo felt the weight of pressure upon him, yet he resolutely stated, "No problem. The repair shop operates in 2 shifts, day and night. With the addition of a night shift, we can complete the task. Hurry and finalize this matter. I will have your de Xiong start the mold making." "Indeed," Bai Hao responded, feeling a sense of assurance. "I suspect I may have disrupted some business in other provinces, and they are likely displeased. However, their products lack quality, and..." As Bai Hao spoke, a knock at the door interrupted his train of thought. "Father, someone is knocking at the door. There may be an issue. I will call you tomorrow," Bai Hao said into the phone before rising to answer the door. To Bai Hao's mind, it was an unusual hour for visitors. Upon reaching the door, he hesitated momentarily before finally opening it, driven by curiosity. The instant the door swung open, a smile broke on Bai Hao's face. The visitor was unexpected yet somehow anticipated. He could not recall the individual's name but recognized her from a prior encounter. Her sour expression filled him with displeasure, especially her piercing gaze that reminded him of the attendance inspector from his previous life who never married, a figure he would instinctively avoid, even as chairman. Bai Ruo's countenance darkened further. She could not fathom why Bai Hao was smiling. What was amusing to this little brat? Yet, as she had come seeking assistance, she forced a thin smile onto her lips. "Hello, here is my work ID and my introduction letter." Bai Hao did not bother to examine them, merely stepping aside. "Please, come in. Would you prefer tea or coffee?" "Tea," she replied curtly. "Green tea, black tea, white tea, or oolong?" Bai Hao inquired. "Black tea?" Bai Ruo responded with impatience. "Summer style or Western style?" "Just steep it in water," she added, suppressing her irritation at such a bothersome individual. Bai Hao prepared the tea and placed it on the table in the reception area before speaking. "Auntie, I believe I have surmised the purpose of your visit. I spoke with Jeff, and he was nearly driven to despair by your aggressive sales tactics. The factory you hold in high regard, which produces televisions utilizing Japanese black and white cathode ray tube technology, is essentially a relic from 30 years ago in the United States, devoid of market competitiveness." The term "Annie" ignited a firestorm of frustration within Bai Ruo, yet the subsequent words from Bai Hao compelled her to ponder. Market? In the era of planned economy, few truly grasped the meaning of this term. Bai Hao had no interest in engaging in a discussion about economics or market dynamics. Out of respect for someone older, he deemed it necessary to clarify matters, particularly given her possible status as an official. Thus, Bai Hao recounted the events leading up to his arrival in Yanqing. Half a month prior, there was an attempted bride snatching, an incident that could not pass without confrontation. Inadvertently, he shattered a television belonging to the other party. And considering the financial constraints of his brother, who likely could not gather sufficient funds to cover the damages, he ventured to Yangqing to earn some money for himself. After briefly outlining the circumstances, Bai Hao presented the shared patent agreement he had signed with Jeff Haas before Bai Rua. As the team leader responsible for foreign trade, her command of languages was commendable. The physical item was present in the room. Upon reviewing the documentation and then the actual product, Bai Rua's immediate reaction was one of disappointment. The device possessed little genuine technological merit. The exterior, as detailed in another manual, was constructed with iron sheet paint, enamel, and plating, with the more advanced versions featuring stainless steel. Inside lay electric heating wires and a mechanical latch that automatically disengaged and ejected the bread rack once the predetermined time elapsed. The so-called dual-purpose cooker was merely an electric stove with a small cast-iron pot for boiling water, accompanied by a rack designed to steam 5 eggs. Alternatively, one could use a coated cast-iron pot, complemented by an assortment of decorative metal rings to fry the eggs into various shapes. That was all. The shared patent was priced at $5,000. Did the people of the beautiful country lack discernment? Bai Rua's sentiment was that this contraption was only worth 50 cents in royalties at most. Her expression grew grave. Bai Hao, I must ask you seriously, did you employ deceptive or coercive tactics to procure this agreement from the merchants of the beautiful country? This matter is of great seriousness. The smile on Bai Hao's face froze, but he quickly regained his composure. After all, in this era, as Xia country had just opened its doors, such misunderstandings were to be expected, and Bai Rua's inquiry was indeed serious. How to clarify the situation? After a moment of contemplation, Bai Hao produced another agreement. If what you say were true, why would he proceed to sign a second one? The agreement, followed by the tangible item. Bai Rua felt utterly speechless. Her views aligned perfectly with Zhang Jiangwo's. This device was worth, at most, $5. A mere prototype akin to the street vendor's $2 iron plates paired with a coal stove for making egg rolls. To insist on adding an asbestos insulation layer, an electric stove, and a control mechanism, this was all. $5,000 plus a procurement agreement with a supplementary list of shared patents. Bai Rua felt her values being utterly upended. Did the people of the beautiful country lack common sense? Such blatantly inferior goods were being priced at $180, while they had initially planned to price their 12-inch black and white televisions for export at $225. At this moment, Bai Rua's heart was in turmoil. On one hand, she feared this could be a scam that might tarnish Xia country's international reputation. On the other hand, she harbored hope that such products might indeed appeal to the beautiful country's consumers and generate foreign exchange for Xia country. Bai Hao, I believe I should enlighten you on some pertinent knowledge. Bai Rua's tone was earnest and serious. She understood that this was not the appropriate moment to criticize Bai Hao. Instead, she sought a different approach to uncover the truth behind the situation to determine whether Bai Hao's actions were a deceit or if there was a valid rationale behind them. The American people are not fools. Their minds are not filled with mere folly. Bai Hao, on the other hand, is diligently pursuing his studies. After all, before his rebirth, he was merely a temporary worker at this age, and many of the procedural matters he only gradually came to understand after experiencing a measure of success. Moreover, the times are changing, and so are the rules. Time slipped away unnoticed until the phone in the room rang. Upon answering, Bai Hao was met with a roar. 10 o'clock. Bai, you've missed your appointment. We are going to penalize you with a drink. This was problematic, as he had arranged to meet Jeff at the bar. Hastily, Bai Hao donned his coat, apologized to Bai Ran, and rushed out the door. Chapter 13. What? Why so many? Just moments ago, the sound from the telephone receiver was quite loud, and Bai Rao faintly discerned the voices on the line. She observed Bai Hao donning his coat and hastily making his way outside, and after a brief hesitation, she decided to follow suit. Upon arriving at the bar, Bai Hao was astonished to find John and Jeff seated together, engaged in lively conversation. The two men approached Bai Hao with enthusiasm upon seeing him. Noticing the apparent camaraderie between Bai Hao and the two attractive Americans, Bai Rao refrained from joining them and instead opted for a nearby chair, ordering a glass of juice. Bai Hao opened his arms in greeting. It seems you have come to an agreement. Is Wallace Company preparing to strike a significant blow to Best Buy? Or is this a friendly collaboration? $5, Jeff replied succinctly. Bai Hao grasped the implication immediately. This meant that on the basis of Best Buy's procurement, an additional $5 would be added, while Wallace on the East Coast would maintain the same retail price as Best Buy, along with identical promotional offers. The two major chains were seizing this opportunity to undermine other appliance retailers. As for what this $5 encompassed, including any potential shipping costs, Bai Hao was indifferent. He was not surprised that the two firms could reconcile, even uniting against a common adversary. Such is the nature of capitalist warfare, driven by mutual interests, where there are no eternal foes. What astonished Bai Hao the most was the rapidity with which the two companies reached an agreement. Merely hours had passed before they conceived the idea of a joint venture. In reality, they had not finalized negotiations, but rather established preliminary opinions, with details still under discussion. Bai Hao could hardly fathom that his small actions had inadvertently set in motion such a significant occurrence. The world had just endured a nearly 4-year economic crisis. And as the economy began to show signs of slow recovery, it was remarkable that two fierce rivals in the appliance retail sector had arrived at a strategic cooperation intention. At that moment, Bai Hao had little time for contemplation, as Jeff poured him a generous glass of whiskey. "You're late. That calls for a penalty drink. 3 drinks. In our country, we believe that being late warrants 3 drinks. In high spirits." Bai Hao downed 3 glasses in quick succession before finally popping a potato chip into his mouth. After summoning the waiter for a glass of ice water, Bai Hao inquired, "So, how many units? You should be able to place an order for 20,000 units, right? John has mentioned that creativity is valuable, and I anticipate a delightful gift." 20,000 units. This figure caught Bai Hao's attention, who was seated nearby with her juice. Based on Bai Hao's pricing for toasters, which ranged approximately from $75 to $110, averaging $85, 20,000 units would translate to a hefty order of $170,000. For Xia country, a nation with no exports in small appliances, this was an auspicious beginning. Not merely good, but exceedingly promising. Toasters, 150,000 units. You should know that the purchasing power on the West Coast is comparable to that of the East Coast. Our order will not be less than Best Buy's. John's face gleamed with excitement as he raised his glass. Well, Bai Hao was taken aback. 150,000 units. It was essential to recognize that those small frying pans were painstakingly crafted, and the thought of producing 150,000 of them was daunting. No. Bai Hao gently shook his head. At a quantity of 150,000, a die casting method could be employed, which would be cost-effective, faster, and of superior quality. However, at that scale, it was highly unlikely that his adoptive father's small, dilapidated factory could manage such a task. In fact, it was a certainty that it could not. John then remarked, "Let us add another 10,000 waffle makers." Bai Hao smiled awkwardly as he began to contemplate how to address this matter. He was not equipped to handle such a monumental order. The old adage rang true. One can only cook as much rice as their pot can hold. And he possessed merely a small pot. At that moment, Jeff interjected, "After the company heard my description of the applesauce you provided, they requested that each machine come with 10 jars of sauce, for which we will pay $5.50. Instantly, Bai Hao's expression darkened. Applesauce. Cursed applesauce. It was made by Bruce Lee's grandmother. Known to him as being concocted from apples that rural relatives had collected, those deemed unfit by the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, along with some Hawthorne-infused applesauce. It was delicious because it contained not white sugar, but brown sugar. How could they possibly include 10 jars with each machine? Estimating the jar's size, Bai Hao calculated it to be around 400 grams, which amounted to several tons of applesauce. This was truly a predicament. Observing Bai Hao's furrowed brow, Jeff Haas inquired, "Are you in a difficult position?" Undoubtedly, he was, but Bai Hao would never admit his inability nor allow these esteemed clients to sense his discomfort. After all, this was business. After some contemplation, he responded, "You are placing me in a challenging situation. The packaging for the applesauce must either contain 9 jars per box or 12 jars per box. I cannot envision how to package 10 jars." Jeff Haas paused, then burst into laughter. $7 for 12 jars? How does that sound? This calculation is indeed more expensive than 55 cents per jar, but we require exquisite packaging. And it must be printed to indicate that it is a complimentary gift. Of course, no glass jars. We want porcelain jars, the kind from the summer country. What could he do? He had committed himself to this endeavor and had to move forward. Bai Hao could only muster a smile. "Very well. Let us proceed with 12 jars at $7 per box, each jar weighing 350 grams. As for the packaging design, including the Best Buy promotional graphics, we can discuss that further. By the way, I have another idea for which you must pay." Eager to alleviate the awkwardness, Bai Hao swiftly changed the topic. John's interest was piqued. "Trust us, creativity holds value, and our company, Folashi, will certainly not undervalue any brilliant idea, nor will Best Buy. Moreover, we are considering gifting you something quite remarkable, so please share your idea with us now. Regarding the waffle makers, besides the standard griddle, aren't there also 3 flower-shaped baking pans? Yes, please continue. Bai Hao took a sip of ice water to cool his thoughts before continuing. You see, based on my understanding of the people from the United States, you have 12 zodiac signs. We have created baking pans related to this, and then packaged them in a chaotic manner, with all the external packaging being identical. This approach offers 2 advantages. Firstly, children can take the waffles made by their mothers to school and trade for different designs. Of course, some families might prefer to collect a complete set of zodiac signs. And if one were to be a bit unscrupulous, the quantity of a particular sign could become exceedingly rare. This is merely an idea. You may also have superior design options. Bai Hao intertwined the concept of blind box strategies with the mechanics of card collection games from his previous life. Upon hearing this, both John and Jeff stood up in unison, leaving Bai Hao momentarily bewildered by their reaction. Chapter 14 Father, we've encountered a significant dilemma. Bai Hao proposed an idea. John and Jeff exchanged glances and suddenly leapt up, each embracing Bai Hao. Bai, you are a genius. We promise to present you with an extraordinary gift. This concept can be applied in numerous ways, and you will receive a fee for your creativity. Trust me, trust in the sincerity of us, the proud citizens of our nation. Bai Hao exhaled a sigh of relief, alleviating the awkwardness from earlier. At this moment, Jeff added, our order is identical to the one placed with Phallus, which John neglected to mention. We require that no less than 20% of the goods be on our shelves before Black Friday. John supplemented, we are in agreement. Increase the payment, Bai Hao instinctively remarked. Increase payment? John was taken aback. Bai Hao rubbed his forehead. Such an urgent order necessitates additional compensation for the workers. This is a minor issue. Regarding the bonus, in addition to a check, our 2 companies plan to present you with a gift. Do you enjoy cars? Of course. What man doesn't? Jeff inquired further. What car do you prefer? A car? This is quite a generous offer. Bai Hao found it hard to believe. John then asked, what car do you like? After a moment of reflection, Bai Hao replied, perhaps a Ford. Ford? You must think very little of us at Best Buy, Jeff scoffed. In this era, Ford represented an ordinary vehicle for the masses in our nation. Since both companies were to offer a reward, they could not settle for such a commonplace model. They had their pride to uphold. How about a Dodge Ram? Bai Hao queried. Jeff retorted directly, a Cadillac. A truly luxurious ride. You deserve it. Bai Hao pressed on, an 8-cylinder diesel engine? It appeared he was well-versed in automotive matters. Bai Hao laughed. When you return next year, I shall negotiate a 20% discount on toasters for you, at the very least. I will also introduce 1 or 2 groundbreaking products, ensuring they are priced low with exceptional value, enough to make all appliance retailers in our nation tremble. Excellent. Jeff shook hands with Bai Hao. Bai Hao turned to John. I am not jesting. Your order is indeed urgent and requires additional funds. For every 1,000 units, I request an extra television, which could be compensated with your stock of black and white televisions. John shook his head. We do not have any excess inventory. I will procure several hundred televisions from Japan under our company's name, and for every 2,000 units ordered, we will provide you with an emergency production incentive of 1 television. This will be arranged promptly for delivery to your port in Shanghai. However, please take note. I expect to see our goods by the 3rd week of November. Trust me, there will be no issues. Bai Hao understood fully that he had no possibility of fulfilling this order. It was absurd. An order for 300,000 toasters at this time was unfeasible. Even with his adoptive father Zhang Jiangwo's small factory working overtime for 88 hours a week, it would be impossible to complete within a year. Moreover, who knew if the jam could even be mass-produced? Very well, let us proceed to sign the memorandum and letter of intent, making annotations on the contract we have discussed. This evening, we will send a fax to the company, and tomorrow, upon the commencement of business, we shall formally execute the agreement. Although Bai Hao is acutely aware that he is unlikely to fulfill this order, the situation is now beyond his control, and he cannot afford to waver. He promptly drafted preliminary opinions for a tripartite discussion and affixed his signature. After Jeff and John secured their copy in their pockets, Bai Hao raised his glass. Now, let us toast. Following this, I shall confirm the production details. Tomorrow, we will engage in a thorough discussion regarding pricing, payment methods, product specifications, supplementary conditions, and so forth, before finalizing the contract. Is that correct? Absolutely, John affirmed with confidence. Indeed, let us drink. Jeff joyfully raised his glass, feeling the need for celebration. His superior had originally dispatched him to the summer nation to embarrass him, yet, unexpectedly, Jeff had spearheaded a significant project, garnering repeated mentions at the upper echelons of the company. A promotion and salary increase are imperative. Although Jeff is indifferent to money, he values advancement. Bai Hao possesses a commendable tolerance for alcohol, while John and Jeff were being assisted by the waiter, swaying back to their room. He still managed to stand and take a few steps on his own. As for Bai Ran, her feelings transitioned from surprise to astonishment, and finally to shock. Having listened to both sides of the conversation, she is convinced that Bai Hao did not deceive the Americans, but rather capitalized on the selling points of the American market, representing a quintessential success story. She had never considered how Bai Hao would fulfill an order of 300,000 toasters. However, Bai Hao could not afford to overlook this matter and hastily returned to make a phone call. On Zhang Jianguo's end, he merely heard someone inquiring about Bai Hao, prompting him to hang up without further clarification, and Bai Hao indicated he would call back tomorrow. In the office, while having a drink with Hao Tai, he pondered how to ensure the quality of the 20,000 units to be completed. Zhang Jianguo is a senior technician who has never held a true leadership position. In such a small and inconsequential factory, there are not many significant matters, with the deputy director and workshop manager having absconded with funds, and the former director now incapacitated. He diligently oversees production. There is no need for him to seek out work. They are a repair shop, and apart from the larger factories, smaller ones require parts to repair machines, naturally resulting in business coming to them. Zhang Jianguo is not capable of arranging the production task of 20,000 units. Hao Tai, on the other hand, has genuinely served as a factory director, albeit in a casting factory affiliated with the railway, which is considerably larger than Zhang Jianguo's modest repair shop. In terms of assigning production tasks, Zhang Jianguo has gleaned some knowledge from Hao Tai. I say, Jianguo, if this work truly comes through, you will indeed have a significant turnaround. With the foreign exchange orders, you should be formally appointed as deputy director, transitioning from being merely a worker to a genuine cadre. Zhang Jianguo smiled. It would be even better if I could spare my third and fourth sons from their school fees. Since the small factory lacks a school, the children are arranged to attend the school for the offspring of electrical workers, requiring Zhang Jianguo to pay an additional fee compared to the children of electrical workers. Although the amount is modest, only a few dollars each semester, it still constitutes a considerable sum. As the two engaged in conversation, a phone call interrupted them. Their reactions were synchronized. Both turned to the phone and rose to their feet. The sudden call hinted at a possible change in circumstances. Zhang Jianguo clenched his fist and answered the phone, stating, "This is Zhang Jianguo." After being transferred, Bai Hao's voice came through, "Dad, I think we're in trouble." Zhang Jianguo's first instinct was to reassure Bai Hao, "It's all right. I'm here." Bai Hao let out a wry smile as he flicked his lighter to ignite a cigarette. "Dad, this time you can't resolve it. Things have escalated. The order from the United States has been confirmed, and the quantity is quite substantial." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianguo glanced back at Hao Tai. A hint of concern etched on his face. Section 15. Is it possible to produce 300,000 units by hand? At this moment, Zhang Jianguo discerned a hint of anxiety in Bai Hao's heart. 3,000 units? That's manageable. We can work overtime to achieve it. Zhang Jianguo had envisioned the order on a grand scale. As Hao Tai had mentioned earlier, if they were to exert themselves with the fervor reminiscent of the time they worked tirelessly for 100 days, they could certainly arrange for the workers' meals to be satisfactory and bonuses to be ample. 3,000 units was not an insurmountable task. Bai Hao exhaled deeply. "Father, tomorrow we will officially sign the contract for an initial order of over 300,000 toasters, and there may be additional requests. John has connections in the Western continent as well as sales channels in the beautiful Southern continent. This is indeed for the toasters. We also need 40,000 waffle makers, and there will likely be more added. Not to mention, there is one more challenging aspect, and I am at a loss regarding it." As he spoke, Zhang Jianguo was taken aback. Over 300,000 units. Hao Tai quickly leaned in, eager to hear what Bai Hao had to say. The mention of 300,000 units sent a shiver down his spine. The reactions of Zhang Jianguo and Hao Tai were nearly identical. Given the capabilities of their small factory, it was inconceivable to produce 300,000 toasters in a year, let alone the 40,000 waffle makers. Bai Hao continued, "The clients from the beautiful country require that each machine, whether a toaster or a waffle maker, be accompanied by a box of jam, with each box containing 12 bottles. This jam, father, is homemade by Xiao Long's grandmother, and even the brown sugar used in it is their own concoction. I am completely at a loss. How can we manage this? Procuring dozens of tons of jam means I would need to buy dozens of tons of apples, which is currently impossible. Wait a moment. You mentioned Xiao Long. Are you referring to the Xiaolong from the factory? Yes, that's him. Father, have you calculated how many bottles of jam that entails? Upon hearing Bai Hao mention the factory, Zhang Jianguo suddenly realized he had overlooked it. Being a former apprentice at the factory himself, he had been transferred to manage the repair factory in this district, and Hao Tai had a similar background as an apprentice there. They understood the factory's potential. Zhang Jianguo's mind began to formulate a plan. Howsy, you just mentioned 300,000 toasters, correct? Yes, given the price you mentioned. The minimum cost would be 75 per unit, correct? Yes. After Bai Hao's affirmation, he sensed that his adoptive father might have a solution. Zhang Jianguo glanced at Hao Tai, who quietly remarked, a mythical order worth $30 million in foreign exchange, over $30 million. Zhang Jianguo nodded gravely. Hao Tai had already briefed him on many aspects of foreign exchange. He understood a portion of it. The concept of $30 million was staggering. Last year, the total foreign exchange generated in Qingzhou did not even reach half of that amount, with industrial products being nearly non-existent, relying solely on textiles and minerals for foreign exchange. Thus, if this were genuine, Bai Hao's return to Qingzhou would undoubtedly warrant recognition from high-ranking officials. Zhang Jianguo addressed Bai Hao, Howsy, listen to your father. This matter is quite manageable. If it were only a few thousand units, it would indeed be challenging, but 300,000 units makes it more feasible. Tomorrow morning at 8, you will call the electric factory and ask for Zheng Aigua. Bai Hao pondered deeply. Is it that esteemed leader, Zheng Aigua, from the electric factory? Indeed, it is he. This order can only be fulfilled by the electric factory. You may not grasp the significance of foreign exchange earnings, but trust in your father. Present the order to the electric factory and directly request Zheng Aigua to allocate a set of apartments for you, waive the tuition for the younger siblings, and secure a formal employment position for you at the electric factory. Then, the electric factory will undoubtedly fulfill this order. Zhang Jianguo's words struck Bai Hao's mind like a bolt of lightning. Father, you are indeed wise. Bai Hao was awakened by a single phrase. As Zhang Jianguo stated, if the order were smaller, it would indeed be a challenge, demanding relentless effort to accomplish. However, when the amount reaches 30 million US dollars, the nature of the task transforms entirely. Regardless of how the jam is crafted, even if it necessitates the electric factory growing apple trees, they possess the means to do so. With over 20,000 employees, it can be said that among the formal workers in Qingzhou, it is undoubtedly one of the top 3 super factories. Is it merely a few million jars of jam? The electric factory's residential complex could rally 1,000 ants to peel apples for you. Moreover, the electric factory resembles a self-contained kingdom, complete with its own hospital, shops, cinema, schools, and numerous small factories, including ice cream, snacks, and jam production facilities. Hao Tai, seizing the telephone receiver, interjected, Howsy, listen to your uncle. Tomorrow, be forthright and firm. The more audacious you are, the better old Zheng will handle the matter for you. Your father is being too frugal. Ask for a motorcycle and a television, a color television. And do not mention that this idea came from your father. Bai Hao couldn't help but chuckle. According to Bai Hao's previous life's regulations, for orders exceeding millions, a referrer merely providing valuable information could earn a commission of 3/1000. If they were to deliver the contract directly, a commission of 3% would be entirely reasonable. Bai Hao understood the intent of his adoptive father, Zhang Jianguo. Such a substantial undertaking was beyond their capacity. Rather than that, it would be better to leverage personal connections to those they knew. Once the task was complete, everyone would share in the bounty, even if just a small portion would suffice for Zhang Jianguo and Hao Tai's factory to be well fed. Zhang Jianguo was a man of nostalgia. Zheng Aigua had attempted several times to bring him back to the electric factory with an offer of an 8th-level salary. Zhang Jianguo remembered this favor. After Bai Hao's altercation, Zheng Aigua had given him 20 yuan, a detail that Zhang Jianguo also recalled. At this moment, Zhang Jianguo no longer fretted over the exorbitant long-distance call fees to Bai Hao. He spoke at length, recounting Zheng Aigua's character. Hao Tai chimed in. Old Zheng is a reliable man. When your father and I were apprentices at the electric factory, he was the workshop supervisor, a very righteous individual. Zhang Jianguo countered. He was the deputy supervisor, not the supervisor. I recall him being the supervisor. No, he was the deputy, the supervisor. Bai Hao, holding the receiver, felt elated, simply enjoying the conversation. At this moment, Bai Shan returned to her lodging, accompanied by Ouyang Tranqian, a translator from the capital. Ouyang inquired, Sister Bai, did you manage to negotiate? Since Bai Hao is a special assistant at Best Buy, could he potentially assist us in promoting our televisions in the Shanghai market? Bai Shan shook her head, responding, he declined. He believes that our televisions resemble those from America 30 years ago. There is simply no market for them. And Best Buy would undoubtedly refrain from making any purchases. Ouyang pressed on, what about our other products? The refrigerators, the washing machines? Bai Shan shook her head once more. There was no opportunity to discuss them. Ouyang lamented, after several hours, we couldn't convince him. Being a citizen of summer country, doesn't he want to contribute even a little to the export revenue of our home appliances? Chapter 16. The illusion. It was only then that Bai Rao recalled her purpose for visiting Bai Hao, which was to persuade him to assist in the export of domestically produced televisions from Xiagua to the Hu City market. Although the situation was unexpected, it was filled with astonishment. No, Bai Rao gestured for the young translator, Ouyang Chanqian, to take a seat first. He had successfully secured an order, presumably two. An order? From which entity, and for what products? It was for a device known as a toaster and another called a waffle maker. He had already expressed intent for an order of 300,000 units for the toaster, and then at this point, Bai Rao abruptly stood up. This is impossible. Ouyang Chanqian, the translator, was startled by Bai Rao's reaction. Sister Bai, what is impossible? Bai Rao gently patted her face. My focus has been on whether he deceived the foreign guests, and whether this has affected the image of Xiagua, as well as the authenticity of the orders discussed. I had overlooked the most crucial point. The export price of his stainless steel toaster is as high as $100 to $110 per unit. Ouyang Chanqian stammered. Then, doesn't that mean a 30 million order? But this toaster is just a small machine for toasting 2 slices of bread? Indeed. And there's the waffle maker as well, with at least 40,000 units, priced at approximately $180 each. Each machine comes with a complimentary box of applesauce worth $7. 40 million in orders. Is this true? Ouyang Chanqian was utterly bewildered. Since the announcement of their participation in the Yangqing Autumn Trade Fair, their small team had tirelessly compiled data and conducted research on the foreign guests coming to Xiagua. After confirming that a procurement representative from Best Buy would attend, they devoted additional time to studying the company and prepared dozens of products. Their sole aim was to break the zero export status of Xiagua's electrical goods. The items gifted to small nations did not count as exports. Only true exports that converted to US dollars could be considered as such. The most likely success was the televisions produced in Hu City. With a conservative sales plan of $22,500 US dollars, equating to 100 units, and an expectation of 1,000 televisions, which would amount to 225,000 US dollars. Their team had worked so hard for so long. And yet, Bai Hao, with an unclear background, seemed to have secured nearly 40 million US dollars in electrical exports. Was heaven blind? Ouyang Chanqian sat in the corner of the bed, beginning to question her existence. What had been the purpose of her arduous month? Why did success come so easily to someone else? The disparity was staggering. Their anticipated foreign exchange earnings paled in comparison to a mere fraction of Bai Hao's order. Even the promotional applesauce was valued at $1 million in foreign exchange. Bai Rao remained composed as she remarked, Does Bai Hao understand how to handle foreign trade orders? Moreover, for the 300,000 toasters, he is expected to deliver 20% within about a month. Tomorrow, I will inquire about the entity responsible for producing this order for him and whether they possess the capability. Bai Rao was utterly unaware that Bai Hao had been nearly at a loss just moments ago. Had she raised these concerns earlier, it was likely that the power plant would have been entirely disregarded. After all, Bai Rao was a member of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Such orders can be arranged by the department in a matter of moments, simply by directing to that factory or unit, who must then exert every effort to ensure the quality and quantity of the task is fulfilled. The following day, at the break of dawn, Bai Rao, aware that Bai Hao was to be sought after, saw the young translator Ouyang Chanqian rise early, freshen up, apply her makeup, and select an outfit that fit her well. However, Bai Rao was not in haste. Bai Hao had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol the previous night and would not awaken early. The formal signing was scheduled for 9 o'clock that evening, and once the contract was executed, it would be faxed to the headquarters of 2 companies in the United States. At 9 o'clock in Xia country, it would be 9 in the morning in the United States. Bai Rao trusted her judgment, believing that Bai Hao, being a young man, would not rise too early, likely not before 10. Thus, she felt no urgency. Yet, she did not fully understand Bai Hao. He was an individual who could always be relied upon in critical moments. Bai Hao did not require an alarm clock, regardless of how late he slept. He would awaken at the time he subconsciously deemed important. Even after only 4 hours of sleep, Bai Hao naturally woke at 7:30 in the morning. He freshened up, ordered breakfast, and then, grabbing the phone, settled on the balcony to prepare for a call. The choice of the balcony stemmed from his aversion to the smell of smoke lingering indoors, despite his smoking habit. At 8:01, Zhang Aiguo arrived at the industrial power plant, pondering the matters to be discussed in the upcoming meeting while standing by the flower bed downstairs. Upon hearing from his secretary about a long-distance call from Yang City, he hurried to his office, as the industrial power plant had also dispatched personnel to Yang City for the autumn trade fair. They aimed to participate, gain insights, and exchange ideas, having made notable achievements in high and low voltage power equipment. As for orders, having some would be fortunate, but a lack thereof would not be too disappointing. Zhang Aiguo rushed to his office, contemplating that since the call was from Yang City, it must pertain to some important matter. He picked up the phone. This is Zhang Aiguo. Who is this? Leader, this is Bai Hao, Zhang Jingguo's son. We've met a few times, and you even lent me 20 yuan. I hope you haven't forgotten. Bai Hao spoke with clarity. Wishing not to waste time on identity clarification, Zhang Aiguo was taken aback. He never anticipated it would be Bai Hao calling, and was further puzzled as to why Bai Hao was in Yang City. Hence, he inquired, Bai Hao, you are in Yang City? Yes, I am in Yang City. Leader, I have encountered a bit of trouble, and I can only think of you to assist me. Bai Hao spoke earnestly, convinced that a deputy secretary of a large factory with numerous branches, independent workshops, and over 20,000 formal employees could surely help him secure this order, particularly regarding the jam. Zhang Aiguo assumed it was merely a young person facing some minor issue. And given the distance to Yang City along with the necessity of a long-distance call, Bai Hao must have been quite anxious, regardless of whether he could lend assistance. He sought to reassure Bai Hao. However, he failed to notice the profound confidence that permeated Bai Hao's tone at that moment. Go ahead, Zhang Aiguo urged. Leader, do you have a pen? There are 5 urgent matters that need addressing. I need to record them, all 5. Zhang Aiguo began to sense something amiss. Yet he still picked up a pen and paper. Bai Hao then spoke. Leader, the first matter at hand is that I have entered into a contract with an American company for an order of electric toasters, totaling 300,000 units. The contract price ranges approximately from 75 to 100 US dollars, with a slight price variation based on the model of the shell and the body of the toaster. The current predicament is that I must deliver 60,000 units within 50 days. Furthermore, I lack the qualifications for export. An order amounting to nearly 30 million US dollars is no trivial matter. Chapter 17. Who would dare believe? A sum of $30 million in foreign exchange, a notion unfathomable even to a large enterprise with 20,000 employees, such as the industrial plant. Is this truly the case? Zhang Aiguo meticulously recorded the details, and after completing his notes, he stated, proceed. I have documented the order, but we lack export qualifications. That presents 2 predicaments. Please continue. Leader. Next is the order for waffle machines, 40,000 units. I have yet to negotiate the price with the American merchants, and I urgently need to calculate the cost to ascertain whether a price increase is feasible and to establish my minimum acceptable price for negotiations. My father is aware of the component specifications. Initially, I intended to set the price at $150, but now I believe I can elevate it to $180. I trust you understand how adept American clients are at bargaining, despite harboring immense skepticism. Zhang Aiguo could not bring himself to believe that Bai Hao would return from Yangqing merely to share a jest, so he responded with utmost seriousness, continue. Bai Hao proceeded with his account. The American side introduced an additional condition. Each machine must be sold with 12 jars of jam as complimentary gifts. The jam is handmade by Li Xiaolong's grandmother and aunt. I am uncertain if we can produce that quantity. It is estimated that we will need no less than 3.5 million jars, perhaps even 5 to 8 million. Leader, this jam is crafted by hand, and we must ensure the original flavor remains intact across these millions of jars. I perceive this as a considerable challenge, especially since we must package it in our domestic porcelain jars. Of course, as the deputy secretary of the industrial plant, this matter may not pose a significant issue for you. Lastly, I am but a novice and require a principal entity to sign a contract with Best Buy and Fry's in the United States. Do you think it's suitable to use the local factory where my father works as the signing entity? It seems rather inappropriate. After listening attentively, Zhang Aiguo took detailed notes. Upon reviewing his records, he asked with grave seriousness, Bai Hao, are you certain you are not jesting? Leader, I am residing in Suite 3302 of the Bai Hotel, and I am using the telephone in my room. At this moment, do I appear to be joking? The mere mention of the Bai Hotel swayed Zhang Aigua's belief significantly. This hotel is not accessible to the average person, especially during the autumn trade fair when it hosts numerous foreign dignitaries, and the scrutiny is exceedingly stringent. Zhang Aigua inhaled deeply. I will send someone to assist you. Await my call. It will be soon. Very well, I shall wait for you. Bai Hao understood that Zhang Aigua's intent was to verify this matter. Why then did Bai Hao refrain from mentioning the benefits that his adoptive father, Zhang Jianguo, had suggested? Bai Hao felt confident regarding this aspect. There was no urgency for benefits at this juncture. He had imparted a strategy to Jeff, known as the fox assuming the tiger's might. This tactic possesses numerous applications, including driving the tiger to devour the wolf, which explains Bai Hao's reluctance to present conditions to Zhang Aigua just yet. He awaited the emergence of a formidable tiger, Bai Shi, whom he believed to be a fierce one indeed. Whether he was leveraging the tiger's influence or its might would depend on the unfolding circumstances. Presently, Zhang Aigua should be dedicating time to verify the information from multiple sources. The verification process would undoubtedly be swift. But how swift? A deputy secretary of a large enterprise with a workforce of 20,000 must undoubtedly possess considerable decisiveness. Zhang Aigua turned to his secretary and instructed, arrange for a vehicle to fetch Zhang Jianguo with utmost urgency. Inform him that his son, Bai Hao, is involved in a critical incident in Yanqing and that he should abandon all his current engagements to come at once. Understood, the secretary replied, refraining from further inquiries as he hurried to summon a car. Zhang Aigua then placed a call to the office of the Industrial Bureau in Qinzhou to reach out to an old comrade. Upon inquiry, he learned that his old friend had temporarily stepped in for the ailing secretary and had also gone to Yanqing to attend the autumn fair. Zhang Aigua continued to contact Yanqing, instructing, oldly, immediately proceed to room 3302 at the Bai Hotel. Support our associates from the industrial sector and assist us in securing a significant order worth 30 million US dollars. 30 million? Are you jesting, old Zheng? Hurry. The young man's name is Bai Hao. Just mention that I sent you. I need to confirm some cost accounting issues on my end. The young man is awaiting my call. Understood. Without hesitation, Li Aimin from the Industrial Bureau set off, trusting that his old comrade would not joke about such matters. Securing a $30 million order would elevate the individual who accomplished this task to the status of a celebrated hero in all of Qinzhou. Meanwhile, Bai Hao reclined on a sofa he had dragged from the living room to the balcony, savoring a cigar. His true intentions for visiting Yanqing were not primarily focused on the order itself. That was merely a secondary concern. What he truly sought were the machine tool components, as well as a chance to earn some foreign currency. He anticipated that orders would materialize, but they would not be substantial within the original plan, sufficient to provide some income for his adoptive father's small factory and to ensure that the temporary workers at Luqiao could earn a little. However, what he genuinely desired were those machine tool components. Bai Hao aspired to construct a machining center that the Xian nation yearned for, but had no opportunity to possess, even if it were merely a miniature version. Yet, the sudden escalation of the order had indeed disrupted Bai Hao's plans. Fortunately, although he experienced a fleeting moment of anxiety and a slight sense of helplessness the day before, a reminder from his adoptive father swiftly awakened him to the fact that he held advantageous cards. He was merely ensconced in the mountains. Sitting on the sofa, Bai Hao remained attentive to the sound of knocking at the door. He was not waiting for the individual Zhang Aigua had mentioned, but rather for Bai Ran. Bai Ran was a member of the Foreign Affairs Division of the Ministry of Industry, and this trip to Yanqing aimed to dismantle the Xian nation's zero-export policy on electrical appliances. Bai Hao was confident that Bai Ran could provide him with the leverage he sought. Meanwhile, Zhang Jianguo was at the factory, advising several workers on methods to tackle technical challenges. Upon hearing from Zhang Aigua's secretary that it pertained to his son, he instinctively understood the gravity of the situation and promptly discarded his gloves to follow. The two factories were not far apart, merely a few minutes' drive. Zhang Aigua and Zhang Jianguo were acquainted, and upon meeting, Zhang Aigua wasted no time and directly inquired, "Are you aware that your son Bai Hao has gone to Yanqing?" "Indeed," Zhang Jianguo replied, a smile breaking across his face. It had been years since he had smiled so genuinely, as the weight of life's burdens had stifled his joy. In that moment, Zhang Jianguo believed that Bai Hao had matured into a man capable of standing on his own, no longer a mere boy. Thus, Zhang Jianguo remarked, "Old Zhang, I hope my son has not caused you any inconvenience." "Inconvenience, indeed," Zhang Aigua replied, his sarcastic tone evident. After offering Zhang a cigarette, he continued, "He is doing well. He mentioned that you are aware of the toaster and waffle maker. He has asked me to swiftly assist him in calculating the costs, as he wishes to finalize the pricing with the Americans. I have already dispatched Oldley from the industrial department to aid him. If this truly comes to fruition, he will return to Jingzhou in great style. It will come to fruition, Zhang Jianguo understood. The method of calculating costs in large factories differs significantly from that in smaller workshops, particularly when it comes to mass production versus artisanal production. Chapter 18 He. Well, my son is doing quite well indeed. Zhang Jingguo tried hard to conceal his pride, yet the smile on his face was utterly irresistible. Despite lacking an official certification, his skills as an 8th-level fitter were undeniably exceptional. With a few deft strokes of pen on paper, he sketched the outlines of 2 machines, followed by detailed descriptions of their components. When it came to business matters, Zhang Jingguo's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He began to elaborate. For this baking tray, I believe the most suitable material would be cast aluminum with a coating. My son's formulation for the coating material is commendable, but the application leaves much to be desired. It is evident that the craftsmen handling this task are lacking in skill. This requires dedicated personnel. Furthermore, the control knob can either be integrated or separated. The structure should be modified accordingly. In the vast factory of 20,000 employees, talent abounded. Zhang Jingguo took the lead in discussions while Zhang Igua coordinated assistance. Within a brief span of half an hour, they had devised a comprehensive set of improvements. A member of the cost calculation team presented their findings. Deputy Secretary Zhang. We have conducted our calculations. If we utilize the finest materials for the toaster, fully stainless steel, the cost amounts to less than 40 yuan. When we factor in the fanciful egg molds, instruction manuals, boxes, and packaging under conditions of mass production, the mold costs become negligible. Thus, the cost per unit does not exceed 50 yuan, excluding labor costs. The material cost stands at 50 yuan. The price for the American market can reach 100 or even 100 US dollars. Forget the official exchange rates. What matters is that this is in USD, which earns foreign exchange for our country. Zhang Igua was taken aback. Another group finished their calculations as well. Deputy Secretary, the waffle maker's expense lies in the decorative baking trays. Each machine comes with 3 trays, plus an additional one, totaling 5 trays required, alongside the machine itself, resulting in a material cost of 100 yuan. We were considering altering the tray replacement method, avoiding the need to swap out the large tray. The budgeting team's suggestion was swiftly dismissed by Zhang Igua. Hold on, let the engineering team report first. Is it feasible to produce 60,000 toasters in 35 days? A workshop director stepped forward. If we do not encounter any bottlenecks with raw materials and components, and if corresponding supporting factories work diligently, our workshop can allocate an additional 50 temporary workers and 30 packaging workers. I can guarantee that in 30 days, we will deliver 100,000 units with a solemn commitment. To the seasoned workers, this task bore little difficulty. It merely required meticulous oversight to ensure quality. Considering these goods were destined for export to the United States, should they revert to their original, more relaxed production methods, they would confidently claim they could produce 200,000 units in 30 days. Meanwhile, in Yangcheng, Li Aimin arrived at the Bai Hao Hotel, guided by a server. He reached Bai Hao's room. Bai Hao had previously informed the front desk of his visitor, requesting to be escorted to his room. As the server opened the door, they caught sight of Bai Hao, sitting contemplatively on the balcony with a cigar in hand. In that moment, Li Aimin, a man of discerning judgment, recognized the truth in Zhang Igua's words. This order was undeniably secured by the young man before him, and it was not merely a negotiation. It was firmly in his grasp. The young man is undoubtedly someone who has experienced the world. At this moment, Bai Hao also realized that someone had entered. Hastily putting down his cigar to greet them, he slightly inclined his body, saying, "Greetings, leader. I understand you received a call from Secretary Zhang. I should have come to visit you, but I am waiting for a few important phone calls. It truly makes me anxious to have you come in person." His words were impeccably crafted, revealing his seasoned nature despite his youth, which created a curious contradiction. Li Aimin introduced himself first. "I am Li Aimin from the Qingzhou Industrial Department. Although the Industrial and Electric Bureau is a direct unit under the ministry, I was a comrade of old Zheng back in the day. He asked me to come and take a look. After all, I am from Qingzhou, and we have responsibilities here. Please, come inside. Would you prefer tea or coffee?" "Tea, please." Once seated, Li Aimin inquired, "What order are you signing with the United States?" Just as Bai Hao was about to respond, the door opened once more. Another attendant entered, accompanied by guests seeking Bai Hao. Since he had prearranged this, they were brought in directly. Bai Hao entered with her assistant, the translator Ouyang Tranxian, and a technical aide, LV Sai, who wore thick glasses. Bai Hao greeted them, "Greetings. Leader. Just yesterday, I was calling you aunt, and today it has changed to leader." Noticing others in the room, Bai Hao had a fleeting thought that Bai Hao, the little sly one, must have anticipated her visit today. Bai Hao then instructed the attendant, "All my important guests have arrived. Please arrange for a selection of pastries, some fruits, a box of cigars, a pack of Panda cigarettes, and some juice." "Thank you." Once everyone was inside, Bai Hao was prepared to introduce them, only to discover that they were already acquainted. As the head of the Qingzhou Industrial Department, Li Aimin could not possibly be unfamiliar with the personnel from the ministry. And Bai Hao, being from the Foreign Affairs Office of the Ministry of Industry, had indeed interacted with him before. However, Li Aimin felt a sense of nostalgia mingled with confusion. Was the Foreign Affairs Office intervening? Did they still require the Industrial and Electric Bureau? There seemed to be something strange about this situation. While Li Aimin was unaware of the preceding events, Bai Hao was fully aware. The moment she laid eyes on Li Aimin, she concluded that Bai Hao was indeed a cunning individual. Bai Hao had managed to leverage Wallace's pressure to achieve a minor success for Jeff from Best Buy, subsequently facilitating a collaboration between two rival companies from the United States. The same tactic could easily be employed again, applying pressure on the Qingzhou Industrial Department to gain sufficient benefits. Conversely, he could also induce the Qingzhou Industrial Department to exert pressure on himself, thus allowing him to offer Bai Hao certain advantages. As for the prospect of collaborating with the Qingzhou Industrial Department, Bai Hao believed that Bai Hao had likely considered this as well. Upon further reflection, she thought to herself that being sly was acceptable, especially since he could potentially bring in over 30 million in foreign exchange for Xia country. Such an achievement warranted some recognition, as long as it did not become excessive. "Shao LV," Bai Hao instructed, gesturing towards the two wooden crates positioned in the corner of the reception room. She required professional technicians to examine these two small appliances belonging to Bai Hao. Meanwhile, Jeff Haas was engaged in discussions about the final pricing with the American side, adhering to the terms outlined in the documentation. It was a rare occurrence for them to work overtime on this Black Friday, given the time was already 8 in the evening. The discussion proceeded smoothly. Taking the pure stainless steel toaster as an example, excluding the egg frying pan, there are individuals in the United States calculating the costs, and it is uncertain whether it could be produced in a factory there for as little as $120, not accounting for labor and logistics expenses. The preliminary quotation from Bai Hao ranges from 75 to 100, subject to adjustments based on the variation in shell materials. Notably, Bai Hao did not mention the prices of those so-called 18 types of decorative egg molds. Jeff Haas, wishing to assist Bai Hao, advised the company that if they pressed too hard on price, the counterpart would undoubtedly compromise on materials. Even a slight reduction in the thickness of the stainless steel sheet could result in a total material cost difference of several $1,000s. Chapter 19, I request a tuition reduction of $10. 104 represents the highest procurement price offered to Jeff, reflecting the bottom line cost for top-quality stainless steel and superior internal materials. The least desirable option, a tin shell with a baked paint exterior and a black iron chrome tray, can only reach a maximum of 65. Furthermore, all 18 types of egg molds must be included, with the packaging clearly emblazoned with the words customized for Best Buy and corresponding designs. Additionally, a 2-year exclusive agency contract for Best Buy on the east coast of the beautiful country must be established. Jeff Haas notably emphasized that all existing toasters in the beautiful country market lack chrome trays, which constitutes a patented design. The law firm registered in Hong Kong will collect a 20-cent design patent fee on behalf of the patent holder, a cost that Best Buy acknowledges as negligible. With the choice of exclusive agency comes the obligation of a minimum sales volume. This task has been entrusted to Jeff Haas, who predicts that selling this product will not pose significant challenges. An annual target of 150,000 units, bolstered by distributor efforts, is easily achievable. The prevalence of toasters in households across the beautiful country is gradually increasing, making this project a promising prospect for the headquarters. According to calculations from Best Buy's headquarters, while the direct profit from this product may not exceed $3 million, the indirect benefits could soar to nearly $10 million, or even tens of millions, thus labeling this project as a focal point. Consequently, Jeff Haas has been promoted to the position of purchasing director for the Eastern continent. On the other hand, John S. side at the Follett Company has reached a similar decision. In addition to the initial transaction with Best Buy, which includes a $5 markup per unit, They will also seek the agency rights for the west coast of the beautiful country. They too demand that their customized designs be printed on the products and will request Bai Hao to manufacture a similar, yet distinct, toaster model, one that clearly differentiates itself from Best Buy's offerings. On the surface, the two companies remain adversaries, poised to fiercely compete against each other during Black Friday. Returning to Bai Hao's room, Lu Daotsai disassembled Bai Hao's toaster and waffle maker into parts, then adjusted his glasses. I believe these aesthetically pleasing and finely crafted appliances are the work of a craftsman at a skill level exceeding 7, barely reaching 8. In terms of technical content, it lacks substance. An 8th-level craftsman would find no difference between forging an iron pot and achieving this technical standard. Lu Daotsai, being a pure technician, had prepared an extensive critique. Bai Hao, however, promptly interrupted him. That's enough. Please reassemble the machine, ensuring it functions properly once reassembled. From Lu Daotsai's commentary, Bai Hao understood, as did Li Aimin, that these orders were not secured through technical prowess, but rather through innovative thought and inspiration, precisely crafting items that appeal to the American consumer. At that opportune moment, the phone rang, just when it was most needed. Bai Hao answered. This is Bai Hao. Bai Hao, this is Zheng Aigua. Your father is in my office. I am now informing you on behalf of the Electric Power Committee to proceed with negotiations and secure the order. You need not concern yourself with production volume or costs. I have already contacted a friend at the provincial department regarding the jam. I can assure you that we can guarantee both the yield and quality, even if we increase the production tenfold. Impressive. Bai Hao, however, has begun to express concern for Bruce Lee's family. This recipe was developed by Bruce Lee's grandmother and aunt. It cannot be taken without due consideration. Zheng Aigua was momentarily taken aback. He sent people to Bruce Lee's household, all of whom were from the power plant. And upon learning that the factory intended to use her jam to exchange for orders with America, Bruce Lee's grandmother, a retired worker from the plant, without hesitation provided the recipe and process to the factory, even offering to assist in making the jam herself. Thus, not a penny was exchanged. Zheng Aigua pondered for a moment. Rest assured, we will not take anything from the public without proper compensation. While he said that, had it not been for Bai Hao's reminder, they might indeed have taken it without giving it a second thought. Bai Hao, understanding the nature of this era, refrained from further comments, only planning to bring something back for Bruce Lee's family, knowing they would certainly refuse any monetary gift. After hanging up, Bai Hao smiled at Bai Ran. Leader, our Qinzhou power plant has assured me that I need not worry about yield, cost, or quality. They have it all covered. Bai Ran exchanged a glance with Li Aimin and smiled in return, thinking to himself that Bai Hao was quite the smooth operator. Initially, he believed Bai Hao was leveraging pressure from the ministry to ensure that orders wouldn't be diverted, or trying to convey that any attempt to meddle with the allocation of these orders would come at a price. However, Bai Ran thought to himself that Bai Hao truly did not understand the situation. Thus, Bai Ran remarked, the power plant does not fall under Qinzhou. It is directly managed by our ministry. Bai Hao's expression instantly transformed, realizing he had overlooked this detail. The several large factories in Qinzhou, each with over 20,000 employees, were all under the direct jurisdiction of the capital. Li Aimin, feeling as clear as day, feigned ignorance and pointed at the toaster, saying, what is the appeal of this? The Americans insist on buying one for every household, yet I cannot comprehend why. After all, a fried egg is still just an egg. In the midst of the awkwardness, Bai Hao quipped, so, how many deals did the Qinzhou Industrial Bureau finalize at this autumn trade fair? Quite the awkward moment. Li Aimin thought to himself that he should not have broached the subject and decided to let them handle it themselves. Bai Ran, however, was skilled in social dynamics and interjected. Given the capacity of the power plant, they can fulfill this order. However, the power plant also has mandatory tasks from the ministry to complete. It would be beneficial for our brother units to assist with some of the unnecessary work. Qinzhou province must wholeheartedly support the completion of this order. Not just support, but ensure its completion. With the promise of benefits, Li Aimin's interest was immediately piqued. Bai Ran continued, this order is, in principle, still to be signed by Qinzhou, and the power plant is indeed situated within Qinzhou's jurisdiction. Li Aimin felt genuinely touched. Thank you ever so much, my dear. When you visit Qinzhou, I shall treat you to de Fa Chang. Seizing the moment, as Li Aimin expressed gratitude to Bai Ran for allocating a share of the order, Bai Hao quickly chimed in. Leader, is there any reward? To which Li Aimin found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Bai Hao offered a cigarette to Li Aimin, saying, Leader, regarding this order, am I expected to make a contribution? This inquiry left Li Aimin in an even more awkward position. He had never anticipated such a substantial order before his arrival, nor had he considered Bai Hao's youth or the implications of rewards. The phrase, "everything for the factory," was not merely a slogan. It mirrored the genuine actions of Bai Hao's adoptive father, Zhang Jianguo. Pouring tea for Li Aimin, Bai Hao continued, "Leader, my younger siblings. The third and fourth in my family are attending a vocational primary school. Since our family is not part of the industrial electrical workforce, we are required to pay tuition. Is there any possibility of waiving their fees?" Chapter 20. The frugal and low-key Bai Hao exempting the tuition fees for 2 elementary school students. A single sentence left Li Aimin utterly bewildered. He lifted his gaze to survey the room, then glanced at the cigars the waiter had just delivered. A box of 25 cost a handsome sum in US dollars. Your 2 little ones. Their total school fees for a semester amount to $12.40 in summer currency. You wish to waive that? Are you certain? Are you serious? This left Li Aimin at a loss for words. He had prepared himself for a significant reward, but was only requesting a mere $12.40 in tuition relief. It baffled not only Li Aimin but even Bai Hao. Bai Hao offered Li Aimin a way out, with the autumn trade fair just a few days away. We can arrange for these 2 products to be showcased. Even an additional 1,000 orders would hold value. With the endorsement of Best Buy in the U.S., I believe securing around 10,000 more orders is feasible. That makes sense. Moreover, let's arrange a working group. No, let us handle it ourselves. Bai Hao initially intended for the Qinzhou province to establish a working group dedicated to overseeing the quality and production of this order. However, considering Qinzhou's status as a province with limited foreign exchange earnings and insufficient experience, he decided to manage it personally. Li Aimin acknowledged this and promised to make arrangements immediately. As for Bai Hao, he stepped onto the balcony to savor a cigar, stretching languidly while gazing at the distant street scenery, arms wide open as he burst into laughter. To Bai Hao and the others, Bai Hao had every reason to laugh. They would have joined in. It was a miracle. Who could have anticipated such a monumental breakthrough in the export of summer household appliances manifested through a staggering order? Yet, no one knew the true reason behind Bai Hao's laughter. Only he was aware. Initially, Bai Hao merely sought to secure small orders to earn a bit of money, and then embark on his own ventures. However, who could have imagined that while others started with a mere bowl, he would begin with a cafeteria? The disparity was enough to elicit laughter from him. Bai Hao understood clearly that such opportunistic business practices, no matter how grand they appeared, would ultimately leave him vulnerable in the future. Possessing unique technology and establishing rules were the true essence of his rebirth. Thus, Bai Hao spent money to purchase some ordinary machine parts from Jeff Haas, as the truly high-end equipment was prohibited from being sold to summer by those at the helm in the U.S. Bai Hao had intended to inquire about Bai Hao's true desired reward, but upon reaching the balcony door, he changed his mind. "We shall take our leave for now. I will return for the formal signing, likely around 9 in the evening, I presume." "Indeed," Bai Hao nodded. "After the signing, we will fax the documents to the U.S. for mutual confirmation, at which point the contract will take effect, and the counterpart will provide a deposit. The process is as follows. I will return to draft a report. Yes, leave it here. I must step out and will probably return only by nightfall." With that, Bai Hao, wishing to avoid further inquiries from Bai Hao, added succinctly, "I am heading to Hong Kong for personal matters." Aside from confirming that the patent application documents have been officially submitted to WIPO, I plan to do some shopping. Bai Ruo did not refuse. Indeed, Bai Hao's suite was vastly superior to the hostel where they were staying. The room was equipped with a typewriter, a telephone, and a dedicated writing desk, among other amenities. After Bai Hao changed his clothes in the bathroom, he took his temporary Hong Kong pass and stepped outside. Just as he left, before he had ventured far, Ouyang Qianqian began to voice her complaints. "This individual is exceedingly unpleasant." "Why?" The young girl Ouyang Qianqian continued her tirade. "Firstly, he is incredibly wasteful. That cigar, worth $1, was discarded after he smoked only half of it. Furthermore, he tossed away a pin merely because its barrel bore a slight crack, opting instead for a new one." In Ouyang Qianqian's eyes, Bai Hao epitomized wastefulness and indulgence, devoid of the virtues one would expect from a youth of working-class origins. Perhaps she was right. Bai Ruo chose not to comment. Nevertheless, Ouyang Qianqian's assertion held some truth. Bai Hao bore no semblance of someone from a working-class background, entirely oblivious to the concept of frugality. LV.Tsai chimed in. "That pen could have easily been repaired with glue at the crack, and with a bit of tape. It could have lasted another 2 years. Indeed, it was quite wasteful. After all, that pin cost 60 cents. Bai Hao was genuinely oblivious. In his previous life, aside from food, industrial products were abundant. Spending time repairing a pin seemed less practical than simply purchasing a new one. Not to mention, if a computer's inkjet printer malfunctioned after more than a year of use, Bai Hao would also opt for a replacement rather than a repair. Although reborn, certain ingrained habits proved difficult to amend. Meanwhile, after leaving the Baiyun Hotel, Li Aimin promptly adjusted his approach upon arriving at the Yangqing Autumn Trade Fair. He first withdrew several types of electrical appliances that had little market demand from the display, replacing them with Bai Hao's toaster and waffle maker. Naturally, preparations were underway for a public signing ceremony planned for the following day. The Qingzhou industrial electrical sector was undergoing product changes, attracting considerable attention, prompting many to come and see. The reactions were unanimous. What is this? Displayed here, it might attract foreign merchants. Perhaps Qingzhou aims to set up a snack stall to draw some attention? The representatives from several major factories in Qingzhou wore grim expressions, ridiculed, yet unable to find rebuttals. The staff from the Qingzhou Industrial Bureau busily arranged the display, too embarrassed to lift their heads. Only Li Aimin remained composed. He mused to himself. Let them revel in their arrogance. They will realize soon enough the gravity of the situation. After finalizing the arrangements for the Autumn Trade Fair booth, Li Aimin returned to the temporary office and called Zheng Aigua. Old Zheng, an order worth over $30 million is yours for the taking. Bai Hao's request stemmed from the fact that his younger siblings were attending the elementary school affiliated with your factory, as they were not official students. They were considered to be on a borrowed status. He asked me whether the school fees could be waived. Is there any issue with that? Zheng Aigua replied without hesitation. No problem. Li Aimin let out a resigned scoff. Old Zhang, are you certain you heard correctly? I heard correctly. Waive the fees, Zheng Aigua affirmed. Li Aimin raised his voice an octave. Old Zheng, are you certain there is nothing amiss with your ears, or perhaps your mind? A $30 million order. And you dare to waive a mere few dollars in miscellaneous fees? How shameless of you. He laughed, realizing that Zheng Aigua was indeed caught off guard. Only regaining his senses upon Li Aimin's reminder, Li Aimin continued, let me tell you, this order is a windfall for you. Do you really think that without you? Old Zheng the butcher, they would settle for pigs still bearing their fur? The personnel from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs are present, and they have undoubtedly engaged with Bai Hao long before I did. They need you. They require your power plant. Chapter 21. On the ownership of 8 cents. Zheng Aigua lightly tapped his head, realizing he had been momentarily confused. He quickly assumed a serious demeanor. Oldly, wait a moment. I will sit down, and you can explain it to me slowly. I'm beginning to grasp the essence of the matter. Li Aimin continued. I can see that the child has experienced the world. He asks for nothing for himself. On the surface, it appears magnanimous, but in reality, he looks down upon the trivial things you might offer. After all, every factory has its regulations, and our department has its own rules. There are limits to everything, and we cannot offer substantial rewards. Anyone who can afford to stay at the Baiyun Hotel is not in need of your meager incentives. On the other end of the line, there was a moment of contemplation. After a full minute, Zheng Aigua suddenly burst into laughter. Oldly, do not provoke me. I understand now. This order is not related to you, nor to me. To put it bluntly, with someone from the ministry involved, this order could be sold to any province without issue. This boy knows how to appreciate kindness and value loyalty. Do not underestimate our electrical engineering department. When he returns, I shall offer him a reward and see if he accepts it. All right, I shall observe. Just one question. Is there any problem with the order? Can you guarantee the quality and the production volume? Transitioning to a serious tone, Zheng Aigua continued, Oldly, I have clarified that the product is designed by Bai Hao. But how he understands the appliance habits of the Americans is beyond my knowledge. All components have been sourced by his adoptive father, who meticulously crafted and assembled everything. Indeed, Li Aimin acknowledged. Zheng Aigua elaborated. Although Bai Hao's adoptive father, Zhang Jianguo, does not possess an 8th-level fitter certificate, his skills are undeniably at that level. He explained everything very clearly, and we have conducted a cost analysis here, as well as a production plan. Once the contract is signed and detailed requirements are sent over, I need your support on materials. There are a few small components for which our factory lacks the necessary supplies. I can produce 200,000 units for you in 50 days. After concluding this point, Zheng Aigua proposed another idea. Alternatively, we could reach out to a few well-connected factories and distribute the components among them, with our factory ultimately responsible for assembly. That would certainly enhance your reputation. Regardless, production will not be an issue as long as you manage the situation effectively. Zheng Aigua noted that this idea aligned with the suggestions provided by Bai Hao. Since Zheng Aigua had broached the topic, Li Aimin felt no need to make a request, which was indeed a positive development, and his tone became much more cheerful. Excellent. Old Zheng, once this matter is resolved, I shall ensure that Bai Hao receives his reward, and I will also contribute to your glory. Time flew swiftly, and before long, a day had passed. Upon his return, Bai Hao tossed his 2 suitcases into his room and promptly headed to Jeff Haas's suite. After confirming that they could officially sign the contract, he invited Li Aimin and Bai Hao to join him. To his surprise, Li Aimin brought along an associate who was not entirely unrelated, Gu Mingqing, the deputy director of the Foreign Trade Office of Qinzhou Province, who was one of the deputy leaders of the delegation attending the Yangqing Autumn Fair. Bai Hao also called upon Ouyang Chanshan to serve as a translator and simultaneously take meeting notes. When they all arrived, John joined them, having also finalized discussions with the company. Due to the agreement between the 2 companies, an additional $5 is added to the final pricing determined by Jeff. Hence, John is entitled to know the price ultimately signed by Jeff Haas and Bai Hao. Observing Ouyang Chanshan's nervousness to the point of trembling hands, Bai Hao spoke up. Today is merely a gathering of friends to clarify matters and sign a document. There are no stringent protocols. In Bai Hao's perspective, this was merely a casual conversation. However, Li Aimin and Gu Mingqing held a grave belief that this constituted an informal meeting, as the details of the contract could be finalized that very evening, leading to the signing of the formal agreement. Once Jeff concluded the company's call, he set down the phone. Dear Bai, regarding the pricing issue, I must state that, in accordance with international customs, the larger the order quantity, the greater the discount we should receive. Therefore, I once again insist on the all-stainless steel toaster, priced at $96 each. And we request an additional glass lid for the small frying pan. $96. Gu Mingqing immediately felt the urge to say, sign, let us sign immediately. Yet, despite being the leader, the focus of the negotiation today was Bai Hao. Bai Hao, leisurely puffing on his cigar, slowly raised his head and smiled at Jeff Haas. Let your international customs go to hell. You have monopolized the sales channels of all products in this beautiful nation, thus, you should pay more. Additionally, I can have the factory work overtime feverishly before Christmas to complete 100,000 units. Shall we discuss overtime pay? Therefore, more money is required. 100,000 units? After confirming this figure, Jeff Haas inquired, should this be included in the contract? Of course. Bai Hao replied with utmost confidence, believing in the power of official channels. The government can mobilize immense resources, countless workers toiling day and night. Not to mention 100,000 units, even 200,000 can be completed within 35 days. Jeff Haas pondered for a moment. If 100,000 units are completed, I can consider a final offer of $99.08. Let us round it off, he suggested seriously. Jeff Haas shook his head firmly. No. The additional 20 cents must be allocated for patent fees, which we will withhold and pay directly to the patent holding company. There will be a supplementary agreement regarding this. This momentarily stunned Bai Hao, as it seemed Jeff Haas had directly deducted the fees in the midst of the transaction, eliminating the need for him to find a way to collect the patent fee from the factory. However, Bai Hao harbored no doubts, for if Jeff Haas dared to proceed in such a manner, it must certainly be legitimate. Thus, the actual value of the order becomes, Best Buy is effectively paying $100 per unit, while our side receives $99.08. The 20-cent difference accounts for the patent fee. Bai Hao raised 2 fingers. You're just 20 cents short. Why not add a bit more? Making it $100.20? Bai, please, let us not jest, Jeff replied. All right, you've won. It's $99.8. Let us write it down. Jeff Haas glanced at John, who evidently appeared quite pleased with the price. It was then that Jeff placed the contract upon the table, $99.80. As he penned the figure, his mind lingered on Bai Hao's words, pondering the source of his confidence in an increase in orders. In his distraction, he inadvertently wrote 99.88. Just as he realized the mistake and prepared to tear up the document, Bai Hao restrained him, declaring, in our summer country's parlance, this is fate. Or perhaps the will of the divine. 8 cents, let us proceed with the signature. Not a single cent would be overlooked. Li Aimin gasped in astonishment, while Gu Mingqing clutched the seal with fervor, eager to press it down immediately. The translator, witnessing the scene, thought to himself how resolute this man was, leaving no room for even a single cent to slip away. Chapter 22. Bai Hao. The orphan, the erroneous filling of 8 cents posed a dilemma. Should it be rewritten or accepted? John, standing nearby, lent his support to Bai Hao, affirming, "Indeed. I trust that once this matter reaches headquarters, they will be unable to discern any fault on your part. This is the divine arrangement." Jeff Haas, with a wry smile, affixed his signature, while Gu Mingxing signed with the swiftness of lightning, using the seal, anxious to avert any unforeseen complications. 8 cents, 100,000 units amounted to $8,000, a sum of considerable magnitude. Contracts were meticulously completed and faxed to the headquarters of Best Buy in the United States. At that moment, the night in Xia country coincided with morning at Best Buy. Once confirmed, the orders could take effect. Upon finalizing the agreement, John poured several glasses of wine, distributing them among the attendees to celebrate this monumental contract. A procurement of $10 million, a rarity in our company, Wallace. Cheers. Bai Hao was the first to raise his glass. After the contract signing and the celebratory drinks, Bai Hao took his leave, clutching the contract as he exited Jeff Haas' suite and returned to his own room. Just as he stepped out, Gu Mingxing eagerly took the contract from Bai Hao's hands and hurried toward the elevator like a child, anxious to report back, while Li Aigua hastened to follow suit. Observing Gu Mingxing and Li Aimin scampering toward the elevator like two joyful children, Bai Ru waved for Ouyang Qianqian to accompany her as they prepared to depart. However, after taking a few steps, she halted and inquired, "You are Bai Hao, and your father is Zhang Jingguo. I only learned about this during the day. I am an orphan. Have you not sought your relatives?" Bai Hao appeared reluctant to engage further. Until his rebirth, he had remained unaware of the identities of his biological parents. The other 4 in his family had been subjected to a false claim made by someone impersonating his mother, which was ultimately verified as a deception. For everyone else, including Bai Hao, Zhang Jingguo had simply been a father in the previous life. Bai Ru pressed on. "What reward do you seek?" Bai Hao shook his head. "I do not desire anything. I have contributed. Believe you." Bai Ru refrained from further inquiry and, along with Ouyang Qianqian, entered another elevator. Inside the elevator, Ouyang Qianqian remarked, "Sister Bai, his refusal of a reward is commendable. He appears to be a good person." Bai Ru glanced at Ouyang Qianqian and sighed softly. "Have you heard of the strategy of retreating to advance? With such a substantial order, he ought to have received accolades upon returning to Qinzhou. Yet, he merely requested a reduction in tuition fees of a few summer coins for his siblings. This can only imply that what he truly desires is either unattainable from the power plant, or that he is biding his time for an opportunity." Ouyang Qianqian, though not fully grasping the intricate calculations, merely translated, feigning an understanding, hesitant to inquire further. Suddenly, Ouyang Qianqian spoke. "While preparing contract materials with the personnel from the Qinzhou Industrial Bureau, we exchanged a few casual remarks. Some of them had actually investigated Bai Hao." Bai Ru, purely curious, asked, "What did they uncover?" Ouyang Qianqian recounted that many years ago, her adoptive father, Zhang Jingguo, began his apprenticeship at the power plant at the tender age of 14. He had just been promoted to a second-tier worker and was assigned to a thermal power plant in a county of Yao City to commission equipment, where he stayed for 6 months. Upon hearing the name Yulin, Bai Ran's demeanor tightened significantly. Ouyang Qianqian continued, stating that during this time, Zhang Jingguo befriended a highly knowledgeable individual who succumbed to an infectious disease, leaving behind a child whom others considered to be a potential threat due to the illness. This child was Bai Hao. The convergence of this information resonated with Bai Ran's previous investigations. Ouyang Qianqian then revealed a critical piece of information. It had been mentioned that Bai Hao's biological father bore the surname Bai, and in that village, he was referred to as Mudo. Mudo, Bai. The mention of this name sent a wave of darkness over Bai Ran, nearly causing her to collapse. Since her father's return to work and reinstatement, she had dedicated 4 years to investigating the disappearance of her elder brother, ultimately tracing it back to a village adjacent to the thermal power plant in Yao City. Ouyang Qianqian hurried to support her, but Bai Ran waved her off, stating, "It's merely low blood sugar. I'm a bit fatigued. A bottle of soda will remedy it. Sister Bai, let me assist you. I have some candy." Ouyang Qianqian insisted as she opened her small bag. To Bai Ran's surprise, it contained the snacks sent from Bai Hao's hotel room. Ouyang Qianqian justified her actions. Bai Hao is so wasteful. He leaves food untouched, and in the evening, he will ask the staff to replace it with fresh items. I took it to save. Ouyang Qianqian then launched into a tirade about Bai Hao's flaws, starting from his lack of frugality to his fashion choices. Bai Ran found herself disinterested in these concerns. They paled in comparison to another layer of information, Bai Hao had been brought back by Zhang Jianguo from that village near the thermal power plant in Weil City. Bai Hao remained oblivious to these revelations. In his room, he had already begun perusing a travel guide for Yancheng, preparing for an upcoming public signing ceremony. After the contract was finalized, Jeff and John planned to go on holiday, and Bai Hao had resolved to do the same. While Jeff opted for the Western continent, John intended to visit Siam. Lacking a passport, Bai Hao could only seek a nearby vacation spot around Yancheng. After flipping through the travel guide for a while, he picked up the phone, calculating the time. His adoptive father should be at home ensuring the 4 younger ones were well fed and had completed their homework before returning to the factory for his shift. Dad, the contract has officially been signed. I know. You knew? Bai Hao was somewhat taken aback. Zhang Jingguo replied, as soon as you signed the contract. The power plant sent someone over. It's all good news. Your uncle Daxiong is eager to return to the factory. They need to cast at least 80,000 waffle baking trays, in addition to nearly 14,000 trays for the casting workshop at the Qingdong plant. Zhang Jingguo spoke slowly, methodically conveying a multitude of matters to Bai Hao. Yet Bai Hao couldn't shake the feeling that Zhang Jingguo was withholding something from him. Zhang Jingguo is a man of few words. Whenever he speaks at great length about matters that are largely irrelevant, it often signals his intent to conceal something. Separated by thousands of miles, Bai Hao found it unwise to inquire further, instead opting to feign ignorance and maintain a light-hearted demeanor. Eventually, after meandering through his unrelated discourse, Zhang Jingguo remarked, the factory needs to produce some small components. You may go rest. I must arrange how to proceed with production. All right, father. Do take care of yourself as well, Bai Hao replied, yet he refrained from asking questions, even though he sensed that Zhang Jingguo was hiding something. After ending the call, Zhang Jingguo exhaled deeply. At his side sat Zheng Aigua, who remarked, this is an order for foreign exchange. Let it not be said that we are taking advantage of anyone. Tell me, can we truly rely on the personnel at the repair factory? If there are any quality issues, who will bear the consequences? A $30 million order is a monumental affair, and I cannot take responsibility for it. Chapter 23, Bulldozer and Demolition. Zhang Jingguo presented a sheep to Zheng Aigua, who accepted it without complaint and requested Zhang to light it for him. Zhang then remarked, if I didn't understand this principle, I would have mentioned it to the child earlier. Indeed. Zheng Aigua was acutely aware that Bai Hao would stir up trouble over this matter, making both the process and outcome rather awkward. Zhang continued, it appears that my suggestion is the most prudent course of action. This dilapidated factory should be shut down immediately. All personnel will be merged into the electrical repair and maintenance branch. We will salvage the useful equipment and sell the rest as scrap metal. Zhang Jingguo remained silent, recognizing the merit of the proposal but lacking the authority to either accept or reject it. Leaning closer, Zhang whispered, let me confide in you. Once this shabby factory is closed, I will promptly arrange for the disposal of the debris and undertake a comprehensive renovation of the premises. It will then be designated as the 9th branch of the electrical factory, with your son Bai Hao as the manager, holding a deputy-level position. Some areas are beginning to experiment with a contracting responsibility system. Do you know what that entails? Zhang Jingguo lifted his head. I have heard of it. Some villages are starting to implement land transfer contracts. No, Zheng interrupted, 2 years ago. A small porcelain factory at the county level was on the brink of closure due to losses. 10 workers took over the management, and within just 10 months, they turned the situation around, achieving remarkable results. The labor productivity increased by 7 times, and the workers' income tripled. This was reported in the newspapers. Zhang Jingguo shook his head. I do not comprehend this. I suspect your son might understand, Zhang continued. In essence, you will provide him with a factory, and he will serve as the manager. There will be a stipulated amount to be remitted to the electrical factory each year, alongside a portion retained for operational expenses. The surplus funds will be allocated according to specific regulations, 20 for employee welfare, 10 for bonuses, and other matters defined in official documents. I will retrieve these for you to review, allowing you to broaden your understanding. Zhang Jingguo chuckled. What would everyone think of me? Selling the factory to secure benefits for my son? Zhang laughed in response. Zhang Jingguo, I could easily cast you into the Zaya River, and it would be of no consequence to them. This entire affair has no bearing on the factory personnel. You could walk away from this mess without anyone uttering a single word against you. Do you think our electrical factory lacks land? I can simply clear new land for a fresh factory. Rising to his feet, Zhang opened the door, standing at the threshold. Unperturbed by the fact that others were still working in the workshop, and declared loudly, in this entire factory, if anyone dares to overstep their bounds, I will shatter their livelihood. Seeing this reaction, Zhang Jianguo quickly pulled Zheng back and closed the door. Zhang let out a cold laugh. These scoundrels. Zheng's harsh words left Zhang Jianguo at a loss for retort. Not only Zhang, but every worker in the office and workshop outside had heard Zheng's declarations. Yet none dared to look up. It was not fear of Zheng Aigua's authority, but rather the shame of the factory's current state that kept them silent. Those who had committed offenses had fled. The capable ones had found ways to transfer out, leaving behind only the dregs. Not out of laziness, but rather due to a certain slippery nature. There are occasionally a few diligent workers, though they are merely apprentices lacking proper training. The factory's intention to transfer Zhang Jingguo over, along with the promise of an 8th-level worker's salary, is common knowledge among the staff. However, following the factory's troubles, had it not been for Zhang Jingguo stepping in as an acting workshop director, the factory might have faced closure, leaving everyone to rely solely on the meager living allowances distributed by the district. Recently, whispers have circulated that Zhang Jingguo's son has accomplished something significant in Yanqing. Yet what relevance does that hold for them? After all, he is not their son. In the office, Zhang Aiguo patted Zhang Jianguo on the shoulder. Jianguo, when you were an apprentice in my workshop, didn't your master teach you that there is a limit to helping others? To offer assistance is a kindness, but to overextend is a transgression. Realizing he may have spoken too harshly, Zhang Aiguo quickly softened his tone. However, I acknowledge your righteousness in adopting 5 little ones. That shows true manhood. But this time, heed my counsel. I am 50 now, having traversed more bridges than you. Zhang Jianguo nodded silently, recognizing the wisdom in Zhang Aiguo's words. Seeing him nod, Zhang Aiguo personally lit a golden monkey for Zhang Jianguo. Jianguo, I have no qualms about that factory. It possesses genuine capabilities. The quality of the baking trays they produce is exceptionally durable. They are set to manufacture 80,000 trays, and even if the bonuses are modest, there will certainly be enough for wine, meat, and new clothes for the new year. I understand. Zhang Jianguo was thoroughly convinced. Zhang Aiguo picked up the phone and contacted the demolition team. Send in the bulldozers. We need to begin the dismantling. That very night, the process commenced. Zhang Aiguo continued speaking to Zhang Jianguo. Jianguo, I must consider your feelings and honor your reputation. But reflect on this. When you were an apprentice, I was already managing a workshop. By virtue of seniority, you could rightly address me as uncle. Yet, why should I elevate your status? It is because your son possesses genuine talent. After saying this, Zhang Aiguo inquired, do you understand? Somewhat, Zhang Jianguo replied. That is correct. Your merit grants you standing. Merely being a good person does not confer respect. In my youth, at just 14, I carried a wooden rifle alongside our captain to seize a gun tower. Why was I chosen to select the new weapons and fine clothing? It was because I achieved merits. My aim was true, and I directly hit the target. Only through capability does one earn regard. As Zhang Aiguo recounted his youthful exploits of battling the Japanese invaders, he became increasingly animated. This tale could easily fill a book. Yet, Zhang Jianguo, preoccupied with his own concerns, found it difficult to absorb the narrative. He remained uncertain whether Bai Hao had mentioned the provision of a formal worker quota at the factory, or if a new apartment from the factory's construction could be allocated to him. However, Zhang Aiguo was engrossed in his storytelling, and Zhang Jianguo struggled to find an opportunity to broach his inquiries. Just as he gathered the courage to ask, the demolition team from the factory arrived. The repair shop, which previously handled parts processing, had been entirely taken over by the repair branch of the factory. All personnel received a notice instructing them to report to the factory's repair branch the following day for assessment, with their employment status transitioning to the factory. Those who were previously formal employees would undergo evaluation by the factory and be rated according to their skill levels. Originally a temporary worker, one remains a temporary worker. As for those who have not worked at the repair factory in the past week, they are completely disregarded in the headcount. Throughout the night, this dilapidated factory by the railway, aside from its surrounding walls and a few red brick buildings erected during the era of the Soviet Union, along with the main workshop's large shed, has been entirely leveled. The electrical power plant has commenced a significant renovation of this outdated and decrepit district repair factory. Chapter 24. Another reasoned individual at the behest of Zhang Aiguo, a fresh layer of blue bricks was to be laid upon the factory grounds. All machinery within the workshop was dismantled. Usable parts were salvaged while the antiquated remnants were relegated to scrap. The floor was to be cemented and leveled. The dilapidated shed that once connected the office building and the workshop was raised and replaced with a trellis for vines. The office within the workshop was demolished. transforming the former small office into a modest second floor constructed of red bricks. In this era, complaints regarding noise pollution were virtually non-existent. The cacophony persisted throughout the night, drawing a crowd of retired individuals who gathered to witness the commotion by dawn. The pillars at the factory's entrance were freshly painted white, and individuals began to inscribe upon them. Initially, the full name of the electrical factory appeared, followed by a smaller inscription indicating it was under the 9th sub-factory. The electrical factory had absorbed the district's repair shop, a matter duly recorded by the ministry, with special approval from the Qinzhou Provincial Industrial Department, rendering it unnecessary for the onlookers to be privy to such details. Yet, the sudden appearance of the new factory name upon the gateposts inevitably attracted the curiosity of the crowd. An elderly man stepped forward, inquiring, "Excuse me, young leader. Does this mean the factory is no longer operational?" "Indeed, it has ceased to exist," came the reply. "Then, where shall we, the retired personnel, handle our pensions and medical reimbursements?" As the publicity officer finished inscribing the factory name and prepared to instruct his assistant to tidy up the paint supplies, the workers were busy adorning the factory walls with aesthetically pleasing murals and promotional illustrations. Responding to the retired worker's question, he stated, "You shall proceed to the General Union of the Electrical Factory for all necessary formalities. In the future, medical visits will be conducted at the Electrical Factory Hospital, and any lingering issues will be addressed by dedicated personnel at the union. You may visit today, and there will be specialists available to assist you." In an instant, half of the onlookers dispersed. The factory, being modest in size, had a limited number of retirees. Upon learning that their retirement matters would henceforth be managed by the electrical factory, they hurriedly shared the news and gathered their documentation, including proof of employment, medical reimbursement receipts, and other pertinent papers, forming a group to head towards the main electrical factory. Within the electrical factory, opinions were divided on the matter. The factory's secretary and director rallied behind Deputy Secretary Zheng Aigua, supporting the merger with the small factory and all associated initiatives. Director Bao Shouxin entered his office, where Secretary Fu Chong was reviewing the production schedule for toasters. "Is there still someone who wishes to voice dissent?" Fu inquired. Shaking his head, Bao responded, "The transformation has already commenced. Several sub-factories and workshops, along with affiliated industrial plants arranged by the department, have begun adjusting their equipment and preparing shifts for production today. A collaborative group has been established to ensure quality and output. It is too late for any further objections from the dissenters." Fu shook his head in disbelief. These individuals lack insight. Their objections stem solely from having accepted contracts unrelated to our primary business. They fail to grasp the significance of millions of dollars in foreign exchange for acquiring advanced foreign equipment, especially concerning the 9th workshop. They know nothing. Bao Shouxin uttered only 6 words. "You treat me as a national hero." Fu Chong nodded slightly, affirming, "Old Zheng conveys this sentiment. He speaks highly of Zhang Jianguo, a man of great integrity, even without anticipating future rewards. The mere mention of the $30 million order necessitates our factory treating his son with the respect befitting a national hero. This is the honor of our factory." As they conversed, Hu Sun from the repair division hurried over. "Secretary Fu, Director Bao, we have a disturbance at our branch. You must intervene. I cannot handle it myself." Fu Chong inquired, "What is the issue?" "Over 10 individuals, along with their families, totaling more than 40 people, have caused a ruckus. They reported to us, but their names are not on the roster. The factory office director refused to acknowledge them, so they brought their crowd to protest." As Fu Chong contemplated how to address the situation, Bao Shouxin had already picked up the phone. "Is this the security department?" "This is Bao Shouxin. There are people causing a disturbance outside our repair division. Arrest the ringleader and disperse the rest. For those unwilling to leave, confine them in an empty warehouse. I refuse to believe that in a factory with over 20,000 employees, a few miscreants dare to cause trouble. If you cannot manage it, summon the militia leader." The security department received the call without needing the director's involvement. The captain in charge of the western section grabbed a whistle, opened the equipment room, and mobilized a team armed with shotguns. As a state-owned enterprise, the factory was supported by a militia equipped with heavy machine guns. After hanging up, Bao Shouxin turned his ire towards Hu Sun. "Are you utterly useless? Tell me, are you indeed incompetent? With your performance, I must investigate how you became the head of the repair division. Among the directors of our factory's numerous branches, not a single one has ever displayed such cowardice. How could you let things reach this point?" Fu Chong chuckled and urged Hu Sun, "Hurry back to manage the situation, quickly now." Hu Sun, unable to lift his head in shame, scurried out of the office building. Bao Shouxin flung open the door, continuing his tirade. Behave like this again, and I will demote you to the position of waste station manager. Hu Sun dared not look back and hastened his pace. Just as Bao Shouxin prepared to unleash another reprimand, the phone on his desk rang. Fu Chong gestured towards the phone, knowing it was not his office and would not answer it. Only then did Bao Shouxin close the door and approach the desk to answer. This is Bao Shouxin from the factory. Old Bao, this is Li Aimin. We are adding an order for 20,000 waffle makers, due by December 16th. This is an order from the Western continent. Additionally, we anticipate at least 60,000 toasters, and I will fax you the specifications before noon. The delivery date for these toasters is December 5th. Understood. Bao Shouxin kept his response brief, knowing that was sufficient. Li Aimin, clearly pressed for time, hung up after hearing Bao Shouxin's acknowledgement. Turning to Fu Chong, Bao Shouxin remarked, the order has increased, amounting to several $1 million. This Bai Hao is quite the character. This situation is indeed peculiar. Indeed it is. An hour earlier, in Yancheng, at the Autumn Trade Fair, there was a designated signing table, publicly accessible. The signing of a significant contract would be accompanied by a ceremony, with Jeff Haas and John McClane both present, alongside Bai Hao. As the signing ceremony commenced, Bai Hao remained on the sidelines, refraining from stepping forward. Zhang Changxing, the director of the high-voltage electrical appliance branch of the industrial electrical plant, led the delegation from his factory to the Autumn Fair. He glanced at Bai Hao and then at Li Aimin, shaking his head, deciding not to participate. After all, it was not an order he had negotiated himself. Why should he take the limelight? While being in the spotlight might seem beneficial, it could lead to whispers behind his back, accusing him of usurping the achievements of the younger generation, a predicament he wished to avoid. Section 25, Collecting Money, Counting Money. Bags of money at the 7th Division of the factory, Zhang Changxing, the head of the high-voltage electrical appliance division, was reluctant to take the stage. Bai Hao was even less inclined to go, as he was not affiliated with the electrical factory. After much pushing and shoving, Gu Mingcheng, the deputy director of the Qingzhou Foreign Trade Department, was ultimately urged to step forward to represent the relevant factories in signing contracts. Many onlookers, amused by the spectacle of hesitation, speculated on the nature of Qingzhou's orders, estimating them to be less than $1 million, which seemed to cast a shadow on their pride. They considered sending a young person to handle the matter, who turned out to be rather astute. Qingzhou had some highlights in textiles at the spring fair, but in terms of industry, apart from minerals, it was rather lacking. Last year, Qingzhou ranked 26th in foreign exchange earnings among all provinces in Xia country, with a total of 31 provinces, autonomous regions, and municipalities, excluding 5 remote and impoverished autonomous regions. Qingzhou stood third from the bottom, only slightly outperforming Xihai province and Longyu province. However, what was astonishing was that a retail snack machine, which everyone at the Autumn Fair had deemed merely a prop to attract attention, was showcased at the signing table, accompanied by a massive display board proclaiming an order of $17 million. What? That little contraption sold for $17 million? The astonishment among the exhibitors from other provinces was palpable. After Jeff Haas signed the contract, the large display board remained, and when John McClane stepped up to sign, an additional board was added, indicating a total order of $34 million. Goodness! The entire Autumn Fair was in an uproar. Those who had mocked Qingzhou the day before were now pressing forward, eager to see what could possibly command such a price. A representative from a towel factory in the eastern suburbs of Qingzhou stared in disbelief. Good heavens, our factory sold 5 million towels, yet we barely matched their total. The surprises continued to unfold. A retailer from the Western continent pushed to the front of the stage, perused the instruction manual, and examined the custom logos from Best Buy and Fry's on the 2 display packages. After pondering for less than 5 minutes, he approached Gu Mingcheng and inquired about the pricing of the 2 items. Seeing Bai Hao attempting to leave, Gu Mingcheng hurriedly caught up with him. Bai Hao was unwilling. I need to take them to the airport. Just a moment, let us discuss the price before you go. The price list was at hand, detailing discounts and markup rules. Though Bai Hao wished to depart, upon recognizing the foreign merchant, he provided the pricing. This model is priced at $110, but it cannot feature the custom packaging or design of the 2 American appliance companies. We have alternative designs available. For a standard iron shell with a regular wire support, the cheapest option is $69. Bai Hao offered a brief introduction. Before the Western merchant could respond, others eagerly interjected. For beautiful southern continent, What would be the price for 5,000 units of the cheapest model and 500 of the premium version, with delivery before Christmas? Certainly, there would be no issue. Let us proceed with the contract. This contract is a standardized agreement from a prestigious law firm, akin to the one signed by Best Buy. Due to their pressing timeline, expedited replenishments incur additional charges, as workers must be compensated for overtime. Hence, prior to Christmas, an extra $2 is added per unit. The client in question requested a modest quantity, yet upon observing Best Buy's substantial order of over 100,000 units, it became apparent that the approximate pricing could infer the overall demand. This significant order instilled confidence in numerous electronics retailers beyond the borders of the esteemed nation, affirming the product's market viability. The Western client intended to inquire further, yet was swiftly interrupted by another. We, at Temasek, wish to order 1,000 units of the highest grade at $115 each, with a delivery requirement before December. Is that feasible? With the additional charge established, negotiations proceeded smoothly. Bai Hao presented a contract. Please sign. Jeff and John exchanged knowing glances and chuckled, approaching Bai Hao for a brief embrace. You need not escort us to the airport. It appears you have many matters to attend to. Bai Hao reciprocated the embrace, suggesting, how about this? Next February, I shall invite you to view our new products and enjoy a soak in the hot springs. Very well, we await your invitation, replied Jeff and John, who were significant clients at the autumn trade fair, naturally having personnel to escort them to the airport. Bai Hao found himself trapped in the venue, unable to leave. The Western client, ultimately refraining from further questions, placed an order for 20,000 waffle makers and 40,000 toasters. What level of technology did these possess? What mysteries lay within? Exhibitors from all corners of the nation began to take note, prompting a representative from a factory in Jianzhou to approach. We wish to purchase 10 units. Do you have them in stock? Without turning his head, Bai Hao replied curtly, no, we do not sell below 1,000 units. Well, what about 3,000 for 10 units? Upon seeing the earnest expression on the inquirer's face, Bai Hao broke into a smile. 5,000 for 5 toasters and 5 waffle makers, which I can deliver within 2 weeks. Payment in full prior to collection. I can arrange for delivery by train to your specified location. No haggling. Such discussions are non-negotiable. 5,000 it is, the representative gritted his teeth, directing his team to procure the funds. Bai Hao remained courteous. A promissory note will suffice. Payments must be made by 8 o'clock tonight. Agreed, 5,000 within 2 weeks. The terms were clear. Whether for 1 unit or 10, the price remained steadfast at 5,000. Bai Hao exhibited no hesitance. He welcomed those willing to pay. However, before formally accepting the payment, Bai Hao excused himself to acquire paper and a pen from the management office, taking a brief stroll before returning to finalize the transaction. In no time, he held a substantial stack of delivery addresses and promissory notes, while the cash was stuffed into a burlap sack. A mere 10,000 represented the thickness of 4 bricks, while 100,000 required a sack for containment. In this era, the largest denomination was a $10 bill. Zhang Chongqing, unable to tolerate the chaos, instructed the personnel from the electrical department to block the thronging crowd, exclaiming, let people take a breather, allow some space. The electrical department staff and others from Qinzhou formed a human barrier, while Zhang Chongqing guided Bai Hao aside. As the 2 individuals strolled into the distance, Zhang Chongqing whispered, can you discern what they intend to do with the 10 units they purchased for 5,000? Bai Hao handed a cigarette to Zhang Chongqing, replying, they'll likely disassemble them for amusement. This statement rendered Zhang Chongqing momentarily speechless. As he observed the elegant lighter that Bai Hao waved in front of him, he anxiously inquired, are you aware that they plan to take them apart and return them? Bai Hao lowered his voice. If they wish to dismantle them, let them be. They remain oblivious. I am an assistant buyer at Best Buy in the Eastern Hemisphere, earning a weekly salary of $289, courtesy of Best Buy. Chapter 26, Simplicity exceeds even the hammering of iron pots. Bai Hao remains an employee of a company from the United States. Is this truly the case? No, it is not. Although Zhang Chongqing harbored doubts about Bai Hao's earlier statements, he was acutely aware that Bai Hao was unperturbed by the prospect of these individuals purchasing the toaster to disassemble it. After all, the purpose of such an action is merely imitation. Bai Hao continued, Director Zhang, do you know Lu Datsai? Not well, but I could exchange a few words, Zhang replied. Tonight, inquire with Lu Datsai about what he thinks of the toaster. Zhang Chongqing, disinterested in seeking out Lu Datsai, asked, just tell me directly how he evaluates this toaster. Whether it is easy to replicate and its technical complexity. Bai Hao suppressed a chuckle. He remarked that the technical complexity of this device is even inferior to that of hammering an iron pot. Lu Datsai's original words were that this item was akin to hammering an iron pot, and Bai Hao's interpretation, it was even less sophisticated than that. Zhang Chongqing, being a man of substance, reached for Bai Hao's lighter to ignite his cigarette, saying, "You rascal, you possess talent. You have secured a significant order for the engineering electrical division. The recruitment quota they offered you is a slap in the face, certainly a cadre position. Would you be interested in joining our high-pressure branch? Thank you for your regard, Director Zhang, but this matter is best discussed later," Bai Hao replied. Not pursuing the topic further, Zhang Chongqing also chose not to press the issue. However, Bai Hao added, "The toaster is being produced for the first time at the engineering electrical factory. Initially, there will undoubtedly be a plethora of defective units, perhaps hundreds or even thousands. I intend to take some. After all, it's not as if I received 5,000 for nothing. I must deliver something in return, and naturally, we will share the benefits." Zhang Chongqing waved his hand, dismissing the notion. That money cannot be accepted by the engineering electrical division. If it were, countless factories in Xia country would surely curse the division behind closed doors. As for you, Bai Hao, you may not fear the backlash, but the engineering electrical division certainly does. Individuals like Zhang Chongqing, seasoned and cunning, are not rare. Those who can lead a team to the autumn trade fair are undoubtedly foxes of considerable experience. Yet, they find themselves slightly outmatched by Bai Hao. When faced with even more seasoned adversaries, Bai Hao remains undaunted. Indeed, after observing for some time, a truly ancient fox could no longer resist the temptation and approached. Hailing from Jianzhou, this was a distinguished factory with a workforce of 17,000 formal employees. As a large machinery manufacturer, it had lost its planned task orders 2 years prior and was now merely scraping by. A contract worth over $30 million from the Qingzhou Engineering Electrical Division would be quite enticing. The factory director approached Bai Hao and inquired, "What do you go by, young comrade?" "My name is Bai Hao." "Greetings, esteemed comrade." Bai Hao warmly extended a rare Panda cigarette. This particular brand would not be recognized by the average person. The other party paused in surprise upon seeing the cigarette, exclaiming, "This is an excellent brand. In my many years of work, this is only the third one I've had. Quite enjoyable," Bai Hao replied with a smile. "I am Zhang Jianya, from the Jinyang Agricultural Machinery Factory in Jianzhou. Young comrade, this receipt lacks an official seal, as well as the Engineering Electrical Division stamp, and does not possess the necessary documentation for the autumn trade fair. If this were reported, I fear you might not handle the repercussions well." Bai Hao leaned against the back of his chair and remarked, "Comrade Zhang, if your approach were effective, countless individuals would have reported by now." Zhang Jianya also pulled up a chair and sat down. Just as he settled in, another individual joined them. Unceremoniously taking the Panda Bai Hao had placed on the table and lighting one for himself, exhaling a cloud of smoke. "Indeed. This cigarette is available only at the Friendship Store in the Baiyan Hotel in the entire city of Yangqing, requiring foreign exchange coupons. Comrade Xiaobai certainly has his connections," he noted. Zhang Jianhua, hailing from the heavy machinery factory in Phoenix Mountain City, added, out of courtesy, "I suppose I'll take the lead," and reluctantly assumed the role of factory director. Bai Hao then retrieved his leather bag from the floor, which he had purchased in Hong Kong. Opening the door, he produced 2 cigars, offering one to each man. "May I inquire, esteemed comrade Zhang, do either of you have any long-lost brothers?" Zhang Jianhua's eyes widened in surprise. "What do you mean?" "My father is named Zhang Jianguo." Upon hearing this, both men burst into laughter. "Your father must be 34. There are at least 80 individuals in our factory with the name Jianguo." Bai Hao was taken aback, realizing the name's prevalence. Zhang Jianhua scrutinized Bai Hao for a while before asking, "How old are you?" "Please don't stare. I'm merely the child my father found abandoned among stones." "Let me show you something," Bai Hao said, producing a document stamped by the Autumn Trade Fair Management Office. The content essentially permitted samples to be exchanged with brother factories, with the brother factories covering the cost of samples and delivery. Zhang Jianya pondered whether this was a response to his earlier remark about reporting. It seemed unnecessary. Lowering his voice, Bai Hao continued, "Next year, Qingzhou will cease the production of toasters and waffle makers entirely. Therefore, whoever wishes to buy may do so. Take them home and dismantle them as you please. If you struggle to take them apart, I can provide detailed blueprints for 1,000 yuan." Zhang Jianya remained silent for a full minute before silently placing 5,000 yuan on the table. "Though I find it hard to believe, I'll purchase 10 units. Sometimes, one must be prepared to pay for knowledge." Zhang Jianhua also placed 5,000 yuan down. I believe you, but I suspect that next year, these toasters will be sold at a mere $45. Few are here for profit. Most are in pursuit of foreign exchange. Bai Hao simply smiled, accepting the 5,000 yuan, then writing a receipt on plain paper before meticulously recording the order details in a sophisticated notebook, requesting both factory directors to sign for confirmation. Once they had done so, Bai Hao added, "Those cigars are $1 each. I reside in room 3302 of the Bai Hotel. Should either of you wish to reconnect with any long-lost brothers, feel free to seek me out." Zhang Jianya and Zhang Jianhua, who were otherwise unrelated, had only encountered each other due to this year's autumn trade fair. Names can be remarkably common, particularly certain specific ones during certain eras. However, what truly astonished them was that Bai Hao was staying at the Bai Hotel. It was known that even officials from ministries did not stay there, suggesting that Bai Hao was indeed quite exceptional. As the clock struck 8, Bai Hao prepared to close his booth, with his bag hanging around his neck. A burlap sack in his right hand and another in his left, he trudged forward, dragging the sacks along the ground with each unsteady step. He had already summoned a vehicle, dispatched from the Bai Hotel. This scene was undoubtedly one of the highlights of this year's autumn fair in Yanqing, a young man clad in imported designer attire, laboriously hauling 2 burlap sacks as he made his way outside. After a long day of work, Bai Gu was also heading back to his lodge. From a distance, he observed Bai Hao's struggle and inquired of a companion, "What has he bought that necessitates burlap sacks?" "Money," came the reply. "What sort of money?" "That is indeed money, 2 sacks filled with it. A considerable portion consists of large denominations, with 40 bundles of 5 yuan notes, totaling nearly 500,000. Someone calculated that those 2 sacks weigh at least 160 pounds. As he spoke, the expression of schadenfreude on his face was enough to incite a desire to strike him. Chapter 27. Returning home under the cover of night. One hastily packed to return home. Violence is unacceptable. Observing the gloating expressions, Bai Ruo responded coldly, "Those residing in the luxurious suite on the top floor of the Bai Hotel must surely sleep soundly tonight." Just as she spoke, a vehicle from the Bai Hotel arrived. The driver quickly exited to assist with the heavy sacks, placing them in the back seat. Money poses no trouble. The Bai Hotel boasts top-notch security, and Bai Hao was confident that not a single cent would go missing from his room. However, Bai Hao had no desire to remain in Yang City any longer. Upon returning to the hotel, Bai Hao retrieved an authorization from Best Buy, crafted a makeshift identification card at Temasek, and requested the Bai Hotel to assist in booking a train ticket. The original vacation plans were disrupted by impending domestic orders from Xia country, which required delivery within 10 days to half a month. Naturally, carrying 2 sacks of money rendered travel quite inconvenient. In an era devoid of wheeled luggage, Bai Hao reluctantly purchased a small metal cart from the Bai Hotel. Back in his room, he secured his belongings with 5 ropes, stacking the cart, which measured 2.5 feet long and 1.5 feet wide, to a height of 1 meter. Arriving with a heavy load, he would depart with the cart. Quite satisfactory. That evening, Bai Hao wheeled his cart aboard the train back to Jingzhou. Knowing he would need to transfer at Shandong and Yuzhou, yet he was reluctant to fly. He felt a tinge of anxiety regarding the aircraft of this era. Besides his trepidation of flying, he had heard that trains featured private compartments, and he was eager to experience that sensation. The Yang City Autumn Fair typically unfolds in 3 phases, each lasting 5 days. With a day remaining in the first phase, Bai Hao's train had already entered Jingnan province, drawing ever closer to home. Early that morning, as the exhibition commenced, a factory from Xia country intended to purchase 10 sample machines. Li Aimin was astonished to discover Bai Hao's absence. A phone call to the Bai Hotel confirmed that Bai Hao had purchased a train ticket back to Jingzhou and had departed the previous evening. This scoundrel. Li Aimin was genuinely vexed. He was aware that even small orders would still trickle in today, while not substantial. Even a mere 1,000 units would amount to considerable foreign exchange earnings. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat, and thus, no opportunity should be overlooked. Disorganized, undisciplined, and devoid of oversight, Li Aimin's critique mirrored Bai Ruo's initial assessment. As for Bai Ruo, they had established a team to ensure the successful acquisition of home appliance export orders. Incorporating 2 colleagues from the capital's foreign trade sector who had initially attended the Yang City Autumn Fair, as well as a new member responsible for technical testing, who had embarked on an overnight train to Jingzhou. Consequently, in a strict sense, Li Aimin was merely an assistant for this order. Execution and supervision fell within Bai Ruo's team's jurisdiction. Hearing Li Aimin's complaints, The young translator Ouyang Tranqian could hardly contain her laughter, adding a playful jab, directly. Perhaps upon your return to Jingzhou, you will encounter some delightful surprises, or perhaps some startling shocks. Ouyang Tranqian's remark stemmed from the fact that Bai Ruo had shared a similar sentiment when she first met Bai Hao. Li Aimin felt a surge of anger upon hearing this, but at that moment, Bai Ru spoke up on behalf of Bai Hao, suggesting that perhaps he had an important matter to attend to. However, Li Aimin retorted that he should still report it. Once these words were uttered, Li Aimin's anger dissipated. Bai Hao was merely an amateur. To whom should he report, or from whom should he seek instructions? The industrial department had no authority over a mere amateur. Enough was enough. Rather than wasting time being angry, it would be more prudent to ensure that the final day of the autumn exchange fair was well guarded, and to steadfastly hold his post. Indeed, Bai Hao had no pressing matters. He simply believed that his work was complete and that remaining in Yancheng held no further significance or value, which was why he chose to return to Jingzhou. Of course, if one were to say he had matters at hand, he did have some. Firstly, it was to ensure that the funds he received could provide 2 varieties of 5 units each to every factory in Xiaoguo, totaling 10 units for shipment. Secondly, he sought a suitable place to rent, as the parts he had ordered from Jeff Haas were not merely for display. Lastly, he wished to find a spacious residence for himself, ideally one that allowed for parking. According to Jeff Haas, a portion of the payment had been made by Best Buy, with the assistance of the Floss Company for the purchase. When they departed from Yancheng, the vehicle was already packed in a container on a cargo ship bound from California to the port city of Xiaoguo. If all went well, the vehicle would arrive in Xiaoguo within 10 days. Thus, Bai Hao intended to rent a new house upon his return. As Bai Hao's train arrived at the provincial capital of Yuzhou, an unexpected delight occurred. Personnel from the railway in Jingzhou came to greet him. Both the train conductor and the chief attendant were present, even calling for assistance to carry his luggage directly onto the train bound for Jingzhou. He was once again accommodated in a luxurious single compartment with a private restroom, a small writing desk, and a desk lamp. This generosity left Bai Hao feeling quite indebted. Sister Zhao, the chief attendant, beamed with joy. Xiao Bai, from now on, you are one of us. My spouse receives a bonus of 100 yuan during the new year, all thanks to your efforts. It was then that Bai Hao comprehended the situation. The foundry, responsible for placing railway employees' families, had ultimately secured an order for 100,000 cast iron baking trays. Previously, the foundry had struggled to survive on the meager work allocated by the railway, but this new external order allowed them to operate 2 shifts, ensuring the quality and quantity of the baking trays were met. Each worker would receive a bonus starting at 100 yuan. This was indeed a cause for celebration. Thus, the railway personnel in Jingzhou were exceedingly warm towards Bai Hao, genuinely considering him one of their own. They not only assisted him during the transfer in Xanadu, but also arranged for a vehicle to take him home upon his arrival in Jingzhou. After a grueling 46-hour train journey, Bai Hao returned home at night, instructing the driver to stop outside the family quarters. He quietly entered the area and stealthily made his way home. Inside, it was pitch dark. After knocking thrice, he finally saw Yang Lu, draped in a coat. Crack the door open a fraction. Who is it? It's your brother. Upon recognizing Bai Hao, Yang Lu's expression soured instantly, and she flung the door wide open, hurling accusations at him. I only found out the day before yesterday that you had no reason to act so grand. You just took on a debt of 700 yuan without a second thought. You are merely 3 months my senior. Had I been 3 months older than you, I would have surely taken a willow branch to chastise you. Bai Hao remained silent, pulling the metallic card into the house. Yang Lu, seizing the well-worn willow branch she typically used to discipline the 3 little ones, waved it indignantly, exclaiming, I say, the leader, no, that is not right. Bai Hao, have you lost your senses? Have you taken to peddling in Yancheng, bringing back these items? If someone reports you for engaging in speculation, I shall not be the one to bring you meals in prison. Upon hearing this, Bai Hao realized that his adoptive father, Zhang Jianguo, had evidently not disclosed anything to Yang Lu. Chapter 28. Have you ever seen a patina on willow twigs? Yang Lu's frustration escalated with every word, her willow twig waving erratically in her hand, teetering on the brink of losing control and delivering a fierce strike to Bai Hao. It was at this moment that Bai Hao remarked, even if I am 3 months your junior, you dare not lay a finger on me today. Yang Lu, incensed, retorted, if you dare call me sister, I will strike you so hard that even our father Wu Ti recognize you upon his return. As the twig descended, Bai Hao adjusted his collar and declared, this garment I wear is worth $160. What? What do you mean? Yang Lu, taken aback, was momentarily stunned. Bai Hao flashed a grin. What I mean is, this outfit of mine is worth 1,000 meat buns, the kind with crispy skin. Yang Lu swallowed hard and took a few steps back. A meat bun sold for 25 cents in the canteen. And if one were to add a whole piece of meat skin, it would cost an additional 2 cents, the most extravagant way to indulge. A thought too daring to even entertain. With 50 cents, one could purchase a sizable radish or a large cabbage at the market. Thus, the purchasing power of 20 cents was indeed formidable. Frustrated, Yang Lu hurled the well-worn willow twig onto the table, tears welling in her eyes. You scoundrel. $700 in debt, and you've lost the recruitment quota. Father works day and night. How are we to survive this winter? Shall we forage for vegetable scraps? Her words brought tears to Bai Hao's eyes as well. In their previous life, Yang Lu had borne the brunt of their hardships. She graduated from university and secured a good job, yet at 30, she had not found a suitable partner. Why? Because she had been compelled to serve as a financial crutch for her brother. By the time Bai Hao managed to establish himself, Yang Lu had already missed the prime of her youth. Bai Hao knelt before Yang Lu, gently wiping away the tears that threatened to spill. Look at what I have brought back. Just one glance, and you will no longer fret over those few $100s. Unable to contain herself, Yang Lu struck Bai Hao's shoulder. She could not bring herself to retaliate with full force. Bai Hao understood that no explanations could compare to the tangible evidence he presented. He revealed a square cardboard box, tightly bound and encased in 2 layers of cardboard. With a swift motion, Bai Hao tore it open, causing 4 brick-like objects, wrapped in newspaper, to tumble to the floor. He picked one up and handed it to her. See this? Is it sufficient to settle that $700 in debt? Is it enough to buy meat for the new year? This time, we can afford not only meat buns but also a bowl of wontons. Just one glance, and Yang Lu fainted. She swore she had never seen so much money in her life, let alone money bundled like bricks. After splashing cold water on her, it took a moment for Yang Lu to regain consciousness. Her first reaction was, "Boss, did you rob a bank?" Bai Hao chuckled heartily. Go to the bank and ask. Aside from the main branch, do the regular branches have this much? After saying this, he kicked the cardboard box of the metal cart. What appeared to be a substantial amount, $5 bills bundled into 1,000 notes, totaled $5,000. With such bundles, there were 40 stacks for every $5. Yang Lu felt lightheaded, as it seemed impossible, even across lifetimes, to have ever encountered such wealth. Just the 40 bundles of $5 bills stacked together surpassed her height. To one's surprise, there were entire bundles of tightly bound currency, along with stacks of 2 yuan notes, and a disarray of coins tied together with string. Boss, you haven't committed any crimes, have you? Please tell me you haven't done anything wrong. Bai Hao was in the midst of unzipping the suitcase he had purchased in Hong Kong, retrieving a coat to inspect. In response to Yang Lu's inquiry, he assured her, "No, there were officials accompanying me throughout the entire journey. This money does not solely belong to our family. Approximately half of it should belong to the factory. If they dare to accept it, it is theirs, and I wouldn't mind. The main concern is their reluctance to do so." Without further elaboration, Bai Hao held the coat up to Yang Lu, urging her, "Come, try it on. Beauty, after all, is an ineffable quality. It transcends time and experience. A beautiful item captivates anyone's gaze. True luxury coats are not ephemeral. They are designed to last for 2 decades. Yang Lu spent a considerable amount of time admiring herself in the mirror before asking, "Boss, how much does it cost?" Bai Hao mentally calculated. Approximately 2,500 ordinary Rujiamo. The price seemed quite reasonable. When he mentioned this, he also recalled the price of Rujiamo from his previous life, realizing that a high-quality coat could be exchanged for slightly over 1,000. Clearly, the value of Rujiamo had increased at a faster rate, as in certain areas of Jingzhou. They were now priced at 12 yuan each. The suitcase was filled to capacity, confirming that Bai Hao's funds were legitimate and backed by official endorsements. His adoptive father, Zhang Jianguo, was aware of the situation but had not disclosed it to the younger siblings, allowing Yang Lu to delve into the gifts with ease. As she rummaged through the items, she uncovered several pieces of children's clothing and immediately inquired, "How much for this?" 500 Rujiamo. Too expensive. Are you out of your mind? Those 2 will grow too quickly. They won't fit next year. Bai Hao quickly opened another box. Thus, I bought these as well. From the friendship store in Yanqing, this pair of pants costs only 30 Rujiamo. Still pricey. They only need pants worth 10 Rujiamo. At that moment, Bai Hao retrieved 2 small boxes from the suitcase, one for you, one for Dad. What? Let us see. Though she could guess the contents by merely seeing the boxes, Yang Lu still harbored boundless anticipation. Inside were two watches, one from the Double Lion brand and the other from Meihua. Clutching her own tightly to her chest, Yang Lu suddenly looked up and asked, "Boss, did you not buy one for yourself?" Bai Hao extended his wrist. "I prefer Ingna." After stating this, he added, "I also purchased two other items, but they won't arrive for about half a month. You need not worry about finances. I have found a job that pays around 1,000 rujiamo weekly." It seemed the term rujiamo had a magical effect, stirring the younger siblings from their slumber. Half asleep, they murmured about rujiamo and emerged from their rooms. Lu Min and Lu Ming reacted most vigorously. "Is it Big Brother who has brought back rujiamo? Get back to sleep. Whoever sleeps in tomorrow and is late for school will face my wrath," Yang Lu admonished, her authoritative tone instantly waking the three siblings, who hurriedly retreated to their rooms to sleep. Yang Lu had regained her composure, no longer preoccupied with the fact that Bai Hao's purchases would take half a month to arrive. She began rummaging through the house, eventually extracting the summer clothing she had stored in the wardrobe. Carefully, she arranged the money within the cabinet and placed the bundle of clothes atop it, followed by two summer quilts draped over. After a moment's contemplation, feeling somewhat uneasy, Yang Lu nestled herself among the quilts and slipped into the wardrobe, evidently preparing to spend the night there. Bai Hao simply smiled, seated at the rickety dining table in the outer room, idly tending to the fire. The autumn chill in Jingzhou was still quite biting. Around midnight, Zhang Jianguo returned home. As he unlocked the door, he noticed Bai Hao sitting in the darkness, refraining from turning on the lights, merely gazing at the flickering flames of the hearth. In the 29th chapter, Zhang Jianguo sat beside Bai Hao. Noticing the cigarettes on the table, he picked one up and lit it before speaking. "I'm back. Dad, I intend to accomplish something significant. Before I went to Yancheng, you mentioned that I must take risks. Since I have not failed, I choose to continue my endeavors until I do." Zhang Jingguo did not respond directly but remarked, "This cigarette has a delightful aroma. I've never seen such a cigarette box before. Panda, these are not sold to the public, costing $28 a carton. This box is worth 22 rujiamo." Using rujiamo as a standard of currency was Bai Hao's and Yang Lu's way, perhaps influenced by their good spirits. As Bai Hao also offered some to his foster father, Zhang Jianguo chuckled, tucking the entire box into his pocket. "I'll let your uncle De Xiong try some later." Bai Hao kicked the cardboard box on the floor. "I bought a whole case, along with my favorite Huazi. $20 a carton, also unavailable on the market." Zhang Jianguo did not touch the box but inquired, "What significant matter do you wish to undertake this time?" "Dad knows," Bai Hao continued, "that I dealt with something substantial while in Yancheng. You've returned to work at the power plant. The repair factory has been dismantled, and its personnel reassigned to the power plant. Some have sought transfers after the incident at the factory, but the power plant wouldn't accept them as they were unsettled. They've been causing disturbances lately, and the power plant has imprisoned a few ringleaders." Bai Hao had not anticipated such changes, initially thinking he might still secure some work from his foster father's small factory. However, Zhang Jingguo's return to the power plant was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. Bai Hao asked, "Have any of those troublemakers sought you out?" Zhang Jingguo shook his head. "They no longer dare. The power plant even brought out machine guns from the warehouse. I saw those rusty pieces of metal. They looked intimidating despite lacking firing pins." Bai Hao laughed upon hearing this. The power plant was indeed the second largest in the area, with the first being the authentic military-industrial giant, Jidong Factory, where the militia possessed tanks. Zhang Jianguo then questioned, "So, what do you plan to stir up this time?" Bai Hao took a deep breath. "Dad, I need a sizable space, no less than 3 acres. I've ordered a batch of parts from the United States, primarily spindles, spindle gearboxes, main motors, and servo motors. However, that's not enough. I require dozens of different components. I intend to assemble a 4-axis machining center." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianguo's hands trembled involuntarily. Although he was a machinist, he understood what a machining center and a 4-axis machining center entailed. Such machinery was virtually non-existent in Xia country. The most advanced centers were merely vertical milling and turning centers, barely qualifying as 3-axis. Even then, there were only a few, with domestically developed models failing to reach mass production, leaving only a handful of large factories with access. Conversely, automatic CNC lathes were available, with the power plant possessing 2. Yet, even these 2 machines were looked down upon by veteran workers since their machining precision could not surpass that of even a 7th-level worker, let alone the true 8th-level artisans in the power plant. 8th-level craftsmen were considered top tier. Zhang Jingguo's skill level was barely at 8th level as a machinist. with further exceptional tiers above him, including his mentor, Li Sanpao, whose craftsmanship was nothing short of divine, being an 8th-level lathe worker, not a machinist. As Zhang Jianguo's inner turmoil swirled, Bai Hao spoke. Dad, we cannot rely solely on ourselves for this matter. We must seek out a truly top-notch level 8 machinist. While you are a skilled fitter, I am uncertain whether you are among the elite assemblers. Additionally, for certain components, such as the base of the machining center, I require the expertise of the finest casting master to assist me. Suddenly, Zhang Jingguo roared like a ferocious beast. Yes, we have everything. Bai Hao was taken aback. He had never witnessed such a side of his adoptive father, who had always worn a gentle smile and appeared somewhat stolid, even introverted. At this moment, however, Zhang Jingguo resembled a lion on the verge of eruption, his eyes gleaming with sharp intensity. He then forcefully patted Bai Hao on the shoulder. Take a few days to rest. I will prepare everything for you. Let you have a good time to truly exert yourself. Bai Hao replied, Dad, I need a quiet place to draft my designs. I wish to rent a room. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Jingguo responded, All right, I shall show you some options tomorrow. He then inquired, When you return, will you be going to the power plant? Yes, I have some matters to attend to. The situation is as follows. Bai Hao explained the financial dealings he had settled. Zhang Jingguo questioned, Are you not aware that they will undoubtedly disassemble the machines upon their return? That equipment can be comprehended by anyone. Are you truly selling it to them? Dad, do you believe that not selling will prevent this? Furthermore, have you forgotten why I went to Yancheng? Zhang Jingguo suddenly recalled, You mean the patent? Yes, precisely the patent. This holds little value in our homeland at present, and there are no pertinent regulations. However, beyond our borders, particularly in countries led by the United States, this matter is taken very seriously. In essence, without my patent authorization, they face significant complications in selling it abroad, and many businessmen in patent-holding countries prefer to avoid such troubles. They cannot bypass me. Although Zhang Jingguo had entered the factory as an apprentice at the tender age of 14, he grasped the gist of Bai Hao's explanation. Bai Hao continued, This patent is not worth much. I estimate that next year, when I re-sign with the United States, the price will likely not exceed $80. And by the following year, I foresee it dropping to $30, at most $30 per unit. Just keep this in mind. Zhang Jingguo was not well versed in these matters and refrained from further discussion. Bai Hao's intention in explaining was merely to foster understanding with Zhang Jingguo, not to impart knowledge. The next day, Zhang Jingguo departed before dawn. He was now an employee at the power plant, holding the position of a section chief, a sort of half-worker role, earning a salary superior to that of a true level 8 worker. Bai Hao, upon waking, finally realized why Yang Lu was aware of his debt of 700 yuan. It was because she managed the household finances. He had forgotten this detail. Zhao Feng had gathered 75 yuan and delivered it, stating it was to assist Lu Qiao, as Bai Hao was responsible for the larger debt of 700 yuan. Upon learning that Bai Hao had gone to Yanqing, Zhao Feng was surprised. Yet Yang Lu was also unaware of Bai Hao's purpose for the trip. Upon awakening, Bai Hao's first instinct was to retrieve some money. Seizing the moment while Yang Lu was occupied in the restroom, he had barely counted 20 crisp bills when Yang Lu returned, catching him in the act. With a look of fierce indignation, she brandished a seasoned willow branch at him, exclaiming, Boss, when did you learn to pilfer money? Put it down. Bai Hao, flustered, retorted, What is the big deal? It's just a bit of cash. Not a single cent can be touched. I have already stated that half of this belongs to the power plant. It's public funds. Protectively, Yang Lu tucked the money behind her, asserting, It is precisely because I know that there are public funds involved that I cannot allow you to take it. Take me to the power plant, and we will settle the accounts first. What if all this is lost? Today, you absolutely cannot lay a finger on this money. Here, I'll give you $2, enough for your next meal. Chapter 30, The Family's Guardian of Wealth. 2 yuan. In Yang Lu's eyes, it was not a trifling sum. 2 yuan could prepare 3 dishes, with 2 of them being meat dishes. At any time, 2 yuan was a considerable amount of pocket money. However, in Bai Hao's perspective, that was unacceptable. Bai Hao stepped forward, and Yang Lu clutched the money even tighter. He felt a pang of regret. How could he have forgotten Yang Lu's frugality since his rebirth? He lamented the foolishness of letting Yang Lu see his money the previous night. Taking a deep breath, Bai Hao said, Second brother, this is public funds. Which family possesses such wealth? Yang Lu was no fool. She had listened intently the night before. Although the money was not entirely theirs, a portion was owed to the electric plant. Nearly half could remain in the household. Bai Hao had clearly stated that half of the money could belong to him. Bai Hao then changed his approach. Just give me 2,000, and we'll call it even. Yang Lu remained unyielding. Sighing heavily, Bai Hao recalled that in order to withdraw money from Yang Lu's accounts, he needed to provide a report first. It was a frustrating situation. Bai Hao sat down and proposed, so, give me 720, I'll settle Lu Chao's debt. Then, provide me with 20, being a grown man wearing clothes worth thousands, is it too much to ask for dinner? And a few hundred for pocket money. I need to handle some business at the electric plant, perhaps buy a few bottles of good liquor and some fine cigarettes. Surely that's not excessive. Bai Hao passionately articulated his needs and finally secured the funds, 973 in total, including some change. After counting the money, Bai Hao took out his wallet, intending to tuck the money into his pants pocket, wary of Yang Lu discovering it. His wallet contained over $100 and several hundred domestic currency. Adjusting his attire, Bai Hao prepared to leave, casually grabbing 2 packs of cigarettes. Yang Lu, sharp-eyed, swiftly snatched 1 pack back. I've heard about these cigarettes. They cost $20 a pack. Outrageously expensive. 1 pack is equivalent to a whole carton of the finest Gene Siho we can find. Not to mention the sheep flock that Dad smokes. Don't distribute these among those folks. They would be lucky to have a pack of sheep. Relenting, Bai Hao obediently surrendered 1 pack and pocketed a pack of sheep instead. Were it not for Yang Lu's vigilance, he would have been lost during the hardest days of their past, when his adoptive father, Zhang Jianguo, worked tirelessly to provide for their family of 6, requiring meticulous budgeting for meals. As Bai Hao attempted to leave once more, Yang Lu halted him. With the money secured, we should head to the bank. Bai Hao pondered briefly before deciding, never mind, let us go directly to the electric plant. Yang Lu felt reassured. Settling accounts with the electric plant would clarify how much belonged to them and how much was owed. Ultimately, Yang Lu borrowed a bicycle, with Bai Hao riding it while she secured several cardboard boxes to the back rack with ropes, sitting on the frame and holding tightly to the ropes. At the entrance of the electric plant, security personnel stopped Bai Hao and Yang Lu. What is your business here? I'm looking for Secretary Zhang. I'm Bai Hao. Bai Hao? Please register. I'll make a call to inform him. An astonishing event transpired that left the security guards at the security office, as well as Yang Lu, utterly astonished. Zhang Aiguo personally arrived at the entrance of the factory to welcome them. Pointing at Bai Hao, he instructed the guards. Inform your director that this is Bai Hao, a member of our factory. He must not be obstructed from entering. Yes, understood, they replied, taken aback by the audacity of this young man. But that was not the end of it. Zhang Aiguo then directed the personnel from the security office to carry a stack of cardboard boxes toward the office building. As they walked, Zhang Aimin remarked, "You are carrying money, aren't you?" Zhang Chongxing informed me that all of this should be delivered to the finance department. You may keep your ledger. But for anyone who has paid 5,000, I will arrange for them to receive 5 toasters and 5 waffle makers. Is that correct? Indeed, Bai Hao affirmed. And for those who have paid 6,000, they will receive an additional set of blueprints. Is that not so? Bai Hao responded, I have meticulously noted everything. Excellent. This matter is manageable. You shall hand over the money, and we will settle the accounts in 10 days. I have discussed the pricing with Factory Director Bao. We will charge 650 for 10 machines. The remaining amount will be subject to a management fee, and the balance will be returned to you in 10 days. Handling this money now would only complicate matters for both of us. Yes, thank you, Director. Thank you. Uncle Zhang, Bai Hao expressed his gratitude profusely. He tucked the money into his pocket, aware that if it fell into the wrong hands, it could lead to complications. Once it passed through the factory's hands, however, it would no longer pose any issues. Zhang Aiguo was clear-headed. With only 8 days remaining before the 9th workshop's renovations were completed, the necessary paperwork, along with Bai Hao's appointment letter, would soon follow. After all, it was a cadre position, and no matter how large the factory was, it did not possess the authority to make such decisions without higher approval. Upon entering the finance department, it became evident that the funds were insufficient, lacking the 973 yuan that Yang Lu had given to Bai Hao. As Bai Hao prepared to contribute his own money, Zhang Aiguo interjected, disperse an additional 3,000 to him. He then instructed Bai Hao to fill out a travel expense form, stating that it was for entertaining foreign guests. The remaining travel allowances would be reconciled later. Bai Hao felt a twinge of embarrassment in accepting the money. Director Zhang, this money. Before he could finish, Zhang Aiguo interjected, in hosting our foreign friends. We are aware that a meal at the Baiyun Hotel costs quite a bit, especially for Western cuisine. It is only proper to cover their accommodation and other expenses. Thus, he had reached an agreement with Factory Director Bao. Zheng Aimin's remarks were merely a pretext, intended for the ears of the finance department's ordinary staff. Realizing that Zhang Aigua had spoken, Bai Hao chose to acquiesce. The accounting was straightforward. He could always find an opportunity to reimburse the factory later. However, the debts of gratitude were more complex, and Bai Hao silently committed them to memory. Soon enough, the accounts were settled, and over 2,000 yuan lay on the table. Yang Lu counted the money, leaving 27 yuan and wrapping the rest in newspaper, stating, "I will go deposit this at the bank." Zhang Aigua instructed the security personnel who had just carried the boxes, "Shaoli, accompany her. It is unsafe for a young girl to carry over 2,000 yuan alone. Ensure the money is securely deposited before returning." "Understood, Director," Shaoli replied, following her. Zhang Aigua observed Yang Lu's departure before addressing Bai Hao. "In these past few days, we have been working diligently. Not only must we fulfill this order, but our factory has also been assigned a task regarding hydropower station equipment. In 10 days, on the Monday of the week after next, when you come by, we shall have a thorough discussion. Rest assured about the financial matters. The power plant will not require any of your funds." Bai Hao nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang Aigua continued, "I presume your return is to address the matter from last time. Proceed with it." Chapter 31. To Gene of grain coupons. As Bai Hao is preparing to depart, a thought suddenly struck him. "Uncle Zhang, could you lend me a few sheets of drawing paper and a couple of drawing pens?" "Certainly. I'll have someone deliver them to your home this evening. It wouldn't be convenient for you to carry them while attending to your business today, as there is much to do at the factory. You may leave now." "Thank you, Uncle Zhang." Bai Hao expressed his gratitude and made his way out of the factory. Just then, Zhang Jianguo emerged from the opposite side of the corridor. Zheng Aimin addressed him, "Jianguo, you must keep this under wraps. In 10 days, once all the paperwork is completed and the official documents are in hand, you can surprise your son. The funds will be transferred to Workshop 9. According to the contracting regulations, the factory will deduct management and contracting fees, and after retaining the employees' bonuses and welfare, the remainder will still belong to him." "Understood." Zhang Jingguo nodded earnestly. Zheng Aimin continued, "This time, you must pay close attention to the last 2 processes of the arc extinguishing tank and the hydropower station's equipment. Your section must ensure a 100% yield rate." "Understood," Zhang Jingguo assured him with utmost seriousness. For major projects and critical equipment, it can be said that every process leader must be listed on the honor roll. Being included is a mark of distinction. Yet mistakes will be held accountable according to the process. Zhang Jingguo, returning to the electrical workshop as an 8th-level fitter, could not have his exceptional skills wasted by the factory. Thus, he would certainly be assigned to processes with high technical demands. Simultaneously, he needed to mentor the team, ensuring that young technicians could rapidly grow alongside these top talents. Upon exiting the electrical workshop, Bai Hao noticed that his bicycle was absent from the gate. Concluding that Yang Lu must have ridden it away, with no other option, he resolved to rely on his own 2 legs. Fortunately, the nearby factories were within a reasonable distance, and walking wouldn't take too long. 2 miles away, across the road, lay the area of Qingdong factory. Lu Qiao was still deep within the factory grounds, serving as a temporary apprentice in the mold woodworking class. Upon reaching the gate, Bai Hao requested the guard to call for Lu Qiao. As Lu Qiao adjusted his sleeves, he jogged out. The moment he laid eyes on Bai Hao, he froze. Feeling as though he were hallucinating, the figure before him resembled Bai Hao, yet was distinctly different. Just days prior, Bai Hao had donned a green cotton coat, rubber-soled cotton shoes, a cap, and a rope around his neck with gloves attached at both ends. Now, however, Bai Hao was clad in a sharply tailored cashmere overcoat, a white cashmere scarf, and held a pair of black leather gloves. Atop his head rested a hat reminiscent of those worn by characters in foreign films, complemented by impeccably tailored trousers and gleaming leather shoes. Was this truly the Bai Hao he remembered? Yet, Bai Hao paid no mind to Lu Qiao's astonishment, attributing it to the weight of life's burdens that had rendered the once reticent Lu Qiao even more silent. He approached, offered a cigarette to Lu Qiao, and began counting money. "I've repaid 701 to that family. However, we agreed on a year. It hasn't even been a month yet. So I want to be giving him the industrial tickets. There's also 75 left, which Zhao Fong and his wife saved from their tight budget. You can deliver it to them yourself. I've stated before, 700 is not a big deal. Furthermore, Zhao Fong mentioned to my sister that it's 702, so let's stick to that figure. I can even spare 10 for pocket money. Just be sure not to misstate it." Lu Qiao glanced at the money in his hand, and then scrutinized Bai Hao from head to toe. "Haozi, you have changed." "Changed? I don't understand why you say that," Bai Hao replied, puzzled by Lu Qiao's remark. Lu Qiao tucked the money away. It's not just that you've changed. When I saw you earlier, I almost didn't recognize you. Your appearance surpasses even that of movie stars. I find it hard to articulate, but you seem quite spirited. Bai Hao chuckled heartily. In the evening, let's invite them to your Qingdong Canteen's cadre kitchen. Order 4 dishes and a soup, and let's have a good bottle of wine. Oh, and remember to bring 2 ration tickets. I don't have any. In this era, without ration tickets, the canteen wouldn't serve you food. Lu Qiao did not respond to the dining arrangements. Let's put aside the meal for now and discuss the matter of money. My father has no money either. Rural relatives constantly come asking for help. My younger brother wants to attend university, and my partner and I can only save 15 yuan a month. We can set aside a bit for you, and next year, I'll return you 150. How does that sound? Once my partner's mother recovers and is able to work, we could repay you 200 the year after. What do you think? Bai Hao's expression darkened. I have already stated that those 700 yuan are mine. Besides, that old television my father watched can be repaired. A new picture tube will suffice. Lu Qiao waved his hand dismissively. If you can gather the money, I will be satisfied. Asking you to pay more is unreasonable. Bai Hao placed a hand on Lu Qiao's shoulder. De Qiao, in a few days, I have some private work that requires your assistance. It involves rough, physical carpentry work, lifting beams and constructing frames, paid daily. I understand you may not appreciate the idea of working for me, but the conversation hit a dead end. Bai Hao could not think of a way for Lu Qiao to earn money through his skills. He waved his hand. I'll take a stroll around until you finish work. Let's meet at the cadre kitchen of the Qingdong factory at 6:30. Don't forget the ration tickets. Lu Qiao looked down at the money clenched in his palm, tightened his grip, and turned to leave. As Bai Hao departed from Lu Qiao's workplace, he realized there was little to explore in the vicinity. Even with money, there was nowhere to spend it. Everything in the stores required tickets. Even buying candy necessitated a sugar ticket and the goodwill of the sales clerks. Bai Hao paused in a small grove. The grove was simply a patch of trees, a unique geographical feature in the area. It measured 58 meters east to west and 85 meters north to south, filled with poplar trees. It was commonly referred to as the Small Grove, surrounded by numerous enterprises, including military factories, power plants, pharmaceutical factories, thermos bottle manufacturers, printing presses, and equipment factories. It served as the primary meeting point for young people to settle scores, rendezvous, or exchange tickets. At 17, Bai Hao gained notoriety here through his fists and forged many friendships. He looked up at several coils of hemp rope tied to the poplar trees in the grove. Lost in memories. Many aspired to be heroes, and he too had spent years practicing on the ropes entwined around the trees. As Bai Hao reminisced, a figure approached him swiftly. Comrade, do you need tickets? A passerby opened his coat, revealing a green military overcoat lined with an assortment of small pins displaying various tickets. Bai Hao casually snatched a handful of Jingzhou food tickets and then placed a 1 yuan note into the man's coat pocket. The food tickets were categorized into national, provincial, and municipal types. Too many, the young ticket dealer remarked, adhering to the rules, as he counted out 87 cents to return to Bai Hao. Bai Hao raised a hand to stop him. How many tickets are needed to acquire a butterfly sewing machine? That would be more. At least 18 yuan is required for an exchange, the dealer replied. Bai Hao acknowledged with a sound, neither affirming nor denying the purchase. Just then, Zhao Feng strolled by. Glancing at Bai Hao from a distance, reminiscent of Lu Qiao, yet hesitant to approach. It was he until he drew near, within 5 meters. And scrutinized Bai Hao that he finally approached. Howsy, with this new look of yours, it's no wonder Da Qiao said he barely recognized you. It's only been a matter of days, perhaps a fortnight. Chapter 32. A life once lived. Zhao Feng halted his bicycle in front of Bai Hao, who playfully punched him on the arm, commenting, "You've managed to obtain a bicycle." Zhao Feng patted the seat of his bike. I salvaged it from a junkyard. After some repairs, it's serviceable, just lacking funds for brakes. The total for both front and rear brakes is 4 yuan 50, which includes 4 pairs of brake pads. What brings you here? I'm just checking if there are any sewing machine tickets available, Bai Hao replied. Zhao Feng shot an annoyed glance at the young man nearby. How much do you want? 18, came the reply. You should leave at once. There's no business for you here. I've never seen your face before. No one in this area dares to ask for 18. So, be gone. Zhao Feng examined the money the young man held and inquired, what is this money for? It's for the tickets, the young man stammered. Zhao Feng snatched the money, ready to shoo him away, but the young man quickly added, 11, just for picking up goods from the store over at Textile City. Only then did Zhao Feng turn to Bai Hao. Do you genuinely want it? Bai Hao replied. 11 is a fair price. 18 isn't extortionate either. My sister once sold a sewing machine ticket for 14. That was through a broker, not a direct sale. With a yawn, Bai Hao continued, honestly, I don't see much utility in having a sewing machine at home, but since everyone else does, I feel compelled to have one as well. I just inquired out of curiosity. Let's discuss it later. After finishing, Bai Hao handed the ticket seller a cigarette and waved him off. All right, see you later. Zhao Fong pushed his bicycle and hurried a few paces. Once they were a distance away, he said to Bai Hao, just now, De Chiao came looking for me and handed me 75 yuan, claiming you lent him 700. Bai Hao responded, De Chiao said it was a loan, and he intends to repay it slowly over several years. I would prefer not to take it back, but I fear it might embarrass him. Let it be. He continued, while wandering aimlessly, I couldn't think of any way for De Chiao to earn some money. If he and his partner wish to marry, they'll likely face hardships, and delaying it won't do them any favors. Indeed, Zhao Fong replied. During that time last year, according to my father, our finances were completely depleted. I dared not even think of a television. Between the sewing machine, the bicycle, the radio, and furniture, I can't fathom how the 1,000 yuan just vanished. Upon hearing Zhao Fong's lament, Bai Hao paused. Zhao Fong. I took a trip to Yangcheng and earned quite a bit. Zhao Fong shook his head, aware of Bai Hao's intentions and prepared to dissuade him from any thoughts of further financial assistance. After all, Lu Qiao had already received substantial help from Bai Hao and would not expect him to contribute further towards his marriage and establishment. Just as Zhao Fong was about to speak, they heard someone calling from a distance. Turning around, they saw Li Chang jogging towards them. Zhao Feng quickly warned, let us not discuss your earnings any further. As Li Chang approached, panting, he asked, what were you two talking about? Zhao Fong, your brow is furrowed. And you, Hausi? That coat is splendid. I heard you went to Yangcheng. Did you buy it there? And how much did it cost? Bai Hao chuckled softly. I just told Zhao Fong that I procured a fine pack of cigarettes in Yangcheng. I assure you one recognized them. Zhao Fong, skeptical, replied, of course not. There's a kid in our courtyard who collects cigarette boxes. I've seen plenty. Bai Hao then produced a cigarette and offered it to Zhao Fong. Here, have one. Upon inspecting the box, Zhao Fong was indeed unfamiliar with it. Li Chang eagerly snatched one for himself. Bai Hao flicked open his lighter and expertly ignited Zhao Fong's cigarette by gliding the flame along the sleeve of his jacket. Taking a deep puff, Zhao Fong closed his eyes in delight, savoring the exquisite flavor. Li Chang, envious of Bai Hao's lighter, received it with glee as Bai Hao tossed it to him. It's filled with kerosene. I have a little box of flints at home. I'll bring it for you next time. Li Chang cherished the lighter, shaking it excitedly, prompting Bai Hao to sidestep. Careful, if this catches fire, my coat will be ruined. Li Chang then posed a question. That coat is truly beautiful. How much did it cost? Purchased in Yangcheng, I presume? If I had one, my family would surely approve of my match. Bai Hao hesitated, casting a glance at Zhao Fong, clearly torn, before admitting, this was bought in Yangcheng. I got it in Xiangjiang for over $500. Li Chang froze in place. He had hoped to borrow it for a while, but hearing the price, which equated to over 500 yuan, represented an entire year's salary for him. The atmosphere grew awkward. Zhao Fong, however, laughed. You wear such thin clothing. Aren't you afraid of the cold? Well, it is a bit chilly, Bai Hao replied, though he was not truly cold. He simply echoed Zhao Fong's sentiment. The conversation dwindled until they reached the cafeteria, where Zhao Fong hurried to order. Bai Hao could not order as a gesture of politeness, fearing he might overindulge. Zhao Fong selected 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, along with a pot of Crucian carp and tofu soup, totaling $1.85, plus 2 jin of grain coupons. He also ordered a bottle of ordinary white liquor for 70 cents. Before the dishes arrived, Lu Qiao fetched 4 empty cups and poured hot water for each. In those days, it was a privilege if the waitstaff didn't scowl at you. Expecting them to wipe the tables or refill your water was an invitation to trouble. Therefore, they had to serve themselves with the dishes, water, and utensils. Once the chopsticks, bowls, and cups were arranged, the 4 of them sat down. Li Chang reached for Bai Hao's cigarettes. Please hand me another of your fine ones. Let De Chiao have a taste and witness these rare cigarettes. As Bai Hao placed the cigarettes on the table, Li Chang swiftly pocketed one. I see another pack in your pocket. I'll take this half. With the cigarette in hand, Li Chang continued, today, I sweet-talked our team leader just to come out here with you. I've been working overtime these days. Skipping it would mean losing 85 cents in overtime pay and 5 dimes in bonuses, which is quite a loss. Although Li Chang had only smoked 4 from that pack, Bai Hao didn't mind. Li Chong was not a bad person. He merely had strict household management, surrendering his entire salary to his family. Thus, whenever he could take advantage, he would seize the opportunity, yet he was undeniably loyal when it truly mattered. Although Bai Hao did not mind. Zhao Feng seized the cigarette and extracted a handful from the pack, which caused Li Chang considerable distress. "Zhao Feng, you are truly ruthless," he remarked. After sharing half of the retrieved cigarettes with Lu Qiao, Zhao Feng inquired, "Howsy, what kind of cigarette is this? Is it expensive?" "It's not available on the market. A leader gifted it to me. I heard it costs about 7 or 8 yuan per pack," Bai Hao replied, just as Li Chang prepared to light a cigarette. He hurriedly stuffed it back into the pack, exclaiming, "This is outrageous. One cigarette is nearly equivalent to an entire pack of Jin Si Ho. Is it really that costly?" "Indeed it is. I only have this one pack," Bai Hao said, producing a pack of Yangkun from his pocket and placing it on the table. Chapter 33. An interview regarding tobacco. Bai Hao refrained from speaking the truth, for he deemed it unnecessary at that moment. Li Chong, having dismantled Bai Hao's sheepfold, announced to the group, "Our electrical factory has secured a significant contract. Those in the various workshops have calculated that even temporary workers like myself will receive an additional 50 yuan bonus by the year's end. Can you guess what it is? It's for exporting to the United States, known as the toaster." Bai Hao interjected with a remark. Li Chang was taken aback. "You know about this?" Bai Hao nodded. "I negotiated with Best Buy in the United States while in Yacheng, and the order was signed by our factory, Best Buy, and another appliance chain, Falazi. Our factory is expected to produce no fewer than 360,000 toasters." "You must be joking. Who do we know? How could it possibly be you who signed it?" Li Chong stared at Bai Hao. "Is it true? You're not deceiving me, are you?" In truth, as soon as Bai Hao began to speak, Lu Qiao and Zhao Feng believed him. Li Chong's skepticism stemmed from his slight seniority over Bai Hao. He felt he ought to be a notch above him, making it hard for him to accept the news immediately. Zhao Feng then chimed in. "Haozi just handed 700 yuan to Da Qiao, who has gone to return the money. This matter is settled. Let us have a drink." Li Chong, with a cup in hand, continued to press Bai Hao. "Really? Is what you said true?" Bai Hao snapped. "Shut up. Had I known, I wouldn't have said anything. You asked, and I responded. Now that I have, you don't believe me. So what is the point in asking? Let us drink." Seeing Bai Hao's ire, Li Chong ceased his inquiries. After 3 rounds, the earlier conversation was nearly forgotten. Bai Hao had only taken a few bites of food, which were scant and insufficient, resorting to using bread to scrape the bowl. Although he had only sampled a meager amount of dishes, he eagerly snatched several pieces of bread to soak up the remaining sauce. Once the gathering concluded, the 4 of them returned to their respective homes. Zhang Jingguo found Bai Hao a temporary dwelling in a nearby village, a small earthen house with a courtyard. Suitable for 10 days. Bai Hao secluded himself, avoiding all company save for his younger sister Yang Lu, who brought him meals daily, and his foster father Zhang Jingguo, whom he visited occasionally. This routine persisted for a full 10 days. On Monday morning, Bai Hao had no choice but to venture out, as he had an appointment to meet Zheng Aiguo at the electrical factory. Deep down, Bai Hao felt a sense of urgency. In his view, the order was exceedingly tight. Even a large factory like theirs would require capable individuals to manage the production schedule. Thus, it was evident that Zheng Aiguo would only discuss matters with him once production was underway and the order was secure. What would they discuss? Surely, he would be entitled to some form of reward, as such a substantial order was a windfall for the factory. As Bai Hao set out, he resolved that if the factory found it inconvenient to provide a reward, he would seek some conveniences within the rules to lay a solid foundation for his impending ventures. Upon arriving at the factory, however, Bai Hao sensed that perhaps he had arrived at an inopportune time. From a distance, the entrance of the factory was adorned with vibrant decorations, and the drum and bugle corps from the affiliated school was impeccably attired, forming a splendid formation. Inside the factory, a platform had been erected, embellished with a large red flower. In sum, everything exuded the ambience of a significant event or perhaps a visit from a high-ranking official. Bai Hao had not ventured outside for 10 days, leading him to conclude that he was unaware of the unfolding events. He speculated that perhaps due to an influx of orders, a prominent figure from the capital had come, prompting the factory to prepare a welcoming display. As Bai Hao stealthily approached the factory entrance, he encountered the familiar guard, Xiao Zhao, who exclaimed, "Bai Hao has arrived." Upon seeing the commotion of people rushing towards him, Bai Hao's initial instinct was to flee, followed by a pragmatic decision to pick up a brick for reassurance. However, upon closer inspection, He realized that Zhang Aiguo was at the forefront. Bai Hao remained still, but soon felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Before he knew it, a large red ribbon was fastened around him, and he was propelled toward the elevated platform amidst enthusiastic applause for the heroes of the factory. As Bai Hao surveyed the throng, he noted that the square was populated by at least 200 individuals in work attire, accompanied by no fewer than 500 students. Among them were around 100 middle school students, while the remainder donned light gray uniforms indicative of vocational school students. The factory operated its own technical school, which was quite substantial and also accepted students from outside the factory, albeit with a tuition fee. Delegates from the Foreign Trade Department and the Industrial Department were present, along with a leader from the provincial government. Numerous festive red banners were displayed, some proclaiming the enthusiastic celebration of the Qingzhou Autumn Trade Fair, which secured the 4th rank in national industrial exports. Others congratulated the home appliance sector for breaking the country's zero export barrier. In essence, an abundance of red banners adorned the venue. Despite the significant orders being managed by the department, the accolades remained a source of pride for Qingzhou. A provincial leader personally draped another red ribbon around Bai Hao, exclaiming, "Young man, remarkable." Following this, representatives from the Industrial Department and the Foreign Trade Department did the same, culminating in Bai Hao being festooned with red silk ribbons. 2 elementary school students then approached him with offerings of flowers, albeit plastic, but flowers nonetheless. A leader whispered to the factory's secretary, Fu Chong, "This year, ensure that your factory nominates Comrade Bai for the Provincial Model Worker Award, and also for the provincial-level Outstanding Youth Recognition." "Yes, certainly," Fu Chong nodded vigorously. Just when Bai Hao thought the ceremony had concluded, a television crew arrived, setting up cameras and thrusting a microphone into his face. "I am from Qingzhou Television, representing our viewers. Please, Director Bai, share a few words with the youth of the new era." Director Bai? A speech? Well, he might as well comply. Bai Hao mused that given the circumstances, failing to speak would likely prevent him from leaving the stage. Clearing his throat, he began, "I am Bai Hao, a vocational school graduate. Today, I wish to address all those who are still learning and those soon to embark on their professional journeys. The edge of a sword is honed through grinding, and the fragrance of plum blossoms arises from bitter cold. Why do we study, and is our learning a source of joy? I wish to express that whether in the realm of education or in the sphere of work, we should find joy in overcoming challenges and possess the ambition to address the pressing technological, industrial, and agricultural needs of our nation. We ought to take delight in tracing our roots, armed with the courage and determination to confront the scientific frontiers of Blue Planet." Without a written speech or cue cards, Bai Hao, having heard and delivered such discourses countless times in his past life, selected a few segments to share, feeling utterly unburdened. He stood there and spoke passionately for nearly an hour, discussing ideals, courage, aspirations, and the spirit of selflessness. He articulated the sense of national honor and conveyed his vision and ideals for a powerful industrial nation. As he concluded, Bai Hao suddenly raised his fist and proclaimed, "One day, the entire Blue Planet shall rely on the manufacturing of our homeland. And this is the endeavor we must strive for and dedicate ourselves to." Chapter 34, Award Ceremony. The powerful motion of Bai Hao's fist was frozen on the screen. The onlookers, overwhelmed with various exclamations of astonishment, found no other words to aptly articulate their sentiments at that moment. Is this a young person? Is this an 18-year-old youth? A vocational school graduate currently unemployed at home? Secretary Fu Chong of the industrial power plant pondered to himself, struggling to find the right words, desiring depth and enlightenment. The provincial leader nodded in satisfaction, once again addressing Fu Chong. "Do not forget what we discussed earlier regarding your plant's commendation of model workers and outstanding youth. Rest assured, leader, it will not be overlooked." "Very well, you may continue. I have another meeting to attend," the provincial leader stated before turning to depart. Subsequently, Li Aimin, Gamingqing, and others offered a few words of praise for Bai Hao before bidding farewell, followed closely by the crew from Qingzhou Television. As the television team exited, Zhang Aiguo rushed forward and embraced Bai Hao. "Well done, young man. You have brought honor to our Qingzhou. Uncle will not treat you poorly, I hereby announce." Following this, representatives from the television station and the industrial power plant's own media team were present. Zhang Aiguo produced 2 keys. "I have good news for you. Your adoptive father's small factory is now a subsidiary of the industrial power plant. Your father will receive a 3-bedroom apartment, and you will receive a 2-bedroom unit. Furthermore, starting today, you are appointed as the head of the 8th planning section of the industrial power plant. concurrently serving as the manager of the ninth subland under a contract system. Does this not appeal to you? Quite enticing, indeed. You have housing. And you have been granted a management position with a structured rank. Truly delightful. Bai Hao, regardless of the circumstances, could not decline such a tangible reward. Was there envy? Who would dare express it? If one had the capability, they could secure a multi-million-dollar order for the industrial power plant. In a hushed tone, Bai Hao leaned towards Zheng Aigua. I estimate that within the next few days, a shipment of televisions from Japan will arrive at the Shanghai port. No foreign exchange is needed, just collect them directly. I believe Uncle Zheng has a purpose for these televisions. Is that so? It cannot be false. After speaking, Bai Hao produced a telegram from his pocket. The elegant characters in Mandarin were insignificant, but he pointed to a series of numbers. This is the pickup reference number. Present this to the Shanghai port, and once the containers arrive, they can be retrieved. My registration is under Bai Hao of the industrial power plant. This telegram served as a de facto receipt, albeit not a legitimate one. Zheng Aigua, seeing the telegram, had no doubts about its authenticity. He took the document and approached the camera, contemplating for a moment before pulling Fu Chong into view. As Fu was the official secretary of the industrial power plant, "Old Fu, come here. This is a reward for overtime work." Fu Chong had just heard Bai Hao's words and, upon inspecting the telegram, raised it high. All employees of the industrial power plant, as well as all employees from the collaborating units of this order, take note. Here are several hundred color televisions awarded by foreign merchants to outstanding units. Work diligently for 35 days, and you will have the chance to receive a television. Let us embody the spirit of hard work. In terms of oratory, he was indeed a master. He could speak for 3 hours without water or notes, and his content would never repeat itself. In truth, there are not many listeners. The focal point is the television. Each Qingzhou enterprise involved in the order promptly dispatched representatives to the factory, accompanied by leaders from the industrial department, to deliberate on the distribution of the televisions. Bai Hao, meanwhile, cheerfully went to receive the keys to his new home. As for the television, it could go to hell. Bai Hao was acutely aware that the delivery order in his possession could incite countless individuals to tear him apart, and he felt utterly incapable of navigating such matters. By the time the shipment arrived, it was likely that the motorcycle he had asked Jeff Haas to procure from Japan would also be there. Holding the keys, he stood in the empty abode. In his past life, Bai Hao resided in a spacious 400-square-meter flat. Yet, at this moment, the modest 44-square-meter two-bedroom apartment evoked an indescribable sense of warmth. Perhaps this was what it felt like to assimilate into this era. After a single glance, Bai Hao locked the door and departed. He did not visit the 9th Division factory, as he would merely be a solitary figure there. Instead, he intended to return and continue his drawing. Before heading back, Bai Hao entered the workshop of the factory that processed and assembled toasters. After all, it was an order he had signed, and he felt it necessary to witness it firsthand. He also wished to assess the quality of the mass production. The workshop had its own protocols. Bai Hao was required to change into work attire, don a cap, and wear an identification badge to enter. Someone assisted him in affixing the factory emblem to his uniform. Bai Hao then placed an armband inscribed with the word inspection on his left arm. Following that was his work ID. The factory ID clearly stated his position, head of the 8th section of the planning department and director of the 9th Division factory. The small red booklet with white edges distinguished the rank of the leadership within the factory. Inside the workshop, finished products were displayed on the packaging table. Bai Hao found the appearance satisfactory and took a stroll around the work area, where he spotted Li Chang in the packaging group, placing toasters into boxes before sealing them. Li Chang also noticed Bai Hao. Bai Hao took the initiative to speak first. "Come to my place after work, bring the others, and we can enjoy some barbecue at the corner with the chubby guy." Upon hearing about the barbecue, Li Chang set down his work and stood up. "You moved. And you didn't tell me?" "I had no idea," Bai Hao replied, genuinely unaware. Li Chang seemed poised to say more, but Bai Hao interjected. "How about this? Tonight at the Grove, my treat. Spread the word. It's a big gathering. Come over to my place first. I brought something for you." Li Chang then mentioned, "A few days ago, we went over. Uncle had Yang Lu give us the items." Bai Hao was entirely oblivious to these developments. He had indeed been in seclusion for the past 10 days, and Yang Lu had brought meals without mentioning anything. "All right. See you tonight," Li Chang said, gesturing to his current task. Bai Hao placed 35 yuan beside Li Chang and waved goodbye as he turned to leave. Bai Hao had initially planned to return to his drawings, but with the evening's activities in mind, he headed to the Foreign Exchange Order Guarantee Group office. intending to stay until the end of the workday before going to the grove. As night fell, the grove began to fill with people. Who would be the most dashing figure in the grove tonight? Li Chang arrived first, bearing a portable cassette player adorned with 2 speakers upon his shoulder. In the midst of winter, he donned sunglasses and flared trousers, complemented by a leather jacket. The device resonated with the classic melodies of Michael Jackson, the year marking Jackson's debut of the moonwalk. Confronted with skepticism, Li Chang responded with prideful defiance. "You provincial folks, who amongst you has ever heard this? It is none other than the new song from the King of Pop. Who asserted this? How can you be certain it is indeed the King of Pop?" Li Chang pointed his thumb at his shoulder and declared, "It is what our Hausi has proclaimed." Instantly, all fell silent. Bai Hao was no longer the companion they once knew from their brawls in the small woods. He had ascended to a different echelon. Lu Qiao arrived, still riding his tricycle, this time laden with half a sheep. Section 35. The barbecue master with skewers fashioned from bicycle spokes. Each companion felt compelled to prepare dozens, lest they appear uninvited at the gathering. As Lu Qiao parked his tricycle, he began to call out names. You, and you, ride your bicycles to the brewery. I've ordered 3 barrels of draft beer to be brought back. Indeed, draft beer, sold in large barrels, could be found at the local market, and patrons would carry it home in thermoses, ensuring it remained refreshingly cool for hours during the summer. Bai Hao arrived a tad late, lacking a bicycle. He faced long waits for the bus, which only served 2 stops. Ultimately, he opted to walk to the small grove, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the bicycle Jeff Haas had promised him. The grove was unusually lively that evening. Every young person who caught wind of the gathering, regardless of gender, flocked here. The circle was small enough that one could recognize a few familiar faces amidst the crowd. Someone had even connected a wire from the adjacent factory to hang a light bulb. Bai Hao arrived, clad in a slate blue suit, topped with a matching camel-colored cashmere coat. A long scarf draped elegantly around his neck and crowned with a black wool fedora. This ensemble was not the usual attire of Brother Wen Chang, but rather a style Bai Hao favored, reminiscent of Neil Caffrey. As many had surmised, Bai Hao had transcended the world he once inhabited. The moment he appeared, a hush fell over the grove, as if he were an esteemed factory director inspecting his domain. Indeed, from his attire to his demeanor, he was no longer the disheveled youth wrapped in a green military coat that they remembered. Bai Hao understood their sentiments. He approached Li Xiaolong and inquired, "Xiaolong, the factory hasn't mistreated you, has it?" "Brother Hao, not at all. They even gave my grandmother 500 yuan. Raised my father's salary, and I've been accepted as an apprentice in the factory," Li Xiaolong replied enthusiastically. Bai Hao glanced at Zhao Feng and Lu Qiao standing a short distance away. Noticing Zhao Feng shake his head, Bai Hao understood. It was best for him not to linger here. "Enjoy yourselves. I have matters to attend to," he said, patting Li Xiaolong on the shoulder before waving farewell to the crowd and turning to depart. In truth, Bai Hao was aware that his presence dampened the festivities for these individuals, even without Zhao Feng's reminder. As Bai Hao's figure faded into the night, someone remarked, "How's he has changed?" When he walked over, it felt as though our factory director had come to inspect our work. I dared not breathe. Li Chang chimed in loudly. "You uncultured lot. We've recently secured a 40 million yuan order, all thanks to Hausi's negotiations with the beautiful one." Just as Li Chang prepared to elaborate, Lu Qiao interrupted him, pulling him aside. "Help me set up the stove." "Hey, you." Li Chang began to call another for assistance, but Lu Qiao insisted he follow along. Zhao Feng stood at the edge of the grove, watching Bai Hao walk away, his heart tinged with concern for him. He feared that Bai Hao would no longer feel a sense of belonging within the grove, causing him discomfort. Discomfort? Was there any? Bai Hao felt none of that. Before his rebirth, after Lu Qiao and Zhao Feng were laid off from their jobs, Bai Hao readily invited the two to dine on steak at a 5-star hotel, and he was equally pleased to share roadside barbecues with them. Bai Hao had once again secluded himself. He was determined to complete his drawings, albeit they were merely sketches. Several days passed, and during this time, apart from Yang Lu bringing meals, Zhang Jianguo did not visit even once. What was his father so busy with? Yang Lu set down the lunchbox, explaining, "He's at work," then was reassigned to the main factory for overtime. "I have no idea what it's about." Bai Hao merely acknowledged her with a sound and resumed his focus on his drawings. A few more days went by, and then Zhang Jianguo unexpectedly arrived, not alone, but accompanied by 4 others. The leader, a bespectacled man, approached and introduced himself. "Director Bai, I am Su Jia, an officer from the Electric Power General Factory. I am here today for 2 matters. First, to escort you to your new office, and secondly, Several containers have been transported back from Hugang by train, and we require your signature to retrieve them. There are 2 containers that cannot be claimed by the factory. The rest also need your approval. Bai Hao merely responded and completed the final strokes of his drawing before rolling up the blueprint. Observing Bai Hao as he rolled the drawing, Zhang Jianguo came over to assist, using tape to seal it, marking it with numbers and labels. The young workers Su Jie brought were responsible for moving items. Aside from Bai Hao's luggage, they handled the blueprints, and regardless of whether they could comprehend them, they were aware that Bai Hao was now the head of Factory 1. Albeit a figurehead. Nevertheless, they maintained a necessary level of respect. Upon entering the new office, Bai Hao immediately recognized it as the factory where his adoptive father, Zhang Jianguo, had previously worked. However, it had undergone a remarkable transformation. The electric power infrastructure department had invested over 100 workers to renovate this dilapidated factory. Even the old red brick buildings from decades ago had been coated with a layer of cement on the outer walls, which was then textured, leaving several large blank squares that could be adorned with promotional artwork at any time. As Zhang Jianguo accompanied Bai Hao inside, he remarked, "I chose an office for you. The previous location was considered inauspicious. When I had the factory renovated, I had a separate wooden staircase added to this office, allowing you to reside on the 2nd floor." After the young workers finished moving the items, Zhang Jianguo requested a moment alone with his son, and Su Jie took the others to wait at the factory entrance. Once the others had exited, Zhang Jianguo opened a wooden cabinet on the wall, saying, "This factory once excavated a large air raid shelter. I asked old Zhang to assist in having the infrastructure department restore it, and we installed a door right into your office." With that, Zhang Jianguo led Bai Hao downwards. After a spiral staircase, a hidden world awaited them. Following a lengthy corridor downward, they reached an iron door. Zhang Jianguo patted the door. This door is quite thick. Made of iron sheets reinforced with cement, it was the original entrance to the air raid shelter, now fitted with a new lock. Inside, there are 10 filing cabinets and 2 safes. The safes are not for storing money. You will place your important blueprints here in the future. Bai Hao pushed against the door but found it immovable. Zhang Jianguo informed him, "This door requires the strength of at least 5 people to operate manually. It is electric." Bai Hao comprehended that this was a bomb shelter from an era characterized by extensive resource accumulation and strategic planning. "Let's depart. You may take your time to examine this factory later. I will have Su Jie step out to converse with you privately." Su Jie likely understands the underlying reasons, yet he will refrain from making them public. It is not merely the bomb shelter that is of concern, but rather the factory itself, which, according to the relevant regulations, is supposed to have 35 permanent workers and 4 managerial positions, all of which are currently vacant. 35 permanent workers and 4 managers? Bai Hao was utterly astonished that such a stipulation existed. Indeed, Zhang Jianguo nodded. There should be 1 deputy factory director, 1 financial manager, 1 security chief, and 1 production supervisor. The remainder consists of worker quotas, and the finance department could also accommodate 2 positions filled by workers in lieu of staff, 1 accountant, and 1 cashier. Thus, in total, there are 41 positions, 41. Section 36. The car owners Zhang Jianguo emphasized the significance of 41 on 2 separate occasions. It is essential to note that the only thing Bai Hao had initially torn up was merely a quota for a worker from the Fengxi machine tool factory. Now, however, Bai Hao possessed 41 such quotas. He nodded in understanding, and Zhang Jianguo refrained from further comment, as he was merely fulfilling Zhang Aigua's request to privately inform Bai Hao of the matter. Zhang Aigua had hoped that Zhang Jianguo would not interfere or offer suggestions regarding how Bai Hao chose to handle the situation. Upon exiting the 9th factory, the 3 individuals Su Jie had brought to assist with the moving had already departed, leaving only Su Jie, Zhang Jianguo, and Bai Hao to proceed to the West Station together. At the West Station, containers were readily available. In contrast to Xia country, which was still accustomed to bulk cargo transport, containers were a novel concept. In fact, Xia country lacked specialized container cranes. Su Jie presented an introduction letter to the staff at West Station, along with his identification and Bai Hao's work credentials. In addition, he provided a series of documents, including a delivery confirmation from the Electric Power General Factory's office and Bai Hao's personal seal. Customs clearance had already been completed at Hugang, and now it was merely a matter of verifying identities for cargo pickup. After signing and sealing all necessary documents, Bai Hao inquired, "Comrade Su, what are the next steps?" Su Jie shook his head. "I am only assisting you with the cargo pickup. The rest is not my concern." Bai Hao asked, "Isn't it necessary to transport it back to the electric power factory? There are several hundred televisions here. Again, Su Jie shook his head. I won't be transporting them. Our director stated that bringing these items back to the factory would lead to complications. Many are eyeing these televisions. Just a few days ago, the leaders from the fan factory under Qingdong and the electric furnace factory had a physical altercation right in front of our office building all over these televisions. I was there. They fought for the sake of these televisions. All right, then take them to my place. Bai Hao concluded, beginning to grasp Jing Aigua's intentions. The electric power factory wished to avoid responsibility. So who would bear the burden? If not himself, then it should fall to Bai Ran. Fine. I will arrange for a vehicle. Upon hearing Bai Hao's decision, Su Jie promptly organized a vehicle for him. Bai Hao turned to Zhang Jianguo and said, Dad, can Uncle Daxiong arrange some diesel for me? 80 pounds will suffice. Bai Hao distinctly remembered that in this era, oil was measured in pounds rather than liters. What did he need diesel for? Bai Hao did not elaborate, walking directly to a container where he took a crowbar from nearby and smashed the padlock, pulling open the container doors. Inside was a car, secured with numerous canvas straps. It was a black, boxy vehicle, a diesel version with an 8-cylinder, 5.7-liter engine. Measuring 5.2 meters in length, the imposing Cadillac Seville. Zhang Jianguo's eyes widened. Had he understood the language of decades hence, he would undoubtedly have exclaimed, no way. Indeed. It was a fitting exclamation. Zhang Jianguo finally spoke. Damn, that car is stunning. Bai Hao was equally astonished. He had never heard his adoptive father, Zhang Jianguo, utter such expletives in his previous life, and now, in this rebirth, he was witnessing it. As Zhang Jianguo turned sharply, touching the car inside the container, he asked, What is this vehicle for? Zhang Jianguo was somewhat incoherent, yet Bai Hao understood his adoptive father's intent. He was inquiring about the origin of such a vehicle. Bai Hao responded, It belongs to me. This car is my personal property, allocated to me by Best Buy as my means of commuting. Essentially, it is my private vehicle. But if I do not work for Best Buy for 2 years, they have the right to reclaim it or demand compensation. Damn it! Zhang Jianguo exclaimed, his tone elevated by several octaves. Bai Hao comprehended that this exclamation was a relic of an older vernacular, rich with tonal variations, characteristic of the local dialect from Qinzhou. Zhang Jianguo dared not inquire about the car's cost. He simply knew that his meager salary would never afford him such an asset. Almost by force, Zhang Jianguo managed to procure a few oil drums from Hao Tai's factory to fill Bai Hao's new vehicle with fuel. Hao Tai chased after him, and upon seeing the car, he reacted similarly, exclaiming, Damn it! Li Aimin from the Qinzhou Industrial Bureau owned a small car, a Lada. Fu Chang from the electrical engineering factory had a small vehicle, a pineapple Nats. The director of the 7th workshop at the electrical engineering sub-factory, Zhang Changxing, possessed a small Jeep, Model 212. Bai Hao had a small car, unknown to anyone. Get your filthy hands off my son's car. Zhang Jianguo pushed Hao Tai aside. Seizing this opportunity, Bai Hao, noticing the fuel tank was full, retrieved the car keys from the compartment in the trunk as previously instructed by Jeff Haas, then jumped into the car and sped away. Hao Tai shouted from behind, You son of a gun, Zhang Jianguo. And your heartless son 1T even let his uncle take a ride in the big car. Neither of you is worth a dime. Bai Hao laughed as he drove off, pressing the accelerator hard to distance himself. Zhang Jianguo merely chuckled and instructed others to seal the container, which still held some automotive parts and a set of summer tires, along with a toolkit. Even without these items, the container could not be discarded. He ordered it loaded onto a truck for transport. Bai Hao drove straight to the factory where Zhao Feng was employed. Master, please call for Zhao Feng, he requested. The loudspeaker soon echoed, Zhao Feng, come to the North Gate. Someone is looking for you. Zhao Feng, a temporary apprentice at the Qidong factory, specializing in boring, approached the gate and, upon seeing Bai Hao, circled the car before asking, Where did this come from? From the unit, it belongs to the prestigious Best Buy chain. Bai Hao replied, avoiding mentioning his ownership to sidestep complications. In this era, possessing a private vehicle brought myriad troubles. Hence he attributed the car to his employment with Best Buy. Zhao Feng smacked his lips in admiration, as expected of a grand company from the States. This car is truly beautiful. Get in, take me to find your brother. Find my brother? Zhao Feng queried, puzzled. Bai Hao urged, take me there. It's urgent. All right. Zhao Feng thought he would inquire further once they were on the road. After requesting a leave from the workshop and changing into clean clothes, he joined Bai Hao in the car, feeling the smooth surfaces of the vehicle. This car is really stunning. By the way, were you all right that night? I didn't mean to push you away. I sensed you were no longer welcome at their table. I'm fine, Bai Hao assured him. Bai Hao had nearly forgotten the events of that night. It was then that Zhao Feng inquired, "What do you need my brother for?" "A favor," Bai Hao replied. "All right," Zhao Feng said, and did not press for further details. Zhao Feng's elder brother, Zhao Jing, was at that moment laboring under the weight of cement bags. His countenance smudged with dust. Having returned from military service, Zhao Jing had been waiting for reassignment and had spent the past 4 months hauling cement at the factory. "Zhao Feng, Haozi, do you require something?" Bai Hao stepped forward and offered him a cigarette. "Brother Jing, you must know quite a few individuals who have returned from service. Could you gather around 20 or 30 of them and join me as well? I will provide food and lodging on my end, and for the time being, I can offer 35 yuan each month. I will reserve a couple of job openings for you two brothers, but keep this under wraps. This matter must not be disclosed, for it is fraught with complications." Chapter 37. Recruitment Quota. Zhao Feng suddenly realized the implications. The news had circulated widely just days prior. Countless temporary workers, the unemployed, and those returning home had heard that Bai Hao had become the factory director. Who could have anticipated that Bai Hao would wield the power of recruitment quotas? Nearly a month ago, when Bai Hao secured that coveted recruitment quota from the Fingxi machine tool factory, some praised his boldness, yet many felt a sense of regret. After all, a recruitment quota is not something that can be dismissed with mere words. After pondering this, Zhao Feng declared, "I do not want it. Let my brother have it." However, Bai Hao replied, "I believe I understand the rules here. It is said to be for both of you brothers. But your brother does not occupy a quota since he already possesses one. He simply lacks a factory to accept him, so he comes with his own quota. Only you can occupy one." "I do not want it," Zhao Feng insisted firmly. "If I refuse, others will demand it as well. I am content as I am. I only need to meet the standards of a third-level worker to become permanent." Seeing Zhao Feng's determination, Bai Hao ceased further argument and turned to Zhao Jing, saying, "Brother Jing, find some capable individuals. I have hundreds of televisions at the factory, and should they be stolen or robbed, it would likely become a major headline in Qingzhou news." "Understood," Zhao Jing replied. It was the midst of winter, and Zhao Jing stood beneath a water pipe, washing the grime from his body with cold water. He was unafraid, having once traversed 5 kilometers across snow without a shirt. He was a true tough man. Bai Hao silently noted the need for a bathing facility at his factory. In truth, the cement factory had a bathhouse, but its hours were limited, open for merely 2 hours after work before closing. Clad in clean garments, Zhao Jing did not join Bai Hao's vehicle. Instead, he rode his bicycle to seek out individuals. As a town soldier, he was eligible for job allocation, though it required patience. Many were rural soldiers, most of whom could only return home to continue farming. At that time, Jingzhou had yet to undergo significant urban development. The southern suburbs housed universities. The western suburbs were dominated by heavy industry, and the eastern suburbs were encircled by textile enterprises, all amidst sprawling wheat fields. Veterans maintained a camaraderie, often keeping in touch. They received 35 yuan a month, which covered food and lodging. Zhao Jing employed a straightforward and forceful method to select candidates by utilizing his fists. A considerable number showed up, but only 30 would be accepted. Those who remained standing after the demonstration were chosen, while the rest dispersed. Upon Zhao Jing's arrival at the 9th factory, the convoy had just departed, leaving behind containers stacked in the yard. Zhang Jianguo had already opened one container, revealing it to be filled with Toshiba televisions. All vibrant color displays, each an 18-inch marvel. Gasp! Everyone inhaled sharply. A short individual remarked, "This massive iron box is packed with large color televisions. How many are there? This is worth a fortune." Zhao Jing waved his hand. "Let us get moving, set up a shelter for the rain, conduct thorough inspections, and be vigilant against fire hazards. We must fortify the walls and install barbed wire to deter thieves." There were no tools, no tarps, and no waterproof coverings. However, the electrical supply was available. Bai Hao could easily secure a loan for what was needed. The security department of the Electric Power General Factory also provided 60 iron rods, 30 curved poles, 2 bundles of rope for binding, and a functional 5/6 exclusively for Zhao Jing, who holds a formal employment status. This item requires registration and cannot be casually removed. As Zhao Jing patrolled the surroundings, vigilant against any potential incursions over the walls or the encroaching branches of trees, Bairu arrived with a group of personnel. Not only did they bring their team, but they also relocated their office to the 9th factory. At the Electric Power General Factory, they were merely utilizing a temporary office space. The conditions were cramped, and it was inconveniently distant from the dormitories. The 9th factory, however, stood vacant. with 2 entire dormitory buildings and an office building unoccupied. Yet, such matters were trivial compared to the true allure. Bai Hao had invited the retired master chef from the original canteen of the electric power factory to personally oversee the kitchen. Moreover, the television set designated for order incentives was prominently displayed in the courtyard. What could be a more delightful environment? That very evening, Chef Wang Yuan vociferously criticized the entire construction department of the factory, calling them fools for failing to properly assemble a stove. He took it upon himself to demolish the stove, prompting Zhao Jing to summon a few security guards to carry stones and bricks to assist the elderly man in reconstructing the stove. What would they eat that night? Bai Hao retrieved a square iron bucket from a container and tossed it to Zhao Jing, along with 20 yuan to buy bread, suggesting they make do. This was hardly a compromise. Zhao Jing recognized the contents, 10 kilograms of American luncheon meat. It was surprising to find such a product, considering that our city produces emergency rations. Bai Hao explained, I had some items procured, initially intending to have them for the new year as a gesture of goodwill. We can eat now, and later we can select a few reliable individuals for the night shift. He then added, Zhao Fang, don't leave, you have work to do later. Ah, very well. They would prepare a large pot of food. This was Zhang Jianguo's forte, but Yang Lu, who had heard that her adoptive father and elder brother Bai Hao were busy at the factory, arrived with 3 children carrying baskets of vegetables. Upon seeing Zhao Jing using a tool to open the can, the 3 children, enticed by the aroma, were reluctant to depart. Yang Lu asserted her expertise in cooking in large quantities. Zhao Jing chuckled. He was the true expert. During their survival training in the wild, they had consumed a variety of foods. Inside the office building of the 9th factory, Bai Hao and Bai Ru were delineating boundaries. You are the leaders. And while you may use my territory, we must establish 3 rules. You will access the upper floors via the east staircase, and those areas will belong to you both. However, you must not wander indiscriminately within our factory premises. I will arrange for temporary fencing. Bai Ru remained silent. Ouyang Tranqian became incensed. The 9th factory of the electric power factory, under the Ministry of Industry in the capital, dares to draw lines against us. The personnel from the Foreign Affairs Division of the Ministry of Industry, you must understand that you are still a company of Xia country. Indeed, for your safety. Bai Hao countered with a different rationale. Consider this. What if a leaf were to fall in the factory and strike your face? Who would you hold accountable if you were injured? Therefore, for safety's sake, it is best that you do not come here. You? All right. We agree. Bai Ru intervened to calm Ouyang Qianqian. As for the others, as long as they had a suitable workspace, they were unconcerned about the rest. Moreover, this location was quite close to the dormitories. Why did Bai Hao choose the late night? At 1 o'clock in the morning, Zhao Jing had gathered reliable individuals. They opened the container filled with luncheon meat and various inexpensive items, carefully removing everything from the exterior to reveal the wooden crate hidden within. Be gentle. This long box is a guide rail, and any damage would be irreparable, Bai Hao warned anxiously. Next came the spindle box and the main power motor. Weighing several hundred pounds, it would have been quite challenging to lift these items without the robust physiques of Zhao Jing and the others. One by one, box by box, they moved the cargo. At that moment, Bai Ruo stood by the dormitory window, her gaze fixed on the dim lights illuminating the factory area, quietly observing as a dozen individuals continued to transport the wooden crates. Chapter 38. The master emerges after toiling through the night. Bai Hao finally cleared out the goods and moved them into the workshop of the 9th factory, which had already undergone self-leveling. He then secured the workshop door with a heavy lock. Turning back, Bai Hao addressed Zhao Fang. This workshop will house the most advanced machine tools in Xia. Will you join me? Absolutely. Zhao Fang replied, lifting the spindle and immediately sensing that the contents of the wooden crates were extraordinary. Bai Hao then turned to Zhang Jianguo and said, Father. Zhang Jianguo nodded. Come with me this afternoon. All right. Although Zhang Jianguo had barely slept through the night, he still reported to the electrical factory for work, as missing a night's sleep was inconsequential to him. When work hours commenced, Zhao Fang returned to request a leave of absence, intending to explain his situation to his superiors. Though he was a temporary worker, his master had trained him for over 6 months, creating a bond that could not be disregarded. He could not state it outright. Instead, he sought an excuse, claiming he had a chance to become a formal employee at the electrical factory. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao made a call from the office. Is this Hu Gang? This is Bai Xiao from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Could you assist me in tracing several shipping containers arriving from the beautiful nation or the island of Japan? These containers are destined for Qinzhou Jingzhou, and the recipient's name is Bai Hao. I would like to obtain the inventory list. Before long, a reply came, Comrade Bai. This is a legal import. It contains a gifted automobile, various food items. We inspected them upon opening, and everything is in order. Additionally, there are several hundred televisions from the island of Japan, registered for overtime incentives, which is also permissible. As for the containers shipped from the beautiful nation, they include several machine tool parts, for which we have a detailed inventory. This has also been inspected and deemed satisfactory. Lastly, the containers from the island of Japan hold 2 motorcycles, which have already been taxed and cleared for customs. Upon hearing this, Bai Hao inquired, Could you please fax a copy of the machine tool parts inventory to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? Certainly, it can be sent at any time. Thank you. Bai Hao was convinced that the machine tool parts, which Bai Hao had stealthily moved into the workshop and secured with a lock, were indeed part of this batch. Coupled with the agreements made between them, Bai Hao had ample reason to believe that these machine tool components were quite remarkable. Soon after, Bai Hao contacted her colleagues in the capital to reiterate the contents of the inventory. After reviewing the list, she found nothing particularly unusual. It did not appear as if Bai Hao was concealing any personal items. Yet, why the air of mystery? Was it simply the innocent whim of a child, eager to hide treasures? Putting aside such musings, Bai Hao resolved to prioritize the completion of the orders, especially as the date for the first batch of shipments drew near. She sought to avoid any errors. She planned to first acquire 30 televisions as rewards for the few suppliers who consistently delivered top-notch quality, aiming to uplift morale. As for individual distributions, even if the factories desired to allocate them, Bai Hao was determined to remain uninvolved in the specifics of the rewards. She was well aware of the instances where factory heads had clashed over television allocations, and thus, she aimed to distance herself from the intricacies of the reward distribution process. Bai Hao enjoyed a restful sleep, and by the time the afternoon clock signaled the end of the workday, Zhang Jianguo returned, donning a new outfit gifted by Bai Hao. He also brought along a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes and a bottle of Matai liquor. Let's go, was all Zhang Jianguo said. At that moment, Bai Hao sensed a disquieting aura emanating from his adoptive father, who seemed more solemn than usual. Without questioning, Bai Hao drove as directed by Zhang Jianguo. They journeyed far south, almost reaching the Qinling Mountains, before Zhang Jianguo instructed him to stop. After inquiring a few times, he guided Bai Hao toward a village. Upon arrival, they posed some questions and then proceeded to the fields. In the golden light of the setting sun, an elderly farmer sat by the riverbank, fishing. Zhang Jianguo approached him. Master, he called. The old man turned, scrutinizing Zhang Jianguo's attire. It's been years. You've certainly improved your appearance. Zhang Jianguo gestured for Bai Hao to join him. Who is this elder? Bai Hao asked. Li Sanpao, he replied, and Bai Hao recognized him as Zhang Jianguo's mentor. If Zhang Jianguo possessed the skills of a level 8 craftsman, then Li Sanpao was a true master, having achieved only the standard of a level 8 craftsman. Yet he was revered among skilled workers. Beyond him were the exceptional level 8 craftsmen, the true sages of the trade. Li Sanpao, a pinnacle level 8 craftsman, was known for achieving precision to 1,000th of a millimeter using antiquated manual lathes. Bai Hao hurried forward. Grandfather, he exclaimed. Li Sanpao beamed with delight. Ah, you've grown. Look at you. Zhang Jianguo turned to Bai Hao, explaining, 2 years ago, Master retired, forced out by the power plant. They claimed it was due to illness. But the truth is, he struck a Japanese engineer. Li Sanpao chuckled heartily. Why bring up old grievances? Yet Zhang Jianguo continued, at that time, the power plant imported several sets of equipment from Japan. Master merely went to take a look and was promptly ejected by the Japanese, who even insulted him. Unable to contain his anger, he struck the engineer. The matter eventually settled quietly, known to few, yet Master was coerced into retirement. Perhaps with 2 years having passed. Li Sanpao had come to terms with it. As he chuckled, I was truly frustrated then. I merely wanted to take a peek. And those little Japanese Wun-Ti let me near, treating me like an old dog and kicking me out. I'm getting old. Was 58 truly old for Li Sanpao? Bai Hao could discern an undercurrent of unyielding resentment in his self-deprecating words. Meanwhile, Zhang Jianguo's expression darkened, his gaze shifting ominously. Bai Hao had never witnessed such an emotion from his adoptive father before, perhaps because he had never revealed this side of himself in his presence. It was anger, fury burning within him. Bai Hao could fully empathize with this sentiment. The humiliation of the master, while the apprentice felt helpless, was a profoundly distressing experience. At that moment, Zhang Jianguo handed him a piece of paper, his voice trembling slightly. Master, allow your grandson to make a show of respect. The contents of the paper were the results Bai Hao had uncovered through a phone call. The list of components ordered by Bai Hao was presented. Bai Hao could not discern any peculiarities about these parts, yet Li Sanpao emerged with a flourish. The items included a servo motor, a reduction bearing, 2 small boxes of integrated circuits, and high-precision lead screws. Zhang Jianguo then remarked, "Master, your grandson aspires to assemble a 4-axis machining center. We are lacking both the necessary components and skilled assembly personnel. I am merely a machinist, not an assembly technician. Your grandson insists on a base crafted by a master in a single casting, along with several gearboxes and a complete set of annular variable speed bearings, among other components." The grandson Zhang Jianguo referred to as none other than Bai Hao. Chapter 39. The old ginger is still spicier. It was rumored that there were components from Haas Company. Li Sanpao shook his head vehemently, asserting, "Impossible, impossible. The Haas machine tools from the United States are the pinnacle of manufacturing on Blue Star. How could they possibly sell parts here? No way, no way. Master, the parts are inside the factory. Aside from your grandson, there are 30 others guarding them. And he's the only one among them. There is also a child named Zhao Fong, who was a temporary worker at Qidong Factory, learning to operate a boring machine. He is just here to serve you tea and water. There is no one else." Li Sanpao laughed heartily, yet tears streamed down his face. Suddenly, he bellowed, "Return to the city." Bai Hao recollected that his adoptive father, Zhang Jianguo's master, Li Sanpao, had passed away when he was 20, at not yet 60 years of age. Many grown men had wept to the point of fainting at that time. His adoptive father had vowed in the morning hall never to return to the electric factory. Reflecting on this now, it seemed that Li Sanpao had lived in melancholy, the events of that time etched in his heart, never to be resolved until his death. In the dead of night at the 9th factory, Li Sanpao stood before a pile of wooden boxes, meticulously inspecting the accompanying manuals. Though he could not comprehend the elegant language of the United States, he understood the symbols and numerical parameters. Each item was of superior quality, precision unparalleled. Li Sanpao trembled, not from the cold, but from excitement. As Zhao Fong approached to open one of the wooden boxes, Li Sanpao stopped him, saying, "Don't touch, don't touch. Let me think, let me think." After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Sanpao declared, "To the north of the Jinghe River, there is a military factory. We shall depart early tomorrow." "Understood," Bai Hao replied nearby. Li Sanpao then addressed Zhao Fong, saying, "Boy, keep a close watch on these items. Each one is a treasure. And we cannot let anyone know. These are more precious than my own life. Guard them well. In due time, I will find you a master to truly guide you in this craft." Zhao Fong nodded earnestly, fully aware of the significance of the man before him. If Zhang Jianguo was a minor legend among the machinists in this region, having achieved an 8th-level skill at the tender age of 34, then this man was a true legend. With 8 apprentices, he had produced 2 8th-level workers, 2 7th-level workers, and 4 6th-level workers. These 8 individuals represented the 4 crafts: machinists, lathe operators, milling machine operators, and boring machine operators. Li Sanpao ranked second among the top 4 8th-level artisans in Qinzhou. The first was Li Erhua, renowned for his godlike ability to handcraft aircraft engine blades, and the 2 were collectively known as the 2 Lis of Qinzhou. Following them was Qiao Fei, an 8th-level welder from the Li Aircraft Manufacturing Factory, and lastly, an 8th-level boring machine operator from Qingdong Factory. Though there were many 8th-level artisans in Qinzhou, these 4 were universally acknowledged to have surpassed the 8th level, possessing extraordinary skills. Unfortunately, 8th level was the highest officially recognized rank, hence the informal yet real title of Pinnacle 8th level artisan. After resting for only a few hours in a temporary dormitory, Bai Hao set out with Li Sanpao before dawn. Li Sanpao inquired about Bai Hao's current financial resources. He comprehended that, with the current vehicle owned by Bai Hao, the monetary equivalent would be sufficient to procure the 4-axis he desired. Moreover, and most crucially, the parts that Xia country was incapable of producing had already been acquired by Bai Hao. In the northern part of the Jinghe River, within a secluded valley, Bai Hao, initially fearing he might lose his way, suddenly turned a corner and was greeted by a stunning vista. An expanse emerged, complete with a hospital, a school, a canteen, and even a cinema. At last, he had arrived. At the factory gate, Li Sanpao disembarked from the vehicle and stood at the entrance. "Young comrade, please look for Wang Funyang. I am an old friend of his." The factory was off limits, but the vehicles could be parked in the adjacent open space. "This car is quite impressive. You must be from the capital," he remarked, to which Li Sanpao merely smiled. Today, Li Sanpao no longer bore the visage of an old farmer. Since his forced retirement, he had neglected to visit a barber, resulting in his hair turning completely white overnight. He simply tied back his white locks with a string, sporting a neatly trimmed beard and dressed in a Zhongshan suit, resembling a seasoned official. Soon, an elderly worker, seemingly nearing 60, emerged from the factory. Upon spotting Li Sanpao, the old worker momentarily froze, then quickly discarded his gloves and rushed forward. "Old pal, I thought you had taken the plunge into the Liao River." Li Sanpao did not perceive this as a jest. He let out a heavy sigh at that time. "I thought, what does it matter if I die? I've carried this burden in my chest for over 2 years. Back then, we were willing to forsake our dignity, just to catch one last glimpse, yet who could have foreseen? Alas." Wang Funyang enveloped Li Sanpao in a warm embrace. "It's all in the past now." He continued, "I visited the factory last year, but no one knew where you had gone. I sought out your disciple, Li Dong, but he refused to divulge anything." Li Sanpao shook his head, seemingly dismissing his inner discontent, and turned to point at Bai Hao. "This is my grandson, the son of my eldest disciple, Jiang Wo." "Hello, Grandpa." Bai Hao quickly approached. "The son of Jiang Wo, Bai Hao?" Li Sanpao asked, somewhat taken aback. "How could I not know? Our Qingzhou factories are quite renowned. The reputation of the bricks we produced is legendary. After shouldering a hefty debt of 700, you bravely ventured into Yangqing alone, only to return adorned in glory with a $40 million foreign exchange order." Impressive. Li Sanpao was unaware of these developments. He had isolated himself in his small village and in his own world, oblivious to external affairs. Hearing Wang Funyang's words, he was genuinely astonished. "Come, let us share a drink," Wang Funyang proposed, eager to catch up with his long-lost friend. However, Li Sanpao declined. "No, there are pressing matters at hand." Wang Funyang examined the blueprints, his brow furrowing in dismay. "This project is exceedingly challenging, and the design requires a single molding process, with no room for assembly." Bai Hao turned to retrieve a bag, which contained money. Just as he was about to produce the funds, Li Sanpao, with a serious expression, interjected, "Old Wang, I need this. We must restore dignity for Xia country and for my old bones." Wang Funyang's demeanor shifted, becoming grave and earnest. After reviewing the blueprints once more, he stated, 5 days. You can arrange for a vehicle to transport it. I will assist." Bai Hao was taken aback. In a previous life, he believed that bonuses were the ultimate driving force. However, at this moment, he was utterly unprepared for how just a few words from Li Sanpao could transform the very demeanor of the seasoned craftsman. Wang Fudian solemnly rolled the blueprints inch by inch, cradling them in his arms, and stood tall. "Sanpao, rest assured. Give me 5 days, and I shall ensure the casting is completed. I can discern that this is the base of a machine tool, yet its shape is rather peculiar. I have never encountered anything like it. If you can explain, please do. If not, I shall refrain from inquiring further." Li Sanpao gestured towards Bai Hao. "Fetch a piece of gold silk monkey for your grandfather Wang." Bai Hao promptly went to retrieve it. Ultimately, Li Sanpao did not disclose the purpose of this base, and Wang Fujian chose not to press the matter. As Li Sanpao boarded the vehicle, he declared, "Let us depart. This journey is a bit further. We are heading towards the vicinity of Mawai Station, where they can procure the 4 special motors you require. I still possess a modicum of reputation." Chapter 40. Searching for parts in Qingzhou for 3 days, Bai Hao accompanied Li Sanpao, traversing a significant portion of Qingzhou in search of the remaining parts for Bai Hao's 4-axis machining center. Remarkably, not a single penny was spent. All components were borrowed by Li Sanpao through his charm and personal connections. Upon returning to the 9th factory, Li Sanpao did not take a moment's rest. Instead, he delved into the elegant manual from Haas, meticulously studying the specifications of the various parts. Bai Hao stood close by, inquiring, "Li, there is still one more person we need to consult." "Who?" "The old madman. Years ago, he had been sent down for re-education, and after mentoring me through my vocational studies, he reclaimed his status and became a professor at the university. I have heard that he was already a professor in the capital before I was even born. Reliable, indeed. I shall pay him a visit tomorrow." Li Sanpao nodded gravely. He was a highly skilled technician, yet Feng Yuchen was a true scholar. Understanding the intricacies of the 4-axis machine required not only practical skills, but theoretical knowledge, which Li Sanpao acknowledged he lacked. Feng Yuchen was not only a genuine scholar, but also an exceptionally dependable individual. The following morning, after confirming that all parts were accounted for, Bai Hao brought a gift and set off for Jingzhou Jiaoda. His teacher, Feng Yuchen, was engaged in a lecture, and Bai Hao quietly entered through the back door, taking a seat in the corner. Upon noticing Bai Hao, Feng Yuchen sketched a diagram on the board and promptly called upon him, the student at the back door. Please explain how this structure should be modified to achieve the desired transmission. Bai Hao rose confidently, striding to the podium. With a few swift strokes, he sketched a diagram and posed a question. Professor, after achieving the required transmission, what should be the optimal data for these two gears? Feng Yuchen began illustrating further. This is a trick question. To address these two gears, one must first establish the data at the front end and the necessary transformations. Assume. Now you respond. Bai Hao continued to draw. Under your assumptions, I aim to achieve the following transmission effect. May I ask, Professor? The two engaged in a dynamic exchange at the podium, each posing and answering questions seamlessly. The teaching assistant, a doctoral student under Feng Yuchen, initially thought to interject, noting that Bai Hao was not part of the class. However, Bai Hao had already taken the initiative to answer. As their discussion unfolded, the topics initially seemed comprehensible to the assistant, but as it progressed, he began to question whether he was truly studying the right discipline. Was the content on the board even related to his field? The university students in attendance were left utterly bewildered, grappling with the realization that they could not comprehend what they had heard, despite having seen the diagrams clearly. Finally, the discussion between Feng Yuchen and Bai Hao came to a close. Feng Yuchen surveyed the classroom. Who can summarize the structure we discussed? The room fell silent, with students shrinking back in their seats, too intimidated to raise their hands or even look up. They found the diagrams incomprehensible. Useless. You are all useless. He was my student from vocational school and just graduated last year. Yet here you are, university students, a bunch of good-for-nothings, utterly useless. Feng Yuchen erupted in frustration. From the back, a voice timidly remarked, vocational school is not without merit. In this era, vocational schools are indeed formidable. The scores for associate degrees fall merely 5 points short of those for bachelor's degrees, and vocational schools trail by another 5. Some lesser-known universities may find that the quality of their incoming students does not surpass that of a commendable vocational school. Thus, the emergence of a prodigious talent from a vocational institution would hardly surprise the university students. Feng Yuchen lifted his water cup and addressed his doctoral student, saying, You will teach the next class. These incompetent fools are driving me to despair. With that, he strode out with Bai Hao. The doctoral candidate, watching Feng Yuchen depart, turned his attention back to the blackboard, diligently studying the material. Gradually, he began to comprehend the latter part, though it required meticulous thought and serious study. His response was evidently not as swift as Bai Hao's had been earlier. A few university students approached to copy the diagrams, perceiving this as part of their learning process. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, It's him. It's really him. Who? Have you all forgotten? We have an assignment due. In an instant, realization dawned upon everyone. They had an assignment to reflect on the news, which was centered around Bai Hao's hour-long speech at the industrial power plant. Bai Hao. It was indeed Bai Hao. Instantly, a sense of relief washed over them. Sigh. It's not embarrassing to be weaker than him. In this era, people admire geniuses without harboring jealousy. Another student remarked, I heard he is an orphan. I speculate he didn't attend university due to financial constraints, opting for vocational school instead to enter the workforce sooner. He must have surpassed our score thresholds. The doctoral student interjected, he attended a junior vocational school. Yet, the students remained unconvinced. Had he pursued high school and then university, his scores would undoubtedly be at the top tier. Yes, they conceded, acknowledging the validity of that statement. At this juncture, Feng Yuchen's doctoral student, also serving as a teaching assistant, signaled for everyone to copy the diagrams from the blackboard, promising to explain them shortly. This was a rare opportunity to delve into more profound knowledge, and he urged everyone to engage earnestly. Following Feng Yuchen to his office, Bai Hao inquired before even taking a seat, I never would have guessed, you mad old man, that you were such a significant figure. Feng Yuchen personally poured tea for Bai Hao, remarking, this old fellow has indeed misjudged. I never anticipated you would accomplish such great feats. Negotiating with Americans with a mere vocabulary of 3,500 words. However, even within the university, many can surpass 3,000 words, yet few dare to speak out. Bai Hao's recollection of past events was somewhat vague. However, one thing was clear. Feng Yuchen's students were correct, for in this world, Bai Hao truly was an academic prodigy who had chosen vocational school due to his family's impoverished circumstances, aspiring to begin working sooner. Feng Yuchen placed the tea before Bai Hao, saying, I hear you've acquired quite a number of televisions. Do procure one for me. The university compensated me for over a decade of unpaid wages, so I do have some funds now. My senior brother is getting married, and as a teacher, I ought to present a token of goodwill. The term senior brother alone signified the bond between Feng Yechen and Bai Hao. In years past, Feng Yechen had provided Bai Hao with considerable guidance. Yet, Bai Hao had since undergone a transformation. He now possessed a wealth of knowledge and experience. Bai Hao retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket, stating, "Old fellow, televisions are hardly a concern. I have a schematic you might want to examine." Feng Yechen merely cast a glance before shaking his head. A 5-axis mechanism. The principles are not a mystery. The challenge lies not in the theory. Feng Yechen is a professional. Thus, when Bai Hao produced the second diagram, Feng Yechen adjusted his glasses and scrutinized it closely. This is intriguing. Although there are a few aspects that seem somewhat amiss, it does possess potential. Indeed, it might actually work. This concept holds promise. Feng Yechen's remarks were somewhat cryptic. Yet Bai Hao comprehended their meaning and recognized that his mentor had grasped the essence of the illustration. Bai Hao stepped forward, prepared to elucidate the details of the blueprint. Chapter 41. A set of equipment procured 2 years ago. Bai Hao began to explain the blueprints. Teacher, this is a pseudo 4-axis setup. It lacks a continuously synchronized coaxial turntable. I have gathered all the components, but before the actual assembly, theoretical validation is still necessary, along with the corresponding control programs. Apart from this, I have an idea to utilize light sensing for distance measurement and positioning. This requires specific equipment, but I only possess the concept without a design. Let me see. Bai Hao presented his thoughts to Feng Yechen. Very well, Feng Yechen reviewed Bai Hao's design ideas and requirements. Your concept is sound, however. This is not my area of expertise. I will introduce you to someone, a friend from Shijuan Electric. He has been facing numerous difficulties at home, yet he is genuinely skilled. He prioritizes character over academic prowess when selecting graduate students. Teacher, let's proceed. I will pay your student. It will be 50 cents a day, with provisions for meals and accommodation. Indeed, Feng Yechen contemplated for a full 10 minutes before asking, have you gathered the components? Theoretically, yes. My father has also invited his mentor out of retirement. Who? Could it be Li Sanpao? Bai Hao nodded in affirmation. Feng Yechen then said to Bai Hao, let us go. It's still early. We can head to Shijuan Electric and manage to have lunch together. Your idea of employing light sensing for distance measurement on machine tools is excellent and feasible. However, the research funding for this part will need to be applied for now. It won't be available until the second half of next year. I have funds. Bai Hao asserted confidently. I drove here. Oh, you can drive now? Let us take a look at your car. Feng Yechen assumed Bai Hao had borrowed a modest vehicle, but upon seeing the car, his first reaction was not to admire it, but to remark seriously, we need to make significant progress. If not, I might have to sell this car. Teacher knows that this model is quite valuable in the United States. This car alone is worth several $100,000. Such extravagance. Feng Yechen sought not just one person. He contacted a financially struggling professor from Shijuan University and enlisted a mechanical expert from the University of Engineering. Yet, this was still insufficient. He also found a former comrade from his own institution, the Materials Institute at Jingyao Zhaodong University. At the 9th factory, the gates were closed. One day, Bai Hao checked the final deliveries from various supporting factories and returned to the 9th factory with weary steps. She abruptly noticed that the office building had a small door open separately, as did the dormitories. Inside, wooden partitions isolated their work group within a small area of the 9th factory. Meanwhile, the workshop remained brightly lit throughout the night, with trucks entering and exiting for several consecutive days. Zhao Jing, the temporary deputy director of the security section, vigilantly monitored every tree outside the factory, as if guarding against thieves. Naturally, he also kept a watchful eye on their work group. As for Bai Hao, he had become elusive. Bai Hao inquired with several individuals, but they all claimed ignorance. She realized that Zhao Jing, this newly appointed and not yet formally assigned security deputy, was deliberately concealing information, unwilling to disclose Bai Hao's whereabouts. Bai Rao produced her work identification, contemplating the justification of a forceful entry. Yet, after much deliberation, she refrained from further inquiry. Days passed, and on one particular day, Su Jia suddenly appeared, brandishing a telegram and a folded note, exclaiming towards Zhao Jing, I must find Bai Hao. It is of utmost urgency. Zhao Jing recognized Su Jia, who aspired to become a formal employee of the electrical engineering department. Su Jia was the designated officer in the main factory S office. Finally, Bai Hao made his entrance. No longer the epitome of elegance, his hair was disheveled, tangled like a nest of grass, draped in a cotton coat smeared with grease. And his feet were bare, one clad in a slipper, the other in a cotton shoe. It was precisely 9 in the morning, and it was evident that Bai Hao had yet to awaken fully. Upon seeing Bai Hao, Su Jie rushed forward. It is urgent. You must first look at this telegram for consecutive messages. For consecutive messages. Bai Hao accepted the telegram, noting the timestamps, 5 o'clock, 5:10, and 6 o'clock. With 2 messages sent at 5:10, Jeff Haas had dispatched 3 of the telegrams, while John had sent 1 at 5:10. All 4 were marked as urgent, with nearly identical content urging immediate contact, accompanied by a phone number from the United States. After perusing the telegrams, Bai Hao inquired, "Has no one in the factory been assigned to make contact?" Hearing this, Su Jie nudged Bai Hao towards the office building, insisting, "Go inside and discuss it there." Bai Hao's initial thought was that something must have gone awry at the electrical engineering factory. Once within his office, Su Jie stated, "There has indeed been a crisis at the factory." Bai Hao's internal response was one of confirmation. Su Jie continued, "Secretary Zheng has checked into the guest house, and he did so of his own accord. The guest house has an entire floor, and many from the factory are being temporarily detained there, including Secretary Zheng." Stop. Start from the beginning. This is all rather vague. What precisely transpired? Su Jie exhaled deeply, pouring himself a cup of water from the kettle by the stove before gradually elaborating. 2.5 years ago, our electrical engineering factory introduced equipment from the Japanese Toshiba company. Amid pressing tasks at the hydropower station, the machinery not only malfunctioned but also experienced widespread shutdowns. The reason? Unknown. We are not versed in these devices, and during installation, our technical personnel were not permitted to approach. Now that issues have arisen, our team has been researching for days and nights and has identified some faults. However, the Japanese side asserts these are wear and tear components, and merely replacing them would cost nearly $10 million. Upon hearing this, Bai Hao comprehended. I see. The procurement was overseen by Secretary Zheng, correct? Exactly. Su Jie affirmed, prompting Bai Hao to gesture for him to continue. Yes, Su Jie nodded. Engineer LV, who came from the capital, assisted in the inspection and indicated that there are significant quality issues with the equipment, though misuse cannot be ruled out. He needs to conduct further research, but the likelihood of a quality problem is greater. It was later discovered that among the procurement team, some individuals had accepted gifts and cash from the Japanese. So, Su Jie left the sentence unfinished, yet Bai Hao grasped the implication. Bai Hao pointed at the telegrams. What about this matter? Su Jie promptly responded, I have consulted Secretary Zheng, and he instructed me to let you handle this matter. At this juncture, you are the most dependable, regardless of what transpires. As long as you keep the power supply in mind, we shall endure this situation. I also approached Factory Director Bao, who likewise urged that you take charge. Very well. I shall take it upon myself. Bai Hao, eager to inquire about the recent occurrences at the power supply plant, recognized the pressing issues at hand. He splashed cold water on his face to refresh himself, then seated himself, striving to regain composure. Observing Su Jie pacing anxiously, Bai Hao instructed, sit down. Take pen and paper to prepare for notes. In case of any urgent developments, it is crucial to document reliably. Also, pour yourself a cup of tea to steady your nerves. All right, understood, Su Jie replied, still appearing somewhat flustered. Chapter 42, Bad News, Good News. Su Jie, a son of the electrical engineering lineage, returned to work in the field after completing his university education. At this moment, he was engulfed in trepidation, fearing calamity within the company, as one would dread misfortune at home. Bai Hao spoke into the phone, requesting the contact number for Jeff Haas in California, USA. Only to abruptly realize the inconsistency. Why would Jeff Haas direct him to call California when Best Buy's headquarters were situated in Minnesota? After a few minutes, the call connected. Jeff, just awakened from slumber on the office sofa, noted that it was approximately 4:30 in the morning in the United States. Upon receiving Bai Hao's call, he settled at his desk and said, Dear Bai, I have 3 pieces of bad news and 2 pieces of good news. Which would you prefer to hear first? The bad news, replied Bai Hao. Pouring himself a cup of coffee, Jeff continued, the first piece of bad news is that heavy snowfall has collapsed the roof, causing several feet of snow to pour into the warehouse. With over 30,000 toasters stored there, we are uncertain how many remain undamaged. The company fears that customers might receive defective products, and thus, we have filed a complete loss report. The insurance company is quite disheartened. Bai Hao turned his head and softly remarked, So, 30,000 units were damaged by the snow. Su Jie quickly noted this, grimacing as he did so. 30,000 units. Amounting to several $1,000,000. It was a staggering loss. Jeff continued. The worst news is that the heavy snow has severed the telephone lines, leaving Fry's unable to consult the headquarters across their chain of stores. They have already collected payments for 150,000 units, and the customers' deposits keep mounting. Yet they only have 80,000 units en route to the warehouse. The final piece of bad news is that due to the snow, Best Buy's telephone lines are also down, resulting in a lack of data aggregation for just a few hours. Consequently, Best Buy is facing an oversell of toasters. Bai Hao chuckled. Bad news? To me, it all sounds like good news. This implies you will need to place more urgent orders with me. And I believe you ought to. Increase the budget. Increase the budget. Su Jie understood this phrase well, having heard it countless times before. An increase in budget would surely bring forth favorable developments. Jeff Ha smiled. All right, the good news is that you have succeeded. The average market price for toasters is $270. We offered some promotional items and sold them for $149.99, attracting countless customers. This year, on Black Friday, our in-store customer traffic has risen by 32.4% compared to last year. The company wishes to send you a Christmas gift. What would you like? Nothing too extravagant. How about a set of encyclopedias? Very well. Now regarding the bad news, do you have any good suggestions? Then I shall share with you another piece of good news. Bai Hao remained silent, while Jeff did not rush him. In truth, Bai Hao had thoughts brewing within. Yet expressing them hastily would serve no benefit. After a minute passed, Bai Hao said, Give me 10 minutes. I need to think. Await my call. All right. After hanging up, Bai Hao's demeanor turned serious as he quietly lit a cigarette and gently inquired, Su Jie, do you know how much production capacity remains for the toasters? Do not tell me you are unaware. Su Jie wore a bitter expression. Bai Hao, you understand the current situation in the factory. The atmosphere is fraught with anxiety. Even if we arrange for increased production, can we guarantee the quality? We cannot. Bai Hao is aware. The electrical machinery plant is a state-owned enterprise directly under the ministry, currently tasked with ensuring key equipment for hydropower construction. At present, the imported machines have experienced widespread outages, leading to an inability to complete essential tasks. Moreover, equipment failures have prompted even Zhongaigua to self-isolate for investigation. Who could withstand such a significant crisis? Placing additional orders may not be beneficial for the electrical plant at this juncture. It feels akin to adding insult to injury. With a heavy sigh, Bai Hao remarked, It seems that the chives we intended to harvest next year must be cut this year instead. What? Su Jie was somewhat perplexed. Yet he grasped the gravity of the situation and inquired, Should we inform the capital's foreign exchange assurance team? Bai Hao nodded in response, Yes, notify them. Shortly thereafter, Bai Ruan entered, observing Bai Hao bundled in a cotton coat on the sofa, an ashtray beside him, and a phone cradled in his arms. Su Jie had already briefed her on the unfolding events, and she understood that while adding tasks to the electrical plant was not impossible indeed, they would grit their teeth and manage it. She felt a pang of sympathy for the plant in such a predicament. Furthermore, could quality still be assured under these circumstances? However, as a senior figure and a leader from the capital, she had to bear the weight of the situation. As she entered the room, Bai Ruan stated, This additional order must be accepted. Hand me the phone. I will reach out to our department head for assistance. Bai Hao broke into a smile when faced with difficulties. Seeking leadership is not the mark of a good subordinate. Can you handle this? Bai Ruan's face showed skepticism, yet she quickly added, We must not increase the burden on the electrical plant at this time. Bai Hao replied, Please, take a seat, leader. I invited you here merely as a witness, not to lament difficulties. Upon hearing this, Bai Ruan felt an urge to slap Bai Hao. How infuriating. Yet, Bai Hao had already begun making calls. An international long-distance call was connected once more to Jeff Haas. Jeff, my suggestion is to activate the ordering mode. After all, we've exceeded expectations. What more can you do? The pricing will remain at Black Friday rates. Your primary concern is the inability to fulfill orders, which could tarnish your reputation. I can assure you of this. But it will require additional funds. How much? Bai Hao had already calculated in his mind. $5. Don't try to haggle with me. You know I have numerous New Year orders, and the factory has reached its limits. I must employ extraordinary measures to ensure both quality and quantity for your delivery. Don't the workers in your beautiful country require extra pay for working overtime? Jeff Haas also needed a guarantee. He could not simply take Bai Hao's word for it. All right, Follett will increase the funds, but how will you ensure quality and quantity? Bai Hao remarked, It must be nearing morning on your side. You should have an office in the Free City. Simply proceed to our consulate in Xia country. A check for $2 million will be waiting there. Within 2 hours, I will fax the new contract to you and John. If there are no issues, I will send the contract to our consulate in your beautiful nation, where you can make the payment. Bai Hao continued, once the payment is received, should I fail to fulfill my obligations, the compensation stipulated in the order will serve as my safeguard. I believe what you seek is the goods, not compensation. Likewise, I wish to earn profits and avoid penalties. What do you think? Jeff Haas found this reasoning sound. That sounds agreeable. I would also like to increase the order by at least 10,000 waffle machines. Chapter 43. The leaks. Please step forward. The specifics of the additional contributions no longer concerned Bai Hao. After all, the factories in Qinzhou were currently unable to produce any further. Any prospective production would necessitate alternative methods. Thus, he responded, feel free to add. I shall unveil to you the formidable potential of my factory. Very well, Jeff Haas replied cheerfully. Now, it is time to share some good news. Indeed, I relish good news, though I hope it does not come with any unwelcome twists. Bai Hao felt a tinge of anxiety, for the unfortunate news Jeff spoke of was, in fact, favorable for him. Would the good news turn sour? Furthermore, this good news was intentionally shared after a solution had been found. Jeff chuckled heartily. Did you not notice? I am no longer in Mingzhou. Yes, I was just pondering that. My superior ultimately triumphed. He successfully ousted me from the company. His justification was that with someone like you capable of procuring in Xiagu, my presence was rendered valueless and meaningless. It was better to dismiss me and offer you a modest pay raise. And what of Xiagu? What about other regions? The island of Hua and Temasek are significant to us in the eastern continent. The island of Hua has a representative stationed in the Free City, while Temasek's meager output is inconsequential. Thus, I was let go. The letter regarding your promotion was sent via post. I anticipate you will receive it within a fortnight. Bai Hao retrieved a cigarette from his pack. Your tone does not suggest sorrow. Of course not. My father vehemently criticized Best Buy as foolish. What I am to prove is my worth, not through a mere job. I have returned to work at my family's company. Congratulations. But did you not take the opportunity to parade your finest sports car in front of your boss upon your departure? Alas, that would be too juvenile. Jeff continued with a serious demeanor. I arranged for a helicopter to collect me from Best Buy's headquarters upon my resignation. That is the demeanor expected of an adult. Bai Hao chuckled, nearly losing his breath. Why, Jeff continued, this is my final task at Best Buy, and I believe I must see it through. My father is pleased with my decision, even in the absence of a salary. But remember, we are friends. Indeed, we are friends. During the New Year in Xiagu, I will still extend an invitation for you to come here for a holiday, complete with hot springs, wine, and stories. Very well, I accept your invitation. After ending the call with Jeff Haas, Bai Hao reached over and took the notebook from Su Jie's hands. Su Jie inquired, what were you discussing? You didn't have me note anything down. What should I record? Not for now, Bai Hao replied, wishing to keep the details of his promotion at Best Buy from being documented. However, Bai Ran interjected, this is not an ordinary occurrence. I insist you recount the conversation. Well, it involved restocking, increasing funds, and an urgent matter. Jeff Haas is no longer employed at Best Buy, and there will soon be a new procurement officer in our summer country. However, the pressing matter at hand is the issue of additional orders. I instructed them to present a check at our consulate in the summer country. Only upon receipt of payment will I proceed with the task. Bai Ran listened attentively, gesturing for Su Jie to take notes. Meanwhile, Bai Hao continued to make calls. His first call was to a prominent factory in Jianzhou, Jinyang. Inform your factory director, Zhang Jianya, that an official from the Ministry of Industry is seeking him urgently. The mention of the ministry startled Su Jie, who looked at Bai Hao in surprise. Bai Hao, covering the phone, explained to Su Jie, are you not aware? I am also a member of the assurance team, and I possess a temporary work permit. This revelation displeased Bai Ran, as the permit was indeed valid but only temporary. Bai Hao was the signatory of the orders, and to ensure production quality and quantity, he was part of the working group, holding a temporary work permit issued by the Ministry of Industry. Not only he, but also Zhang Igua and the 2 workshop directors from the electrical department possessed similar permits. However, Bai Hao had never worked a single day in this group. Yet he was now leveraging this identity. Sighing inwardly, Bai Ran decided to let it go. After all, Bai Hao's intentions were to fulfill the orders. Before long, a voice came from the other end. Hello, this is Director Zhang Jianya. Bai Hao replied, we have met before at the autumn fair in Yanqing, where you purchased samples of the toaster for export. I would like to know the progress of your research. Are you prepared for mass production? Please provide me with specific figures. In the event of an urgent start, how many units can you produce in 10 days? His tone was commanding. And Bai Hao's serious voice, laced with an official tone, caught the other party off guard. In 10 days, we can guarantee the quality of 20,000 units. Excellent. Bai Hao signaled to Su Jie, who was diligently taking notes. The other party inquired further, your voice sounds youthful. Which department are you from? I am curious about the ministry's arrangements. Being the director of a major factory, Zhang Jianye quickly sought to verify Bai Hao's identity after being momentarily caught off guard. Bai Hao responded, my name is Bai Hao. I recently obtained a temporary work permit from the ministry to oversee a specific project. Please do not become agitated. Allow me to elaborate. Ah, it's you. All right, please continue. Zhang Jianye expressed his interest. It was the first time he had encountered Bai Hao, and he sensed that there was more to him than met the eye. The very act of calling indicated that something was amiss. Bai Hao continued, firstly, the toaster and waffle maker have patents registered with WIPO. It will be challenging for you to produce and sell these domestically in our summer country, and the likelihood of you incurring losses is minimal. However, once you step outside of our borders, you will find it impossible to sell even a single unit. If you are unfamiliar with WIPO, I suggest consulting your foreign trade personnel. They will be well-versed. How dare you? The other party erupted in anger. Bai Hao, you little rascal, you are indeed cunning. Have you considered whether you possess the appetite for such ambitions? Bai Hao lit a cigarette and settled down. Uncle, continue your tirade. Once you're finished, listen to what I have to say. Fine, I shall refrain from cursing. Please proceed. Zhang Jianye is also the director of a large factory. Initially deceived by Bai Hao, he later learned that the toaster he purchased was a significant expense, which he further invested in disassembly and research for improvements, yet ultimately failed to generate profit, leaving him quite frustrated. Nevertheless, he firmly believes that Bai Hao would not be idle enough to call him merely to provoke irritation, especially considering the high cost of long-distance calls. Are you sure you haven't lost a brother? Come here, and I'll deal with you, you little rascal. Speak of serious matters. Zhang Jianye chuckled in his anger. Really not? No? You better get to the point quickly, as my patience is waning. Zhang Jianye was genuinely infuriated. Having already smashed an ashtray in his rage, Bai Hao maintained a smile, which, although visible to Zhang Jianye, was also audible. You see, 500 years ago, we were one family. Zhang Jianye retorted, nonsense. Your surname is Bai, and mine is Zhang. Yet, Bai Hao remained unfazed. My father's surname is Zhang. Hurry up. Stop with the nonsense, and discuss serious matters. Zhang Jianye was already at his wit's end, nearly ready to smash the phone in his fury. Chapter 44. Waiting for today. Listening to Zhang Jianye see with rage, Bai Hao remained unperturbed, gradually articulating, regarding the toaster, any exports must go through me. I have not engaged in any actions that would incite price wars among the factories. We are all aware of the costs involved. For 20,000 units, ensuring quality, I will offer your factory at least $1 million. No negotiations. Should you insist on bargaining, I shall seek another partner. You may recall how many samples I sold at the autumn trade fair, yet I ensured that each factory I favored received the samples on time, regardless of their order backlog. Can you fathom why? Why? As Zhang Jianye pondered Bai Hao's words, he inquired further. Bai Hao shifted his tone to a serious one, stating, it is simply a matter of waiting for today. Zhang Jianye was left in a state of bemusement, torn between laughter and frustration. Nevertheless, he recognized the merit in Bai Hao's argument, albeit still feeling aggrieved. He retorted, clever calculation. What is your contact number? Grant me half an hour to contemplate. In truth, Zhang Jianye had been persuaded. His initial fury in the office dissipated as the secretary rushed in to ascertain the cause of the commotion. Upon witnessing Zhang Jianye's transformation from anger to hearty laughter as he hung up the phone, he exclaimed, impressive. The youth are indeed formidable. Old Zhang, what has incited such a tempest within you? Not at all. I am not angry in the slightest. My fury was merely a ploy for a favorable price. Today, I have encountered a sage. Consider this, a person audacious enough to brazenly run a train to Yangqing, charm foreign merchants with mere words, and then reside in the Baiyin Hotel, navigating the autumn trade fair with remarkable finesse. Such a person is anything but ordinary. After recounting the events, the secretary concurred that Zhang Jianye's decision was astute. However, he suggested that the price could be negotiated further. $1 million for 20,000 units seemed rather steep. Zhang Jianye replied, do not engage him in negotiations. You would not outmatch him. Let our industrial bureau handle discussions with their Qingzhou counterpart. We do not seek Xia currency. Who cares for that trivial amount? I demand you. S. Dollars. Every cent counts. I trust the Bureau shares this sentiment. Understood. Let us don the tiger's skin for grand endeavors. Armed only with a temporary work permit from the ministry, Bai Hao made nearly 40 calls within a span of 2 hours. The shortest conversation lasted merely 2 seconds. Upon detecting the tone of the other party, Bai Hao promptly abandoned the attempt. After sipping some water, he glanced at the statistics compiled by Su Jie. Was it sufficient? In 10 days, 185,000 units. Bai Hao exhaled deeply. Let it be for now. The remaining opportunities can be harvested next year. To harvest all at once would be detrimental. Furthermore, it served as a lesson to those who sought to exploit his samples. There would be no room for deceit. Bai Ruan's mind echoed a singular phrase, Zhang Jianye's original words. You little rascal, you are indeed cunning. Indeed. Bai Ruan never anticipated that Bai Hao had already calculated the intentions of all Xia factories wishing to procure samples during the autumn trade fair. However, this matter was of little concern to Bai Ruan. Her focus lay on the total export volume of Xia, while Bai Hao pressured the domestic procurement prices. The export price had surged by $5, a fluctuation that she found significant. At that moment, within the Industrial Bureau, Bai Hao had not yet contacted Li Aimin. When individuals of similar rank from other provinces contacted Li Aimin to discuss pricing issues, he was utterly bewildered, completely unaware of what was transpiring. Yet, there was an even greater confusion. The consulate in San Francisco, California, received a fax from the homeland, which turned out to be a contract. Before they could grasp the situation, someone arrived, presenting a check for $4 million as a deposit, purportedly on behalf of a factory in the Summer Nation. They promptly reported the matter. Initially, they contacted the consulate in Liberty City, only to receive a similar response, unexpectedly. Representatives from Best Buy in the United States had delivered a check for $5 million for their acceptance, and they needed to organize the details of this event. The order comprised over 300,000 toasters, with an initial request for the swift delivery of 100,000 units, followed by another 100,000 by January 10th of the following year, and the final 100,000 by February. Additionally, there were numerous waffle makers and 5 million bottles of jam, among other items. This order, divided into 3 phases, amounted to nearly $40 million. The consulate staff were equally perplexed. However, this was indeed a genuine occurrence, with the other party being referred to as the 9th workshop of the electric machinery factory. Upon further inquiry and investigation from the consulate, it became even more alarming. The 9th workshop had only one registered employee, a young man receiving a mid-level salary. There were 2 individuals in the process of formal employment, one an apprentice machinist and the other a demobilized soldier in the security department. The consulate personnel felt as though the world had gone mad. Yet, upon contacting the relevant higher authorities in the Summer Nation, they were astonished to learn that the Ministry of Industry was already aware of this individual, and the 9th workshop was officially recognized by the ministry, complete with dedicated records and an inspector dispatched to oversee matters. Bai Hao hung up the phone, and Su Jie felt a wave of relief wash over him. They had the capacity to produce 185,000 units within 10 days, ensuring timely delivery. At that moment, Bai Hao turned to Su Jie and said, Su Jie, you mentioned that Secretary Zheng is staying at a guest house, which means no one is preventing him from leaving. Please invite him to join me for hot pot and drinks tonight so we can discuss this order. Also, kindly ask Director Li to come along, as this is indeed a significant achievement for Qingzhou's foreign exchange revenue. Understood, I will mention it. Bai Hao nodded, wrapping himself more snugly in his cotton coat. I need to catch up on sleep. I hardly slept last night and managed only a couple of hours this morning. Join me for hot pot tonight. I will pass on that, Su Jie declined. Bai Hao ascended the spiral staircase, grumbling. You say you're heading home tonight. In truth, Bai Hao had not returned home at all. Bai Can made no attempt to stop him. She had her own responsibilities to attend to in the office, managing the follow-up events as part of the support team for toaster exports. She needed to formally reach out to the factories that had committed to completing the total of 185,000 units within 10 days. This was both to encourage them and to convey the seriousness of the matter. At 7 in the evening, in the adjacent room to Bai Hao's office, which served as his reception area, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. On the stove, originally intended for warmth, rested a stainless steel basin. During this winter season, vegetables were scarce, with only radishes and cabbages available. However, Zhao Jing had managed to procure a sheep from the mountains through a comrade, allowing for the indulgence of lamb hot pot. Li Aimin arrived, followed by Bai Hao, Zheng Aigua, and Gum Mingqing. You are truly ruthless. Zheng Igua remarked as he entered the room, presenting Bai Hao with a bottle of Mount Ai. Let us enjoy a few drinks, uncle. Today is indeed a delightful occasion. Initially, it was believed that the industrial electricity sector was quite renowned, yet this time, it was uncertain how many large enterprises had come to recognize our factory's 9th division. Li Aimin instructed the driver to bring in a case of liquor, exclaiming, "Old Zheng, you are far too stingy. One bottle is hardly sufficient for anyone." Section 45 Revisiting Old Matters, let us postpone the drinking for a while, Bai Ruo suggested as she produced several documents. Bai Hao, please review and complete this questionnaire. My superior requires written records, and it is imperative that we do this now. Gu Mingqing assisted in clearing the table, affirming, indeed. Let us attend to the serious matters first. Bai Hao perused the documents, which merely outlined the sequence of events and the core stipulations of the contract, along with pertinent considerations. He sat down and diligently filled out the form. After Bai Ruo inspected it, she placed it into her briefcase and retrieved a paper bag. This contains the cured lamb from Chaozi Co. Currently, only Director Gu has arrived empty-handed. Gu Mingqing immediately retorted, "Who says that? I brought some fried snacks from the local market, as well as marinated tofu." Zheng Igua personally poured a glass of liquor for Bai Hao, remarking, "I underestimated you. Young man, you have already laid such a solid foundation for numerous factories at the autumn trade fair. I must toast to you." Bai Hao, smiling widely, cradled the glass with both hands. "You flatter me. It is merely a matter of mutual respect. Although I have faced criticism, we still managed to accomplish our objectives." With that, he drained his glass. Gu Mingqing picked up the bottle, eager to pour Bai Hao another drink. Their foreign trade department had indeed gained significant prestige. Household appliances yield revenue. Compared to trading primary industrial goods for U.S. dollars, the final form of these electrical products holds far greater value. Bai Hao, hesitant to accept Gu Mingqing's offer, seized the bottle and poured for him instead. "Uncle Gu, may I inquire, if it were not for my strategic maneuvering this time, how would next year's Yangqing Spring and Autumn Fair unfold? Would there be dozens of toasters? With various provinces subsidizing to reduce prices from my selling price of $100 to $80 or even $60. Gu Mingqing, having witnessed the fierce price cuts provinces resort to for revenue generation, replied, $40 would not be surprising. $35 would not astonish me. Bai Ruo interjected, "So, have you deduced why you secured orders from the United States?" Bai Hao countered, "What do you think, leader? Novel designs are secondary. The most crucial factor is the low labor costs in our country. Such labor-intensive products necessitate a vast workforce, and merely the labor cost alone would require the U.S. to pay no less than $50 per toaster." With a chuckle, Bai Hao raised his glass. "For the new orders, I am increasing the price by $5 each. To my 3 uncles and Aunt Bai, let us drink to that." While Bai Hao did not verbally respond, he tacitly acknowledged Bai Ruo's insight into the matter. Our country is now entering an era where the demographic dividend is beginning to manifest. The generation of heroic mothers is in their prime. Initially, it provides inexpensive production capabilities. And in the medium term, it results in an enormous consumer market. Everyone emptied their glasses. Gu Mingqing inquired, "Will the prices of toasters decrease at the spring fair?" Bai Hao shook his head. "Do not hold your breath for the spring and autumn fair. The total orders from the United States have already surpassed 600,000 units. I have a strong premonition that sales for the first half of next year may have peaked. If there are orders, they will likely be long-term ones, such as winter orders placed during the spring fair. Orders from the U.S. should not be excessive." After a moment of reflection, Bai Hao added, "Of course, it is also possible that I am mistaken. Surprises may arise from families that initially had no intention of purchasing a toaster, swayed by the lower prices. The situation hinges upon market conditions. I dare say even Best Buy cannot ascertain the outcome, and there is no necessity for them to place orders solely through the spring or autumn trade fairs. Such is the nature of the matter." Bai Hao then addressed Li Aimin, saying, "Uncle Li, was the price reduction harsh enough this time? They are already cursing. How could it not be severe?" "Yes, Uncle Li. For those few who are both amiable in disposition and stringent in bargaining. Please give them a call tomorrow to inquire if they are interested in joining my strategic plan for next year's spring trade fair. Everything will proceed according to my regulations. This time, my 9th factory will only charge a mere 5% facilitation fee, and payments can be made in summer currency. Furthermore, we will no longer manufacture toasters in Qin province. There simply isn't the bandwidth for it." Li Aimin nodded in agreement. "In that case, let's find an excuse during the new year to invite them over. Having earned so much from them, We could treat them to a royal hot spring experience and engage in some face-to-face discussions. Bai Hao concurred, recognizing that direct conversation is far superior to a telephonic exchange. After another drink, Bai Hao set down his glass and turned to Zheng Bo. May I ask you something? Zheng Igua waved his hand dismissively. This matter is not for you to meddle in. I might even retire before the new year. Upon hearing the term retirement, Bai Hao remarked, wasn't my father's manner. Oldly also retired in such a manner 2 years ago? Zheng Igua lowered his glass and chopsticks, then rose to stand by the window. He vividly recalled that moment. Feeling an immense ache in his heart, yet he was powerless to alter the course of events. The serious foreign affairs issue was beyond his capacity to handle. And the electric machinery factory could not bear it either. Li Sanpao had clashed with the Japanese technician, yet the situation ultimately had to be downplayed. And Li Aimin had played a significant role in that outcome. However, Li Sanpao was compelled into forced retirement, with his salary being suppressed. In accordance with the 5th grade retirement protocol, after a prolonged silence, Zheng Igua waved his hand dismissively, let us not speak of past matters. Yet Bai Hao could not refrain from continuing, Uncle Zheng, what machinery was introduced at the electric machinery factory? Zheng Igua gazed out the window in silence. At this moment, Li Aimin interjected, it was 2 production lines, one for high-voltage transformers and the other for medium-voltage ones. Initially, we sought a set for ultra-high voltage. But the Japanese refused to sell it to us. Bai Hao inquired further, do you know the models? Indeed. The events from that time had left indelible impressions upon his mind. Li Aimin recited the machine models, and Bai Hao silently committed them to memory. He then pushed open the door and stepped outside, only for Bai Ran to grasp his arm, understanding his intent. She recognized Zheng Igua's considerations. Excluding Bai Hao from this matter was a protective measure. At present, Bai Hao was on the rise, well-liked by the workers and favored by the leadership. Maintaining stability for the province of Qinzhou could potentially lead him to become a significant figure at the electric machinery factory or develop the 9th factory, thereby establishing a legacy for himself. Anyone entangled in the mess of those past years would find themselves cursed by misfortune. Bai Hao, feeling Bai Ran's grip on his arm, simply stated, I will make a phone call. If it bears no fruit, I shall let it go. I am listening, Bai Ran replied. Though she had not spoken to Zhang Jingguo recently, she had been diligently gathering information about those events, drawing ever closer to the truth. Once she amassed sufficient evidence, she would engage Zhang Jingguo in conversation. Thus, Bai Rao must protect Bai Hao. Bai Hao entered his office and inquired, is it a long-distance call? Please connect me to the Haas Manor in Hollywood, Washington. After speaking, Bai Hao glanced at his watch. It was 7:50. At this hour. It was precisely 7:50 in the United States, and he wondered whether Jeff Haas had already departed. Coincidentally, Jeff Haas was indeed preparing to leave. Having donned his coat and taken his car keys, ready to head to the office for his first day back at his family's enterprise. Thus he was dressed quite formally. Chapter 46, True Brotherhood in California. Jeff was preparing to step out when he heard the butler mention a phone call for him. He promptly answered the call in the living room. Jeff, this is Bai Hao, the voice on the other end began. Bai, you did an excellent job. I truly did not anticipate that your partner factory possessed such immense potential. Jeff Haas thought Bai Hao was about to inform him that the order had been secured. However, Bai Hao's tone was exceedingly grave. Jeff, I consider you a brother, and I require your assistance. I seek detailed data on 2 sets of equipment. It would be ideal if you could procure the blueprints as well. I believe you are capable of this. I will provide you with the model numbers. Jeff Haas noted them down. Recognizing the model numbers, he understood their significance. After all, Jeff was a member of the Haas family, and his father was the 3rd in line to lead the contemporary Haas dynasty. Once he had taken note, Jeff inquired, Bai, this is an antiquated production line from Japan used for manufacturing transformers and similar products. The blueprints should not be difficult to find. But may I ask why you seek this? Can I know the reason? Bai Hao seated himself and began, Jeff, allow me to share a story with you. Before I do, let me ask you, what would you do if someone humiliated your grandfather? Now, listen closely to my tale. Bai Hao recounted his story in intricate detail, sharing everything he knew. Upon finishing, he stated, I suspect this old equipment holds a trap. I intend to uncover it and return the humiliation of the past. After his declaration, the line fell silent. Yet, Bai Hao remained unperturbed. In his previous life, he had known Jeff Haas for 36 years. Generally, friendships formed in midlife lacked genuine depth, yet Jeff was a true cowboy, not only owning his own ranch but also embodying a sense of chivalry. Jeff had later studied the language of Xia to indulge in the martial arts novels of that culture, captivated by the notion of heroes and gallantry. This silence endured for a full 3 minutes, with Bai Hao patiently waiting. The stillness began to agitate Bai Ruan, who feared that Bai Hao's seemingly unreasonable request might jeopardize their already signed toaster orders, rendering Bai Hao a sinner in the crucial context of Xia's foreign exchange endeavors. At long last, Jeff Haas broke the silence. I, Jeff David Haas, in the name of Jeff III, declare that I will assemble a team and journey to Xia to fight alongside you. Thank you, my brother, Bai Hao replied, uttering those 6 words before ending the call. He had not let himself down. An indescribable sense of solace enveloped Bai Hao's heart. Bai Ruan gazed at Bai Hao and said, "He has agreed." Bai Hao nodded. Not only has he agreed, he has given it considerable thought. He is wagering everything. Today should mark his first day back at the family business. And by bringing a team to assist me, he risks being ousted from the family enterprise once more due to his obstinacy. Why? Bai Ruan was completely perplexed. She could not comprehend why a scion of a prominent family from the beautiful country would gamble his future for Bai Hao, whom he had known for merely a few days. Bai Hao chose not to answer. He did not wish to explain. Thus, Bai Hao simply stated, sometimes. Regarding someone as a friend requires no justification. When a friend is in need, risking everything is what constitutes brotherhood. Such assistance is initially selfless, indifferent to gain or loss. However, Bai Hao paused. He wished to express that, although Jeff Haas's temperament eventually led him to lose the entire Haas group, resulting in a change of ownership and his status as a minor shareholder, Bai Hao had never perceived any remorse in Jeff Haas. Yet, this time was different. Bai Hao had prepared an extraordinary gift for Jeff Haas, a gesture for which he was equally committed. This gift was derived from Bai Hao's memories of a future event. This very year, the Japanese company Toshiba betrayed the United States by selling 4 5-axis machining centers to the Russians. Bai Hao believed that this information could justify Jeff Haas's visit to Xia country. But how would Bai Hao explain or illustrate how he acquired such intelligence? Returning to the adjacent room, the hot pot simmered on the stove, while Gu Mingqing stared vacantly at the flames. Zheng Aigua gazed out the window, and Li Aimin sat quietly in a corner with his eyes closed. Bai Hao took a seat and placed a slice of meat into the pot, saying, "Are you gentlemen not joining for hot pot?" Upon hearing Bai Hao's invitation, everyone gathered around the stove. Zheng Aigua remarked to Bai Hao, "I warned you not to interfere. Who were you calling just now? This matter is beyond the help of ordinary people. I cannot fathom why there are thousands of worn bearings, especially those we cannot process." Bai Hao replied, "Those are not ordinary bearings. They are annular curve reducers. I could repair that machine without making a phone call. What I desire is to trample the little Japanese underfoot, to grind their faces into the ground, and compel them to kneel and admit their mistakes." Upon hearing Bai Hao's words, not only Zheng Aigua but also Bai Shan was taken aback. Bai Shan had been present when Bai Hao made the call, believing he was merely seeking assistance to repair the machine, only to discover otherwise. Bai Hao picked up a slice of lamb and said, "My father." I cannot recall him ever being angry with anyone. Yet that day, I could see in his eyes a sentiment reminiscent of an ancient saying, "When the master is humiliated, the disciple must die." What then should happen when a teacher is humiliated by a student? But my father was powerless, unable to act. At that moment, Li Aimin interjected, "Bai Hao, listen. I must tell you, producing bearings with reducers on our machines, even with Li Sanpao himself operating them, yields a success rate of less than 30%. This time, hundreds or even thousands of various models of bearings have failed. At least 20% of these are complex. And merely producing the components could take half a year." "Who said that?" Bai Hao replied with a hint of mischief in his smile. Li Aimin lifted his glass, saying, "No more talk. Let us drink." This was an intractable problem. Even Gu Mingqing, who had little understanding of industry, recognized that some parts could not be manufactured in Xia country and required foreign currency for procurement. Zheng Aigua added, "Do not involve yourself. Today, let us drink heartily to increase our foreign exchange." Zheng Aigua drowned his sorrows in drink, becoming so intoxicated that he was ultimately carried away, late into the night. At 11 o'clock, the workshop of Factory 9 remained brightly illuminated, yet Bai Hao found himself knocking on the door of L.Tsai's dormitory. As a quintessential tech enthusiast, L.Tsai was a rather straightforward individual. "Tsai, you possess great talent. I beseech you to assist me." L.Tsai adjusted his glasses and replied, "I have saved a little money. You may sell me a television. I am not afraid of hardship, but do not compel me to engage in wrongdoing. You are quite the mischievous one. Are you discreet?" L.Tsai unfastened his shirt to reveal his back, which genuinely startled Bai Hao. "Let us go?" What more could Bai Hao say? To doubt further would be to insult L.I. Chapter 47. The Greatest Secret of the Ninth Factory within Workshop 9. A machine of modest dimensions occupies a mere 6 square meters. In the realm of processing centers, this is indeed diminutive. Around this machine, 40 tables, 8 drawing boards, 4 metal workstations, 16 single sofas, 8 long sofas, and 50 military cots have been arranged over the course of a week. Li Sanpao stands at the center, arms crossed over his chest. Surrounding him are esteemed figures. Professor Feng Yechen from the Electromechanical Department of Jingzhou Jiaodong University, Professor Lin Hemming of the Western Military's Optoelectronics, Professor Qiao Lizzi from the Computer Science Department, and Professor Wu Qiande of Mechanical Theory. Notably absent is Professor He Qiufeng from the Materials Science Department, who is engaged in verifying several sets of data in the university laboratory. In the outer circle, one finds Zhang Zhengwo's apprentice, Wang Xiaoxiong, and Meng Hao, Zhang Zhengwo's third disciple, alongside Feng Yechen's doctoral students. The area is densely populated, with individuals standing in 3 concentric circles. At the workbench, Li Dong, Li Sanpao's second apprentice, aged 40, stands out. Though older than Zhang Zhengwo, he began his studies under Li Sanpao 2 years later, an 8th-grade machinist and a senior technician at the electrical factory. He is regarded as a treasure of the establishment. Zhao Feng scurries about with a notebook in hand, now a disciple of Li Dong. After completing all tests and equipment checks, Li Dong is drenched in sweat. Master, I am ready on my end. Li Sanpao turns, Professors Wu and Qiao. With a subtle wave of his hand, Professor Wu Qianye instructs, all groups, commence recording for the 7th machine test. The doctoral students seated at the desks grow tense, their monitors displaying an array of data as various television screens relay the information. There exists but a single computer, a pinnacle of household technology, valued at several $1,000s. The machine whirs to life. The task at hand is to sculpt a relief of a horse onto a block of aluminum in a single operation. All processing procedures have been meticulously contemplated by Li Sanpao, while Professor Chao's students input data letter by letter. Currently, this processing center has diverged from Bai Hao's original design, thanks to Professor Lin's tireless efforts alongside his students in refining the blueprints. Presently, all cutting data is recorded to 4 decimal places, equating to 1,000th of a millimeter, a feat achieved through the dedication of the one-armed Lin Hemming and his students. It is an arduous endeavor. The workshop is rife with panda-like eyes, and even the thought of sleeping offers no respite. This explains Bai Hao's recent absence and his shift from polished attire to a cotton coat for warmth. When exhaustion becomes unbearable, he steals a moment on the sofa, awakening only to rejoin the fray. Liu Datsai, who entered alongside Bai Hao, gazes at the machine for a mere minute before suddenly stepping forward, collapsing to his knees, tears cascading like a fountain. 4-axis, he breathes. This is a 4-axis processing center, an apparatus that Xiagua longs for but utterly lacks. Liu Datsai had visited the islands of Japan, the United States, and the Bunker Nation, yet these countries, united in alliance, would never sell such advanced equipment to Xia country. Even during a visit, they would only allow a distant glimpse through glass windows. Bai Hao was aware that the 4-axis machine had already been completed. However, Li Sanpao and 4 professors sought more data and research materials. Their goal was to thoroughly understand this technology, transforming the 4-axis machine into a mass-producible processing center. As he observed the completed relief sculpture of a horse, Li Dong approached to measure the error margin, while Bai Hao stepped forward to Li Sanpao, masterly. There's something I must discuss. I suspect that the little Japanese have deceived us. Uncle Datsai, do share, replied Liu Datsai, who quickly approached, touching his face. Can I take a closer look? Let us address more pressing matters. You assisted in inspecting the equipment of the little devils at the power plant. I personally suspect it may be an assembly issue. You witnessed it firsthand. Please share your thoughts. Li Sanpao turned earnestly to Liu Datsai. Liu Datsai adjusted his demeanor. I did not disassemble the machine but observed it closely. I cannot be certain, yet I will mention one issue I discovered. Some positions may have damaged the bearing insulation during early installation. Technically speaking, if the insulation is compromised, a very thin oil film on the bearing will be breached by the shaft voltage. Once the oil film is penetrated, the consequences are manifold, you understand. Liu Datsai might not be eloquent, but his points were crucial. Here was a true expert. After analysis, Wu Qianye remarked, indeed, the breach of the oil film not only worsens the lubrication conditions for the rolling elements, but the resultant electrical sparks may also cause electrical erosion to the rolling elements, leading to uneven surfaces and accelerated wear of the bearings. Liu Datsai continued. Since we did not come to Qinzhou to oversee this matter, and there are no directives from above, I cannot examine other areas of damage. However, I estimate that the losses incurred from various bearing issues will cost the power plant over $1 million. Suddenly, Lu Datsai turned sharply to gaze at the 4-axis processing center. His lack of eloquence did not imply a dull mind. In an instant, he understood why Bai Hao had brought him into the workshop. With this, the circular curve reducer, we could produce it ourselves. Moreover, we could manufacture hundreds in a single day. This machine is capable, undoubtedly. Wu Qinya was fully aware of the machine's capabilities and recognized that ordinary machine tools could not accomplish the tasks at hand, yet the 4-axis could easily fulfill them. Programmed to process hundreds in a day. Next, the issue of materials arose. With each Xiufeng present, it could be managed. Bai Hao placed a hand on Lu Datsai's shoulder. Comrade Datsai, tomorrow you will surely have the opportunity to enter that sealed workshop. Steel tube bearings equipped with reducer functions. Is that acceptable? Lu Datsai hesitated, and Bai Hao added, just take them. I will have someone assist you. You need only reach the workshop entrance. Lu Datsai was perplexed. Why not directly inform the factory? I believe they would support you. Bai Hao shook his head. I must first ascertain whether it is feasible. If it is, I will not need to intervene. Once, they forced Master Li into retirement, and today they must bring him back. Although the factory had its reasons back then, one cannot suppress such feelings indefinitely. Indeed, it was so. Lu Datsai consented to this plan. Bai Hao straightened his posture and said, Zhao Feng, it is time to employ our resources. The workshop that handles the imported equipment is less than 100 meters from where Li Chong works. Is that feasible? Yes, I will go find him. Zhao Feng understood. This was an opportunity. Although Li Chong is cunning, he has never faltered in critical moments. If he were to back down this time, Bai Hao would feel embarrassed to reserve a formal position for him. Of course, one must not forget about Lu Qiao in this matter. Chapter 48. The old man San Pao strolls through the old factory indeed. Bai Hao remarked, prepare a new bicycle for Lu Qiao, so he can tirelessly deliver the parts to me. I cannot make an appearance. It would be too conspicuous. All right. Feng Yechen inquired of Li Dong beside him. What is the situation? Zhang Jianguo was absent, having been reassigned to the electrical repair branch's task force to see if there was any way to repair the 2 production lines. Thus, Feng Yechen turned to Li Dong. Zhang Jianguo had been harboring frustration for years, and Li Dong was no stranger to such feelings either. Now that Feng Yechen had broached the subject, the pent-up resentment from years past surged forth. At that time, Zhang Jianguo was no longer at the electrical factory, while Li Dong remained close to San Pao. The humiliation Li Dong felt was palpable. 2 years later, he still trembled with rage. Lin Hemming, who had lost an arm, stood before San Pao and gently patted him twice. San Pao smiled nonchalantly, like an old dog that has been beaten out. The boys are not happy in their hearts. Yet compared to the suffering you endured, Lin, my grievance is pale in comparison. No, Lin Hemming interjected, I am not here to persuade you. I am here to tell you why I endure for so many years. The vision has shifted to the 4-axis machining center. Only by strengthening the nation and its people can we stand tall. If it is found that the little Japanese were responsible for the mishap, we must retaliate. The brothers and I will stand with you. Indeed. San Pao was seething with anger, harboring deeper resentment. As an apprentice, he had faced bullying in the puppet state decades ago. And who would have thought that in his later years, he would again suffer at the hands of the Japanese, which was the true source of his unquenchable ire. The workshop discussed various details before everyone took a break to recharge for the following day. The next day, at 8:30 in the morning, San Pao arrived at the electrical factory headquarters, appearing like an ordinary retired gentleman. What was his purpose? To reimburse medical expenses. With San Pao present, who dared to obstruct him? He wandered about, taking the opportunity to engage in light conversation with old colleagues. Inside the headquarters office building, several high-ranking officials were embroiled in a heated debate. The $700,000 earmarked for parts, although insignificant for a large factory, was merely the cost of the components. Indeed, wear and tear would affect consumables as well. What then? Precious foreign exchange was squandered on repairs. At that moment, the manager of the repair branch, whose son, sat quietly in a corner, his head bowed. He dared not speak, hoping the leaders would overlook his presence. Yet the more he tried to hide, the more he was singled out. Who dog? You act like a coward. Stand up and speak. Is your repair branch so timid? Organize a team to tackle this again. Can you not fix this machine? I'm not dog. My name is Husun. The manager of the repair branch replied softly, not daring to mention the task force. After 5 days of arduous effort, The repair branch had exhausted all options and could not recreate the damaged parts. You are even less than a dog. The little Japanese are barking outside. And even the guard dog knows how to bite. You cannot even do that. The factory director of the 7th workshop, Zhang Chongqing, scolded with an unrestrained tongue. Yadusan dared not utter a word in retort. Zhang Chongqing took several vigorous gulps from his cup and sighed heavily. 70 today, 80 tomorrow. I maintain that we cannot procure the old machines, and those little devils are truly despicable. The repair workshop and the main production workshop cannot be compared, as there exists a two-tier difference in administrative rank. The 7th workshop bears the weight of numerous significant responsibilities. At this moment, the repair workshop lacked the confidence to counter his words. Meanwhile, Lu Datsai entered the workshop housing the idle machinery, and under the pretense of inspecting the machines, he swiftly disassembled 2 sets of parts while the others were distracted. He then wrapped them in his clothing and made his way to the designated rendezvous point, a vacant lot beside the workshop designated for scrap. Li Chong awaited there, although he did not recognize Lu Datsai. He was aware that someone would deliver an item to him. Upon receiving the parts, Li Chong, having spent his childhood traversing the 7th workshop of the electric machinery factory, knew the shortcuts and the conduits through which he could maneuver. He dashed to a low wall and shouted, "Lu Qiao." Upon hearing the response, Li Chang forcefully tossed the bundled package over the wall. Received it, Li Chang replied, "I'm leaving now." Unbeknownst to him, he had no idea of the contents within. He merely received a notification from Zhao Feng the previous night, asking him to assist in transporting something out the following day. Due to his familiarity with the various paths of the electric machinery factory, it was something of utmost importance that Bai Hao required. Li Chong, cunning and opportunistic, proved reliable when it truly mattered. Zhao Feng made no promises, simply stating that Bai Hao needed it and that he could not be seen. Li Chong agreed without hesitation. As for Lu Qiao, he did not ask questions. He merely knew to facilitate the transfer and hurriedly delivered the package with utmost speed. At the 9th workshop, upon reaching the factory entrance, Lu Qiao found Zhao Feng waiting. Upon seeing the wrapped item, he dashed toward the workshop. Everyone was already in position, analyzing the parts, researching materials, searching for substitutes, preparing machine tools, and beginning to formulate the processing protocols. All worked in unison, their actions swift and efficient. Turning to the general factory, the head of the equipment department, Li Yuanzhao, sat alone beneath the lilac tree in the courtyard, a pile of cigarette butts accumulating at his feet. Li Sanpao encountered a few old acquaintances, enjoyed some soy milk and fried dough sticks at the factory canteen, and then strolled through the courtyard of the general factory, where he spotted his distant relative, Li Yuanzhao from the equipment department. They were, after all, cousins by blood. Li Sanpao approached. "Yuanzhao, are you still troubled over your brother's wedding? Your father is no longer with us. If there are difficulties, I can help you think of solutions. If the bride's family insists on a television, I can procure one for you." Li Sanpao was aware that Bai Hao had an abundance of televisions, far exceeding the number originally promised as rewards for the production of toasters. "Uncle, regarding the television, Section Chief Liu of the Security Department helped me sell a second-hand television on the black market. My worries lie elsewhere." Li Sanpao spoke as he offered Li Yuanzhao a cigarette. Even though he was aware that Li Yuanzhao held the position of head of the equipment department at the main factory, he remained composed. For Bai Hao had uttered words that resonated deeply within him. Act only when assured of success, and strike with ferocity when the moment is right. Li Yuanzhao took a drag from his cigarette and said, "Uncle, you may not be aware of certain developments during your 2-year absence from the factory. The little Japanese are rather unscrupulous. The equipment at the 7th workshop has malfunctioned, and the repair workshop has faced difficulties. Just moments ago, they informed us of their failure. You might not know this, but your eldest disciple, Zhang Jingguo, has returned and is part of the repair team. With no solution at hand, we had no choice but to contact the equipment manufacturer, only to discover that the cost for just the bearing seat would amount to $70,000. This does not even include the expenses for sending personnel, which could push the total to over $80,000. Li Sanpao was momentarily taken aback. Just yesterday, L. Datsai had mentioned that losses incurred due to the bearings would exceed 100,000. Yet he never anticipated that the direct losses from the bearings would already reach 80,000. Such an exorbitant price. Section 49. A kick that has been held back for 2 years, 800,000. Such is the exorbitance. Li Yuanzhao remarked, "The little devils have arrived. We bought plane tickets to bring them here, and now they are residing in our guest house. Damn it, if my father were still alive, he would have slapped them to death. Their words are enough to choke me. as if our machines would come to a standstill without their parts. The little devils are deliberately inflating prices because they see our urgency. Li Yuanchao's father perished on the battlefield of the Summer Country's initial Peninsula War, a hero who had once personally vanquished the little devils. At that moment, a youth on a bicycle dashed frantically towards the factory, blocked by the gatekeeper at the entrance. He spotted Li Sanpao standing in the garden and abandoned his bicycle, rushing over, breathless and unable to articulate his urgency, tears streaming down his face. It was Zhao Fang. Tears flowed, yet his face bore a smile. An indescribable emotion welled up within Li Sanpao as he approached and gently patted Zhao Fang's head. You made it. Zhao Fang, choked with emotion, nodded vigorously. You made it. Li Sanpao lifted his gaze to the sky and took a deep breath. Li Yuanchao, thinking there was an urgent matter, inquired. Uncle? Li Sanpao extended his hand, and Zhao Fang sprinted to the entrance, retrieving a cloth bag from his bicycle, from which he produced a set of work clothes, the attire of the electrical manufacturing plant. A sense of reverence and solemnity filled Li Sanpao's eyes as he formally donned the work uniform, placing the cap upon his head. Before accepting the oiled paper package from Zhao Fang, Yuanchao, let us go with Uncle. The main office building, designated as number 1, housed a heated argument within the conference room. When Li Sanpao arrived, he knocked on the door. However, due to the commotion, only Hu Sun, the director of the repair division, heard the knock. He hesitated, pondering whether it was appropriate to inform the leaders of the interruption, or if the leaders, having heard it, preferred to remain undisturbed. Just as Hu Sun wavered, a loud crash resounded as the door was kicked open from the outside. The attendees were taken aback. After all, this meeting was presided over by the factory secretary himself. Oh, who would dare to kick the door? I'm done with this. Yet when Li Sanpao strode in, Zheng Aimin was momentarily stunned. He had mentioned Li Sanpao only yesterday while drinking with Bai Hao, and now here he was. Secretary Fu Chang approached with a broad smile. Holy, such fiery spirit. Who would dare to provoke you? Indeed, this was the 8th-level worker, one who commanded respect even from the secretary. Li Sanpao surveyed the room, recognizing everyone present. With a swift motion, he placed an oiled paper package on the table. Secretary Fu, I'm not one for eloquence. Let us see if this is useful, and if it is, let the little devil scram. The entire office fell silent. Li Yuanchao rushed forward, opening the oiled paper package, searching for measuring tools. There were none in the conference room, and he couldn't afford to call anyone to find them. So he dashed out to seek the measuring instruments. Zhang Changxing, the director of the 7th Division, stepped forward and offered a cigarette. Brother, it's you. When relying on mountains, they may collapse, but relying on you brings peace of mind. The younger brother nearly bottled up his anger to the point of causing a problem, urging the little Japanese to leave, to go as far away as possible. Li Sanpao remained silent, his eyes glinting with menace as he stood there. Fu Chang also remained unmoved when Zhang Aiguo approached. Old Li, Bai Hao is looking for you? Yes, Li Sanpao nodded. I've been staying at the child's place for over half a month. Hu Sun hurriedly ran to pour a cup of tea for Li Sanpao, respectfully placing it before him. In the past, Hu Sun had always been quite submissive in front of Li Sanpao. Li Yuanchao returned, wielding measuring instruments, and began to take measurements. First-rate quality, but we can't assess the strength here. Really? Fu Chang exclaimed with excitement. Li Yuanchao handed the tool to Fu Chang, who measured it personally, then had Zhang Aiguo measure it, followed by Zhang Changxing. The results were all excellent, with precision surpassing that of the little Japanese's original work. However, Li Sanpao noted that he could only achieve a 30 yield in processing, which Zhang Aiguo insisted upon. Old Li, I know you can process this, but we've ruined hundreds of them. Li Sanpao raised a finger. The materials are sufficient. There's no need for me to intervene. My apprentice can handle 100 a day. If one fails, and the quality is subpar, you may strike me across the face. The essence of a processing center is that the first workpiece is always the most challenging. Once the first is successfully completed, a skilled person can easily handle the subsequent pieces by properly setting the clamps and positioning. To say it's solely reliant on my apprentice is somewhat excessive. Such high-precision components still require experience and skill in clamping and positioning. Are we really just going to kick the little Japanese out? Certainly not. Fu Chang shot a glance at Zhang Aimin, who understood instantly. Old Li, I will prepare the materials immediately. You specify what is needed. Zhang Aiguo called to Li Sanpao while signaling to Li Yuanchao. Yuanchao, hurry and prepare tea for your uncle, and fetch some cigarettes. Li Sanpao pushed Zhang Aiguo aside. Spare me your theatrics. You're no saint yourself. If you don't drive the little devil away today, he will certainly be here tomorrow. Zhang Aiguo was immediately incensed. Old Li Sampow. A few bearing tubes, 1T solve the entire equipment issue. If you can resolve it, I'll crawl and let you ride me like a donkey. You can strike whomever you wish. Li Sampow refrained from further discourse. Pulling Zhao Feng into the doorway. My apprentice, disassemble 2 sets of all the faulty bearings for him. I will prepare a materials list for him to deliver. In the end, his last statement moved Zheng Aimin deeply. Everyone present understood that without resolving the critical equipment issues, the little Japanese could not be driven away. Yet, why did Li Sampow insist that such complex, high-precision parts could be managed by his apprentice alone? Zhang Chongqing teased Zhao Feng. Comrade, which sub-factory are you from? The 9th sub-factory. Does the 9th sub-factory have any formal workers? Zhang Chongqing inquired with a smile. Which factory were you from before? Qidong. I studied as a boring machine operator. Can you handle this? Quite well. Zhao Feng witnessed the intricate process of creation firsthand. He believed that with a touch of diligence, he could successfully attach the fixture, align it with precision, and establish the initial position. Thus, one might say he was barely competent. Zhang Chongqing, however, was skeptical. He firmly believed that a mere apprentice machinist could not possibly achieve this, even with another decade of practice. Zhang Chongqing inquired, expressing his doubt. I find it hard to believe that you truly possess the skill. Zhao Feng, not lacking in awareness, quickly discerned the underlying question from the factory manager of the 7th Division and confidently replied, My master is Li Dong. Zhang Chongqing felt an overwhelming urge to strike Zhao Feng. He thought to himself, even if it were Li Dong, it would be impossible. Li Dong's own master, Li Sampow, achieved only a 30% yield rate in such precision and complex curve machining. Were they jesting with him? Chapter 50. The trap. Zhao Feng was notably reticent. He would not disclose anything regarding the 4-axis machining center until it was officially announced. He had been tirelessly assisting for days on end. And although his understanding of the 4-axis system was somewhat limited, he grasped a crucial distinction. Synchronous bases and non-synchronous bases represented 2 fundamentally different machines. Within the workshop, the team was fervently dedicated to achieving collaborative synchronization of the bases, expending every ounce of effort. The amount of draft paper consumed was staggering. Zhao Feng, lacking an extensive formal education, was earnest in his efforts, yet the disparity in foundational knowledge rendered him unable to comprehend Bai Hao's work. The diagrams Bai Hao drew appeared to Zhao Feng as an inscrutable script, more chaotic than gazing at the stars. However, many others understood them. This realization ignited a true sense of urgency within Zhao Feng. He began his studies anew, starting with the textbooks from his technical school. Consequently, regardless of who inquired, he remained tight-lipped about the goings-on at the 9th factory, viewing the machinery as Bai Hao's lifeblood. Did it truly hold such significance? Perhaps not, at least. Bai Hao seemed indifferent. Zhao Feng enlisted Lu Qiao's help and transported a load of various bearings back to the 9th factory with a tricycle. Bai Hao was already deep in the grime, dismantling a gearbox. Professor Wu, trust my judgment. Only by employing roller bearings in conjunction with bidirectional thrust bearings can we ensure stability. Moreover, the self-locking mechanism of this gear structure is flawed. I may not be well-versed in lubrication, but something feels off here. Furthermore, we must ensure the rigidity and torque of the gears through both material and structural integrity. Let's calculate again. Bai Hao interjected, it requires ultra-high rigidity and ultra-high torque. This platform operates on a horizontal axis. What if we incorporated lateral rotation as well? The structure of this gearbox must accommodate future upgrades, horizontal, and then lateral rotation. He was referring to a 5-axis rotating worktable. As Feng Yuchen had once remarked, the theory of 5 axes was straightforward. Everyone understood it involved those 5 axes. However, applying it in practice presented an unprecedented challenge for Feng Yuchen, as he endeavored to amalgamate a lifetime of knowledge, which still felt insufficient. This sentiment was shared by all. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng returned with bearing samples. A few of the professor's students were tasked with assisting Li Dong in programming. This endeavor lacked challenge and was not particularly engaging. Employing a 4-axis machining center for such tasks seemed an extravagant use of resources. Bai Hao may have struggled with practical application and lacked theoretical depth. Yet his extensive exposure prior to his rebirth had familiarized him with the once mythical 9-axis 6-coordinate linkage, which was, in reality, a tangible machine, with ultra-high precision. A collection of loose components assembled into perfectly squared iron blocks, devoid of any visible seams, constituted high-precision molds. Thus, Bai Hao was able to articulate his thoughts with clarity and purpose. After a brief exchange of ideas, Wu Qianye tugged at his already sparse hair, inspiration striking him. Eureka! Gather around and calculate this structure. Let S lower gear number 2, elevate gear number 7, and then add an angle wheel. We can install a bidirectional thrust bearing here, modifying the original. Wu Qianye merely tugged out a few strands of hair. A group of doctors is truly beginning to experience hair loss. Overwhelmed by the staggering volume of calculations, various stresses, ratios, and rigidity. Thankfully, there exists a computer. Compared to their predecessors who relied on abacuses, the doctoral students express immense gratitude for their fortune. Another day has passed. Bai Hao discovered that his team member, L.Sai, had vanished. There was no one in the dormitory, nor in the cafeteria, and he was only occasionally spotted in the malfunctioning assembly line of Factory 7, only to disappear once more. This was truly eerie. Just as Bai Hao contemplated inquiring with Bai Hao appeared, resplendent in a tailored suit adorned with cufflinks, a golden watch, sunglasses, and a woolen fedora. He drove off in an extravagant car, one that was likely rare not just in Qinzhou, but throughout the entirety of Xia country. Bai Hao grasped Zhao Jing's arm. What is your director Bai up to? This morning, our leader received a telegram to pick up an international guest at the airport to assist in repairing machinery at the power plant. What a jest, Bai Hao mused. How was it that he was unaware of this? The visiting international guest, surely the Foreign Affairs Division of our Ministry of Industry would have knowledge of it. Any assistance with machinery would be formally reported to the ministry and arranged by the Foreign Affairs Division. Yet, he had no inkling of this whatsoever. What was Bai Hao scheming? At the airport, Bai Hao perused the telegram received that morning. It was from Jeff Haas, stating that Jeff's passport had fallen into a swimming pool and that obtaining a replacement passport would require time, as would reapplying for a visa. Hence he requested a friend to come assist Bai Hao. Bai Hao meticulously read each letter, sensing something strange. The tone of the message did not resemble Jeff Haas. It felt more akin to someone he knew well, Jeff's sister, Catherine Haas. The little sorceress whom Jeff often mentioned, she was his nightmare. Bai Hao had crossed paths with her a few times, finding himself outmatched. Though she often tormented Jeff, she was undoubtedly a member of the Haas family. Had it not been for their penchant for reckless driving leading them to their demise, the Haas group would not have been so easily consumed by others. At that moment, Bai Hao scrutinized the tone of the telegram once more, feeling a deep-seated suspicion. This telegram had indeed originated from Catherine. Could it be a trap? Before stepping out, Bai Hao had made a call to the Haas estate in the beautiful country, only to be informed that Jeff was out and had yet to return. Regardless of whether it was a trap, Bai Hao resolved to meet the individual first. Soon enough, the person arrived. Hello, you must be Bai. I am Lidrian, doctor. A middle-aged man in his 50s, dressed in a pink coat, green trousers, and a bright yellow silk scarf. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Hao embraced him warmly. You must be the one Jeff sent to assist me. Indeed, you are a friend of Jeff S., and therefore, a friend of mine. I traveled half the blue planet to help you. Bai Hao, with genuine enthusiasm, grasped Lidrian's hand. My esteemed doctor, having journeyed such a distance, you must accept my heartfelt hospitality. I have arranged a feast of the most delectable dumplings, 108 varieties. Thank you immensely. Bai Hao and his companions checked into the Bell Tower Hotel, a foreign-related establishment in the heart of Jingzhou City. They then indulged in a lavish feast, washing it down with 2 gin of baijiu. In an attempt to extract information, Bai Hao engaged in conversation, yet to his surprise, his interlocutor proved to be a seasoned veteran, revealing nothing. My dear Bai, he remarked, you ought to be aware that the technology utilized by the Japanese was acquired from our beautiful nation. Therefore, I have procured for you a blueprint, an original design of that machine. The Japanese may have made some technical modifications, but I believe their alterations are rather poor, exceedingly inadequate. Nonetheless, it matters not. Upon encountering a box of 5-inch floppy disks, Bai Hao mused that regardless of their authenticity, possessing the blueprint would enable him to resolve the production line issues. Indeed, with the blueprint in hand, resolution was entirely feasible. The electrical machinery factory possessed genuine expertise. It simply lacked the necessary schematics, rendering many machine structures incomprehensible, leaving them puzzled as to why the Japanese designed and arranged them in such a manner. Section 51. Doctor, you may boast. The rest is up to me. After intoxicating Ladrian, Bai Hao hurried back to the electrical factory. With the blueprints in hand, he disregarded the technicians sent by Toshiba, namely Junichiro Watanabe, and sent 2 individuals over merely to placate the situation, until he could ensure a complete resolution to the issue. He had no intention of offending the Japanese. At that moment, it was 7 o'clock in the evening in summer country, while on the east coast of the beautiful country, It was 13 hours behind and 16 hours behind on the West Coast. The Haas Manor, located in California, was currently experiencing the early hours of 3 in the morning. In one corner of the manor, Jeff Haas was attempting to pry open a solid oak door measuring 5 inches thick. Just then, a small ventilation window swung open, and a beautiful blonde girl poked her head inside. Jeff Haas was too exasperated to utter any curses. It was none other than Catherine Haas, his sister, who had been a constant source of frustration since childhood. Catherine asserted, "During my negotiations with Toshiba, I will not allow anyone to cause disruptions. Who cares if a small factory in summer country has malfunctioning machines? However, it is absolutely unacceptable for anyone in the Haas family to jeopardize our relationship with Toshiba." Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Jeff Haas replied, "You are making me lose credibility." "I will compensate him," Catherine declared confidently. "Once I finalize our collaboration with Toshiba, I can make amends. Money is not an issue." She firmly believed that money could purchase anything, including friendship. Jeff Haas turned away, refusing to engage with Catherine further. She retreated, lowering a basket filled with food and water. As Jeff sat in the cellar, he sensed an eerie silence outside and resumed his attempts to sabotage the oak door's hinges. It was nearly impossible to dismantle the entire door. But if he could loosen the stones and misalign the hinges, there might be a chance for him to escape. Meanwhile, in summer country, the foreman of the repair shop was busy serving tea and clearing ashtrays. Led by Pang Xinghua, a bona fide Level 8 assembly technician, Zhang Jianguo, Li Dong, and several university student technicians formed a new task force. With a resounding clap, Pang Xinghua slammed his hand on the table, stating, "The insulation was not executed properly. We have evidence of that." However, it must be said that the real reason behind the numerous bearing failures lies in the Japanese altering the original design. They merely sought convenience. Here, we have continuous copper bus bars, and everyone present was knowledgeable, except for the foreman, whose son. To put it simply, this production line involved assembly, pre-baking, oil immersion, oil dripping, drying, cooling, and reassembly. At present, the first process had been simplified by the Japanese. The copper winding section alone had been modified. The heavy transformer base rotated on the workbench, where the design called for 18 rotating bearings. Yet only 12 had been installed by the Japanese. And so it continued, one detail after another. The more they delved into the blueprints, the more the participants felt a cold sweat trickling down their spines. The machine, it seems, is beyond simple repair. A comprehensive overhaul is essential to ensure its longevity. While it is possible to fix it in its current state, it would only function for a maximum of 1 year before encountering further issues, necessitating another major repair. Throughout the night, the conference room remained illuminated, with everyone engaged in discussions and deliberations on how to swiftly restore the machine's production capacity without risking further damage, all while being mindful of costs. The following day, Bai Hao brought in Ladrian. Bai Hao was uncertain if Ladrian was indeed a genuine doctor. Yet it was apparent from his speech that he possessed substantial expertise. After systematically outlining the design philosophy and operational techniques of the production line, Ladrian remarked that this equipment, designed over a decade ago, requires continual repairs to remain operational. However, he revealed 2 innovative improvement strategies under research, suggesting that merely 2 modifications could lead to a transformative upgrade of the machine. Curious, Bai Hao inquired, "Doctor, please elaborate." Ladrian pointed to the copper winding section of the transformer and questioned the necessity of moving the workbench. He proposed utilizing a robotic arm for a 720-degree rotation, which would yield superior results. However, he noted that finding a qualified robotic arm is quite challenging, and he offered to assist in sourcing one. Bai Hao took mental notes. Continuing further, Ladrian highlighted another aspect of the design. The previous iteration relied on conveyor belts for efficiency, while the new approach suggested a solid steel transfer platform, which would prove more effective. Upon hearing this, Bai Hao asked about the cost of the modifications. Ladrian extended a hand and stated, $5 million. Bai Hao raised 3 fingers, and just as Ladrian anticipated a negotiation, Bai Hao replied, "Give me 3 days to consider." Of course. Subsequently, the representatives from the electric plant took over under Ladrian's guidance. Back in the conference room, Zhang Jianguo remarked to Bai Hao, "The individual you invited possesses significant expertise." Bai Hao, having folded 2 iron wires, gestured with a piece of paper in front of Zhang Jianguo, saying, "Do not be swayed by this old trickster. Even with a decade of advancements, America will struggle to implement robotic arms on machinery. Is this structure truly feasible?" The design Bai Hao had folded resembled the simple structure of a hay baler from decades hence. Zhang Jianguo pondered this. When Peng Xinghua abruptly snatched the small object from Bai Hao's hands. This contraption, like this, ingenious. Zhang Jianguo then realized, no, this cannot be the case. If we secure the transformer base to a vertical shaft, with 2 pairs of claws winding simultaneously, we could achieve a speed of 20 revolutions per minute. Yet, how can we ensure the winding remains orderly? A university technician proposed an idea involving incremental cogging. And what about cutting the wire? Someone suggested adding a mechanical cutter at the wire exit. Bai Hao interjected, if I may propose, a spherical conveyor belt, augmented with tracks, could function as a series of miniature trains, undoubtedly surpassing the conveyor belt's speed. Reasonable enough. First, we must discuss the winding claws, and then the oiling mechanism, which has a viable solution. However, the gearbox structure warrants further investigation. No need. Bai Hao casually sketched out a complete design. This is a study conducted by Professor Wu and his team, originally intended for a 4-axis machining center table. However, due to its limitation of only being able to rotate 240 degrees and its inadequate structural rigidity, the project was abandoned. As for the winding claw, it only requires a rotation of 180 degrees, and the rigidity requirements are relatively low. Jianguo, your son is the one for this task. Peng Xinghua gave Zhang Jianguo a thumbs up. These individuals have truly earned the title of craftsmen. After their research, they immediately proceeded to the workshop. The electrical plant possesses an abundance of machine tools. To repair this imported production line, they have the authority to mobilize any section of the electrical plant for assistance. Hundreds of skilled workers began their labor, engaging in forging, casting, turning, boring, milling, grinding, and honing. Li Sanpao arrived. For the most critical components, he donned work attire and personally took action. Chapter 52, a grand feast for the esteemed doctor, the eminent craftsman, Li Sanpao, at the pinnacle of his craft, took matters into his own hands. As Bai Hao aptly remarked, the intention was to firmly press the face of the little Japanese onto the ground. They aimed to upgrade the equipment, just as nearly 100 skilled artisans at the factory held their breath in anticipation of rendering a striking impression. Jeff Haas finally made his escape. Seizing the opportunity while his sister was away, he hastily dialed Bai Hao 3 times. However, Bai Hao was preoccupied and not present in the office. Without hesitation, Jeff forcefully broke open Catherine's room to retrieve his passport and made a beeline for the airport. To ensure he could board a flight immediately, Jeff purchased a ticket that took a convoluted route, first flying to an airport in the Western continent, then transferring to Singapore, followed by a layover in the imperial capital of Summer Country, and finally landing in the city of Qingzhou. While Jeff slumbered deeply on the plane, the city of Qingzhou is bustling. After 2 days of relentless work, the dual-branch winding device had evolved into its 2nd generation, while the original 1st generation had been improved. Now classified as 1.5 generations. It featured a dual-beveled iron clamp, which was unsuitable for winding transformers but proved advantageous for motor rotors. Regrettably, the factory lacked a motor manufacturing division. Meanwhile, just awakening from a stupor, Dr. Literian found himself gazing into the mirror, struggling to recall how many days he had spent in Qingzhou. Just then, a knock at the door disrupted his reverie. It was Bai Hao. Dear Dr. Literian, your greatness is truly unparalleled. To celebrate your remarkable achievements, we have organized the grandest banquet in Qingzhou. A banquet? Literian felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. It seemed as though he had just attended one not long ago. Bai Hao inquired, are you not hungry? Having been whisked back to the hotel during the appetizer phase and sleeping for an additional 14 hours, how could Literian not be famished? Well, I do need to eat something, he admitted. Indeed, today features the 7 splendid dishes and 8 sumptuous bowls of Qingzhou, along with 4 renowned delicacies from the northernmost and southernmost parts of Qingzhou. You simply must savor them, Bai Hao warmly insisted. Although Bai Hao had his suspicions regarding Literian's ulterior motives, believing he intended to sabotage the factory's machinery only to necessitate costly repairs from the little Japanese, he regrettably acknowledged that the high-pressure transformer production line was merely a matter of time from being fully repaired and upgraded. Hence, Bai Hao graciously offered to host the banquet, as the craftsmen were eager to hear what brilliant suggestions the esteemed Dr. Literian might have regarding the medium-voltage dry-type transformer production line. A whole roast lamb, expertly prepared by a chef from Wild City, graced the table. There was also the renowned 18 styles of tofu, crafted by a master chef from Hanzhong, complemented by the 7 splendid dishes and 8 sumptuous bowls of Guangzhou cuisine. A makeshift, oversized table was filled to the brim, and Bai Hao had even invited 6 students from a foreign language university to serve as translators. Under the leadership of senior technicians like Pang Xinghua and Zhang Jianguo, as well as the skilled technicians from the engineering university led by L.Tsai. 2 large tables were set up in a spacious room. In the corner, 8 boxes of wine awaited. As Bai Hao welcomed Ladrian, Pang Xinghua began addressing the skilled workers. Today's principle is simple: let us drink heartily. Anyone who can still stand upright by the end of the banquet will have let down our electric plant. Of course, we must not solely indulge in drinking. We must ensure the doctor enjoys himself and, in his merriment, shares with us more insights on advanced designs and theoretical knowledge. Meanwhile, L.Tsai was advising several university-educated technicians. Our task is to meticulously record all information. Today we must extract the pitfalls of this equipment from that little fellow. As for drinking, everyone should do their best. Finally, Bai Hao had successfully brought Ladrian to the gathering. Upon experiencing such exuberant hospitality from Xia country, Ladrian felt a twinge of guilt. Just as Bai Hao surmised, he was indeed a trap, a person sent by Catherine to dig a pit. While Jeff's contact was prevented from boarding the plane by Catherine's intervention, at the banquet, Bai Hao used his chopsticks to extract a piece of lean meat from the braised pork elbow. In the time it took to savor that morsel, Ladrian had already downed 3 glasses. Even though they were small cups, Ladrian's face had flushed red from the spirited drinking. Dozens of chopsticks filled Ladrian's plate with food, akin to fattening a duck, and before he could swallow, 3 more small cups were presented before him. As for the persuasive rhetoric surrounding drinking, even without translation, the sight of the workers singing and dancing made it impossible for Ladrian to refuse. Eventually, Ladrian spoke. We have a concept involving synthetic resin insulation. At voltage levels between 4,000 to 10,000 volts. By adding 2 additional processes to the production line and substituting pane insulation with synthetic resin insulation, we could reduce noise levels to below 40 decibels, and no-load losses could decrease by approximately 20%. Ladrian was poured another 2 liang of liquor as he began to elaborate on this idea. Such a concept had not yet achieved true industrialization even in the United States. It existed merely as a notion in laboratory settings, and the journey to research, development, and mass production would be long. Thus, Ladrian was simply deceiving them. Yet, in his semi-drunken state, he casually mentioned several equations. The university-educated technician beside him was already prepared with paper and pen, quickly jotting them down. Ladrian's intentions were not pure. These equations pertained to insulating materials and were merely concepts posited by a young undergraduate student, hardly worthy of attention, as they were not even the ideas of a graduate student. He had merely overheard them and now presented them as treasures. At last, a roasted whole lamb was brought to the table. Ladrian, by then, was so inebriated that he could not even extricate himself from beneath the table, having forgotten his own identity. Bai Hao, slicing a piece of the roasted lamb, finally asked, "Dad, how much has this fellow drunk?" Zhang Jingguo surveyed the empty bottles around and glanced at the cups on the table. "Not much, just 2.5 gin. Come on, the roasted lamb is exquisite. I'll take a piece home later." Bai Hao, with one foot on the chair, wielded the carving knife as he struck at the roasted lamb. Ladrian was then carried back to the Bell Tower Hotel. At the banquet, 2 tables laden with dishes were left devoid of even a drop of oil. The crowd was plentiful, and their stomachs were empty. They hurried back to their tasks after satisfying their hunger. As for Bai Hao, he promptly made his way to the Jingyao Jiada. "Professor He, are these equations genuine or not?" Professor He Qiufeng, having already examined them thoroughly, responded to Bai Hao's inquiry. "It is not a matter of authenticity. Rather, they remain unfinished. Each design approach is distinct. However, if we consider the theory of insulation, it indeed presents us with a novel perspective. We plan to merge 2 of them for further exploration, and if our calculations are flawless, we shall have results by tonight." Bai Hao nodded gravely in acknowledgement. Chapter 53. Reluctance to speak in the laboratory of the Materials Institute at Jingzhou Jiaoda. He Qiufeng produced a thick notebook filled with experimental data. "Take a glance at this. We have dismantled the motor you purchased from Haas Company. The rotor section is composed of alloy copper wire, which appears nearly identical to pure copper. Yet there are subtle differences between the 2. To replicate this motor, we must conquer over 20 material challenges." Bai Hao perused the crucial data and inquired, "Professor, are you implying funding?" He Qiufeng replied succinctly. "Conducting such extensive material experiments without an approved research plan means that this segment of research funding must be sourced from your 9th factory." This sum was by no means insignificant. Bai Hao mentally calculated the figures. There were recent orders amounting to tens of millions of US dollars. with the ninth factory retaining a management fee of 5 to 8%. However, they certainly would not compensate him in US dollars. So a few $100,000 summer country currency was still feasible. He Chiofeng nodded. That should suffice for now, but at this rate, it won't last long. Do not forget, those 4 individuals can burn through cash faster than I can. Bai Hao understood. Whether it was in the realm of electromechanical integration, electric grid technology, or mechanical transmission research, each was an expensive endeavor. Was computer technology any less costly? Certainly not. Even the mere task of designing programs for machine tools relied entirely on imports, which were exorbitantly priced. He Chiofeng posed another question. I can guess your reluctance to report upwards. The timing is not right, especially since you currently have funding at hand. However, I must ask, what are you waiting for? Bai Hao was forthright. I am awaiting an opportunity, one that could transform the structure and landscape of the machining center industry. Consider, for instance, the seemingly low-tech toaster. It garners significant attention because it generates foreign exchange. This is the essence of the market. The industry can only flourish when there is demand. That holds some truth, He Chiofeng conceded. Yet your vision is somewhat limited. I have conversed with Wu Qinya, who asserted that this prototype 4-axis machine is a treasure in summer country. If you can indeed develop the rotary table, your name will be inscribed in the annals of summer country's industrial history. Therefore, do not delay excessively. Understood, Bai Hao acknowledged. He recognized that He Chiofeng and his associates were brought in through Feng Yuchen's influence. They were deemed reliable individuals who lived by research. They rarely offered counsel lightly. But when they did, it signified the matter's gravity. As He Chiofeng observed the preparations for the new experiment, he turned to Bai Hao once more before commencing. One final note. While my research focuses on materials, synthetic resin is a separate discipline altogether. Synthetic resin alone encompasses 5 major categories, with countless subdivisions beyond that. Thus, for in-depth research, I will require the expertise of true specialists. Bai Hao interjected, funding will be necessary. Indeed, funding, He Chiofeng affirmed, appreciating Bai Hao's straightforwardness. Although Bai Hao possessed some US dollars, it was not yet the right time to invest in the 9th factory, as the financial records were complex. More importantly, he awaited the depreciation of summer country currency. It would come soon. Soon, the currency of Xia country is set to undergo its first round of devaluation, which will subsequently bolster exports and yield a significant increase in the value of the Xia currency when exchanging the meager amount of US dollars one possesses. Bai Hao emerged from the Jingzhou University of Technology and headed towards the electric power plant. Outside the electric power general factory, every significant subsidiary had unfurled banners, each bearing a distinct message. Some proclaimed, work diligently for 70 days. I shall be the strongest through hard work. Others declared, no returning home for the new year until the tasks are completed. In summary, a myriad of banners were displayed, reflecting the unwavering resolve of the electric power plant, where every employee was prepared to toil tirelessly, risking their lives to manufacture new components necessary for machine repairs, and to make up for lost time in fulfilling the critical equipment tasks of the plant. As for L.Sai, he found himself cornered in a small office. Sitting on the floor, he repeatedly muttered, I want to say a word, even if it kills me. However, Bai Ran had not yet posed any inquiries. This display of defiance convinced Bai Ran that there were undoubtedly secrets concealed in the obstructed area of the 9th factory, and significant ones at that. Seeking Bai Hao? This little sly fox never speaks the truth. After much contemplation, Bai Ran resolved to converse with Zhang Jianguo in the canteen of the 9th factory. A feast of roasted lamb was being prepared. After many days of relentless overtime, everyone welcomed this brief respite, necessitating a celebratory banquet. As for the occasion, Li Chang, who fancied himself the errant king of the 9th factory, discovered that today, November 29th, marked the birthday of Secretary Zhang from the general factory. Thus, it was decided to celebrate Secretary Zhang's birthday with a banquet. Li Chang struggled to find a valid reason for the gathering, yet surprisingly, this flimsy excuse sufficed. Li Sanpao was indifferent to such trivialities. He was determined to drink, and to drink heartily. As the little fellow was about to be pressed to the ground, a celebratory drink was in order. At this juncture, Bai Ran located Li Sanpao. Aware that Li Sanpao was Zhang Jianguo's mentor, she sought to foster a rapport. Hoping that Li Sanpao might lend her a few supportive words during her conversation with Zhang Jianguo. Master Li, she greeted, and Li Sanpao, recognizing Bai Ran, responded, Leader Bai. With a smile, Bai Ran approached and said, while we await the dishes, may I have a few words with Master Li? Li Sanpao waved his hand dismissively. I am but a retired idler, knowing nothing. Another instance of feigned ignorance. If there were no specters in the ninth factory workshop, it would indeed be a true encounter with the supernatural. However, Bai Ran's inquiry was not about this matter. She directly stated, I wish to inquire about an incident from 16 years ago concerning a village adjacent to a thermal power plant in Yulin County. I seek to understand what transpired then, specifically whether Bai Hao was brought back at that time. I assure you, I will not disturb them. I merely wish to ascertain the truth. Li Sanpao stepped back, scrutinizing Bai Ran from head to toe. It had been over a decade since this matter had surfaced. Why would Bai Ran bring it up now? The mention of her name prompted Li Sanpao to ponder deeply. Masterly? Bai Ran observed his reaction and called out again. Li Sanpao shook his head and moved aside, prompting Bai Ran to hastily follow. As Li Sanpao prepared to depart, he inquired, at this juncture, is it truly appropriate? The Jiangwo family has only just begun to see brighter days. Bai Ru murmured softly, Masterly, allow me a moment of your attention. My father is of advanced age, and among my siblings, for in total, my eldest brother, Bai Mu, has been missing for many years. My second and third brothers, one a martyr and the other perished in a laboratory explosion, have left only my father and me to rely upon each other. After Bai Ru spoke, she observed Li Sanpao's reaction. He nodded thoughtfully. You are seeking Haozi, yet you did not approach him directly? No, she replied. And you have not mentioned this to Jiangwo? No. Do you possess a photograph of Haozi's biological father? Indeed, Bai Ru affirmed, for she certainly had the photograph. Chapter 54. The Struggles of the Avenger. Bai Mu presented a photograph from his youth, placing it in the hands of Li Sanpao. After a brief glance, Li Sanpao called out, Dongzi, come here. Upon hearing his master's summons, Li Dong hurried over. Master. Li Sanpao inquired, 16 years ago, when Haozi was brought back, who else was sent to the power plant for assistance? Who met Haozi's biological father? Li Dong pondered for a moment, Master Pang. He was the leading supervisor of the installation team. Li Sanpao handed the photograph to Li Dong. Do not speak of this. Let old Pang see it first. Then inform me. Upon viewing the photograph, Li Dong was visibly taken aback. A closer inspection revealed a striking resemblance to Bai Hao, yet it was certainly not him. The background of the photograph depicted the grand square of the capital, a place Bai Hao had seemingly never visited. Master, what is this? Li Dong surmised the implications and sought confirmation. Li Sanpao replied succinctly, First, let old Pang see it. We shall discuss other matters later. Understood. I will take care of it. Li Dong carefully wrapped the photograph in paper, placed it within a book, and stowed it in his toolkit. Bai Wei interjected, Thank you. Masterly, Li Sanpao waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. This matter is yet uncertain. Even if it were so, what of it? No trace has been found over the years. The nation has endured hardship for over a decade. Do not speak of money. If you do not blame me if I turn my back. With that, Li Sanpao, his expression grim, walked towards the large hall where preparations for the banquet were underway. Bai Wei sighed, aware of the difficulties surrounding the situation. Speaking out abruptly would surely yield unfavorable results. The notion of money was even more laughable. Bai Hao was not in need of financial assistance now. Forget it. Let us eat first. At that moment, an airport staff member escorted a striking foreign gentleman with golden hair, clad in a light shirt, to the factory. Jeff Haas. Credit cards were of no use in Xia country, nor were checks, as he had escaped with merely a single dollar bill in his pocket, cold and famished. His appearance led Zhao Jing, who guarded the factory entrance, to believe that this foreign guest had been robbed. Jeff Haas spoke rapidly, yet Zhao Jing could not comprehend a word. Fortunately, the airport staff member provided translation. He says he is here to find his friend named Bai and wishes to see him immediately. Zhao Jing, somewhat bewildered, invited Jeff Haas into the guardhouse, lit a fire, draped a cotton coat over him, and then went inside to locate someone who understood the beautiful language. The most suitable choice was Ouyang Tranqian, a translator from the capital assigned to the workgroup. Soon, Ouyang Tranqian arrived, and upon seeing Jeff Haas, was startled. Mr. Jeff, what has happened to you? I need to see Bai. All right, I will arrange for someone to find him immediately. I need food, water, and clothing. Of course, no problem. Bai Wei was, of course, familiar with Jeff Haas. Once the factory personnel were informed, they quickly recognized him as the pivotal figure behind Bai Hao's multi-million-dollar contract, promptly escorting him to a place of honor and pouring him a drink. A welcome toast was in order. Li Chong hastily mounted his bicycle and raced to find Bai Hao, who was presumably at the General Electric Company. Upon locating Bai Hao, he discovered that Jeff Haas had already returned to the ninth factory, mingling with several PhDs, enthusiastically shouting a few lines in the Qin opera style, quite intoxicated. However, upon seeing Bai Hao, Jeff's inebriation seemed to dissipate significantly. "Bai, I must inform you that we are facing a grave predicament," Jeff Haas said, pulling Bai Hao aside to recount the tribulations he had encountered in recent days. First, he was ensnared by his own sister, who had lured him to a distillery and confined him there. Catherine had replaced Jeff's assigned personnel destined for Xia country. In a nutshell, this situation was a trap. Bai, Catherine's objective is to inflict substantial losses upon you, compelling you to seek assistance from the Toshiba company in Japan at exorbitant costs for machinery repairs. Bai Hao chuckled heartily. "Perhaps, but do you genuinely believe that the tactics Catherine devises will prove effective? Let us indulge in some drinks. Tomorrow will bring you a surprise." "One thing perplexes me. Why does Catherine seek to curry favor with Toshiba?" Jeff pondered for a moment. "Allow me to reveal the truth." "The truth?" Bai Hao inquired. "Indeed, the truth." Jeff Haas's demeanor turned serious. "Are you aware of the major strike in California?" Bai Hao seemed to recall hearing about it long before his rebirth, though it had been decades since. This strike was prolonged and widespread. His knowledge was merely a fragment of news reports. Jeff Haas continued. "Our Haas company has several substantial orders, with the most pressing being a machinery order due for delivery to India in April of next year. Due to the strike, our negotiations with the union have reached an impasse, making a swift resolution impossible. Thus, the factory has ceased operations." "And then?" Bai Hao pressed further. Jeff Haas explained. "If we breach the contract, we face a penalty of no less than $50 million, which is merely the contractual compensation, when accounting for other various losses. The total is incalculable. Therefore, Catherine proposed collaborating with Toshiba of Japan to fulfill the order, allowing us to maintain our reputation." However, Jeff Haas stated gravely, "A businessman should not base their profits on the detriment of friendship. Of course, in Catherine's eyes, you are not a friend. She may offer financial compensation, but I am unwilling to proceed in that manner. Hence, I am here to inform you of the trap she has set for you." Bai Hao lit a cigarette and, after a few moments of contemplation, asked, "Jeff, within your family, would they perceive my actions as a betrayal of the family?" "What I am doing is just," Jeff replied. "However, should my visit to you provide Toshiba with a pretext to complicate this collaboration, I suspect they may indeed think so." Bai Hao then inquired, "What type of machinery is involved in the order to India?" "There is a considerable quantity. 85% comprises standard manual machines, with a small portion being CNC automated machines. However, the CNC segment won't be delivered until after September. The first batch consists solely of manual machines." Bai Hao placed a hand on Jeff Haas's shoulder, stating, "Jeff, the war has commenced. We shall defeat Catherine, and I will assist you in manufacturing these machines, ensuring you retain substantial profits. However, you speak without evidence, and your family will not believe you. Therefore, the first step is to thoroughly deal with Toshiba. And then? The plan is as follows. I intend to instigate a comprehensive legal lawsuit against Toshiba, tarnishing their reputation in Shabwa. This will subject them to immense industry pressure, perhaps compelling them to adopt a more conciliatory stance towards your esteemed company, Haas. Of course, this is merely the initial step. Continue. You truly are a genius." A spark of brilliance illuminated Jeff Haas's eyes. Through Bai Hao's narrative, Jeff Haas discerned an opportunity, one that appeared exceptionally favorable, both for himself and his family. Thus, he urged Bai Hao to elaborate further. Section 55, a small plan. Bai Hao continued. "I will find a way to fulfill your orders. Imagine this. Your company, Haas, cannot cease production entirely. I can arrange for the production of lower-end machinery while you focus on high-end models. This way, you can fulfill your orders to the country of A, ensuring profits that exceed those gained from working with the Toshiba company by a factor of 2. Surely, the board of directors cannot be blind to this opportunity." Indeed. You are my angel." Jeff Haas began to feel a surge of excitement. Bai Hao introduced the third step. "Have you considered that Haas's machinery could displace Toshiba's presence in the land of Xia? You should be able to ascertain the volume of Toshiba's mechanical exports to Xia. For those items you do not manufacture, cannot you procure them from the beautiful nation?" "Oh, God." Jeff clasped his hands tightly, nearly on the verge of kneeling. Bai Hao playfully draped an arm around Jeff's neck. "The Toshiba company from the island nation has specialized in deceit for decades. We must gather evidence and present it to our lawyers. I will take charge of the domestic lawsuit in Xia, while you assist in finding someone to initiate legal proceedings directly in the island nation. Let's strike them a heavy blow. When your father becomes enraged, Inform him that it is merely a matter of hundreds of machines. You can manage it. Jeff quietly interjected. It's not just a few hundred. It's a continuous 3-year contract, amounting to thousands of machines each year. Even tens of thousands is trivial, trust me. If you require 185,000 toasters, I can ramp up production in 10 days. Do not underestimate my manufacturing capabilities. If there is profit to be made, even a railway from Blue Star to the moon can be realized under my direction. So cheer up. Can 185,000 toasters compare to 1,000 machines? Clearly, Jeff Haas had not anticipated such volumes. Let us drink and then ponder who might create trouble for Toshiba. Jeff chuckled. I believe someone would relish this task. The Four Wells Group from the island nation has a significant adversary in the mechanical and electronic sectors. I am certain the enemies of Toshiba under Four Wells would be interested. Bai Hao agreed. Indeed, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Let us choose the Dong Minzi from the Bunker Nation. Bai Hao lightly clapped hands with Jeff Haas. As an important member of the Haas family, Jeff made a call to Dong Minzi from Bai Hao's office, leveraging his influence. The other party agreed to dispatch a 5-member team within a day, equipped with ample inspection equipment to support Jeff Haas's standing. After hanging up, Jeff turned to Bai Hao. They are quite arrogant, and they are not friends either. I believe they are well aware of Catherine's negotiations with Toshiba. Their prompt agreement makes me uneasy. Rest assured, we have a saying in Xia, respond to change with constancy. The market dictates who holds the power. Yes, but we must remain vigilant. Of course you are right. We shall exercise caution. Bai Hao sensed something amiss. The fact that Dong Minzi was willing to assist Jeff Haas without monetary compensation was curious. The speed of their response hinted at underlying complexities. However, this was of little consequence. Collaboration remained a viable option. If there truly exists a malevolent conspiracy, one must certainly exercise caution. Of course, there is another possibility. The nation in the bunker might simply harbor a disdain for the Japanese and would seize any opportunity to undermine them. Upon returning to the restaurant, the spread here was far more lavish than that which had been offered to Ladrian, demonstrating that even in these times of scarcity, one could still procure an abundance of fine goods with a little ingenuity. For instance, there was an ample supply of mountain delicacies. Many of Zhao Jing's friends, who had served in the military, had returned to their villages to engage in agriculture, particularly in the mountainous regions. While profiteering is a crime, gifting a few tokens of appreciation to friends is hardly a transgression. Naturally, Bai Hao took to transporting a plethora of gifts back home. He then considered bestowing a small token of greeting upon the children. A generously stuffed red envelope would not be excessive. Bai Hao had even contemplated establishing a small cold storage facility at the Geofen factory. Bai Hao, draping an arm over Jeff Haas's shoulder, began to introduce him to the gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, this gentleman hails from the beautiful country and is known as Jeff III. He is exceptionally wealthy. Just think of our toaster order. This dashing young man secured it for us. Today, we must ensure he is well-fed and well-watered and bring forth our finest offerings. Bai Hao indeed possessed remarkable provisions: wild lion's mane mushrooms, mountain goats, and numerous kitchen ingredients comprised of entirely natural herbal materials. As for the liquor, it was not merely bottled in glass, but was of exquisite quality. Many in the mountainous areas brewed their own spirits, employing ancient methods that yielded splendid results. Jeff inquired, Bai, how do you introduce me? To which Bai Hao replied, I described you as a Robin Hood-esque cowboy, charming and astute. Dear Bai, you truly understand me, Jeff responded. But of course, for we are brothers. Unbeknownst to them, Ouyang Tranxian was stifling her laughter, as she believed no one in the room understood English. Now, allow me to introduce my adoptive father, who rescued me from the jaws of a wolf in the mountains. Without him, I would likely have met my demise. You may not know, but my family has endured hardships far worse than the poorest of the slums you are familiar with. I have 4 younger siblings, all orphans, and we cram into a mere 20-square-meter room, subsisting on discarded vegetable scraps. Upon hearing this introduction, Jeff raised his glass, speaking in English, a remarkable individual. Please accept my respect. Zhang Jianguo was puzzled, unable to comprehend Bai Hao's words. However, adhering to the customs of the Xian nation, when the other party raises their glass with both hands, it signifies a toast that must be reciprocated. Bai Hao then introduced Li Sanpao. This is my adoptive father's teacher, a man of extraordinary skill. To put it plainly, with your 30-year-old lathe, he could achieve a precision of 1,000th of a millimeter after familiarizing himself with it. Shall we test that now? No, there's no need, Jeff quickly interjected, raising his glass again. As the introductions continued, Jeff displayed his generosity, consuming a fair amount of drink. When it came to Bai Hao introduced. You have met her. She is an official. A mere acknowledgement is sufficient. Jeff courteously clinked his glass with hers, merely touching the rim to signify the toast. Bai Ru was not offended by this. After introducing the key individuals, Bai Hao promptly served Jeff half of a crystal pork knuckle. Upon meeting Jeff, Zhang Jiangwo urged him to drink, perceiving him as a benefactor for his son. Were it not for Bai Hao's acquaintance with Jeff, the lucrative order of several $1 million for the toaster would have been improbable. The language barrier posed no issue. Alcohol could effortlessly bridge any communication gaps. It was then that Bai Ruan seized the opportunity to inquire about Bai Hao. Why has Jeff suddenly arrived? Moreover, why were we not informed by the Foreign Affairs Office? Bai Hao replied, the situation is rather intricate. I can disclose that although Lydrick is not a fraudster, he is indeed here to cause disruption. The outcome, as you can see, speaks for itself. Section 56. Eager anticipation. What did Bai Ruan see? What she beheld was the manifestation of advanced ideas and experiences, as imparted by Lydrick, through the relentless efforts of nearly half of the senior technical workers and a significant portion of the technicians at the industrial plant. These concepts had been transformed into tangible productivity. The efficiency of the production line had surged, and the quality of the products had ascended to a higher echelon. Observing Bai Rua's confusion, Bai Hao continued, he came here to deceive us with fanciful notions that only exist in the imaginations of the West. He likely never anticipated that all of this would materialize into reality. One thing is certain. What we have created is fundamentally different from what he described. But does it truly matter? We have reaped the benefits. Really? Bai Ruan inquired. Indeed, Bai Hao affirmed gravely with a nod. And then? She pressed. Bai Hao mused, resting his chin on his hand. Then, I suppose we must file a report. Jeff Haas has summoned a 5-member technical team from the Bunker Nation S. Siemens Company. Their purpose is not to assist us, but to expose the deceit of the Japanese. I intend to persuade the industrial plant to sue them. Bai Ruan felt a wave of apprehension wash over her. You're only now mentioning such a significant matter? Are you out of your mind? I am not mad. Bai Hao replied. The Japanese have decades of experience in deception, and their data is riddled with inaccuracies. The machinery they provided us lacks substance. Weakness invites exploitation. A decisive response will ensure they behave in the future. Moreover, I have further plans. Let's address the Japanese first. Bai Ruan was overwhelmed with frustration, wishing to strike him for his audacity. How could he take such a monumental decision without consultation? Especially considering how much advanced technology the Xi'an nation imports from the Japanese each year? This could severely damage diplomatic relations. Recognizing the shift in Bai Ruan's demeanor, Bai Hao swiftly added, once we deal with them, you'll understand the advantages. History shows that no grace is bestowed upon those who kneel in supplication. Only sincerity born from respect yields true favor. This is my stance. If you oppose me, I will halt my actions immediately. But the losses will be borne by the industrial plant. Decades from now, the children will surely say, what shall we call these individuals? Let me ponder how to articulate the unpalatable truth with elegance. Bai Ruan comprehended his words and recognized that he was indeed chastising her. So, you think you're quite the gentleman, do you? She retorted with a huff. Standing up, she declared, I will make a phone call. This matter must be reported. First and foremost, can you confirm the Japanese have committed fraud? Bai Hao shot back. You need not rely on my confirmation. Inquire with Lu Datsai. Our technical expertise is insufficient, and the issues we've identified are merely surface level, lacking the necessary impact. Without further comment, Bai Ruan rose and headed out. This was a matter of considerable gravity, and the industrial plant could not take unilateral action. They could only seek guidance from higher authorities. In truth, Bai Ruan lacked the authority as well. She proceeded to consult her immediate superior, then reported to Guofeng, who oversaw technology and development, and subsequently briefed Bai Hao, the direct superior of the industrial plant within the Ministry of Heavy Industry. Despite sharing the same surname, Bai Hao and Bai Ruan were not related. The report concluded without providing answers, instead urging Bai Ruan to promptly organize technical personnel to compile the initial fault issues into a comprehensive document before responding. Bai Ruan, forsaking his meal, summoned LV Datsai to commence work. To his surprise, LV Datsai had already organized the materials and possessed the first-hand data. LV, do you also believe we should report to the Toshiba company in Japan? Bai Ruan inquired. LV Datsai responded, I am unsure and indifferent. My only concern is identifying the problem. If they offer me a special incentive, I must contribute in some way. Upon hearing this, Bai Ruo surmised that Bai Hao had been well prepared. Bai Ruo proceeded to send a fax. LV.Tsai returned to the dining area and approached Bai Hao. Xiao Bai, do you intend to take action against Toshiba? That is the implication, came the reply. LV.Tsai leaned closer and whispered, are you testing the resolve of those above us? Bai Hao, puzzled, asked, what do you mean? LV.Tsai raised his glass. I am not well versed in many matters. I am merely a researcher of machines. When the four-axis machine is unveiled, I believe it will astonish the entire nation. Your hesitation stems from a fear that those in higher positions may not be supportive. Hence the need to probe. They drank. Bai Hao remained silent. In truth, he harbored no such intentions. He was merely awaiting an opportune moment. And that moment had now arrived. The massive strike at Haas Company presented a significant opportunity. Bai Hao desired more than mere subcontracting. He sought an entire production line, a true production line. Thus, the four-axis machine served as leverage. Prior to Jeff Haas's proposal, Bai Hao had never contemplated utilizing the four-axis for any purpose against the nation. He merely wished for its introduction to enhance its value, rather than merely displaying it for admiration. When the main course, a roasted whole lamb, was served, Bai Ruo returned. Bai Hao, you take charge. However, there will be no formal documentation. Should any adverse effects arise, this would be deemed a private action of the factory. I understand. There is always room for maneuvering. And we have our methods for taking the blame, Bai Hao replied. Bai Ruo shook his head. Tomorrow morning, I will visit the factory. Only the 3 leaders there are qualified to bear the responsibility. Bai Hao clasped his hands. I wish to take the blame. A single act of bearing responsibility can yield significant merit. Bai Ruo coldly retorted, you are not qualified. TCH, there will come a time when you will seek my assistance. Bai Hao shot back before returning to the convivial atmosphere. Today was a joyous occasion. Despite being a miniature model, the four-axis machining center had successfully resolved a significant issue for the factory, continuously operating for over 30 hours to complete a complex part. Meanwhile, at the factory, Li Yuan Chao meticulously inspected all bearing kits and other difficult-to-process components before submitting a report indicating flawless results. This is utterly absurd, Bai Hao exclaimed, astonished by the data. However, testing was not a solitary endeavor. 3 technicians had verified the results thrice, all yielding perfect scores. While Li Sampao possessed such exceptional skills, he lacked the time to engage. Despite his craftsmanship being subpar, Bai Hao, hailing from an old factory background, truly understood the intricacies involved. Even if Li Sampao were to forego sleep and meals and manage to produce flawless components, the available processing time would still be insufficient, as the fabrication of a single part demands several hours of labor. And all present are well aware of this. Old Zheng, go inquire about this matter. It is indeed peculiar. Bao Shouxin could not possibly believe that Li Sampao could manufacture these components using conventional methods. It is utterly implausible. Zheng Aigua donned his coat, stating, I shall take a stroll around the 9th factory. After a brief interval at the entrance of the 9th factory, 2 security personnel tasked with the night shift sat by the guardhouse warming themselves by the fire, with lamb sizzling on the stove, alongside half a chicken and 10 steamed buns. Given the night shift, they were unable to indulge in alcohol. The provisions seemed rather extravagant, did they not? Chapter 57. The birthday star hasn't eaten. Zheng Aigua approached the gatekeeper, flashing his work ID. I am Zheng Aigua from the main factory. Secretary Zheng, you have arrived. Please come in and warm yourself, the gatekeeper welcomed. Where's Bai Hao? I need to discuss a bit of work with him. Right this way, Secretary Zheng. Let me help you with your bicycle. A gatekeeper opened a small door and wheeled Zheng Aigua's bicycle inside, leaning it against the wall. After ascertaining Bai Hao's whereabouts, Zheng Aigua proceeded towards the dining hall. At the entrance, a square piece of red paper was hung, emblazoned with the words, Heartfelt congratulations on Secretary Zheng Aigua's 51st birthday. Signed by the 9th Division of the Electrical Factory. As Zheng Aigua was about to push aside the cotton curtain, he suddenly took 2 steps back, reading the message again. Leaning in closer, he put on his glasses for a better view. In that fleeting moment, an indescribable sensation washed over him. Was someone impersonating him on his birthday? He stared at the red paper for a full minute, his mind a tumult of confusion. Just then, a flushed Li Dong emerged from inside, heading to the restroom, and bumped right into Zheng Aigua's chest. You. Ah, Secretary Zheng, you are here. Please, come inside. Li Dong seized Zheng Aigua and pulled him into the room. It was then that Zheng Aigua noticed the large gathering inside, as people danced hand in hand around 4 big tables. The floor was littered with empty bottles, and heaps of bones covered the tables. Bai Hao, Zhang Aigua bellowed angrily. Bai Hao, a bit tipsy, approached and squinted at Zhang Aigua before letting out a belch. It's Uncle Zhang. What brings you here? Zhang Aigua dragged Bai Hao to the entrance, pointing at the red paper. What does this mean? Bai Hao chuckled. I've been studying earnestly lately. I heard at the main factory that we must avoid inappropriate eating and drinking. I assure you, this is not excessive. The factory organized this to express gratitude for our leader's care. It's a celebration for your birthday. Zhang Aigua gestured to himself. Look at me. I haven't had lunch or dinner. I haven't even had a sip of water today. You. Bai Hao scratched his head. I'll get you a bowl of longevity noodles. Sighing in resignation, Zhang Aigua felt an ember of frustration but could not express it. This year, the factory had imposed strict regulations against indulgent eating and drinking among officials. Bai Hao, being young, had evidently learned the wrong lesson swiftly, mastering the art of cleverly justifying indulgence. The chef prepared longevity noodles for Zhang Aigua, while Bai Hao rubbed his face with snow outside, leading Zhang Aigua to his office. Zhang Aigua did not refuse. The dining hall was in disarray, filled with leftovers. Should he watch his so-called birthday feast, which consisted solely of scraps? He hadn't even had a taste. Sitting in Bai Hao's office, the bowl of lamb noodles was quite aromatic. After finishing the noodles, Zhang Aigua lit a cigarette. I've even forgotten my own birthday. Bai Hao, tell me honestly, how did Master San Pao complete those parts? Bai Hao, who had been listening intently, suddenly lifted his head. Zhang Aigua continued. Let me calculate the work hours for you. Let us be clear, no matter how skilled Master San Pao is, he cannot finish them all. Heh. Bai Hao flashed a smile, secretly thinking that you can only guess. I thought the news had leaked. He replied. It is the blessing of the soul of the industrial power that enabled me to complete the task. Nonsense. Bai Hao retracted his playful demeanor. Zhang Bo. You do not truly wish to know the truth. Sometimes the truth can be quite harsh, though it may not necessarily be a bad thing. Generally, when people say it may not be, they follow with the phrase it is a good thing. However, Bai Hao spoke of something bad. Zhang Aigua instinctively misheard it as it may not be a good thing. In reality, Bai Hao meant that it may not be a bad thing. Zhang Aigua poured himself a cup of tea. Regardless, the components are completed, right? Of course, the outcome is favorable. A cat that can catch a mouse is indeed a good cat. Zhang Aigua inquired further, and what of the truth? Leaning back on the sofa, Bai Hao contemplated before responding. To be honest, I do not know what I will encounter. Sometimes I dare not think about it. This statement was genuine. His machine could be considered the most advanced processing center in Xia country. Only with the completion of the rotary table and the ability to synchronize axes would it truly become a 4-axis machine. It marked a significant step towards a 5-axis machine of the highest quality. But Bai Hao remained uncertain about how those in higher positions would perceive it or what this groundbreaking creation would bring him. It would undoubtedly be a good thing, but perhaps too good for him to handle. However, this was not what truly concerned Bai Hao, nor was it a source of anxiety. It was merely a reflection of the light-hearted banter he shared with Zhang Aigua. Zhang Aigua pondered for a moment and then said, Tell me, you are still young. There are some matters you are yet to grasp. At my age, my shoulders are a bit sturdier. Bai Hao laughed as he sat beside Zhang Aigua. Then, the industrial power plant will mobilize to sue that wretched little Japanese for selling us a machine that was already faulty. We'll take it to court in Jingzhou, and then we'll even pursue it in Japan. It's a matter of life or death with that little Japanese. Zhang Aigua regarded Bai Hao. Is there really a need for this? Bai Hao chuckled awkwardly. Zheng Bo, I can reveal the truth to you. But can you swear a solemn oath? No? Then, I only trust those who share the same boat with me. Don't mistake me for a child. I can be quite ruthless when it comes to deceiving others. To sue the little Japanese. Zhang Aigua contemplated for a full 5 minutes. It is not impossible. But I need to persuade Lao Fu and Lao Bao. Personally, I support this. That little Japanese truly infuriates me. Zheng Bo, there will be an informal notice tomorrow regarding your lawsuit against the little Japanese, reportedly under the leadership of someone named Guo Fengxian. Damn it. Zhang Aigua laughed as he cursed. You dare to set a trap for me. Bai Hao shook his head. Being passive and active are two distinct matters. Follow me. I will show you something. At the 9th plan of the industrial power, in Workshop 1, Bai Hao pushed open the cold steel door. Zheng Bo, you are the first person not on the roster to enter this workshop. The leader from the capital wants to know what is here. And we have been guarding it like a thief. This scoundrel. Zhang Aigua was also one of those who had inquired about Bai Hao's origins 16 years ago, knowing that Bai Hao was seeking his roots. However, who would have thought to guard Bai Hao as if he were a thief? The workshop's lights flickered on. Just the sight of the scene left Zheng Aigua utterly astonished, his mouth agape. There stood a workbench, a mere 3 meters in height, occupying roughly 6 or 7 square meters, with a working surface only 80 centimeters wide and 100 centimeters long. Surrounding it were dozens of tables, and an array of electrical wires sprawled across the floor, connecting to 8 televisions and a genuine computer. In another corner, a steel file rack, crafted from iron, was filled to capacity with 6 shelves of documents, accompanied by a folding military bed and a sofa. It could be said that everything in this workshop revolved around that singular machine. Section 58. Hurry. Pinch the philtrum. What manner of machine is this? Bai Hao could not possibly activate it at this moment. He merely retrieved an object from the adjacent iron rack and placed it upon the solid steel workbench. Zheng Bo. What level of machinists, milling operators, and grinding workers do you believe could produce this? And how long would it take? It was a 3-dimensional, pure copper statue of a horse galloping with great vigor. Having once fought against the Japanese, carried a rifle, and subsequently transitioned to the rear military factory and then into the arms industry, Zheng Aigua, though not a highly skilled technician, was certainly knowledgeable. He meticulously examined the copper horse inch by inch before shaking his head. Impossible, impossible. This cannot have been produced by machine. Bai Hao pointed to himself. I crafted this. It took me approximately 17 minutes. Impossible. Zheng Aigua shook his head once more, then slowly turned his gaze toward the machine, and suddenly, realization dawned upon him. It is not that it is impossible, but rather, is this a dream? Darkness enveloped Zheng Aigua's vision. Fatigue from days of relentless labor coupled with the stress from recent machinery failures overwhelmed him, leading to an abrupt fainting spell. Bai Hao did not panic. He quietly summoned his father, Zhang Jianguo, his second uncle, Li Dong, and his master, Zhang Sanpao. Upon seeing Zheng Aigua on the ground, the 3 rushed to assist him, applying ointment and pinching his philtrum. After a flurry of efforts, Zheng Aigua gradually regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes and seeing Li Sanpao, he burst into tears, embracing him and releasing the pent-up emotions that had accumulated over the recent procurement of the malfunctioning Japanese machinery. Bai Hao squatted nearby and, in a moment of dark humor, added, I suppose, Zheng Bo, the feeling of being constrained by others is rather unpleasant, isn't it? Zhang Jianguo shot a glare at Bai Hao. Unfazed, Bai Hao continued. Tonight is the celebration banquet. This machine represents countless individuals' sleepless nights and days. Just the calculation drafts consumed 2 carts, and 2 boxes of ink were used. Indeed, Zheng Aigua understood the immense challenge in creating such a machine. It is essential to acknowledge that critical components, blueprints, and other technological aspects crucial to this machinery are banned for export to Xia country. Zheng Bo, Bai Hao called out. Zheng Aigua lifted his head, anticipating Bai Hao to continue his reflections. Instead, Bai Hao inquired, could we settle the processing fees for that batch of parts? Funds are tight lately, and I cannot conduct experiments. As Bai Hao's words hung in the air, Zheng Aigua began scanning for something, but before he could reach out, Zhang Jianguo had already drawn his belt and swung it toward Bai Hao, exclaiming, I'll beat you senseless, you rascal. Bai Hao chuckled mischievously and dashed through the small door. Zheng Aigua looked up and laughed heartily, genuinely pleased. Youth is indeed a blessing. Jianguo, why doesn't Bai Hao apply for funding from the factory? Zheng Aigua asked. Zhang Jianguo retracted his belt and approached Zheng Aigua. Old Zheng. Bai Hao knows what he is doing. I trust his judgment. Since he went to Yancheng, every endeavor he has undertaken has been reliable. If he chooses not to speak of it, neither will I. Li Sanpao interjected. The blueprints were initially drawn by Haozi, although they have changed significantly over time. Is the origin of the blueprints questionable? At that moment, Zheng Aigua immediately thought of Jeff Haas, as Bai Hao had procured a batch of imported machine parts, collected on behalf of the industrial plant. Could it be? He dared not ponder further. This matter could not be pursued, regardless of the circumstances. It would be unwise to implicate Jeff Haas, who had supplied those parts to Bai Hao. Zheng Aigua grasped the copper horse in his hand, saying, Can this serve as a memento for me? However, Li Sanpao tossed a copper block before Zheng Aigua, remarking, My disciple could carve another one. You may sculpt one yourself. Really? Not quite. Today is not feasible. After shutting down the machine, we drained the spindle oil. Tomorrow, we will refill it with fresh oil. What you hold is the very first fully automated product of this machine. Li Sanpao approached the machine, gesturing towards the work table. This rotating work table is incomplete. It can only pivot at a specified angle and lacks synchronous motion. Once one side is finished, the table rotates 180 degrees. achieving precision within 4 to 5 thousandths of a millimeter before carving the opposite side. If it were synchronous, the process would be completed during rotation, yielding higher precision and faster speeds. Strictly speaking, this work table does not qualify as true 4-axis synchronization, yet it represents the pinnacle of what can currently be accomplished. To advance further, we require not only time but also substantial funding. Zheng Aigua's emotions had calmed by this point. Sanpao, old Sanpao. Old Zheng? Li Sanpao replied with a chuckle. Even your grandson can fetch soy sauce now, and you weep like a child. Sighing, Zheng Aigua chose not to respond. Li Sanpao extended his hand to assist Zheng Aigua, who then inquired, Bai Hao has sought me out twice from the capital. Upon hearing this, Li Sanpao's hand froze mid-support. Is it concerning Bai Hao? Yes. Li Sanpao glanced at Zhang Jianguo before saying, it has been so long since those events transpired. Zheng Aigua perceived Li Sanpao's desire to evade the topic and turned his gaze toward Zhang Jianguo. This glance left Zhang Jianguo somewhat bewildered before he could voice a question. Zheng Aigua spoke. The arrangements for the burial were facilitated by the factory's labor union, and Jianguo was unaware of this matter. After stating this, Zheng Aigua lent a hand to Zhang Jianguo. Jianguo, Bai Hao is here to seek family. She may be Haozi's aunt. On what grounds? Zhang Jianguo reacted as if his tail had been stepped on. On what grounds? Echoed Li Sanpao. Zheng Aigua, using Zhang Jianguo's shoulder for leverage, stood upright, declaring, there are no grounds. Had this occurred years ago, I would have rebuked her outright. But now, Haozi has grown. He is a man now, and he deserves to know. Zhang Jianguo, with a stern expression, queried, has she approached my child? No, she is indeed a person of discretion. Zheng Aigua gazed at the machine as if it were a precious artifact, placing the copper horse on the metal work table. He brushed off the dust from his clothes, stating, guard this machine well. I must contemplate how to secure a significant contribution. The 4 individuals present had never considered that the machine belonged to Bai Hao. Their collective sentiment was that the machine was the property of the Xia nation. Bai Hao had merely brought the machine to fruition. Despite expending a considerable amount of his own funds, yet, the machine remained the rightful possession of Xia. What thoughts occupied Bai Hao's mind? In truth, he was lost in a haze of semi-intoxication, returning home to sleep until he awoke naturally. When dawn broke, he groomed himself and then made a phone call. In this era, lawyers had begun to emerge, though none were glamorous. They were predominantly elderly men and women. After concluding the call, Bai Hao dressed impeccably, checked his reflection in the mirror, and then drove directly to the headquarters of the industrial power plant, commandeering an office whose owner was unknown to him, merely indicating his intention to borrow it for half a day. Chapter 59. Bai Hao sought to utilize the office for a brief period. Even the director of the main office feigned ignorance, and no one else dared to intervene. Only Su Jie was reluctantly conscripted to serve as Bai Hao's temporary secretary. As Bai Hao prepared to assess the office for any unsightly arrangements, the guests arrived. They were representatives from the Jingzhou Law Consultancy, whom Bai Hao had invited earlier in the morning under the guise of the electric power plant. 3 individuals entered, presenting their credentials. We are from the Jingzhou Law Consultancy. Which party does your electric power plant intend to sue? Bai Hao approached them directly. We are suing the Toshiba Company of Japan, along with their parent company, the Soseki Group. I am Bai Hao, and I am responsible for this matter. What did you say? Who are you suing? The representatives were taken aback. Before Bai Hao could elaborate further, one of them erupted. Young comrade, what kind of joke is this? This could instigate a diplomatic dispute. Is this the intention of your electric power plant's leadership? This is sheer nonsense. Bai Hao, feeling flustered, retorted, what do you mean? Are you suggesting we allow the Japanese to perpetrate misdeeds on our soil? Regardless, this is beyond the jurisdiction of your electric power plant. One of them stated dismissively as they turned to leave. One of the representatives remarked as they reached the door, you want to find a lawyer for such a case, unless it is specially assigned from above. Bai Hao shot back coldly, I've noted your names. Let me remind you, even without Zhang the Butcher, we will still feast on pork. The trio ignored him and exited without further comment. Bai Hao turned to Su Jie, who was merely a clerk in the office and had no authority to speak on such matters. However, Bai Hao focused on him, recognizing that Su Jie, being a fresh graduate assigned to the electric power plant, was relatively easy to manipulate. Bai Hao pointed at Su Jie. Su Jie, go place an advertisement. We will hire our own lawyer. Make sure to state that we are suing Toshiba. Su Jie hesitated, intimidated by Bai Hao's stern expression, before finally conceding, all right, I will take care of it. Bai Hao, visibly displeased, stormed out of the office building. Reality was indeed harsh. Upon returning from his rounds, Su Jie informed Bai Hao that he had visited the major newspapers in Jingzhou, but none were willing to accept the advertisement. It was not a matter of money, rather. The newspapers could not comprehend why the electric power plant would sue the Japanese. This infuriated Bai Hao. Back at the 9th factory, he could not shake off his discontent. Was it truly the case that without Zhang the butcher, they would have to settle for less? Impossible. The following morning, Bai Hao donned his finest attire and, after ensuring his car was polished by Zhao Jing's staff, prepared a banner before stepping out. In this era, printed banners were scarce. The most popular format was red cloth with square pieces of paper affixed, upon which words were inscribed. Bai Hao drove his new car to the law school and, upon entering the campus, unfurled a banner that boldly proclaimed, "Suing the Japanese, demanding $1 billion. Are there any brave warriors willing to fight?" To Bai Hao's surprise, the 3 lawyers who arrived yesterday had already reached out to all possible contacts. In their view, this was a diplomatic incident. And who would dare to take on such a case? Thus, the prudent individuals remained cautious and advised their students against involvement. However, the Summer Nation was not devoid of chivalrous souls or brave heroes. Although a group of female students had arrived, Bai Hao reassured himself that bravery knows no gender. As long as someone was willing to take on the case, that sufficed. Bai Hao inquired, "Your teachers are all intimidated, yet you are not afraid?" They replied, "Fear not. We fight for justice." Bai Hao chuckled, unable to close his mouth. "Justice, you say? Let us get practical. I'll give you 3, no? 5 yuan for meal expenses each day." One girl, standing at an impressive height of 1.7 meters, whispered, "We are about to be assigned to a remote county. It feels somewhat unfair. If we could handle a significant case, it would make our lives less regretful." Her words rang with sincerity. "All right then. We have a day to prepare the materials. Tomorrow we will file a lawsuit at the Jing'ao court. I personally advise you to find a few team members proficient in Japanese, as this case will eventually extend to Japan. Don't worry about your salaries. Although I am quite poor, I can still afford to pay you." After saying this, Bai Hao handed each of them 5 yuan and confiscated their student IDs. He then left 10 more yuan behind, stating, "If anyone else wishes to join, they can scan for 2 more. Report to the headquarters of the industrial electric plant in the afternoon. I will arrange a few rooms for you at the guest house. You will stay at the plant, and meals and accommodations will not cost you anything. Winning this lawsuit is not the priority. What matters is the momentum we create." With that, Bai Hao hopped into a car and sped away. Some wondered aloud, what kind of car is that? It looks so grand, and the driver is so young. Could he be a mere chauffeur? It was a top-tier luxury sedan from the beautiful nation, rumored to be the same type used by the president of that country. Exceedingly expensive, beyond the combined wages of everyone present for 10 lifetimes. After hearing this, one girl took 5 yuan from the girl who had just received money and left her student ID behind, declaring, "I will take on this case." Although unfamiliar, her ID revealed her to be CM Yuning from the Capital University of Political Science and Law. Upon returning to the industrial electric plant, Bai Hao was approached by Bao Shouxin. "Bai Hao," he said, "stop with the court antics. It's fine to talk about lawsuits, but don't take it too seriously. I agreed to your lawsuit to clear old Shang's name, but as the old saying goes, who among the good enters the court?" Bai Hao merely smiled. "Uncle Bao, you are quite timid. This time, I am seeking a compensation of 100 million US dollars. Winning the case is secondary. My goal is to annoy the little Japanese." Bao Shouxin grew irritated. "What do you mean by not winning? When I fought the little Japanese, your father was still in your mother's womb." It was intriguing. Even if the case were lost, other benefits could still be gained. This was akin to casting a stone to find the way, and the key lay in. Bai Hao pointed to the ceiling. And Bao Shouxin understood instantly. "You mean to say, this matter has caught the attention of the leadership? Just wait. I expect a response today, at the latest tomorrow." Thus, those who venture forth first shall feast upon the meat, while those who follow shall savor the broth. The sluggish will merely lick the pot, and in the end, only the remnants of the washing water will remain. Trust me, this endeavor will yield considerable advantages, though it will not be without its drawbacks, such as the resentment of the Japanese who will see that our operational power plants. Bai Hao's words prompted Bao Shouxin to ponder momentarily before he nodded with a sly smile. This can indeed be accomplished. I shall not concern myself with the animosity of the little Japanese. Then let us proceed. Bai Hao promptly lit a cigarette for Bao Shouxin, who nodded cheerfully in agreement. Chapter 60. The Heroine's Expedition in the Afternoon. CM Yuning and the young woman who initially submitted her student ID arrived with 5 others. From a distance, Zheng I mean. who was idly conversing in Bai Hao's temporary office, remarked, "I say, Xiao Bai, are you seeking a lawyer or a wife?" 7 of them are all young ladies. Bai Hao, with his hands in his pockets and a cigarette he and tea lit dangling from his mouth, replied in a languid tone, "I am still underage." Zheng Aimin glanced at Bai Hao and quipped, "At your age? No, a bit older than you. My child was just a month old. How wonderful it was back then. If you found someone you liked, that was all that mattered. Now, I've heard one must fulfill 36 conditions, and it's still not enough. Who knows what the future holds?" Zheng Aimin sighed. In those days, there was no choice. On the 3rd day after marriage, one would be off to the battlefield. "Is that why your eldest son is named Yuanshao?" Bai Hao inquired. "Not just me, but Old Li named his son Yuanshao too. Old Shi named his son Zhangwo. I reckon there are at least a battalion of us from the electric factory named Zhangwo." After a few hearty laughs, Bai Hao pointed towards the distance, "Zheng uncle. The people have arrived at the office building. Let us go greet them. It will be a sign of your respect for talent." As they approached, Zheng Aimin introduced everyone. Bai Hao pulled over Su Jie, saying, "This gentleman is also a university student, quite decent-looking and single." The 7 fair maidens need not hesitate to ask him to run errands or fetch snacks. He is remarkably swift. The 7 lawyers then introduced themselves. From which Bai Hao noted too, Xiam Yuning, who had come from the capital for exchange, and Go Hong, from the local political college. "All right, you all carry on. I shall take a stroll around the factory," Bai Hao said. Zheng Aimin, an elderly man amidst a group of young ladies, seemed to have little to contribute to the conversation and, seeing Bai Hao depart, turned to leave as well. However, Su Jie's face turned crimson as he lowered his head, diligently reading the document in hand. Xiam Yuning snatched the document and said, "Hurry, take us to our accommodation." Su Jie jogged ahead to lead the way. The arrangements at the guest house had already been made, providing 2 4-person rooms. One room would have a bed removed, and a bookshelf added, with a large table placed between the 2 rooms, accompanied by a sizable lamp. Once the lodging arrangements were settled, Xiam Yuning handed Su Jie a coin. As Su Jie prepared to explain that the guest house required no payment, being owned by the electric factory, Xiam Yuning interjected, "Give me a bottle of soda, 2 bags of figs, a roasted sweet potato, a packet of sour plum powder, and 2 packs of Moon brand instant noodles. Remember, it must be Moon brand." Su Jie silently noted the requests, and soon, others began to hand him money. 50 cents from one, 70 cents from another. Dried figs were a must, and the insistence on Moon brand noodles was because they could be consumed dry. Each person had received 50 yuan from Bai Hao, a fortune in this era, making the expenditure of 1 or 70 cents for some snacks quite reasonable. Go Hong seized the opportunity to inquire, "Who is that young man dressed so well, from your factory?" "Who?" "The one wearing the tie," came the reply. "Bai Hao, the director of the 9th factory." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Who could have anticipated that he was still so youthful? Su Jie, feeling the pressure of the moment, offered a few casual remarks before hastily retreating, overwhelmed by the presence of an array of beautiful aspiring lawyers. Bai Hao had his own obligations. Today, he was to attend a parent-teacher meeting on behalf of his younger siblings, the 3rd and 4th in line, and subsequently for the 2nd as well. He parked his vehicle a mile away from the children's 2nd elementary school affiliated with the factory and retrieved a set of gear from the trunk. Wrapping himself in a green military coat, he donned a woolen scarf, secured a hat, and affixed a thick white mask before making his way to the school. The factory boasted a workforce exceeding 20,000, and the elementary school alone had 6 classes, with the smallest comprising just over 200 students. The largest, the 1st and 2nd elementary schools, encompassed all grades with thousands of students enrolled. In this era, seating arrangements were not determined by academic performance, and teachers did not hold the factory director's grandson in high regard. Regardless of one's identity, if your child misbehaved, they would face severe consequences. A ruler hung by the blackboard, and striking students on the palm was a common disciplinary practice. Any child subjected to such punishment would never dare to inform their parents, for doing so would likely result in a double portion of bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat, leaving them with a lingering sting. The teacher commenced the meeting by discussing various circumstances of the class during the semester, reminding parents that winter break was approaching and urging them not to let their children become unruly. After all, 5th graders were on the brink of entering middle school, and diligent study remained their foremost responsibility. Following her discourse, the teacher began to take attendance. She addressed parents regarding specific issues. One child had a penchant for fighting, which required parental intervention. Another was known for tugging at the hair of female classmates. with a warning that further misbehavior would result in a change of seating. Yet another student had taken to wearing lipstick at such a tender age, raising concerns about the image they projected and what it meant for their parents' reputation. As the list of concerns continued, the parents became increasingly anxious. The parent of Lu Ming was reminded that, with the semester nearing its end, the outstanding tuition fees remained unpaid. The same was true for Lu Min's parents. Despite official notifications indicating that these two students were now enrolled in the factory's affiliated school, the owed tuition for the current semester was still a requirement. Bai Hao timidly raised his hand, feeling a bitterness rather than humor swell within him. A mere dozen yuan could sometimes weigh heavily on his adoptive father, Zhang Jianguo. In his younger days, he had been oblivious to such realities, but now he understood, leaving him with a sense of sorrow. The teacher dismissed the matter lightly, suggesting he visit the school's finance office to settle the dues later. Subsequently, she announced the upcoming spring activities after the new year, with this year's theme being soaring into the sky. Therefore, fourth-grade students were tasked with creating handmade projects related to flight, whether through painting or model airplanes, with parental assistance to foster their practical skills. As the meeting drew to a close, the teacher called out the names of a few parents who were to remain, beginning with those whose children had exhibited particularly poor behavior. Bai Hao was among them. You are quite young. What is the relationship between Lu Ming and Lu Min? They are elder brothers. Indeed, the student records indicate that Lu Ming and Lu Min are without a mother. Bai Hao replied, our entire family is motherless. This statement nearly left the teacher at a loss for words, prompting a light cough from them. The teacher then remarked, the reason I asked you to stay is to inform you that they excel academically. We are striving to ensure they are placed in the top class after transitioning to junior high school. In fact, our vocational and technical school has already discreetly divided the classes. Upon hearing this, Bai Hao expressed genuine concern. Please, could you offer your guidance, teacher? Section 61. Matters regarding Yang Lu. There is little to disclose. The teacher believes it is no longer a secret. Indeed, those who gain entry into Class 1 or Class 2 have the potential to attend high school, indicating they are candidates for university. Class 3 is barely adequate. Class 4 even less so, and by Class 5, one is typically considered a vocational student, while Class 6 comprises those who might only complete junior high. The situation remains the same in high school. The path to university is akin to a narrow bridge, traversed by countless aspiring scholars. Do you comprehend? Understanding. Bai Hao nodded earnestly. The teacher exhaled deeply, speaking with earnest gravitas. I am aware of the difficulties your family faces. Yet, who can guarantee that circumstances will not improve in the future? Producing a university graduate is no simple feat. But completing a university education can significantly enhance one's ability to contribute to the nation. I hope you grasp this. I understand, Bai Hao echoed, emphasizing his comprehension. Well, that is all. With that, the teacher prepared to resume grading assignments. Bai Hao stood and proceeded to the finance office to settle the tuition fees for his younger siblings. As he walked onto the playground, he raised his gaze towards the four-story teaching building, recalling a story from his previous life. Once, a remarkable entrepreneur, as a youth, had his parents spend $2 an hour for him to visit the computer lab at Jingzhaojiada. In retrospect, he realized he understood nothing at the time. Yet 3 words imprinted themselves in his mind. Computer. Should I also do something? To open a door for these children. Next, at Gondian No. 1 Middle School. As the teacher from the previous school had mentioned, the classification here is quite evident. Those who can gain admission to university are found in Class 1, while Class 2 and Class 3 necessitate relentless effort. Yang Lu is placed in Class 1 and, moreover, in the leading study group. Her academic performance dominates the grade rankings, undeniably establishing her as an exceptional scholar. Yang Lu is indeed a true academic prodigy. At home, she assumes the role of a second mother, caring for 3 younger siblings, managing meals, studies, and sewing tasks. She also oversees household finances and worries about her absent-minded father and her unreliable older brother, Bai Hao. Yet, despite these responsibilities, her examination scores surpass the second best by at least 40 points, and she has achieved perfect scores in mathematics, physics, and chemistry on 3 consecutive occasions. The parent-teacher meeting is similar to the previous one, but there is a notable difference this time. It is not the homeroom teacher or the grade director who seeks a conversation with Bai Hao, but the director of education himself. You are Yang Lu's brother. How old are you? 3 months older than Yang Lu. Upon hearing 3, the director initially assumed he meant 3 years older, and was nearly choked by his tea upon realizing the truth. After a prolonged cough, the director inquired, Your family situation appears quite complex. What about your parents? My father began working as an apprentice at the age of 14, and on matters of education, I take the lead. The director queried further, and your educational background? Education is not paramount. Knowledge is what truly matters. I graduated from a vocational school, yet I achieved perfect scores in 4 out of 6 subjects in junior high. At that time, I was eager to start working, as our family was impoverished and there was no other choice. Sigh. The director of education expressed sympathy in his gaze. Very well, my name is Feng Nan. You may address me as Teacher Feng. I have summoned Yang Lu's parents to discuss matters concerning her participation in the college entrance examination next year, he stated. I teach mathematics and am not particularly versed in foreign languages, yet this year, foreign languages have become a mandatory subject, contributing 30% to the overall score. The circumstances for next year remain uncertain. It is possible that the original scores will be considered in the final tally. Bai Hao nodded, aware of the situation. In his previous life, Yang Lu's foreign language score had been a mere 13. Nevertheless, she still managed to gain admission to a prestigious university. Feng Nan continued. You must understand the harsh reality of the college entrance examination. Your family is not affluent, and I believe it is imperative to strive for Yang Lu, providing her with as many opportunities as possible to learn foreign languages, such as purchasing a cassette player for her to listen to language tapes. Furthermore, there are a total of 7 subjects, with a maximum score of 710 points. I hope Yang Lu can achieve at least 530 points, if not more. Hence, I must inform you that Yang Lu may forego the handicraft class in the spring to focus on her preparations. The handicraft class is intended for students in classes 3 and above, not for those in classes 1 and 2. This pivotal moment in her life leaves no room for distraction. Bai Hao leaned back in his chair and instinctively reached for a cigarette, placing it between his lips. Just as he was about to light it, he suddenly remembered he was in school, in the director's office, and quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I forgot this is a school. To his surprise, Feng Nan was unfazed. It's all right. I understand this situation is stressful for you. No, teacher, you misunderstand. I am Bai Hao, he replied. What do you mean? Feng Nan inquired, somewhat perplexed by the introduction. Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization as he stared at Bai Hao. You are Bai Hao? The Bai Hao who secured millions in foreign exchange orders for the factory. The one who spoke of scientific aspirations for national strength on television? Yes, Bai Hao affirmed with a nod. Feng Nan immediately stood up, a gesture that bewildered Bai Hao. Feng Nan walked to the door, glanced outside, and swiftly returned to say, Director Bai, Yang Lu originally had a quota for guaranteed admission. That's all. You may leave now. With that, Feng Nan turned away, as if he did not recognize Bai Hao, and resumed his work. Bai Hao stood in the office for a full minute before processing the encounter. He smiled and nodded at Feng Nan before exiting. He did not dwell on the matter. As he was confident in Yang Lu's exceptional abilities, gaining admission to university would not pose a challenge for her. After leaving the vocational school, Bai Hao drove home. Having not been back in quite some time, he needed to return to report on the parent-teacher meeting he had conducted earlier that day. Upon arriving home, Bai Hao was taken aback to see Jeff Haas, clad in the factory's standard-issue winter coat, moving coal into his home. Bai Hao stood by and inquired, Jeff, what scheme are you plotting? I wish to become your apprentice, Jeff replied, enunciating each word carefully in a peculiar manner. Bai Hao was left speechless. Apprentice? To what master? What on earth is going on with this fellow? Upon ascending the stairs, Yang Lu remarked, early this morning, my father engaged in some exercises in the courtyard of your 9 Points factory, and as a result, that foreigner desired to become his disciple. Bai Hao inquired further, is my father a great hero? To which Yang Lu replied, I am uncertain. Nonetheless, he certainly possesses the ability to perform a few movements. Bai Hao then sought out Zhang Jingguo, who appeared somewhat embarrassed. We have merely acquired a rudimentary understanding. It's just a bit of activity, he said. Upon speaking, Zhang Jingguo retrieved a hand-copied, illustrated manual of martial arts from beneath his bed. Bai Hao took it and discovered it was titled 5 Roads of Chuan Quan. As he casually flipped through the pages, he found it indeed contained a complete set of martial arts movements, with notably flamboyant techniques. Zhang Jingguo elucidated a few of the moves for Bai Hao, stating, this flying tiger kick is a signature move, and then there's this successive kick. After Zhang Jingguo's explanation, Bai Hao began to grasp the essence of it. This was a sophisticated martial arts regimen designed to enhance physical prowess, significantly contributing to the improvement of speed, agility, and endurance through consistent practice. Chapter 62, Is That a Master? Jeff truly harbors a dream of becoming a great hero. Bai Hao changed his attire and hurried downstairs, where guests were having coal balls moved by the staff. He began assisting Jeff in the task. However, Jeff was quick to admonish him, "Do not interfere. This is an opportunity for training. I am currently practicing my grip strength." Bai Hao acquiesced, uncertain of who had led him astray. In a more serious tone, Bai Hao inquired, "When will the personnel from the Eastern Gate subsidiary of Bunker Country arrive?" To this, Jeff responded, "They have already reached the capital of your esteemed nation. I have heard that someone is hosting them, and they will arrive here a day later." The mention of a host brought to mind the machinations of Bai Wan, leaving Bai Hao uncertain about the potential impact on his plans. However, Bai Hao's concerns were unfounded. The reception was merely a courtesy, and upon learning that the 5-member team consisted solely of technical personnel, it became evident that the gathering was purely a matter of hospitality. That evening, Zhang Jianguo showcased his culinary prowess with his signature dish, iron pot stew. The main ingredient was pig trotters, chosen for their affordability in the absence of meat coupons. Yang Lu purchased 10 trotters, knowing that buying 10 would yield an extra one, bringing the cost to approximately 8 cents per piece. With guests in attendance, Yang Lu decided to indulge, tossing 6 trotters into the pot at once. This was accompanied by radishes, cabbage, vermicelli, and firm tofu, not to mention an array of spices, including chili peppers. During the meal, Bai Hao turned to Yang Lu and remarked, "Today, I attended a parent-teacher conference. Next year, foreign languages will officially be part of the college entrance examination. I intend to personally teach you, enabling you to enhance your proficiency in beautiful Mandarin." Was Bai Hao's Mandarin truly exquisite? There was no doubt. His ability to converse with Jeff Haas was a testament to his remarkable linguistic skills. "What were you discussing? Your manner of conversation is incorrect. I completely do not understand." Jeff complained from the side. Bai Hao placed a piece of pig trotter onto Jeff's plate. "Jeff, next year, high school students in our country will partake in an examination. Those who pass will have the opportunity to attend university. The competition for universities in our nation is exceedingly fierce, and not everyone is eligible to take this examination." "Ah, I see," Jeff replied, absorbing the information. "Moreover, only 8% of those who take the exam will gain university admission. If we consider all individuals of this age group, the percentage may fall below 2. Bai Hao succinctly explained the current pre-examination system to Jeff. Considering Yang Lu's school, there are over 100 students in the graduating class. Yet fewer than 150 are truly qualified to pursue higher education, and perhaps only 30 will gain admission to an undergraduate program. "Oh, university," Jeff exclaimed. "Dear Bai, I will assist you in making connections. Given your financial resources, you should be able to secure a place for your sister in a prestigious university in the beautiful country. Perhaps Stanford or Caltech. You may not be aware, but her talents in mathematics and chemistry are astonishing. My grandmother is a genius. Yet she may not surpass your sister in mathematics." This notion stirred something within Bai Hao. Yang Lu, listening in with a partial understanding, recognized that even in this era, despite the presence of foreign language courses, the foundational skills in listening, speaking, and reading remained virtually non-existent, regardless of how well one might study. Upon hearing the word university, Yang Lu inquired, "I believe I can gain admission to a university." Bai Hao responded, "Have you ever considered attending Caltech? It is one of the world's premier science and engineering institutions, truly exceptional. If you wish to go, I can find a way." "No," Yang Lu declined. She was reluctant to study abroad. There was a rumor surrounding Xiao Wu's biological mother, suggesting that she abandoned Xiao Wu in a university restroom for the sake of pursuing education abroad. This remained unverified. Yet it instilled a certain aversion towards studying overseas in Yang Lu. More importantly, she was concerned about Xiao Wu and the other young ones left unattended. Who would oversee their studies? If they were left to their own devices, their futures could be irreparably damaged. Bai Hao briefly explained the situation to Jeff Haas, who became furious, vehemently cursing Xiao Wu's mother. "Now let us discuss something amusing," Bai Hao interjected. "All right, the previous story has severely dampened my appetite. Therefore, I hope for something truly entertaining. Can you procure the blueprints for the P-51? "Certainly, we have them at home. During my grandfather's era, our family made significant contributions to the production of the Mustang, initially producing 1,988 units. Later, with modifications, we manufactured over 500 more." Upon hearing this, Bai Hao understood. Ingalls Shipbuilding, P-51B model. "Exactly. If we can obtain the blueprints, I plan to spend several months crafting a flyable model, at a scale of 1 to 4 or 1 to 6, with a minimum of 1 to 8. What do you think?" "That sounds intriguing." yet it still fails to whet my appetite. Bai Hao continued, "No, that is not the amusing matter. The interesting topic is regarding Raiderian. I intend to share some patent royalties with him. Allow me to explain." Jeff Haas listened to Bai Hao's words, laughing uncontrollably. Yang Lu, attentively listening nearby, struggled to grasp many of the words. In the midst of his conversation with Jeff, Bai Hao turned to Yang Lu and said, "Next spring, you will have a crafts class, and I plan to assist you in building a small airplane that can actually fly. As for the prospect of studying at Caltech, you might want to reconsider. If not as an undergraduate, pursuing a graduate degree is also a viable option." "I want to go, but can a model really fly?" "Of course, but it requires your own effort. We will merely assist you. Throughout this process, we will communicate in elegant Mandarin, hoping to enhance your language skills. Also, you know I still have a container unopened, containing gifts, truly remarkable gifts. Haven't you always wanted a bicycle? We may not have the funds. And you've never mentioned it." Yang Lu looked perplexed. "A bicycle? You bought one from abroad. Have you lost your mind?" "Perhaps a little," Bai Hao chuckled heartily. A day later, guests arrived, not at Bai Hao's invitation, but rather the personnel from the electrical plant had brought Raiderian along as well. The personnel at the power plant hold a profound gratitude towards Lidrian, for his invaluable advice has not only enabled them to repair their production line independently, but has also facilitated a modest upgrade of the same. Concurrently, the power plant is preparing to design a new production line that they can construct independently. Following the welcome banquet, Zhang Igua, Bai Hao, Jeff Haas, Lidrian, and Gadarian from the Bunker Nation entered the workshop of the 7th Division. Upon encountering Jeff Haas, Lidrian's face flushed crimson, akin to that of a liver. Yet, Jeff Haas approached him with a smile, exclaiming, "My dear friend Lidrian, I am immensely grateful for your assistance to my friend." Inwardly, Lidrian mused, "I had put considerable effort into ensuring your friend's downfall." Chapter 63. The Rice Cake. Lidrian possessed a keen intuition, firmly believing in the visions that danced before his eyes. In recent days, he had observed the factory's bustling activity, even hearing rumors of machinery being dismantled to expand the premises for lengthening equipment. This reckless endeavor led Lidrian to surmise that the factory was on the verge of rendering its 2 production lines obsolete. In a moment of embrace, Jeff Haas whispered, "You think you've secretly met the technicians from the little island? I beg to differ. Do not forget, this is the Summer Nation, where 1,000 eyes are vigilantly watching your every move." Such was Jeff Haas, a man who held grudges that he would not defer until the morrow. A cold sweat trickled down Lidrian's spine. However, Bai Hao interjected, "Mr. Lidrian, do you possess even a smattering of knowledge regarding the Summer Tongue? Perhaps you have heard of the illustrious events in our history, such as the royal family's power struggles. Regardless of who prevails, the ministers invariably pledge their loyalty. I trust you are astute enough to grasp the gravity of the situation." The title of doctor had vanished from their discourse, and Lidrian was deeply perturbed by this omission, for he relished being addressed as doctor. Without this title, he felt a profound sense of disrespect. Guderian merely observed the trio, treating their exchange as a source of amusement. Upon entering the workshop, Bai Hao handed each of them a paper, stating, "This is a suggestion from the esteemed Dr. Lidrian, complete with a sketch." Guderian glanced at it, realizing it depicted the mechanical arm they were currently investigating. Yet, in the lab, it remained merely theoretical, a leakage of technology. No, it was not. Just as one might present a primitive man with the theory of mushroom eggs, he would dismiss it as mere scrap paper. Such a contraption was beyond the capabilities of the Summer Nation. Within the factory, a colossal device, still in its nascent form, had been calibrated. Upon Guderian's arrival, Bai Hao nodded at Zhang Igua, who commanded, "Start the machine." A massive triangular clamp extended, and a shaft inserted itself into the transformer's frame. The clamp tightened, and 2 enormous C-shaped claws began to rotate at an astonishing speed. Then, the clamp loosened and tightened once more. In a matter of seconds, the winding operation of a transformer, approximately 1 meter in height, was completed in just 40 seconds. Jeff Haas covered his face with his hands, unable to believe his own eyes. Guderian fervently studied the sketch drawn by Lidrian, holding it up against the machine before him. With arms crossed, Lidrian exclaimed, "Oh, my God." Bai Hao, hands tucked into his pockets, stood beside Jeff and remarked, "Dear Jeff, we have already begun applying for a patent for this in Xiangjiang. Do you believe it holds value?" "Absolutely, it is magnificent," Jeff Haas replied, fully grasping the significance of the invention. Bai Hao glanced at Lidrian, saying, "We should reserve at least 5% of the patent for Dr. Lidrian." "Of course," Jeff Haas pondered, his mind consumed by the impressive machine before him. Guderian felt himself on the brink of insanity, having compared the sketch in his hands to the machine that stood before him. Then he shouted at Bai Hao, "Madness. Absolute madness. That charlatan Lydrian has misled you all. The blueprints are utterly erroneous. Yet, you lunatics dare to attempt this, and moreover." Guderian buried his hands in his hair. He wished to express that this fraud had carelessly sketched an error-ridden mechanical arm structure. Yet, not only did you all believe him, you audaciously constructed the machine, and astonishingly, it functions, exhibiting remarkable efficiency. Jeff Ha stepped forward. "Dear Guderian, we are here to uncover trouble, to expose the pitfalls of this machine, to gather evidence of the little Japanese scoundrels undermining the good people of Xia. Just think. We can drive the Japanese out of Xia, and then your machine and mine will become the preferred choice in Xia. No, no, no." Ignoring the peril, Guderian approached the machine, braving the utmost safety limits, and knelt down to scrutinize its operational mechanics. There were techniques I could not perceive. Why did the machine halt abruptly yet remain steady? Why did the gears transition angles without the sensation of stalling from limiters? Why, despite precise winding? Was there no visible computer-like controller? Bai Hao interjected, "This is the beauty of mechanical structure. Of course, this device utilizes integrated circuits. We at Dong Minci have acquired the patent. Beyond Xia, we authorize you to exchange it for a CNC sub-arc welding machine along with supplementary technology." He then mentioned a model, an outdated one from the Bunker Nation 8 years prior, yet Xia could not even replicate such a machine. It's a trade. Guderian recognized that even in mechanical structure, the patent for this machine held immense value. Bai Hao continued, "We drew inspiration from this and have developed a semi-automatic winding machine for motor rotors. If we incorporate your Dongmenci technology, I am confident we can produce a fully automatic winding machine. What do you say? Shall we collaborate? My demand is modest. Just a shared set of micro-diesel engines." Upon hearing the model, Guderian was indifferent. That device could only serve as a generator. Furthermore, the technology was not particularly advanced. Its sole advantage was its low noise and remarkable fuel efficiency. Purchased. Acquired. Exchanged. Guderian toured the premises, indulging in a spree of purchases. Lydrian, drenched in sweat, realized that what he had used to dupe the power plant had transformed into tangible machines. Albeit they bore no resemblance to what he had initially described, yet their performance was surprisingly effective and achieved the intended transformation. Then emerged a remarkable invention, the resin-insulated dry transformer. Bai Hao stated plainly, "We have tested it, and the results are remarkably beneficial, reducing transformer noise by 35% and having no load power consumption." The formula for the insulating material was inspired by Dr. Lydrick. Hence we shall grant him 1% of this patent. Guderian asserted with confidence, "We at Dong Minci have acquired it." Bai Hao extended a finger. "Payment shall be made annually, in 10-year increments." Zheng Aigua's eyes brightened. "If collected annually, that amounts to $1 million each year?" Guderian retorted, "What currency?" "The US dollar." "Very well. I shall conduct a test." Lydrian felt as though he were teetering on the brink of madness. He slammed his head against the massive pillar of the workshop 3 times, leaving his forehead crimson. "This is impossible, utterly impossible." Lydrian was acutely aware of the properties of this insulating material. They had toiled in the laboratory for over a year, investing millions of dollars, yet faced countless failures. Yet, he had casually uttered a completely useless formula, and astonishingly, the Chinese had managed to produce it. How could this be? Why was it possible? Section 64, the formal lawyer's letter. How could it be? A seemingly useless formula has unexpectedly succeeded. Impossible. As Lydrian prepared to charge again against the pillar, several workers restrained him. "Secretary, is this expert unwell?" Zheng Aigua began to grasp that Lydrian harbored ill intentions. Yet no one anticipated the outcome produced by the power plant. Had the situation been his own, Zheng Aigua would have thought himself driven to madness. A young worker inquired, "Secretary, should we call a mental hospital?" Bai Hao handed a sheet of paper inscribed with equations to Guderian. Not being an expert in this area, Guderian passed it to a colleague nearby, who, upon reviewing it, remarked, "This equation is entirely erroneous. It is impossible to achieve insulating material with it. Under exposure to highly alkaline liquids, the insulation layer would disintegrate like soil." Bai Hao whispered a few words to the young worker beside him. Then, concentrated acid, high-strength alkali, and several other corrosives, along with a blowtorch, were presented before Guderian. His colleague conducted some preliminary experiments on site. While fire could cause damage, it did not support combustion. Finally, an electrical test yielded exceptional data. Bai Hao raised a finger once more. "This price, a 10-year contract, Exclusive cooperation authorization outside of Xia country. 100 million it is. After repeatedly confirming that his colleague had not misread, Guderian readily agreed. 100 million. Just for a resin coating over a copper cable. The patent for 10 years is valued at 100 million US dollars. How many transformers would need to be manufactured to earn such an amount? As Zheng Aiguo reveled in this news, Bai Hao leaned in and whispered, Zheng Bo, do not get carried away. This money belongs to our 9th factory, not the headquarters. Moreover, we must repay the research funds advanced by Jingzhao Jiaoda. The meat is already cooked in the pot. Zheng Aiguo was unfazed. The 9th factory is also a subsidiary of the power company. I can add some funds and convert it to Xia currency for you. The 9th factory has no use for US dollars. Bai Hao merely smiled and then shouted to Lidrian, hey, doctor, if you stick with us now, there is still a chance. Miss this opportunity and just think about how Catherine will perceive you, a traitor, with no other options. Lidrian sat despondently on the ground, speechless. He knew Bai Hao spoke the truth. He had come to sabotage, only to inadvertently empower the enemy. He was acutely aware that, regarding insulating materials, the most commonly used substances across Blue Star were still insulating paint, synthetic multi-layer paper insulation, and rubber insulation. Although resin insulation materials existed, their limited performance and data rendered them virtually unused in transformers. But why was it like this? The reality was harsh. With Lidrian's defection and the investigation into the production line of the Toshiba company regarding product quality issues, installation errors, design flaws, and human negligence, incriminating evidence began to pile up. Bai Hao's team of 7 lawyers split into 2, 3, persuaded by Bai Hao, accompanied by Rao and Ouyang Chanqian directly to Yangcheng, and then from Yangcheng to Xiangjiang to swiftly register global patents. The representatives from the Dongmen Company of the Bunker Nation have commenced their visa applications in anticipation of formalizing the contract. In principle, after reviewing the test data, Dongmen Company has consented to a decade-long licensing fee of 100 million US dollars. However, the specifics of the payment will necessitate further negotiations. The remaining 4 members of the 7-person legal team have begun to earnestly toil, day and night, preparing the litigation documents to sue the Toshiba company of the island nation. Junichiro Watanabe from Japan still harbors hopes that the power plant will irreparably damage the machinery, thereby incurring substantial costs to send personnel for repairs. Yet, what he received instead was a legal summons, accusing him of defrauding the power plant of travel and hospitality expenses under the pretense of repairing the machinery, when in fact, he merely indulged in lavish meals and drinks during his stay in the summer country. What madness is this, one might wonder. There is even more absurdity. A bill. Sujie, with a resolute demeanor, placed an invoice before Junichiro Watanabe. Mr. Watanabe, please settle your accommodation fees for the past few days, and ensure you vacate the premises by 2 o'clock this afternoon, as we will no longer be accommodating you and your associates. Just as Watanabe was about to unleash a tirade, he noticed a group of individuals wielding wooden sticks standing ominously behind Sujie. Useless. CM Yuning, a graduate student from the imperial capital, coldly uttered, causing Sujie's face to flush crimson. CM Yuning then tossed a folder towards Junichiro Watanabe. This is a legal notice. Please forward it to your company, Toshiba, and your superior, the Shiji Group. The previous document merely addresses your deceptive indulgence here, with minimal compensation. This one, however, demands 100 million US dollars. And we shall promptly submit the lawsuit to the Kyoto court in your esteemed nation. Junichiro Watanabe refrained from reaching for it. CM Yuning continued. Whether you accept it or not is inconsequential. Another copy has already been dispatched. With that, she left the folder on the table beside Watanabe and turned to depart. For a mountain of work awaited her. The files at the guest house had accumulated into a small hill. She never imagined that waging a lawsuit would require hundreds of kilograms of documentation. Was it the power plant that had lost its sanity? Or was it the young factory director who had gone mad? Bai Hao was not mad in the slightest. He had his own thoughts. At that moment, Bai Hao was serving as a driver. Within the materials laboratory of the Jingzhou University of Technology, bundles of experimental data and packages of materials were being sorted, with the most crucial items being loaded onto Bai Hao's vehicle, while the less significant were placed onto a truck under Zhao Jing's supervision. Observing the gradual emptying of materials, Bai Hao turned to Professor He Qiufeng and said, Professor He, I apologize for depriving you of an opportunity to gain fame across the Blue Star. He Qiufeng merely smiled, showing no signs of concern. As all the materials were loaded and sealed, He Qiufeng remarked, once you secure the 100 million US dollar patent fee, do not forget old He, The upcoming experiments will be even more costly. Bai Hao nodded solemnly. He Qiufeng added, sometimes, luck is also a force of science. Who could have anticipated the emergence of insulation materials capable of maintaining performance at -200 degrees and +700 degrees, merely by adding a touch of confidentiality to the resin? He chuckled heartily. Bai Hao remarked, just because it is of no use now does not imply it will remain so in the future. The patents granted by WIPO are only protected for 20 years. If a certain nation chooses not to apply for patents on its beverages, we shall follow suit and refrain from publishing any papers. You are not mistaken. Some things are meant to be exchanged for currency, while others are not. However, this patent does not belong to you. You are merely a temporary custodian. Lao Wu is already contemplating ways to modify your air raid shelter, ensuring that at least 3 individuals must be present for the door to open. I understand. After shaking hands with Qiu Feng, Bai Hao drove back to the 9th workshop. Section 65. Treasures must be concealed. Wu Qianye, from the University of Engineering, undertook a redesign of the original gate. When Bai Hao arrived, Zhang Jianguo was already at work dismantling half of the gate. Such a task was beyond the capabilities of Wu Qianye's doctoral students. It required a true master craftsman with an 8th-level proficiency in machining to execute the intricate mechanical structure. Within the air raid shelter, several large reinforced concrete safes had already been constructed, each equipped with a mechanism. Once the iron doors of the safes were closed, the oxygen inside would be replaced with nitrogen. This served a dual purpose of fire prevention and ensuring that no one could enter by ordinary means. Inside, there were 3 items stored. In addition to the experimental data and samples of a material unexpectedly obtained by He Qiufeng during trials, there were 2 other items. One was the proprietary techniques that Wu Qianye had deciphered from Haas Company's spindle box, which needed to be kept hidden due to its patent status. The final item was the complete design blueprint of Bai Hao's 4-axis machining center. Although this technology may not be considered advanced on Blue Star, it was unique to Xia country, and the original blueprints had to be preserved, thus they were also placed in the secret repository. Bai Hao observed Zhao Jing and his team moving the materials and cheerfully remarked, it seems quite spacious now, but who knows? It may not be long before it fills up, necessitating dozens more safes. Wu Qianye retorted coldly, if there were truly that many, and I were still alive, I would dig you a deeper one. If not, we could hollow out a mountain. Bai Hao chuckled but did not respond. Wu Qianye continued. Youth is no excuse for arrogance. I heard you sold patents for $100 million. Bring over a few 100,000 so we can finish the controllable rotating workbench. Professor Wu, once the money arrives, I will ensure you receive $1 million. Remember, don't forget your word. Promises must be kept. Of course, Bai Hao readily agreed. Wu Qianye did not respond. He held little hope for the million Bai Hao mentioned. $100 million sounded substantial, yet this amount was only $10 million per year, from which the power plant would certainly take its share, and after various deductions, the actual sum reaching the 9th factory would be minimal. His research was costly, and He Qiufeng's endeavors were equally demanding. Feng Yuchen was also a significant spender. Could such a modest 9th factory truly sustain 5 research teams comprising a total of 147 members from 3 universities? Wu Qianye expressed skepticism. Thus he resolved to take things one step at a time. Money. What value does it hold? Bai Hao was not concerned about finances, for a grand business opportunity was on the horizon. In pursuit of this lucrative venture, he intended to take a substantial bite out of Toshiba Company in Japan, even if it meant drawing blood without tearing off a chunk of flesh. Therefore, early the next morning, Bai Hao personally arrived at the entrance of the Jingzhou court. He then sat on the steps and began to wait. He believed that such significant news would undoubtedly carry immense value. Indeed, someone arrived. It was the lawyer from Hong Kong, who was acquainted with Bai Hao and Jeff Haas, that facilitated this connection. A reporter from Hong Kong's broadcasting station arrived, representing various channels, including the Cantonese dialect channel, the Mandarin channel, and the entertainment channel, among others. Most significantly, their broadcasts are aimed at the entire Eastern continent. This is monumental news. Not only did Bai Hao pay nothing, but he also received a plethora of gifts. Clearing his throat, Bai Hao tested his voice. The reporters had arrived the previous day, but Bai Hao refrained from meeting them to avoid any implication that he had orchestrated their presence. A multitude of microphones were positioned before him. After testing the audio, he began. First, we have filed a lawsuit against Toshiba Corporation in the courts, and the complaint has already been dispatched to Kyoto, Japan. I must assert that Toshiba Corporation lacks the ethics expected of an international company, deceiving the people of Xia country with substandard products. Now, please observe, we have gathered substantial evidence. Bai Hao commenced detailing the pertinent evidence to the satisfaction of the reporters. This was the first instance of someone from Xia country suing an internationally renowned conglomerate, a story of considerable magnitude. But was this sufficient? Bai Hao continued, I believe many viewers are watching this program. For instance, those working in a coal mine in Jianzhou, you have imported machinery from Toshiba Corporation. It would be prudent to examine your linkage and hydraulic systems, which fail so easily. I suspect Toshiba has omitted several essential processes, and if you are not blind, you will uncover the truth. Furthermore, to the fertilizer plant in Zhaoqing, you procure at least $30,000 worth of Toshiba's so-called consumable parts annually. Come to me, and I will provide you with a blueprint. With a few simple modifications to your machinery, you can compensate for Toshiba's cost-cutting deficiencies, and the parts will not fail so readily. He proceeded to enumerate the equipment that had previously failed Xia country due to Toshiba's quality issues. Completing his remarks, Bai Hao added a final note to all factories in Xia country. Listen carefully. If you have purchased products from Toshiba Corporation and have experienced any issues such as frequent breakdowns or inefficiency, please contact me. I will charge a fee to assist you in inspecting your machinery. I must emphasize that we, the people of Xia country, do not deceive one another. Lastly, he remarked, the most cunning tactic employed by Toshiba Corporation when faced with problems is to bow. Regardless of the error, they only bow, believing that Blue Star will forgive them. Yet, concerning compensation, they will always find ways to evade responsibility, and then they will bow again. Bai Hao spoke continuously for an entire morning. That very day, the Hong Kong television crew boarded a plane back to Yanqing and then traveled by car to Hong Kong. In the evening, the inaugural news segment was broadcast. Although Xia country did not air Hong Kong's news, Yanqing was close enough to receive it, as wireless signals could be captured by televisions. Keen observers began recording this news, and some stations even began to rebroadcast it. Within a few days, countless large factories across various provinces in Xia country became aware of this significant report. The prominent companies named by Bai Hao were subjected to scrutiny as per his directives, and indeed, they found themselves ensnared. Those with fiery tempers took to the streets, exclaiming, a mere fledgling from Jingzhou dares to file a lawsuit against the Toshiba company from the island of Japan. I fear nothing. I shall sue them and demand reparations from the little Japanese. Meanwhile, those of a more timid disposition learned that several major corporations were already pursuing legal action against Toshiba and thought to join the fray for a share of the spoils. Thus, within merely 7 days, the number of factories in Xia country suing Toshiba, including the power electronics plant, swelled to 10. As for Bai Hao, his focus had shifted beyond litigation. His objectives had been attained. The production line at the power electronics plant was back in operation, and the theoretical research concerning the original quad-axis system at the 9th subland had reached a significant milestone, allowing for a brief respite before embarking on the next phase of action. Chapter 66. For the sake of youth, stay in workshop number 2. Bai Hao arranged for a large furnace and set up a 21-inch television, followed by rows of small benches. Is there a study session tonight? A curious doctoral student inquired. Tonight holds something special, Bai Hao replied with a mischievous grin. Zhao Jing rushed over. The power grid is up, and I've left 2 people on duty at the gate. Don't leave anyone. Just lock the doors and put up a sign. If someone comes, let them shout for entry. If there's no urgency, they'll leave after a few calls. If it's urgent, they'll shout loudly. Remember to note clearly that the barbed wire on the wall is electrified, so no one should foolishly attempt to climb over. It might not be appropriate to leave the gate unattended, suggested Bai Hao. It's inappropriate to leave anyone behind. Everyone should come. Indeed, everyone was present, and each received a packet of peanuts. Once the crowd was gathered, Bai Hao took out a videotape. Let us take a break. This is something worthwhile. I shamelessly asked for this from Hong Kong TV. It's the only copy. With that, he inserted the tape into the machine. These are the 3 great dramas from Hong Kong. I enjoy all 3. Today, in honor of Jeff, we'll start with this one. And who is that? Ouyang Qianqian. You'll translate for Jeff. And anyone with a good command of English. Please assist us with our Rydrick. Several doctoral students raised their hands. Bai Hao turned on the television, relishing the melody, faintly reminiscent of a dream. The television was set to a show from 1985, although it was only the end of 1983. Bai Hao had boldly requested a tape from the Hong Kong Broadcasting Corporation. Fortunately, Hong Kong was keen to share their programs with the mainland, hence a Mandarin version was available. However, the English version was absent. The Legend of the Condor Heroes was undeniably a groundbreaking drama of this era. The only competition for its brilliance was the Bond. which had not made its way to the mainland, and of course, Bai Hao's favorite, Chu Liuxiang. Yet, the people of Hong Kong were quite sincere, having brought over 10 tapes from the past 4 years of television dramas. Staying up to date was always a struggle. It was already midnight when Jeff, holding a mop handle, insisted it was a sword and fervently requested one more episode. Bai Hao promptly switched off the power. Tomorrow, we'll continue. Disperse, disperse. But no one was inclined to leave. CM Yuning, who had initially packed to return to the capital, approached Bai Hao. Director Bai, this lawsuit will take at least 6 months. Staying at the guest house is a waste. I see there are dormitories in the factory. Could we have 3 units for 7 of us and set up 2 desks? Go Hong also rushed over. Director Bai, we're moving in, moving in. Of course, welcome. Welcome, Bai Hao exclaimed. Da Xiao, he called out, as Da Xiao, still absorbed in reminiscing about the recently concluded drama, hurried over. What is up? Tomorrow. We'll buy 7 sets of new bedding. Remember, they need to be electric and new. Also, get new towels and basins. Oh. And distribute the soaps I bought from Hong Kong. Make sure everyone gets one. Is that clear? Lu Chao nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. No problem. Jeff Haas suddenly appeared before Bai Hao, declaring, I want a single room. I refuse to stay in a hotel. I wish to practice boxing every morning. And your head of security is a master of martial arts. Master? Bai Hao glanced at Zhao Jing, questioning whether this fellow truly possessed such skills. Regardless, he had specifically arranged for a recording from Hong Kong to secure Jeff Haas's presence, along with at least 4 attorneys, as he was on the verge of undertaking a significant endeavor. Very well, I shall provide you with a new set of furniture, Bai Hao readily agreed. We want it too. A doctoral student raised his hand eagerly. The commute between the school and here is exhausting, especially when we must squeeze onto crowded buses. Some of us end up sleeping on the workshop floor when it gets too late. We demand dormitories, 2-person rooms, and single rooms for those who are married. Xia Mumming immediately chimed in. We also request 2-person rooms. Consider it done, De Qiao responded cheerfully, taking on the task with enthusiasm. With these university students around, he saw ample opportunity to hone his Mandarin and acquire additional knowledge. There were 2 4-story brick dormitory buildings already constructed by the factory. Initially, only the 1st and 2nd floors of one building were utilized, leaving several rooms vacant. A throng of students rushed to claim their dormitories. Meanwhile, Feng Yuchen, who had stayed behind to watch television, approached Bai Hao, saying, Little Bai, your ambitions are considerable, but can you retain them? Old man, without the diamond. I dare not undertake this porcelain work. I lack the means to be so audacious. I understand well what a doctoral candidate represents. Upon graduation, they soar to new heights. Yet the skies above are even higher and bluer. I have a grand plan, and I believe they will find it intriguing. Feng Yuchen cautioned, time is of the essence. Some of them may not pursue a doctorate next year. Upon graduating with their masters, they will be waiting for placement. While it's feasible for doctoral candidates to stay, Master S graduates are likely already being courted by multiple employers. Can you handle that pressure? Bai Hao laughed heartily. What employer requires a 4-axis machine? It's not sufficient. You are being overly ambitious. Do you know how many people that entails? I wouldn't advise you to retain a mere dozen, but with this many, a 4-axis machine is inadequate. We currently lack the capability for a 5-axis machine, and even with diligent research, it would take at least a year to develop a prototype. Moreover, the 4-axis machine requires numerous enhancements, with funding starting at no less than 2 million. Feng Yuchen spoke the truth. It was indeed the most pressing reality. Yet Bai Hao remained confident, for his forthcoming plan was monumental. If successful, it could propel the entire machine tool industry of Xia country into an accelerated growth trajectory, allowing it to compete with Japan on the global stage within 3 years. The following day, everyone rose early. The factory resumed its normal production schedule, and Bai Hao embarked on a new round of actions. He divided his efforts into 3 routes. The first route involved Bai Hao and Li Sanpao delivering money, gifts, and televisions. They requested the factories to produce machine tool components once more, especially the bases, which they insisted must be personally cast by Master Wang. The second team, comprising Wu Qianye and Feng Yuchen, collaborated with their students to finalize the calculations and adjustments for the new design blueprints. The third team, led by Zhang Jianguo and Li Dong, was tasked with replicating the components previously procured by Bai Hao from Haas Company within the confines of the electrical factory. Professor Lin Hemming from the Military Electronics Department was responsible for the fabrication of the 2nd generation of electric grid equipment. Bai Hao intended to utilize exclusively domestically produced components to assemble a quadcopter. The original unit had been concealed beneath wooden planks, masquerading as a tool storage area within the workshop. Expenditures were rapidly accumulating. However, Zhang Jianguo, with audacity, continued to sign promissory notes for the custom parts required by the electrical factory. Some components were manufactured in sets of 10, anticipating any unforeseen issues with functionality, ensuring that a replacement set would be readily available. Chapter 67. On the very day when Bai Hao returned from his extensive travels, having delivered money, gifts, and a television set to each household, Su Jie arrived. Director Bai, someone from the island nation has come. For what purpose? Su Jie replied. The individual is likely of significant importance. Bai Hao, unconcerned, urged him to elaborate. A man named De Zhuheng has arrived. He first lodged a counterclaim against us in the capital, accusing us of defamation. After spending a night at the beautiful country's consulate in our capital, he proceeded directly to Jingzhou, bypassing our industrial factory and confronting the industrial department instead. By the way, Director Li has been reassigned to the Industrial History Museum as its director. There's a scheme at play. Bai Hao chuckled heartily. He possessed a trump card. Historically, those who hold numerous and substantial cards never feel anxious. However, he was taken aback by the reassignment of Li Aimin. Hadn't Bai Rou informed him that there was support from above for the legal battle? Was this also part of the scheme? As Bai Hao was about to inquire about the new director's background, Su Jie handed him the prepared materials. This person was previously in charge of agricultural machinery, affiliated with the agricultural department. His name is Wei Dagong, and he has a connection to you. To me? Bai Hao thought, puzzled, as he did not recognize this individual. Su Jie continued, there is something not documented. I learned it by chance. The factory director of Fengxi Machine Tool is named Wei Dashi, who is a distant cousin of Wei Dagong. The person you fought with using a brick was Wei Dashi's nephew, named Wei Xiaobing. Bai Hao laughed heartily. What does that have to do with anything? Well, it does, Su Jie insisted. Wei Dagong's first order of business upon taking office was to target you. For foreign trade orders, regardless of the processing factory, he intends to eliminate the 5% deduction you impose in the name of the 9th factory, allowing the Qingzhou Industrial Department to take over and distribute directly to the subordinate factories under its management. Bai Hao inquired further, what about that little Japanese fellow? De Zhuheng? He arrived in Jingzhou 2 days ago and has been frequenting the industrial department. I suspect there is some conspiracy afoot. I will find a way to investigate. This is also the intention of Secretary Zhang. We cannot show weakness. Wait, you said his name is De Zhuheng? I have mentioned it twice, Su Jie thought to himself, wondering if Bai Hao was just now grasping it. Bai Hao then asked, what about the head of the casting division at Toshiba, an older Japanese man? Yes, indeed. Have you met him? Higi, Bai Hao smirked. I have not. But this old Japanese man is a treasure. It's not that I am particularly formidable. Rather, they have delivered opportunities right to my feet. I shall establish more connections, and I'll provide them with some entertainment tonight. After bidding farewell to Su Jie, Bai Hao visited the public bathhouse at the 9th factory for half an hour. By 8 that evening, he took a stroll around the workshop. In the 9th factory, there were only 3 official employees. One who called himself the runner, Li Chong, another who did odd jobs, Lu Qiao, and the gatekeeper, Zhao Jing. There was also Zhao Fang, a temporary worker, who could only serve in that capacity due to issues with his transfer order. Li Chong was busy assisting everyone, fetching tools, wiping sweat, and handing over screws. The workshop operates without designated working hours or attendance monitoring. Each day, the first workshop remains illuminated for over 23 hours, with individuals consistently engaged in their tasks. The bridge and the chef prepare dinner, which is then transported to the second workshop. Dinner time serves not only as a meal break, but also as a period for relaxation and television viewing. Bai Hao, after surveying the surroundings and finding everything in order, returned to his office, his hand poised over the phone, preparing to make an international call. At that moment, the phone rang. Upon answering, a furious female voice erupted from the receiver, commanding in articulate Mandarin, "Damn it, get that wretched Ladrian on the line." Catherine, Bai Hao ventured cautiously. The caller hesitated, clearly taken aback. Who are you? I am who I am. Bai Hao, having known Catherine prior to his rebirth, had engaged in a rivalry with her for several years, each equally matched. Bai? Indeed. FK, Catherine launched into a tirade. You deceitful scoundrel. Bai Hao retorted without reservation. You. The reckless road hazard who cannot distinguish between the accelerator and the brake. What? Across the ocean, Catherine stood on her sofa and sensed forcefully shattering her coffee cup against the ground. How could a speed enthusiast like her tolerate being accused of such incompetence? You morally bankrupt, uncultured fraud. You can't even insult properly. You are truly just a little girl. Allow me to enlighten you. Bai Hao unleashed a barrage of insults, leaving Catherine momentarily speechless. Realizing that she was on the brink of an outburst, Bai Hao quickly added, I am here to convey a message from Jeff. He intends to defeat you. Fair and square. When work hours commence, your father, the current chairman of the Haas Group, will receive a fax. I will personally collect this fax and deliver it to my father. I refuse to believe that Jeff, the fool, possesses any talent. Wrong. He is talented. It is you who lacks merit. Aside from your striking beauty, large eyes, golden hair, alluring figure, graceful driving skills, fluency in 4 languages. Your master's degree acquired while Jeff barely attained his bachelor's, and being the little princess of the Haas family, you have no other redeeming qualities. If you were to seek employment, you might barely qualify as a secretary. Therefore, Jeff is destined to win. Catherine found herself utterly bewildered. Was this an insult directed at her? Yet, why was she unable to perceive it as such? For the first time in her life, Catherine Haas questioned her own intelligence. Could it be that her IQ was insufficient? A mere second ago, they had been arguing, and now it seemed he was chastising her. But why, oh why? Could she not recognize it? Bai Hao continued, you are bound to lose. Jeff will undoubtedly triumph. Toshiba will be left reeling, and your meticulously crafted proposal, despite being a foot thick and taking 2 weeks to compile, will merely amount to a pile of discarded paper. Jeff is exceptional, albeit slightly inferior to you. He has me on his side. Why? This time, Catherine refrained from hurling insults. With a gamble, albeit my assets are modest. I wager my most prized possession, a splendid new Cadillac. Should you lose, all I require is for you to declare before Jeff, with utmost sincerity, Jeff, you are truly exceptional. And that shall suffice. With a decisive click, Catherine forcefully terminated the call. She pressed a hand to her forehead, feeling overwhelmed. Her proposal had already been approved by the board and was on the brink of substantial negotiations. If this plan succeeds, it could potentially mitigate Haas Group's anticipated economic compensation of $70 million, as well as the projected economic losses of $200 million or more, reducing the deficit to no more than $30 million. Section 68. Who is the wise one? Catherine pondered earnestly. This was indeed a splendid plan, and most importantly, the reputation of Haas Company would remain unscathed. However, what grounds did Jeff have to undermine himself? Catherine, unusually without makeup, swiftly changed her attire and drove out, positioning herself at the secretary's desk outside her father Totak Haas's office, awaiting the fax. When Totak Haas arrived at the office, he was taken aback to find his daughter seated at the secretary's desk, her gaze fixed intently on the fax machine. He approached her and inquired, Is there something of significance? I am waiting for a fax, from Jeff, one that he is sending to you, she replied. Is that so? Totak Haas instructed the secretary to bring his briefcase into the office and then took a seat to wait as well. As the workday commenced, the fax machine chimed promptly. It transmitted 4 sheets consecutively, each a list. The first sheet was a parts list, comprising components from Haas Company's own inventory as well as parts procured from partners. The second sheet was another parts list, this time annotated with prices, albeit lacking information on origin. The third sheet presented the pricing for complete machines, detailing various conventional machine tools such as manual lathes, manual milling machines, semi-automatic and CNC-assisted lathes, among others. The final sheet contained a processing agreement. Individually, each document appeared inconsequential. Yet when considered collectively, the implications became crystal clear. Totak Haas mentally calculated that adhering to the stipulations of this agreement would enable the completion of approximately 870 to 1. 240 standard machine tools within 4 months, facilitating timely delivery to the ASEAN country. This venture promised a gross profit of around $5 million. Historically, machine tools sold to the ASEAN country commanded premium prices, with a typical manual lathe priced close to $100,000. Referring to the agreement, Totak Haas procured a blank sheet of paper and calculated the costs associated with maritime shipping, customs clearance, and transportation, estimating the net cost per machine to be approximately $45,000. Selling to the ASEAN country, even with a discount and accounting for potential payment issues, would still yield $85,000. After deducting the assembly fee of $500 per machine, a testing fee of $100, as well as tools and consumable parts included with the lathes, the gross profit would amount to $30,000 US. The gross profit for the CNC-assisted milling machine could reach as high as $65,000 US. The agreement stipulated that quality would be overseen by Haas Company's technical personnel, with all quality control staff receiving training to meet Haas's standards, thereby ensuring the caliber of the products. Totak Haas, holding the 4 sheets, couldn't help but glance at Catherine. He surmised the reason behind her keen interest. While the collaboration with Toshiba Company undoubtedly had its advantages, particularly concerning quality assurance, the pricing was another matter. For this batch of machines due for delivery by the end of April next year, Haas Company faced a net loss of $1.2 million US. Should they fail to deliver, the contractual penalty would be $700,000 US. However, the penalty would only cover financial loss. It would not shield Haas Company's reputation. At this moment, the significance of Jeff's list weighed heavily, even if it requires a significant investment in training and travel expenses to ensure quality. A net profit of $2 million is certainly attainable. Totak suddenly remarked, "That's impossible. Although Jeff is my son and your brother, he lacks the capability." Catherine replied, "He is accompanied by a remarkable individual." Totak, are you aware of the Black Friday storm at Best Buy? Moreover, the person I sent to Xia Country has been persuaded to align with Jeff and is currently suing the Toshiba Company at a factory in Xia Country. The Black Friday storm. Quite intriguing. What role does this individual play in it? He inquired. He is the instigator of the storm. Interesting. Connect me with Jeff. No. Reach out to that person. I wish to converse with him. The call was soon connected. Bai Hao's fluent and melodious Mandarin, laced with a Californian accent, made Totak Haas feel a sense of familiarity. Totak Haas directly asked, "Young man, tell me, what do you desire?" "Esteemed Mr. Haas, the matter is rather straightforward. Each machine can yield a profit of $3,000 to $5,000 for my factory, after deducting transportation costs and worker wages. A net profit of $1,300 is quite substantial. Of course, if you could compensate me with parts instead of cash, I would earn even more." Totak was momentarily taken aback. Was cash not preferable? Could it be that parts held greater value? Totak queried, "Young man, are the components truly more valuable?" "Esteemed Mr. Haas, you will grant me the authorization for assembly and processing, correct?" "Certainly," Totak thought. "Since I have contracted you for assembly, authorization is a given." Bai Hao continued, "Then, do you believe I could sell the surplus machines, even without the Haas Company S branding, for 5,000 Xia currency more than my original production?" "Indeed. You are quite astute." "Very well. I accept your proposal and shall proceed with the initial order. The corresponding parts will be shipped to Xia Country within 5 days. To which port would you like them sent?" "Shanghai port. I would also like to request that Jeff manage this order. It is merely a small order, and Jeff is eager to contribute." Totak pondered momentarily. "No problem. I believe I will travel to Xia Country halfway through the order. Your arrival is most welcome. Xia Country welcomes you. Jingzhou welcomes you." With that, the two ended the call. Catherine stood before her father at the desk. Totak Haas poured himself a glass of whiskey and gazed out the window at the striking workers still holding their banners. As Catherine approached, Totak remarked, "If it weren't for the Black Friday storm, or the recent significant lawsuit against Toshiba by Xia Country, I might have been inclined to believe this young man's words. Is it possible this is a ruse? No, this is genuine. My skepticism lies in doubting that this young man has such modest ambitions." "Do you comprehend the substantial profits from toasters?" Suddenly mentioning the toaster, Catherine was indifferent to the topic. "I'm sorry, I am unaware," she replied. Totak stated, "I have conducted my research, and according to my projections, the profit margin for toasters is approximately 40%. This translates to a procurement cost of $100 from Best Buy, with a production cost of merely $60. This total cost encompasses transportation and labor expenses." Catherine was utterly astonished by such a high profit margin. Totak Haas continued, "Previously, toasters in the market were priced at $275. For manufacturers, the distribution cost accounted for nearly 40%, while production costs should be around $130, leaving a mere profit of $30. In summer country, workers' wages are only 1/6 of those in California." Chapter 69. The ambition is too limited. Through her father's elucidation, Catherine comprehended that this was his advantage. Indeed, he desired more. But all of this hinged on his ability to dismantle the Toshiba Corporation. "I found myself at a loss, unable to conceive a rationale for his triumph over Toshiba's. The harm inflicted upon Toshiba's by this lawsuit was minimal, almost negligible," Catherine remarked. "Moreover, that Toshiba's had already sought assistance from our nation's Heavy Industry Association and the Machine Tool Council. Thus, I resolved to personally visit the summer country. At this juncture, Totak turned to Catherine and stated, "The likelihood of your collaboration with Toshiba's being abandoned is exceedingly high." Upon hearing this, Catherine understood that she had lost, not to Jeff, but to Bai Hao. After Bai Hao ended the call, he sought out Jeff, who was too preoccupied to acknowledge him. It was prime time for television and dinner. The female lead had finally made her entrance, and the tale of the impoverished youth encountering a wealthy heiress commenced. Bai Hao intended to make a quip. Yet before he could utter a word, Jeff brandished his newly crafted wooden sword at Bai Hao, declaring, "No spoilers. If you dare reveal the plot, I shall sever our friendship." Bai Hao raised his hands in surrender, covering his mouth with a smile as he retreated. The following day, Bai Hao arose early and set out in his vehicle towards the industrial hall. Prior to finalizing his plans, he wished to ascertain once more why Li Aimin had been appointed as the director of the Industrial Historical Museum. However, to Bai Hao's astonishment, previously, the guard would have opened the gate at the mere sight of his car, yet this time, the guard shut the gate that had already been ajar. The guard approached, stating, "Director Bai, please do not put me in a difficult position." Bai Hao took a cigarette and replied, "Could you relay a message for me?" "I cannot," came the response. With that, Bai Hao said nothing more, parked across the street, and procured a serving of oil tea and fried dough twists from a vendor, 2 dimes for the oil tea and 1 dime for each twist, with no grain tickets required. He sat down, eating while observing the street across. He was confident that by noon, when work concluded, Li Aimin would see his car upon exiting. Wei Dagon became aware of Bai Hao's arrival. Within his heart, a tempest of tension, excitement, conflict, uncertainty, and anticipation brewed, all stemming from Bai Hao. He had contemplated making Bai Hao a subordinate, yet upon reflection, he realized he could not offer what the power plant could provide. With reluctance, he discerned only one path remained: destruction. Just as Bai Hao was gathering evidence to sue the Japanese Toshibas, Wei Dagon was also amassing evidence, preparing to obliterate Bai Hao in one fell swoop. Bai Hao sat patiently at a roadside eatery, waiting quietly until noon. As Li Aimin emerged, pushing his bicycle to return home for lunch, he spotted Bai Hao's car across the street. Bai Hao, too, approached the vehicle. Li Aimin turned, returning his bicycle to the industrial hall's bicycle shed, then entered the workshop in silence, pulling open the passenger door and taking a seat. Bai Hao remained silent as he drove away. To F.A. Chong, a century-old establishment, Li Aimin did not hold back on indulging in his favorite dishes. It was then that Bai Hao spoke up, questioning whether the errors committed were merely due to a misstep, an inappropriate connection, or perhaps a resolution of work issues on behalf of someone else. Li Aimin shot Bai Hao a glance but refrained from answering. Bai Hao continued, suggesting that this implied encroaching upon another's territory. Such words prompted Li Aimin to regard Bai Hao with newfound respect, reminiscent of his initial impression upon meeting him. Bai Hao possessed a maturity far beyond his years, coupled with profound cunning. Li Aimin remarked, "Removing me from my position is a matter of public consensus." "Why so?" After ordering another drink, he elaborated. The initial order amounted to approximately $40 million, followed by an additional $30 million. The revenue generated is credited to Qinzhou province. Yet not a single cent has been allocated to its accounts. In truth, Qinzhou has toiled extensively, yet the benefits are scarcely shared. One portion has been claimed by the power plant, while the other has been substantially withheld by your factory. Bai Hao nodded, fully aware that this was indeed the ultimate outcome. The power plant transacted in domestic currency, while nearly all the foreign exchange was appropriated by them or deposited into the upper-tier accounts, leaving not a single cent to flow into the accounts of the Qinzhou Provincial Industrial Department. Li Aimin continued, "These are merely grand principles. Let us address the most practical and immediate concerns. Despite a month of relentless effort and overtime, Qinzhou has not reaped any tangible benefits from such a significant order. Merely hollow accolades. Consequently, the financial department has not allocated any welfare funds to the industrial department, resulting in a lack of provisions for the new year." Bai Hao interjected, "And thus, you were ousted?" "No," Li Aimin shook his head. "My rank remains intact. It is merely my position that has been temporarily suspended. The real target is not me, but you." "Me?" Bai Hao pointed to himself in surprise. Li Aimin inquired, "Are your accounts in order? Even if the power plant is under direct ministerial control, if your finances are murky, then Qinzhou province retains the authority to intervene regarding economic crimes. Tell me, what is your monthly salary?" I do not know," Bai Hao admitted, genuinely unaware. as he had never received a salary. Li Aimin gestured towards the table laden with dumplings and liquor. Based on your salary, this meal accounts for 10 days' worth of your wages. By sidelining you, they can directly liaise with foreign merchants, offering a 20% discount, allowing Qingzhou to reclaim the processing of toasters and waffle machines, while firmly excluding the power plant from involvement. Bai Hao poured himself another drink, asserting, I have generated foreign exchange for our country, yet not for Qingzhou province. I have brought honor to Xiaogua, while Qingzhou has only endured hardship. Li Aimin's rebuttal left Bai Hao momentarily speechless, prompting him to weakly suggest, if you're unhappy, we can discuss it. Li Aimin shot back, what makes you think you are in a position to negotiate at this table? Let us just drink. Bai Hao managed to respond, clearly flustered. Li Aimin raised a glass with him, then remarked, you should not have sought me out. This issue is already laid bare. Your approach only serves to provide them with more leverage. Perhaps you should contemplate the matter more deeply. Upon being reminded by Li Aimin, Bai Hao appeared to have formed a notion. Could it be that the true objective lies in the industrial electricity? Quite astute. Initially, when the industrial electricity plant was located in Qingzhou, it was manageable. However, over the years, as you might be aware, the industrial electricity has officially established 8 branches and 22 independent workshops. Moreover, if one were to enclose the industrial electricity within walls, it would encompass everything a city ought to possess. The industrial electricity even boasts its own power station. Is the Shijiao power plant part of the industrial electricity? Bai Hao was genuinely astonished, unable to fathom that a thermal power plant belonged not to Jingzhou City, but rather to a factory. What a perplexing arrangement. Chapter 70. The Industrial Electric Company is indeed unwelcome. What significance does a thermal power plant hold? Li Aimin nodded thoughtfully. Initially, it was constructed due to the insufficient power supply in Qingzhou. The Industrial Electric Company built the power plant themselves, and later expanded it to experiment with new technologies and equipment. The company maintains a firm grip on the plant, not to mention the water facility by the Feng River, their pig farm, and their own vegetable garden, not to forget the nursery, elementary school, and high school. Bai Hao nodded vigorously. I understand now. This has been a long-standing grievance, and it has erupted now because of my situation. Li Aimin raised his glass, nodding in appreciation. Bai Hao continued, what about other areas? Li Aimin pondered. They are changing, but they are all embroiled in conflict. Some areas have significant contradictions, while others are minor. This entirely depends on the scale of the enterprise. If it's just a small factory, it is manageable, but for a colossal entity like Industrial Electric, it is said that old Zheng's rank surpasses mine. Bai Hao had not studied this matter. By the time he understood, decades had passed, leading to new paradigms. At present, they were still in the exploratory phase. Bai Hao remarked, so, does that mean both you and I are mere cannon fodder? Li Aimin replied, perhaps we should include old Zheng as well. If it weren't for him, it might have been old Bao. We cannot involve Fu Chong in this matter. The last time I saw you, Lu Songlan, Fu Chong is more formidable than him. Bai Hao suddenly broke into a grin. I reckon you all cannot even touch me. This little pawn can stir up enough trouble for you. You? Li Aimin expressed disbelief. Bai Hao poured a drink for Li Aimin. Uncle Li, you just mentioned my stature. Am I even worthy of sitting at this table? Indeed, I said that, Li Aimin acknowledged. Let us wait and see. Bai Hao tossed out a bold remark. Li Aimin chuckled. You little rascal, your audacity is quite remarkable. Do you realize what you're saying? Bai Hao laughed as well. Soon, within 2 days, there will likely be an official document, perhaps circulated through several hands, which I believe will eventually reach Wei Dagong at the industrial department. I have no enmity with him. If he possesses integrity, I would concede and assist him wholeheartedly. Conversely, I am not easily bullied. Is Wei Dagong truly a person of integrity? Li Aimin sighed. A few days ago, a young man was transferred from Fengxi Machine Tool, currently working in the Driver S team. He openly declared his intention to eliminate you and seize your vehicle for the director. Do you think you are worthy of such a fine car? Is that the one I once criticized? Bai Hao inquired. Indeed, Li Aimin nodded with a smile. Bai Hao lit a cigarette. The scope is too narrow, much too narrow. After a moment, he asked, Uncle Li, are you really content to languish in the archives until retirement? Rest assured, I too have summoned reinforcements. But it depends on the opportunity. However, even if I advance, I must contend with Industrial Electric. It is my duty. This matter does not concern me. How could someone as young as I comprehend such complexities? Li Aimin ceased speaking, emptied his glass, and consumed the last dumpling on his plate. Come, take me back. Understood. Bai Hao replied. After Bai Hao returned, He greeted Jeff and instructed him to commence the arrangements for Haas Company's affairs in the beautiful nation. Soon, Haas Company issued an official letter. The board of directors had received a comprehensive, detailed report, which had been drafted by Bai Hao and submitted by Jeff Haas via fax. The board concurred with Totak Haas's opinion, unanimously agreeing to at least attempt to outsource the production of low-end machine tools to Xia country. Should this endeavor prove feasible, they would heed Totak's advice and consider further cooperation. However, they simultaneously emphasized the necessity of closely monitoring the movements of Toshiba from Japan and Xia country. Thus, it became imperative to send someone to conduct an on-site investigation in Xia country. With the board's approval, the Haas family dispatched a significant figure, Jeff and Catherine's father, Totak Haas, who personally came to oversee the inquiry as the group's vice president. The next step involved specific personnel managing the intricate details of this undertaking. Under Jeff Haas's direction, various departments within Haas Company submitted a series of applications, including visa requests, to the Xia country consulate located in San Francisco. The content was meticulously detailed, yet under Bai Hao's guidance, two crucial pieces of information were deliberately omitted. The destination, Qinzhou in Xia country, was stated, but the negotiating party was not specified. Additionally, they mentioned having commissioned a factory in Qinzhou to produce and export nearly 1,000 very ordinary manually operated machine tools. It did not disclose which factory it was. This was a trap set by Bai Hao for Wei Dagong. Obtaining the visa proved straightforward. After the consulate personnel sought approval, it was promptly granted, with a nod to the relevant departments. An order of over 1,000 machine tools, accompanied by a letter of intent, represented a substantial industrial contract, truly a significant deal, not merely trivial items, even if they were manual tools. This marked an important achievement for Xia country's machine tools on the international stage. 3 formal letters were dispatched to Qinzhou. Wei Dagong was elated. He believed that soon he would not only have the opportunity to feel proud, but would soar to new heights. The Industrial Bureau of Qinzhou took full responsibility for the production task of these 1,000 ordinary manual machine tools. It was termed a task, not merely work. The use of the term task resonated with Wei Dagong. Most importantly, they needed to prepare for the reception of 3 distinguished individuals. One was the director in charge of heavy industry from the ministry, another was the director overseeing international cooperation, and the third was the director of the Department of Technology and Development. The arrival of 3 directors simultaneously underscored the significance of this occasion. Wei Dagong felt rejuvenated, as though he had shed 10 years, bustling about his office with excitement, issuing instructions on how to host the guests and what dishes should be served at the welcoming banquet. Clearly, these matters were beyond his concern. The provincial authorities had corresponding departments to arrange everything, with suitable leaders involved as well. At this moment, we find ourselves in Zhang Jianguo's home. It is essential to note that this is Zhang Jianguo's residence, not Bai Hao's, as there is no room for Bai Hao here, not even a bed. Should he wish to stay, a temporary steel cot would need to be added. At that time, the power plant generously allocated 2 apartments, one with 3 bedrooms and a living room, and another with 2 bedrooms and a living room. The 3-bedroom apartment indeed comprised 3 distinct rooms. In that era, a 3-bedroom apartment typically occupied 5 floors, devoid of an elevator, with 2 households sharing a staircase for the 3-bedroom units and 3 households for the 2-bedroom units. Each room was perfectly square, with 3 corners dedicated to the bedrooms, the smallest of which was located near the entrance, separated from the northern secondary bedroom by a small bathroom measuring no more than 5 square meters. Upon entering, to the right lay the living area, which combined the dining space and a kitchen divided by a partition. The kitchen extended into a semi-balcony where the stove was placed, with a gas cylinder positioned beside it. Adjacent to the master bedroom was a small balcony, measuring just over 1 meter in width and less than 2 meters in length. Chapter 71. All 6 of us are orphans. The area of the house, as assessed by Bai Hao, is undoubtedly no more than 80 square meters. Yet, this is considered a first-class luxury residence in the industrial plant. Those fortunate enough to reside here either possess a significant family score, often due to numerous family members employed at the plant, or are individuals who have dedicated their lives to leadership roles within the organization. Those transferred in for less than a decade stand no chance whatsoever. Zhang Jianguo is a rare exception, a surprising anomaly in this regard. At this moment, there were guests in the house. Bai Ran had come to visit. Taking advantage of the fact that only Zhang Jianguo was home while Yang Lu went grocery shopping and the 3 younger ones were diligently doing their homework, Bai Ran brought along some gifts. Zhang Jingguo was acutely aware of the purpose behind her visit. He understood that Bai Ran had conducted thorough inquiries, probing everyone she could, and had obtained solid evidence. But what could be done about it? After placing the gifts down, Bai Ran observed as Zhang Jingguo turned to pour tea. The family was impoverished, and there was little in the way of quality tea to offer. Bai, being from the capital, deserved better than the humble fare of this rural abode. A hint of hostility lingered in Zhang Jingguo's tone. Bai Ran understood this and simply stated, "I merely wish to confirm something. I do not seek to impose or demand anything. I only wish to ascertain that my brother's son is still alive. I cannot recall the events of over a decade ago." Zhang Jingguo found himself at a loss for a counterargument, resorting to such tactics instead. Bai Ran continued, "My father is growing old." Zhang Jingguo sat down and let out a soft sigh. "All 6 of us in this family are orphans." This statement left Bai Ran momentarily speechless. She persisted, "You left a message for the neighbors at the old house, instructing them that if the families of the 3 children came looking for them, they should inform you. Why is that?" Zhang Jingguo shook his head. "I do not know." Regarding this matter, Zhang Jingguo felt a profound internal conflict. For instance, there were rumors surrounding Xiao Wu's mother, suggesting that she, a university student, had abandoned her newborn child in a university restroom merely 2 days after birth, fearing that news of her child might jeopardize her opportunity for a government-sponsored overseas program. Zhang Jingguo had genuinely hoped that this mother would reconsider her decision. Bai Ran interjected, "I surmise that you believe none of the children have ever experienced maternal affection. Thus you hope their mother might return." Zhang Jingguo did not deny this, adding, "You know how difficult life was for Bai Hao and young Lu during their childhood. While I worked, I left them at the nursery. During overtime, they stood behind the iron gate, clutching the iron bars. They never cried. Yet the pain in their eyes was unbearable for me." Bai Ran took over the conversation. "I am also aware that when Bai Hao was 6, someone introduced you to a potential partner, only for that woman to strike Yang Lu on 2 occasions behind your back. Following that incident, you never sought another relationship, fearing that a stepmother might mistreat them." Zhang Jingguo acknowledged this without objection. Bai Ran rose to her feet. "I do not intend to take Bai Hao away from you. I merely wish to acknowledge our kinship. Trust me, I will not disclose this to Bai Hao without your consent." Zhang Jingguo remained silent, his head bowed in contemplation. Bai Ran took her leave, understanding the delicacy of the situation and recognizing that pressing too hard might lead Bai Hao to resent her. Not long ago, Bai Hao returned home. He intended to discuss his meeting with Li Aimin with Zhang Jingguo, for no one else could engage in such matters with him, quite like his close friend. Upon driving back to his residence, he found it deserted. It then occurred to him that the new apartment assigned to him by the power plant awaited his presence. Arriving at the foot of the building, Bai Hao realized he had forgotten which floor it was on. He stood there for a while, until his younger sister, young Lu, who was returning from grocery shopping, spotted him from a distance and hurried over. "Brother," she exclaimed. "Ah," Bai Hao responded, momentarily taken aback. Young Lu, brimming with excitement, shared, "I heard a rumor that there are 2 shipping containers at the 9th factory, concealing treasures." Bai Hao chuckled, "Treasures and gifts for Dad for the new year. As for your present, you must wait a little longer. It's not the right time to let you know, lest it distract you from your studies." Yang Lu circled around Bai Hao's car twice, marveling at its beauty, a sight unlike anything she had ever encountered. Setting down her basket, she attempted to pull open the car door. "Brother, I've never seen your car up close before." "Yes, it's a less luxurious version of the president's model," Bai Hao replied. "It's been almost a month, and you haven't taken a ride. Would you like to?" "It's the same model, but not bulletproof, just the standard version," he clarified. And thus he spoke without error. "Come on, take me for a spin." Yang Lu tugged at Bai Hao's arm with enthusiasm. In his previous life, despite being the second child, Yang Lu had a cunning nature, wielding the authority of their foster father, a formidable figure. She embodied her namesake, often wielding a willow branch kept at home to discipline the younger siblings, which she would use without hesitation, even against Bai Hao when he erred. Skipping school, incomplete homework, or leftover food all warranted punishment in their household. In that life, Yang Lu was indeed the enforcer of their father's rules. Such innocent expressions were all too rare in his memories, perhaps due to the hardships they endured. Now, with their lives improved, her laughter seemed to blossom anew. Just as Bai Hao opened the car door, Yang Lu prepared to enter when a loud voice shouted from above, "You too, get back home immediately." Instantly, the smile vanished from Yang Lu's face, and she hurriedly picked up her basket. Bai Hao locked the car and quickly ascended the stairs. Inside the new home, furnished yet devoid of any nails, Bai Hao ran his hand over the substantial table, appreciating its weight. Though he was not well versed in wood, it felt commendable. After Zhang Jianguo had washed the rice and set it to cook, he instructed Yang Lu to wash the vegetables. He then settled onto the sofa, taking a sip from a tea mug that seemed no younger than Bai Hao himself, before addressing him earnestly. As the new year approaches, you must temper your exuberance. There have been whispers, not particularly flattering. Secretary Zheng has spoken to me, advising that if you hear anything, do not take it to heart. Avoid disputes, and above all, do not engage in fights. Fighting, Bai Hao mused, for he was no stranger to physical altercations and held a notable reputation in the thickets. Zhang Jianguo feared that any gossip reaching Bai Hao's ears might prompt him to confront others with his characteristic resolve. Little did he know. The current Bai Hao is no longer the Bai Hao of yore. Zhang Jianguo continued, as for that vehicle, you have connections at the 9th factory. So it would be prudent to refrain from driving into the residential area. It may attract envy and lead to unnecessary troubles. Bai Hao then took a seat, seizing the teapot to quench his thirst. The power plant employs over 20,000 people, with numerous branch factories and independent workshops. Each year, during the new year, I have heard from Li Chang that the distribution of goods is never equal. Those with better performance receive more, while the less efficient get less. While the main factory does supplement some, if they provide too much to the well-performing branches, they too will become reluctant. In these times, when others are living well, it is only natural that envy will arise. I understand this clearly. Chapter 72. The wavering Zhang Jianguo upon realizing that Bai Hao was receptive to his words. Zhang Jianguo felt a sense of relief wash over him. Understanding was all he needed. He let out a sigh, as he had feared that Bai Hao, in his youthful arrogance, might disregard his counsel. There is a local saying in Jingzhou, a puffed-up person attracts calamity, a dog that brags gets hit by bricks. At that moment, Yang Lu finished washing the vegetables, wiped her hands, and pulled up a chair to sit down. She retrieved several 3-inch colored photographs from her pocket and placed them on the table. Dad, brother, these are my middle school classmates, also studying at vocational school. After the new year, they will start internships at a printing factory. This one too, she attends the same school as you. Her family is currently searching for someone to help her secure a position at the electric industry after graduation. And this one. Yang Lu introduced each person in the photographs. Zhang Jianguo's expression turned serious as he began to examine the pictures intently, then inquired of Yang Lu. Do you know about their family circumstances? The 3 younger siblings gathered around. The 3rd and 4th, twins, lost their father in a factory fire when they were very young. Their mother had abandoned them and never returned. Zhang Jianguo had originally intended to care for them for just a few days, but unexpectedly, 9 years had passed. And now the 2 younger ones were both in 5th grade, with their mother still absent. The youngest had indeed been found in a restroom, brought home by Yang Lu. The 3rd and 4th were named Lu Min and Lu Ming, respectively, with the elder sister and the younger brother. The 5th child was the only one among the 5 who bore the Zhang surname, named Zhang Xiang. Lu Min, too, began to peruse the photographs and then looked at Bai Hao with utmost seriousness. Brother, one of my classmates is getting married. And the groom's family must have a bicycle and a radio. Oh, and it absolutely must be a butterfly brand sewing machine. Our family has none of these. Without them, one cannot marry. Bai Hao finally grasped the implication. This was a matchmaking endeavor for him. What was happening? He was only 18. Yet, Zhang Jianguo was genuinely earnest. Let's visit the store tomorrow to check for a butterfly brand. We still have a few industrial coupons at home. I've heard that the Phoenix brand bicycles come in a women's model with a curved frame. Yes, Yang Lu chimed in supportively. Bai Hao fumed. What nonsense. I'm going to cook. I'm only 18. The tone of his voice rose, a familiar pattern whenever he found himself at a loss for words or excuses. Zhang Jianguo exhibited the same tendency. Yang Lu mumbled, Dad, you became a father at 18. Bai Hao was left speechless, unable to muster a rebuttal. He understood that Lu Qiao was getting married, having been in a relationship for quite some time. Initially, their union faced obstacles due to the bride's family's financial struggles, and his family was not in a much better situation. However, circumstances had changed. Lu Qiao had secured a formal job, and his family had recently purchased a bicycle and a sewing machine, making it quite likely that a wedding would occur before autumn of the following year. As for age, it was deemed inconsequential. Marriage could precede the formalities of documentation, as long as there were enough respected elders present as witnesses. Li Chang was still under 20 and likely to marry by the latter half of next year. Meanwhile, Zhao Fang was about to become a father. After sending Yang Lu to the kitchen and ushering the 3 younger siblings back to their homework, Bai Hao produced a cigarette and lit one for Zhang Jianguo. Dad, I need to discuss something with you. Go ahead. Father, are you aware of the conflict between the electric power plant and the Qingzhou Industrial Bureau? Today, I met with Li Aimin, and I have heard that they intend to target me. I am not particularly afraid, but it seems this situation is destined to unfold, and I can only discuss it with you. Bai Hao recounted the conversation he had with Li Aimin at a leisurely pace. Zhang Jingguo listened in silence, puffing on his cigarette. After hearing the account, Zhang Jingguo remarked, "Well, we shall not interfere in their affairs, but we must not allow them to bully others. Tomorrow, I will inquire about this. Do not panic, and do not act as if you harbor a deep-seated vendetta against anyone. Now, let us eat and rest. There are many matters to attend to tomorrow." Zhang Jingguo listened but offered no advice to Bai Hao, merely suggesting they would address it the next day. Dinner time came. Zhang Jingguo only knew how to prepare one dish, a hodgepodge stew where everything was thrown into one pot to simmer. Yang Lu, on the other hand, was adept at cooking. She would add various ingredients to the pot in stages, ensuring that each was cooked to perfection, avoiding the mishaps of overcooking or undercooking. In this household, Bai Hao did not have his own room. His younger sister, Yang Lu, and the third sister, Lu Min, shared a room, while the two boys, the fourth and fifth siblings, occupied another. Zhang Jingguo had a room to himself, furnished with a wire bed, while Bai Hao made a makeshift bed in the living room. The next morning, at the break of dawn, Zhang Jingguo rose to prepare breakfast only to find that Bai Hao had already departed. A note left in the living room indicated that Bai Hao was heading to the electric power plant to review the materials for the lawsuit against the Japanese Toshibas. Zhang Jingguo hastily prepared breakfast and left a note for Yang Lu, stating he needed to go to the factory for urgent matters. He took a day off from work. The conversation from the previous night had left him somewhat anxious, prompting him to visit the 9th factory. He knew Bai Ru was residing in the 9th factory dormitory. And for Bai Hao's sake, Zhang Jingguo had made a decision. As long as Bai Hao was safe, perhaps Bai Ru, being from the capital, could assist him. Let them meet. However, upon arriving at the 9th factory shortly after 7, Zhang Jingguo discovered that Bai Ru had already left for several minutes, forcing him to wait inside the factory. Li Sanpao noticed Zhang Jingguo's troubled expression and approached him. Zhang Jingguo candidly shared the situation. Yet, before he could finish, Li Sanpao's temper flared. "That rascal dares to undermine me and cut off my apprentice's livelihood? Who is it? Tell me, and I will deal with him." Feng Yechen, however, remained composed. "Whoever it may be, it does not concern us at Jingyaojia. I will return to the school and procure a sign stating that the 9th factory is our research base. If that isn't sufficient, I trust that the matter will reach Old Wu and Old Lin, and both the engineering university and the military electrics can lend support for my old bones." The reactions of the two elders surprised Zhang Jingguo. Seeing their enthusiasm for confrontation, he was at a loss for how to dissuade them. Finally, he said, "I came to the factory to meet Bai Ru, hoping her family might assist Bai Hao." "Humph," Li Sanpao scoffed. "If that is the case, I hold her in contempt. Where has Bai Ru gone now?" She stood at the entrance of the high school, waiting for Yang Lu. The latter was taken aback, wondering why Bai He was at her school gate, as they had met a few times since Bai He resided in the dormitory of the 9th factory. Bai He led Yang Lu to a secluded spot and said, "To be brief, I am Bai Hao's aunt." "Ah," Yang Lu gasped, but her expression swiftly shifted. She took a few steps back, staring at Bai He with suspicion, convinced that this woman harbored ill intentions and sought to take her older brother from her. Bai He let out a soft sigh. "You are considered the eldest daughter in your family, being only 3 months younger than Bai Hao. To put it plainly, I hope to gain your support. I am not here to take anyone away from you. Would you be willing to accept me as your stepmother?" What? Chapter 73. The bride from heaven. Yang Lu initially believed that Bai Xiao intended to usurp her elder brother, only to discover that she wished to become her stepmother. "Ah," Yang Lu gasped once more, astonished by the extraordinary turn of events. "You are about to embark on your university journey, and there are 3 younger siblings at home who require supervision. I possess a graduate degree from a prestigious university, and I am capable of assisting you with your college entrance examinations." Bai Xiao had thoroughly contemplated how to persuade Yang Lu, which was the reason for her visit. Reflecting on her own circumstances, she lamented having missed the optimal age for marriage, returning to academia instead. Approaching 30, she felt the weight of being an old maid. Meanwhile, Zhang Jingguo was quite presentable and, more importantly, possessed commendable character, having successfully raised 5 adopted children. This alone made him a man worthy of trust. As Bai Xiao endeavored to persuade Yang Lu, the latter found herself deep in thought, her excitement growing. She recognized the immense struggle her adoptive father had endured while raising 5 young ones alone. She understood their hardships far better than the carefree Bai Hao, as she was a caring daughter who truly appreciated Zhang Jianguo's sacrifices over the years. Bai Hao was a remarkable individual. From the moment she appeared, she cast a shadow over the power plant, rendering the men there timid and awestruck. Now, with the intention of becoming her stepmother, Yang Lu felt inclined to support her. As for the other 3 younger siblings, they had no say in the matter. If Bai Hao dared to oppose, she would deal with him. With Bai Hao now marrying her adoptive father, Yang Lu felt reassured that there would be no attempts to reclaim Bai Hao. Through Bai Hao's persuasion and her own inner turmoil, Yang Lu finally acquiesced. I agree. If my elder brother dares to oppose, I shall handle him. Bai Hao exhaled deeply, relieved. Though this may have been a last resort, it could still prove to be a beneficial solution. The thought of her father, now retired, often staring blankly at her elder brother's photograph for hours weighed heavily on Bai Hao's heart. With Yang Lu's support, she resolved to confront Zhang Jingguo that very night. Upon returning to the factory, Bai Hao spotted Zhang Jingguo from a distance, relentlessly striking a large tree with his fists. He noticed her presence at the factory gate and, while unwrapping the cloth from his hands, approached her. Both had made their decisions and were prepared. Bai Hao, however, was quicker to speak. Zhang Jingguo, go obtain a marriage certificate with me. Otherwise, I shall inform Bai Hao that I am taking him away. Agree to marry me, and I shall keep my identity as his aunt a secret. Zhang Jingguo, who had been gathering his thoughts, was momentarily rendered speechless by Bai Hao's declaration, utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? He stood there in shock, as did those around him. The first to react was Zhao Fong, who was preparing lubricant for the workshop. He abandoned his cart and dashed towards the workshop, shouting, Master! Master! What on earth was going on? Upon hearing the commotion, Li Sanpao emerged. Zhang Jingguo was at a loss for words. The onlookers quickly explained to Li Sanpao what had transpired. After listening, Li Sanpao silently picked up his pipe and said with a hint of nonchalance, As for this matter, young lady, you should let your elders speak on it. If they have no objections, I, as the master, will accompany my apprentice to formally propose. Li Sanpao was well aware of the situation's background, and it was indeed a positive development. However, marriage is a significant affair that requires the consent of one's elders for it to be deemed trustworthy. No need. I will call my father to come to Jingzhou immediately, Bai Gan responded decisively. Lu Qiao quickly ran over, handing Li Sanpao the key to the long-distance phone. Li Sanpao passed it to Bai Gan, who without a moment's hesitation, entered the house to make the call. When she connected, she addressed her father directly. Dad, I'm getting married. You must come to Jingzhou. It was that simple. After hanging up, Bai Gan looked towards Li Sanpao, who took a couple of puffs from his pipe and said, welcome guests, let us prepare. Naturally, others were tasked with making the arrangements. Li Sanpao had more than just Zhang Jianguo as his apprentice. In Qinzhou, there was a well-established protocol for hosting guests, especially for the family of a bride traveling over 1,000 kilometers to discuss a marriage proposal. This occasion demanded utmost formality and could not be treated lightly. Zhang Jingguo, however, felt a bit bewildered. How was it that he had managed to acquire a wife? Not only was her beauty exceptional, but she hailed from the capital and worked in a ministry. How could she possibly be interested in a poor worker like him? Anxiety began to set in as he sat on the ground, lost in thought. Bai Gan inquired, Where is Bai Hao? He has tea come to the factory, and he should be informed about this. Upon hearing Bai Hao's name, Zhang Jingguo suddenly lifted his head. Haozi is in big trouble. Trouble? Bai Gan was unaware of any difficulties Bai Hao might be facing. Zhang Jingguo's mind was still in disarray. Feng Yuchen had come to relay what Zhang Jingguo had just told them to Bai Gan, who merely smiled coldly. This situation could not be blamed solely on Qinzhou province. But to target Bai Hao? How dare they? At that moment, Li Sanpao approached Bai Gan. Young lady, as an elder, I wish to show you something today. With this, who would dare to harm my grandson? I would fight them to the end. Bai Gan, filled with curiosity and intrigue, followed him into a workshop she had long suspected to be peculiar. Upon entering, she saw machines being assembled and calibrated. Her eyes fell upon a machine processing a mold, and the method it employed. Boom. Like thunder striking her mind, Bai Gan's thoughts became chaotic. She understood better than anyone the immense value of the machine before her. 20 years ago, the first CNC milling machine in Xia country was unveiled, coinciding with the completion of an American processing center. Craftsmen in Xia worked tirelessly, sacrificing their rest to analyze and research. 15 years ago, The Americans began mass production of their processing centers and exporting them to their so-called friendly nations, while Xia country had only just begun to grasp the basics. Yet, just as she was about to reach the edge, a profound upheaval struck the land of Xia. For a full decade, few had the opportunity to continue their research. The year before last, Bai Hao recalled poring over the research materials from years past, lamenting the interruption of her studies. Little did she expect that at that moment, she would behold it, a compact horizontal machine tool, capable of processing workpieces no taller than 40 centimeters, sculpting a metallic mold. Furthermore, it featured automatic tool changes and precise positioning, albeit the base's transportation appeared slightly incongruous. Yet, this was indeed a processing center. Who could have anticipated that within this humble workshop, where several workers were still engaged in reconstructing doors and windows and reinforcing the roof, there existed not one, but two processing centers? Chapter 74. Distinguished guests are arriving, lavish hospitality. The wooden structure over there, which can effortlessly masquerade as a workshop warehouse, is currently wide open, revealing a processing center that exhibits some differences. Bai Qian's first thought was to seize it. Indeed, it was about taking it away, for this equipment holds immense utility, and leaving it here would be sheer waste. Bai Qian turned to Master Li. Does this have anything to do with Bai Hao? Li Sanpao nodded. Initially, it was the child's own design. He asked the old man to find people and places capable of processing the components he envisioned. Later, the old lunatic arrived, as did old Wu, and gradually they brought this contraption to fruition. At this point, Li Sanpao turned to Feng Yuchen, old lunatic. You and your student have labored diligently over this machine. Let me ask you, is it unreasonable to consider this creation as my grandson's heartfelt endeavor? Feng Yuchen's tone was resolute. It is not unreasonable. Without Bai Hao, there would be no machine. He transformed the initial concept into reality, while we merely refined it to be more rational, functional, and robust. Bai Qian understood, the disguised object was the prototype machine. This particular unit was newly manufactured and still undergoing adjustments. She also realized that Li Sanpao had shown her this 4-axis machine out of concern that someone might target Bai Hao, hoping to use this equipment as a talisman for his protection. Would it be of any use? Wei Dagong, do you even deserve it? Bai Qian bit her silver teeth in frustration, her anger genuinely ignited. Feng Yuchen then dropped another bombshell. Bai Hao has proposed ideas for a 5-axis design. We have completed about 1/10 of the theoretical analysis, and it is fundamentally reliable. Certain specialized components and mechanical processing solutions are also under research. Bai Hao's accounts will undoubtedly not withstand scrutiny, but you must understand that researching these requires substantial funding, considerable amounts. What could Bai Qian say? She knew that the process of project application, approval, and review would stretch into next year or even the year after. Countless voices in the summer state boast about their ability to develop 5-axis machines. 90% of them are mere empty claims, while another 9% genuinely strive yet fail to find the right approach. Less than 1% truly invest effort and pursue targeted research. And they haven't even conquered the 4-axis yet. On Bai Hao's side, the 4-axis machine stood ready for use. Its size mattered little, once the principles were grasped. A genuine large-scale processing center could surely be developed. Upon exiting the workshop, no one mentioned the 4-axis or 5-axis machines again. Instead, discussion shifted to Zhang Jianguo's upcoming wedding, which had moved to the forefront of their agenda. The first task was to warmly receive the esteemed guests arriving from the capital, Bai Qian's father, who would soon become Zhang Jianguo's father-in-law. A day later, at the capital's airport, a delegation of over 20 individuals from the Ministry of Industry was gathered in the waiting hall, eagerly anticipating their flight. Impatient, they couldn't wait for the day and night train journey and were determined to reach Qinzhou at the earliest opportunity. While awaiting boarding, Director Guo Fengxian, responsible for technology and development, spotted a familiar figure. It was Bai Shan, an elderly military industry veteran, adorned with numerous medals. Engineer Bai, are you heading out? I am Guo Xiaoer, and my father is. Bai Shan turned his head slightly and, recognizing him, prepared to rise. Guo Fengxian quickly went to assist. I heard you retired last year to return to the capital as a consultant. I should have paid you a visit. My apologies. My apologies. Bai Shan replied, I am not yet senile, nor am I so old that I cannot stand. You are the second son of the esteemed Guo family. You have much on your plate and significant matters to attend to. Do not treat me, an old man, as a priority. I am merely a retired foreman, nothing more. Nothing more. Yes, indeed, that is me. Two directors of the same rank as Guo Fengxian approached, and he promptly introduced them. These two are from our unit. One oversees international cooperation, known as Li Qingwei, and the other manages heavy industry and is related to you, Bai Hao. Before he could introduce them, Li Qingwei interjected. Although we have not met, I am familiar with you, Bai Laoi from Jiang'an Factory, a true treasure of our heavy industry. Bai Shan politely clasped his hands together. Guofengxian inquired, Bai Gong, where are you headed? To Jingzhou. My daughter has been dispatched there for work. And now she insists on getting married. I must go see for myself. She is nearing 30 and has yet to marry, regardless of whom she has chosen. I must meet him. This is a good thing. Come with me. We are also headed to Jingzhou. Together. We are on the same flight. And it would be no trouble to arrange a more comfortable seat for the elder. However, Li Qingwei never anticipated that Bai Laoi's daughter was actually Bai Ran, a staff member from his department, which was indeed surprising. Although Bai Shan had never held an official position, his technical expertise had earned him a formidable reputation within the heavy industry sector. Not to mention, he had trained an impressive array of top-tier craftsmen throughout his career. On the plane, Guofengxian did not shy away from discussion. Bai Shan, now retired, remained a consultant to the Ministry of Industry and received a senior official subsidy. This time, it concerned an order from the prestigious HARS Group, requesting us to manufacture over 1,000 standard machine tools. They would send a team to inspect and negotiate how many parts would be sourced from them and how many would be produced in-house. We were unaware of other details, but they had mentioned during the visa application process that an important member of their inspection team had already arrived in Qingzhou, currently the key person responsible for this order. Li Qingwei immediately asked, why was this not communicated? Guofengxian replied, there was no formal letter. It was merely an inquiry about the procedures needed for extending the tourist visa of the individual who arrived early due to an extended stay in our country. Li Qingwei then asked, who was visiting? Is he an important figure? No information was provided. Li Qingwei pressed on, does Qingzhou know about this? I am unsure if they are aware. At this point, the expressions of the three grew somber. They continued to discuss various work details and alternative factories for HARS Group's inspection. Bai Shan listened attentively, refraining from interjecting. His concern lay solely with the identity of the man his daughter intended to marry. He could tell from the tone of the phone call that it was no jest, but rather a serious matter. Bai Hao has procured the future father-in-law of his adoptive father, and this time, he has truly invested heavily. He has rented an exquisite residence situated in the historic Old District of Jingzhou, boasting a remarkable history of 3 centuries. This rental encompasses an entire courtyard complex, comprising 3 courtyards that collectively span approximately 1.7 acres, equivalent to nearly 1,000 square meters. The rental fee is indeed staggering. However, Bai Hao feels no pang of regret, for this arrangement is intended for the esteemed guests of the HARS company. When Catherine's father arrives in Jingzhou City, this meticulously prepared courtyard will have rooms reserved for them. Section 75. The unspoken truth: the antique 3-entry courtyard residence rivals any hotel in charm and elegance. The old airport's tarmac has seen Bai Hao's luxurious vehicle before, as he arrives to collect his adoptive father's future father-in-law, a task that he feels enhances his reputation. Bai Hao mused that aside from the cities of Sheep City, Shanghai, and the capital, no other place could boast such a vehicle. As the plane carrying Bai Shan touched down, observers noted a car approaching the aircraft. What kind of car? Few recognized it. Only Li Qingwei, who had experience with international visits, could identify it. Bai Hao was mistaken at that moment. No such car existed within the entirety of Xia country, not even under the same brand. Xia country had yet to embrace luxury, still entrenched in hard work. The Cadillac Seville. Li Qingwei recognized the vehicle, noting that in the beautiful country, it was considered a luxury car, imitated by many brands. This particular model was finalized 2 years prior, produced only in the last 2 years, and had reportedly ceased production in favor of a new model. In the beautiful country, such a vintage luxury car commanded prices exceeding those of new models due to its rarity. Could Qingzhou import such a high-end vehicle? Had there been any formal reports? Guofengxian first pondered the implications. If what Li Qingwei described were true, the foreign exchange required for this car would be substantial. Li Qingwei added, "You've met the owner before, at the autumn trade fair in Sheep City, when the order for the toaster was signed. There was a young man beside him. As Li Qingwei was Bai Hao's direct superior, he possessed more knowledge than others. However, Bai Hao struggled to comprehend, how could such a car be permitted for import? Where would the foreign exchange originate?" Li Qingwei simply replied, "Gifted." Later it was declared as an official vehicle, registered under a foreign enterprise with black plates. hence the Qin 5 zeros. Bai Hao inquired further, who is he here to pick up? It surely cannot be us. He gestured towards two minibuses arriving nearby, which were the standard vehicles for such receptions. Who on the plane warranted Bai Hao's presence? As Bai Hao's car halted, so did the vehicles from Qinzhou. Bai Hao instinctively reversed his car half a length. Among those welcoming from Qinzhou was Lu Songlan, the prominent leader responsible for industry, who had previously draped a red scarf over Bai Hao. Bai Hao hurried to greet him. Greetings, leader. You are here to welcome someone too. Little Bai. You are here to receive someone as well, Lu Songlan replied, chuckling. Bai Hao scratched his head. I'm here for my adoptive father's future father-in-law. I had to invest considerable effort. I even took out my wedding fund to rent a 3-century-old luxurious residence in the city, complete with a 3-entry courtyard. I even invited friends to procure new bedding. This event must be executed flawlessly. Lu Songlan laughed heartily, understanding the significance of such affairs. However, Wei Dagong was visibly displeased. Stepping forward to admonish, which unit do you belong to? You must realize that your actions put the leaders in a difficult position. We are here to welcome the leaders from the department. This is a critical mission. Though Wei Dagong was aware of Bai Hao, they had never met. His mind was preoccupied with how to present himself favorably before the leaders from the capital, leaving little room for other thoughts. Otherwise, upon seeing the car, he should have been able to connect the dots back to Bai Hao. Lu Songlan waved his hand dismissively, assuring, it's nothing. Xiao Bai is also a representative of our Qinzhou, and the department has him listed as well. Bai Hao, quick to comprehend the situation, promptly replied, I'll have the department leaders ride in my car. I am merely accompanying you to pick someone up. Indeed, that sounds splendid, Lu Songlan approved, pleased with Bai Hao's perceptiveness. Xiao Bai. Wei Dagong suddenly realized that the young man before him was Bai Hao. He was indeed Bai Hao. So youthful. Yet he seemed to command more presence than those from Hong Kong or de Guizhou who came to assess investments, not to mention his attire reminiscent of someone of high status. Who was this Bai Hao? Wei Dagong pondered intently. Meanwhile, Bai Hao was calculating his own strategy. The car was spacious enough to accommodate two leaders comfortably. He had met Guo Fengxian, who oversees industry, on 2 occasions and had even received a telephonic directive from him regarding work. Thus, it was a reasonable arrangement for them to ride in his smaller vehicle, ensuring he maintained a respectable image. At last, the plane came to a halt. Bai Hao lifted a sign high, upon which 2 characters were inscribed, Bai Shan. He was there to receive his future grandfather-in-law. However, the moment Bai Shan disembarked from the aircraft, he was taken aback, unable to divert his gaze from Bai Hao. Had his son truly survived? The resemblance was uncanny. As if he were gazing upon his son in his youth, a perfect likeness. This was unfathomable. Young comrade, you are here to pick me up, Bai Shan stammered. Grandfather, you are Bai Shan, so I am here to escort you. My name is Bai Hao. My father is Zhang Jianguo, and my father's unwed stepmother is Bai Chen. She is busy with work, so I was sent to fetch you. Bai Hao sweetly addressed him, calling him grandfather with endearing familiarity. In his heart, he resolved to leave a favorable impression on the elder, for if he failed to facilitate his adoptive father's matrimonial endeavors, the 4 younger ones at home would undoubtedly hold him accountable for at least 2 decades. Bai Shan was instantly overwhelmed, tears welling in his eyes. He grasped the implication of his daughter's intentions without needing further details. Just one glance at Bai Hao confirmed that he was indeed his own grandson. Nevertheless, he understood that until he had spoken with his daughter and clarified the situation, he must remain discreet. If his daughter had wished to reveal it, she would have done so. Her silence was laden with significance, and he chose to bide his time. Covering his face, Bai Shan swayed slightly. The wind is strong. It makes me a bit dizzy. Grandfather, allow me to assist you to the car. This way, please, Bai Hao offered with great courtesy. After helping Bai Shan into the vehicle, he turned to see Guo Fengxian. Leader, we have met before. I am Bai Hao. You once called me regarding the additional orders for the toaster, he mentioned, recalling the directive that had stemmed from a complaint against him. Guo Fengxian chose not to disclose the details, merely nodding slightly. Will you be riding in my car, leader? Bai Hao inquired tentatively. Guo Fengxian nodded, indicating that he had some matters to discuss with Bai Hao during the ride. As for Bai Hao, he voluntarily took his seat in Lu Songlan's car, while the remaining entourage boarded a minibus, with Li Qingwei occupying the passenger seat. The vehicle is capable of accommodating 4 additional individuals if one were to squeeze tightly. However, can it still be deemed a luxury car without sufficient comfort? Upon entering the car, Guo Fengxian remarked to Bai Shan, this young Bai Hao is truly remarkable. He ventured into Yangcheng like a lone hero and has secured nearly $70 million in foreign exchange orders for our summer nation. It is indeed impressive. Bai Hao did not respond. He was feeling quite uncomfortable in his chest, as his earlier excitement had caused his blood pressure to rise. Though he had taken a pill, the medication required time to take effect. Just as Guofengxian was about to say something further, Bai Hao suddenly interjected. Leader, you arrived in Qingzhou due to the official letter from Heisai Company, did you not? I may not fully grasp the intricacies of official matters, but the decision to relegate Director Li to the archives seems rather unjust. Upon hearing this, Bai Hao immediately retorted sharply, what do you, a young one, know about such matters? Chapter 76. Elevated blood pressure psychologically, Bai Hao had already acknowledged Bai Hao as his beloved grandson. At this moment, it was astonishing that Bai Hao, so youthful, dared to comment on such significant matters. Undoubtedly, out of concern for him, he felt compelled to speak. Without turning his head, Bai Hao calmly stated, Grandfather, I do not comprehend why you are displeased. Allow me to finish my thoughts. The contract for 1,000 machine tools has long been secured, and I have discussed the details with Totak Haas of the Haas family over the phone. I am wholeheartedly devoted to my work. Perhaps you do not understand these matters. My negotiations with Haas are not based on mere appearances. We possess genuine capabilities. Moreover, I must express my frustration. There is a certain Wei Xiaobing who, under the guise of his uncle's authority, engages in unscrupulous behavior and attempts to intimidate me, claiming he intends to seize my vehicle. Would you not agree that this is quite vexing? Bai Hao spoke with an air of grievance, directing his words towards Guofengxian. However, he had not anticipated Guofengxian's presence today, although he was aware that Guofengxian was a savior for Li Aimin. At this juncture, Guofengxian interjected, in principle, I am responsible solely for matters within my jurisdiction. I trust that everyone has their own perspectives, and it is inappropriate to interject without a clear understanding of the situation, unless it pertains to a manifest error. Bai Hao smiled. Director Guo, do you know the total order amount for the Haas Company's machine tool contract? How much? Queried Li Qingwei, who had been listening quietly but felt increasingly uneasy. It was evident that this was a setup, judging from Bai Hao's various behaviors. It was clear he possessed some means, thus, her curiosity prompted her to ask when he mentioned the total order. Bai Hao held up 2 fingers. Li Qingwei speculated. 200 million? Bai Hao chuckled. A mere $200 million is. Just as he was about to continue, Guofengxian glanced at Bai Hao and noticed him leaning forward, one hand clutching his chest. Guofengxian shouted, Xiaobai, to the hospital, quickly. Bai Hao swiftly turned to look and, sensing something was amiss, pressed the accelerator to the floor. The 6.7-liter engine roared to life. The hospital for workers at the power plant was only a few hundred meters away. Upon reaching the hospital entrance, Bai Hao lowered the window and shouted, Emergency, emergency, help. Few had seen such a car before, and many had heard of it. In terms of luxury vehicles, Bai Hao was the one to associate with in the western outskirts of Jingzhou. Immediately, someone dashed inside to summon a doctor. Bai Hao parked beside the stretcher, and several individuals came to assist, helping to place Bai Hao onto the stretcher before wheeling him into the hospital. His blood pressure was alarmingly high. Once inside the hospital, the situation became urgent. Guofengxian continued to shout from behind, Bai Gong is a senior technician. Please give him your utmost attention. He feared that the doctors might not take the situation seriously enough, hence his insistence. Bai Hao parked the car and sat alone on the steps of the hospital building. Bai Ran arrived. Her presence felt within the ward. Zhang Jingguo approached Bai Hao, who held his head in despair, lamenting, This is my fault. I should not have been so focused on work that I neglected the elder. This is all my doing. Zhang Jingguo knew that it was not Bai Hao's fault. Upon encountering his beloved grandson, and still being alive, how could Bai Hao not feel an overwhelming surge of emotion? Guofengxian, standing nearby, offered words of comfort. It is not your fault. It must be due to the flight. When Bai Gong disembarked and boarded the vehicle, he mentioned feeling somewhat dizzy. I should have been more attentive. He should have gone straight to the hospital. In truth, there is nothing serious, just slightly elevated blood pressure. Bai Hao is now stable. The doctor has advised a period of observation. Only when Bai Hao was alone with Bai Ru did he inquire, Bai Hao. This is the name I bestowed upon my grandson. He continued, Your brother suffered an unexpected infection. I had no means of receiving news. By the time I was informed, that village had already been relocated due to the construction of a thermal power plant. Furthermore, your grandson's vehicle is quite exquisite. After a moment of silence, Bai Ru quietly asked, Father, how is your health? Can you endure? A father naturally understands his daughter well and promptly inquired, Is there more to discuss? Bai Ru earnestly nodded. Bai Hao retorted, Is it of greater significance than the accomplishments of such a remarkable grandson? In a hushed tone, Bai Ru replied, within his workshop. There are 2 fully operational 4-axis machines. I have witnessed them with my own eyes and conducted tests. They achieve an impressive precision of approximately 0.003 of a millimeter. Though they are merely experimental machines, capable of producing only 40-centimeter workpieces with insufficient strength, the aluminum molds they create are beyond imagination. And he also possesses a design for a 5-axis machine that is currently under study. Bai Shan halted Bai Ru from elaborating further. Closing his eyes and leaning back against the hospital bed, the revelation was too stimulating. He feared his blood pressure might surge again. After a 5-minute respite, Bai Shan allowed Bai Ru to continue. Based on my investigations and the account provided by Zhang Jingguo, Bai Hao has devised a plan of considerable magnitude. His every endeavor is aimed at transforming the 5-axis machine into an industrialized entity within 3 years. He has recruited a substantial number of individuals who are tirelessly engaged in research and calculations. Bai Shan was perplexed. Is there no support from above? Bai Ru shook her head. No, they have disparaged Li Aimin. I learned from Master Li Sanpao that he traveled extensively throughout Qinzhou to create a prototype. But as merely an elderly worker, he lacks the necessary influence. Thus, Director Li Aimin has clandestinely assisted them significantly. Currently, every component has been sourced from the finest factories and the most skilled craftsmen, yet the lack of clarity from Li Aimin has led to misunderstandings. Observing Bai Shan's silence, Bai Ru added, Father, could you inquire with your old comrades? Or should I seek out my uncle? Bai Shan shook his head. That individual is unworthy. My grandson can handle this matter on his own. Bai Shan had heard every word spoken by Bai Hao with utmost clarity. Not a single syllable was lost on him. He understood fully that even the 4-axis machine need not be presented as a trump card. That so-called Wei Dagong would not survive the next episode. The disparity in capability was too vast. Being able to engage directly with the upper echelons of the Haas Group in the United States to discuss orders, his grandson seemingly harbored even grander ambitions. Given the current state of orders, it appeared that such larger plans might necessitate dialogues at the official level between Xia country and the United States, transcending the decisions of mere enterprises and factories. After all, led by the United States, there are embargo regulations targeting Xia country, which could be considered an open secret. Yet no one has openly discussed it. However, Bai Hao's contributions will not go unnoticed by the Xia government. Nor will they allow someone like Wei Dagong to take advantage of the situation. At that moment, a knock on the door interrupted him, and Bai Ran went to answer it. Guo Fengxian entered and exchanged a few pleasantries before asking, Bai Gong, I've heard from several of your old friends in Qinzhou that you are here. They all wish to visit you. Shall I arrange something for you? Bai Shan waved his hand dismissively, saying, No need for visits at the hospital. I'm quite fine here. This old body still has some strength left. So I'll settle in first, buy a few bottles of good wine, and it would be enough to have a chat with me. Let us keep it simple. All right. I'll arrange it that way. Suddenly, Bai Shan gestured for Bai Ran to close the door. Chapter 77. Disguised dedication to learning, closing the door. Was there something to discuss? Bai Shan's action of shutting the door caught Guo Fengxian off guard, sitting up with a grave expression. Bai Shan stated, That child named Bai Hao is my own grandson. You are aware that my son and his wife perished in the cattle shed years ago due to an infectious disease. You see, at my age, with one foot already in the grave, I cannot allow anyone to bully my grandson, not for a moment. It is absolutely unacceptable. After a long pause, Guo Fengxian finally regained his composure. Bai Gong, is that true? Indeed, Bai Shan affirmed vigorously with a nod. However, I cannot claim him as my own, for they have endured hardships for many years to raise the child. It would be unreasonable for us to take him away. Do you understand? I understand. Rest assured. You need not intervene. We shall not rush. Let us observe what they might concoct. Should they approach the matter with sincerity, we will cooperate. If they intend to bully, I will take care of it. However, regarding the machine tool orders, if this is to succeed, your grandson must exert every ounce of effort. This matter cannot falter. Bai Shan remained silent, casting a glance at Bai Ruo. Bai Ruo spoke. He possesses many tactics. In a few days, I shall present something remarkable to you, Guozhang. By the way, the personnel from Haas Company have already arranged their accommodations, situated within the old city walls in a 3-entry courtyard. Bai Hao has rented it for a month under the guise of it being for my father, deliberately keeping it discreet. I have officially documented this matter in a report. I suspect it has yet to reach your hands. Guo Fengxian nodded. I will attend a meeting first to see what they have prepared. Let us discuss privately later. Please arrange a different location for our conversation. avoiding that 3-entry courtyard. Understood, I will handle it. I believe the Jiofan factory would be quite suitable. If not, there is a well-maintained farmhouse at the foot of Nanshan. Wu Fengxian pondered for a moment. The Jiofan factory will suffice, however. Prepare that farmhouse at Nanshan as a backup for any special circumstances. Bai Hao agreed to this arrangement. Bai Shan, on the other hand, was to be discharged from the hospital, returning home to recuperate. Bai Shan, a veteran worker, consistently referred to himself as merely a laborer. Wu Fengxian had once shouted during Bai Shan's urgent transfer to the hospital that he deserved a higher level of treatment, not merely for better care, but as a matter of fact, a remarkable elder who, after retirement, devoted another 5 years in the factory to nurture a new generation of skilled technicians before finally retiring to enjoy his twilight years. Bai Hao waited in the courtyard of the industrial and electrical hospital, ready to escort Bai Shan to the rented residence. This courtyard, reputed to be 300 years old, belonged to a previous owner who, before passing, had achieved the title of Jinshi and served as an official. After delivering Bai Shan, it was unexpected that a doctor and a nurse from the nearby Jingzhou First Hospital would arrive to conduct another health check on Bai Shan, leaving behind 2 prescriptions for health tonics before departing. Bai Hao did not linger, leaving after placing the necessities. Bai Hao accompanied Bai Shan as they exited the hospital. Across the road, less than 100 meters away, stood a museum, the Steel Forest. While in the courtyard of the Steel Forest, Bai Shan inquired about Bai Hao's progress. How is Xiao Hao faring in his studies? Bai Ran had inquired. Zhang Jianguo excelled academically. At the age of 14, he entered the factory as an apprentice. Lacking formal education, he nevertheless prioritized the education of several children he had taken in. Bai Hao graduated from junior high school, scoring only 15 points shy of a perfect score, yet he did not pursue high school. Instead, he attended a vocational school, a 2-year program. Why? The family was impoverished, necessitating an earlier entry into the workforce. I also learned that his sister, Young Lu, will take the college entrance examination next year, and her preliminary scores place her first in her school, likely among the top 30 in the entire Jingzhou district. I also uncovered that someone had covertly intervened to usurp Young Lu's guaranteed admission slot. Bai Shan merely nodded in acknowledgement without further comment. Bai Shan then inquired how Bai Hao had managed to acquire a quadcopter. Bai Ran replied that she had only recently discovered the answer. She had personally witnessed the quadcopter after calling their father. According to Professors Feng Yuchen and Wu Qianye, Bai Hao's room was filled with an abundance of books. He had someone procure a vast quantity of foreign publications from Xiangjiang each month, along with numerous very old books that were rumored to have been salvaged from a ghost market. Speaking of the ghost market, Bai Ran added that she had clarified its proximity. It was not far from there, located at the southern city wall of Jingzhou, within the eastern city wall along Shunqing Road. The ghost market truly came alive on Friday and Saturday nights, while the rest of the time, it served as a second-hand goods market. Bai Hao had evidently exerted considerable effort to masquerade as a self-taught individual. Bai Shan leaned against a cypress tree, his eyes reddening. Had he discovered Bai Hao 3 years earlier, Bai Hao would have been preparing for the college entrance examination by now, evoking a profound sense of regret within Bai Shan. After a moment of melancholy, Bai Shan remarked that he would inquire further. Zhang Jianguo, despite his simple-mindedness, was a reliable man of good character. For an unmarried woman such as Bai Ran, having such a considerate person would provide a suitable match. He resolved to discuss the matter with his master, San Pao, and settle it. Father, Bai Ran protested playfully, quite displeased with the term unmarried woman, especially when prefixed with unable to marry. As for Bai Hao, upon returning to the factory, he found several trucks lined up, poised to enter the premises. After waiting a few minutes with no movement, he exited his vehicle to investigate the situation at the gate. A vehicle was obstructing the entrance. A small lotto was parked at the factory gate, and someone was hurling insults. Zhao Jing stood at the entrance, arms crossed with a cane, completely disregarding the person shouting. As Bai Hao approached, he recognized the man, Wei Xiaobing, who had nearly been struck by a brick thrown by him. He had never registered, and Bai Hao had never inquired his name. He was there for revenge. Upon spotting Bai Hao from a distance, Wei Xiaobing instinctively took 2 steps back. Bai Hao's reputation for ferocity was well known. He rarely resorted to violence, but when he did, it invariably resulted in someone being hospitalized, whether it be himself or his adversary. Regardless of how many opponents he faced, with a brick in hand, Bai Hao would confront them. As he neared, he glanced at Wei Xiaobing and simply uttered a single word, scram. Wei Xiaobing instinctively wished to flee. Yet today he had come for vengeance. Thus, he gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Producing a piece of paper from his pocket, "I require your vehicle to entertain distinguished guests. Hand it over." Bai Hao extended his hand, not to receive the paper, but a gesture towards Li Chang, who stood in the doorway. Li Chang, grinning broadly, scampered to the back of the truck and retrieved a brick. However, Bai Hao shook his head. Given our current circumstances, using a brick seems rather inappropriate. With a chuckle, Li Chang produced a piece of red paper and deftly wrapped the brick in it, presenting it once more to Bai Hao. Accepting the red-wrapped brick, Bai Hao advanced step by step towards Wei Xiaobing. Terrified, Wei Xiaobing recoiled. You dare not strike me. I am the driver of the hall now." Suddenly, Bai Hao shook his head, placing the brick atop the Lada's roof, then lighting a cigarette and exhaling a heavy sigh, his expression one of despondency. Just as Wei Xiaobing believed his status had granted him protection, Bai Hao spoke. "If this vehicle is not moved aside within a minute, I shall have it pushed into the ditch over there. 1 minute, keep an eye on the clock." With that, Bai Hao turned and walked back to his own car. Zhao Jing called out, and a dozen security personnel wielding long sticks rushed out. Section 78. Let us swiftly conclude this farce as the figure wielding a long stick charged towards him. Wei Xiaobing pointed at Bai Hao and exclaimed, You have some nerve, just wait." With that, he hastily jumped into his vehicle and made a swift retreat. Within the 9th factory, Li Sanpao, as he tapped the ash from his pipe against a tree, chuckled and shook his head. Feng Yuchen interjected with a curse, expressing his profound disappointment, an immense sense of letdown. They had anticipated a formidable foe, yet what they encountered was merely a trivial adversary. The crowd, brimming with eagerness to engage in battle, could foresee that the likes of Wei Dagong would barely make it to the front lines, likely stumbling and faltering along the way. Bai Hao parked the vehicle and inquired of Lu Qiao, who was directing the bustling crew. "De Qiao, what is all this?" De Qiao responded, "We are replacing all the walls in Workshop 1 and Workshop 2 with 2-4 brick walls and reinforcing the warehouse." The workshop, after all, was not a critical facility. Originally constructed with a primary steel framework and secondary wooden beams, the walls were simply brick and plaster. The plan was to add an additional layer of 2-4 walls outside the existing ones without dismantling them immediately, while also incorporating steel beams and several columns. If finances permitted, they could replace the old crane with a new one next year. Workshop 2, however, was slated for a significant overhaul. Everything except the steel beams would be torn down. Construction was set to commence in the spring of the coming year. As for the warehouse, primarily a bomb shelter, it required complete renovation, with plans to partition it into multiple spaces fortified with bricks and stones, as well as constructing a ramp for vehicles leading to the shelter. Having concluded his explanation, Lu Qiao returned to his tasks. Bai Hao approached Li Sanpao. "Grandfather, would you like to smoke?" Li Sanpao raised a hand in refusal. "No taste. I prefer this." He was particularly fond of his pipe. Bai Hao lit his own cigarette and remarked, "Grandfather, let us put an end to this farce. In my eyes, Wei Dagong is less than a dog. I cannot fathom why such a person was allowed to replace Uncle Li." After a moment of contemplation, Li Sanpao replied, "This is indeed a matter of significance, one that the higher-ups wish to pursue. It is possible that Wei Dagong has resorted to bribery, seeking to gain something for himself through this opportunity. But what of you? Do you intend to leverage that Jeff to support your endeavors?" Bai Hao shook his head. "I shun the notion of relying on foreign assistance. I cannot afford such disgrace. Of course, they may believe I have done so, but I know the truth. I have not. The orders are indeed tangible, and I am not depending on any individual." Li Sanpao inquired, "Aside from what is discussed here, is there anything else worth sharing with the advisor?" Bai Hao hesitated for a mere second before leaning closer to Li Sanpao's ear. "Advisor, what if I could persuade Haas Company to support us with 2 high-end production lines? What do you think of that?" Li Sanpao's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Bai Hao and quietly asked, "Is there a chance?" "One must always try, I suppose. I estimate that the lawsuit with the little Japanese will be drawn out. It may take an entire year to resolve. Thus, this is merely a minor endeavor. I await a significant opportunity. Then let us proceed boldly." Li Sanpao chuckled heartily. However, an odd thought emerged in Li Sanpao's mind. Whether it be through negotiating orders or discussing production lines, is it not still reliant on the people of the beautiful country? Could this be considered as yielding to foreign influence? If it is, then it stands to reason, for these orders and production lines indeed originate from that beautiful nation. Conversely, if it is not so, then orders are merely orders and production lines are simply production lines, albeit situated in that beautiful country. This matter appears to be rather convoluted. Regardless, Li Sampao lit himself a pipe of dry tobacco and muttered to himself, sorting out those troublesome individuals and their trivial affairs is indeed a good thing. The child was right. It is time for this farce to conclude, so that we may promptly attend to more serious matters. At that moment, Bai Hao stood in the workshop, silently observing the machines conducting experiments and gathering data. When Li Sampao finished a packet of cigarettes and entered, ready to make his way to his chair, Bai Hao suddenly remarked, "This machine is broken." "Broken? That can't be," Li Sampao replied skeptically. Feng Yuchen shared his disbelief, and the two personally inspected the machine, finding no apparent issues. Feng Yuchen crumpled a piece of paper and threw it at Bai Hao, saying, "Go cool off somewhere else. Stop babbling nonsense here." Bai Hao shook his head. He was resolute in his assessment. It was not merely intuition. He had genuinely observed a slight abnormality, a subtle tremor of the workpiece on the table that indicated something was amiss. On the other hand, Wei Dagong could not fathom that Bai Hao perceived his actions as a farce. Meanwhile, within the government compound of Qinzhou, Vice Director Liu Songlan presided over a meeting, with the provincial secretary attending as an observer. The director of the Fengxi machine tool factory, Wei Dashi, stood at the podium. Esteemed leaders, our Fengxi machine tool factory is the sole professional machine tool manufacturer in the entire Jingzhou city. We have been established for 13 years, producing over 500 machine tools annually. We support the grand industrial development of Qinzhou, and we are confident in our capacity to evolve into a manufacturer of 1,000 machine tools, guaranteeing order fulfillment within 2 years. Guo Fengxian, seated in the audience, quietly capped his pen. Li Qingwei, who had previously leaned with crossed arms on the table, now reclined in his chair. Bai Hao perused the directory. The collective annual production capacity of all machine tool manufacturers in Qinzhou barely amounted to 1,100 units. At that moment, an idea struck Bai Hao to change locations. It would not require the major industrial hubs. Even a large factory in Jianbei could easily accomplish this task. In Jiangnan, top-tier factories would not even be necessary. Producing 1,000 machine tools is truly not a significant challenge. Currently, while Director Wei's rhetoric was commendable, his reliability in execution was questionable. After an extensive discussion, Guo Fengxian spoke up. "How about this? I propose we expand the meeting to include more participants. Let Qinzhou compile a list, and we shall deliberate further." "Indeed, that is a viable approach," Liu Songlan acknowledged, realizing the limitations of Qinzhou's machine tool production capacity. The responsibility of proposing a list fell upon Wei Dagong, the newly appointed official eager to make an impression. Guo Fengxian's intention was to broaden the meeting, allowing Bai Hao from the 9th Electric Factory to participate, as he wished to ascertain whether Bai Hao could discern between the greater good and personal grievances. However, he did not take the initiative to mention Bai Hao. At the Jiofan factory, it was time for dinner and the television show. After finishing work, Zhang Jingguo no longer returned home to cook. Instead, he rode his bicycle to this location. The tricycles on Lu Qiao had been beautifully modified. After work, he picked up his fiancée Yi, who had not yet moved in with him, then collected Yang Lu from school, followed by Lu Min and Lu Ming, and finally, he retrieved Zhang Xiang from the daycare, altogether heading to the Jiofan factory. Due to renovations in the second workshop, the cafeteria had transformed a part of the first floor into a larger dining area. Lu Ming was particularly anxious, urging everyone along the way. How captivating is the legend of the Condor heroes for young children, especially boys around the age of 10. Section 79, the remarkable knock at the door for Lu Ming. The allure of a particular episode of the legend of the Condor heroes was such that he would not part with it, even for $5. Bai Hao, as usual, occupied the last row, not out of aloofness, but rather because he had already watched this film at least 20 times. Unexpectedly, today Zhang Jingguo also sat beside Bai Hao with a lunchbox in hand. Bai Hao observed him, anticipating some words from Zhang, yet despite turning his head several times, Zhang remained silent. As Zhang Jingguo's lunchbox emptied, he prepared to ladle himself a bowl of kelp and tofu soup from it. Just as he stood up, he hesitated, gazing at Bai Hao for quite a while before finally speaking. "On New Year's Day, I wish to settle a matter." "Settle what matter?" Bai Hao was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Jingguo felt a hint of awkwardness. Despite turning 35 by New Year's, it would be his first marriage. When Bai Hao pressed for details, his face flushed instantly. Years of labor in the factory had bestowed upon him a deep tan, beneath which lay an unusual flush of red. Bai Hao quickly grasped the situation. "I understand. I understand. A joyous occasion, indeed." Zhang Jingguo seemed poised to say more, Yet he resisted the urge to linger as he made his way outside. Bai Hao called after him, "Dad, if you need that two-bedroom apartment of mine, it's yours. I've never lived there. And I haven't even stepped inside once to arrange the furniture. Don't worry about the 4 younger ones at home. They're just a few steps away." Zhang Jingguo ultimately held his tongue. He longed to reveal the truth to Bai Hao, but he believed that his adoptive father, Zhang Jingguo, just newly married, would find it inappropriate given the presence of 4 children. Bai Hao presumed Bai Ruan would share similar sentiments, yet felt too shy to mention it. By voluntarily relinquishing the apartment, Bai Hao considered it a gesture of filial piety. As Bai Hao escorted Zhang Jingguo to the workshop's entrance, he added, "Dad, one more thing. I initially planned to tutor personally, but now that we have someone available, I thought it prudent to have young Lu come over during the winter break to lend a hand and also to catch up on her studies. Aiming for admission to some esteemed universities in Jingzhou. Even if she is confident, an additional review could only be beneficial. That sounds reasonable. It must be done. Be sure to express your gratitude later. Of course, rest assured, Dad." Zhang Jingguo remained preoccupied with his daughter's education. Bai Hao recalled that in his previous life, his younger sister Young Lu had faced an uncomfortable predicament with her college entrance examination scores, though they met the threshold for prestigious universities. They did not qualify for desirable majors. Despite her earnest efforts to switch majors in her second year, the burdens at home distracted her, preventing her from achieving the necessary scores. Now, regardless of whether Young Lu would eventually enjoy her chosen field, a higher score would invariably afford her more options. Bai Hao had initially intended to teach her personally, but upon opening the textbooks, he awkwardly realized that he had forgotten everything. Fortunately, many doctoral students at the Research Institute were eager to assist. Each of them could spare half an hour, which would suffice for Yang Lu. The following day, a discussion meeting regarding the order of 1,000 machine tools was convened once again. Guo Fengxian was the first to enter the room. After exchanging greetings with Lu Songlan, he picked up the list, and upon glancing at it, his expression instantly soured. Li Qingwei entered, and Guo Fengxian silently handed over the list. Bai Hao leaned in for a glance, immediately erupting in anger. "What is this? Are we inviting a bunch of cronies to drink? I cannot hold this meeting. It is impossible." With that, he pushed the door open and strode out. Lu Songlan, however, casually remarked, regarding this Wei Dagong, "A considerable portion of our Qinzhou populace holds reservations." Guo Fengxian rose as well. "Let the relevant supervisory personnel handle the subsequent matters." Li Qingwei exchanged a knowing glance with Guo Fengxian, who nodded. Being longtime partners, Li Qingwei swiftly understood Guo Fengxian's intent and hastened to pursue Bai Hao. At this moment, Guo Fengxian stated, in principle, changes ought to occur. However, the power plant is currently engaged in critical construction tasks. Please compile a list of pilot enterprises. We shall revisit the pilot scheme later for discussion. I am fundamentally in favor of new changes, but we must tread cautiously. Lu Songlan was eager to hear this affirmation. Change is indeed necessary. The exploitation by larger entities breeds discontent among individuals. As for Bai Hao, Lu Songlan had previously suggested that the power plant recommend Bai Hao as an outstanding youth and model worker. It would be contradictory to undermine his own standing. Bai Hao was infuriated. After Li Qingwei caught up with him, he instructed someone to contact Bai Shan, informing him of their intent to visit the 9th branch of the power plant. Guo Fengxian, having exited the courtyard, was confronted by Bai Hao's ire. Does Qinzhou take this matter seriously? They are making a mockery of it. Yet, Guo Fengxian advised him, this presents an opportunity. We have justification to transfer our collaboration with Haas Company to another province. However, we currently lack specific details regarding Haas Company's order requirements and delivery timelines. Nevertheless, this 1,000-unit order is worth our effort. Indeed, I support this, came the consensus among the three. As they conversed, Bai Shan arrived and addressed his direct superior. Li Qingwei, Director, we are prepared. Additionally, my father wishes to accompany us. Good, let us proceed. A meeting must still be held elsewhere, replied Li Qingwei. Bai Shan arranged for a 9-seat van, filled with individuals carefully selected by Guo Fengxian, totaling 8, as they needed to pick up Bai Shan's father. The group arrived at the 9th branch of the power plant, where the main gate was not only tightly shut but also reinforced with wooden slats bearing the notice of internal renovations and forbidding entry to outsiders. Outside, 2 burly bicycle repairmen lounged in the sun, seemingly uninterested in work. Bai Shan approached the side door and rhythmically knocked several times before stepping back. Guo Fengxian chuckled. This feels somewhat cinematic. Are we about to exchange secret codes? Just then, a voice bellowed from within. We do not subscribe to newspapers. Bai Hao responded. The paper from my house is quite colorful. Guo Fengxian found this exchange peculiar, realizing they had indeed hit upon a secret signal. The door remained shut, with only a small opening revealing Zhao Jing, who peeked out. Upon recognizing Bai Hao, he finally opened the door. Bai Hao was about to voice his grievances when Li Qinghua forcefully shoved him inside. This place, originally a district repair factory, underwent extensive renovations and transformed into the 9th factory. As one person strolled into the courtyard, they found it occupied by just a solitary figure. A hammock was suspended between 2 trees, where Bai Hao reclined, perusing several newspapers alongside some printed materials. Upon hearing that Bai Hao had arrived, Li Chong hurried over to greet her, explaining, "Auntie, Howsy was doing well this morning." However, after receiving a phone call from a foreigner, he started acting strangely. The commander of the 3rd Artillery Division advised us not to provoke him. Bai Hao nodded in understanding, perceiving that Bai Hao was simply under significant psychological stress. Chapter 80. The emergence of the quadruple axis prototype. Bai Hao reclined in the hammock, lost in thought. Guo Fengxian gestured for others not to disturb him. He was aware that Bai Hao was preoccupied with the machine tool in the room and the collaboration with the Haas group. It seemed he was grappling with some challenging issue, necessitating a moment of solitude. At the entrance of the small workshop, Li Chong produced a tray. Esteemed leaders, all matches, cigarettes, perfumes. Li Chong enumerated a plethora of items. None of these can be brought inside, and you must change your shoes. We complied. Guo Fengxian observed the ground before him, made of wooden frames, bamboo mats, and covered with straw mats. Wearing shoes inside would undoubtedly be inappropriate. He had initially imagined this space to be a beautifully arranged conference room. Upon entering, he was taken aback. The room was bordered by straw mats, with impeccably clean wooden flooring leading to 2 machines. One had been draped in oilcloth and was sealed, while the other was operational, surrounded by a group of individuals whose average age was no less than 60. Beyond them, a circle of individuals aged 30 to 40 diligently recorded data. The quadruple axis. Guo Fengxian recognized it as a 4-axis machine. Before he could express his astonishment, a sudden jolt echoed as the machine abruptly ceased operation. At that moment, Bai Hao, standing at the doorway, spoke up. There's a synchronization issue. The base is rotating slightly too fast, approximately 0.003 of a second. The tool entry speed is normal. But there should have been a retraction action just now, which was a tad sluggish, resulting in a jam. A connoisseur, Feng Yuchen, tugging at the scant hair on his head, turned to inquire, where does the problem lie? The principle is sound. It cannot be incorrect. Bai Hao and I tested another machine without any faults. Yet, this one encounters issues as soon as it operates. What could be the cause? After speaking, Feng Yuchen turned to Bai Hao. Your insights are commendable. This issue arose last night as well. Our master Li Sampow identified it. We made some adjustments, yet errors persisted. Li Sampow glanced at Bai Hao, and the two drew closer. They were acquainted. Both were workers, yet Li Sampow was merely a cherished figure in electrical work, whereas Bai Hao was a national treasure of craftsmanship. Old Master Bai, I am Li Sampow. 7 years ago, I heard you speak of new techniques in Jiangnan. Do you remember? Bai Hao did not respond but approached the machine, meticulously examining it inch by inch. Li Sampow completely understood this reaction. He himself had felt the same fervor. It was as if he were watching his own grandson. Guo Fengxian stepped forward, offering brief introductions and greetings to those present. From what he observed, the room housed individuals from prestigious institutions such as Jingzhou Jiaoda, Gongda, and Jundian, all genuine professors of considerable caliber. 20 minutes elapsed, and Li Sampow approached Bai Hao again. Old Master Bai, yesterday afternoon, Howsy mentioned that this machine was beyond repair. After the jam, we inspected it for an entire hour and found only one severely worn gear, which we have since reprocessed and replaced. Bai Hao nodded. This machine is indeed beyond repair. If you can process a part with a tolerance exceeding 10 thousandths, around 20 thousandths, it will surely function. Upon hearing this, Professor Wu Qianye from the university summoned his doctoral students to measure the machine. It became evident that the guide rail had slightly deformed, and the servo motor we installed was inherently subpar, resulting in a slight misalignment of the rotor. Sighing heavily, Feng Yuchen sank to the ground. While the principle of simultaneous operation of 4 axes was sound in practice, even a minor error in one gear could prevent the machine from achieving synchronous operation across all 4 axes. Li Sampow offered words of comfort. Old Feng, it's all right. We can start anew. We are merely a few steps away. However, Wu Qianye wore a grim expression. What we have here is already the finest guide rail and servo motor that Qingzhou can produce. If we had used parts from Haas, there would be no issues, which indicates that our components are inadequate. To rely solely on our own materials is not just a few steps away. We are far from it. This cold reality doused the spirits of everyone present. At that moment, Bai Hao entered, esteemed professors. We must expedite the reassembly and debugging of a machine. In 3 days, I plan to set a trap. If all goes well, we can address the issues with the components at their source. Now, I shall find someone for a drink and gather some information. Just as Bai Hao was about to turn, Bai Ruan suddenly called out, Bai Hao. Bai Hao paused, his mind swirling with the challenges ahead. Bai Ruan fixed a gaze on him. Clarify the situation. Is there anyone here who is not an elder or a leader? Bai Hao lightly tapped his forehead and immediately donned a smile. I got carried away. My apologies, my mistake. Guo Fengxian, unfazed, remarked, when faced with pressure, remain calm. One person's insight may be limited, but 3 minds can strategize. The situation is as follows. I received a call informing me that the president of Haas Group has fallen ill, and the originally planned visit from Totak has been cancelled, with Catherine now coming in his stead. I suspect this is a power struggle, an affair that outsiders cannot interfere with, though we can offer necessary assistance. That is the current state of affairs. Bai Ruan inquired further, what is Catherine S. position at Haas? Bai Hao replied, Catherine David Haas. Just stating her full name suffices, as it represents her identity and status. Bai Ruan pressed on, and whom do you intend to drink with? Bai Hao responded, Jeff David Haas. After glancing at Li Qinghua, who nodded slightly, Bai Ruan waved a hand. Go ahead, return here tonight. We will not leave, as we have official matters to discuss with you. Bai Hao nodded and departed. Watching his exit, Bai Hao wore a displeased expression. Is this lad being deliberate, or is he genuinely oblivious? Li Qinghua countered. Are you up to the task? What do you mean? Your name is also Bai Hao. The similarity in pronunciation between Hao and Hao, coupled with the significant endeavors undertaken by Bai Hao at his age, left Li Qinghua's retort somewhat ambiguous. Guo Fengxian provided an explanation. Sometimes, geniuses are simply solitary. Their minds operate on a different wavelength than ours, resulting in divergent thoughts. Whether this explanation was accurate or not, it afforded Bai Hao a graceful exit. Li Sanpao approached. Addressing the leaders, esteemed leaders, I speak on behalf of the child. There is indeed a significant matter at hand. The child has not been eating or drinking well, and naturally, this has affected his clarity of thought. It is not a matter of disrespect towards you all. No worries, Guo Fengxian replied, unfazed. He seamlessly continued from Li Sanpao's remarks. Master Li, please enlighten us about this processing center. It truly is a treasure. Li Sanpao quickly gestured dismissively. I am not suited for this. My words falter. Wu Qianye was then nudged forward. After contemplating for a while, he said, I have been pondering these days on why we cannot produce a 5-axis machine. Initially, I believed it was due to our lack of understanding of the 5-axis concept, but over the past 2 months, we have indeed gained insight. Wait a moment. Guo Fengxian immediately instructed his secretary to prepare paper and pen. He wished to have the secretary document the forthcoming insights from Wu Qianye. Chapter 81. The Advancing Jeff Nearby. There was a desk where the doctors recorded data. Guo Fengxian believed that Wu Qianye was about to deliver insights that were undoubtedly significant and worthy of documentation. Should this endeavor succeed with the 5-axis machine, it would transcend mere support, demanding a full commitment and an all-out effort. As preparations for recording commenced, Wu Qianye engaged in brief discussions with Feng Yuchen and Xiao Lizzie. He stated directly, if we cannot create it, it reflects our inadequacies. We are still quite distant from our goal. We lag behind in the materials for each component, the precision of each part, and we lack the necessary computer technology for the processing centers. Our knowledge of the programming is also severely lacking, not to mention our experience. All these deficiencies accumulate, resulting in a significant shortfall. In summary, our foundational skills are lacking. Wu Qianye then led the group to the area where the components were stored. These parts were crafted by the finest artisans in the entire Qingzhou province. Taking the lead screw as an example, it was personally machined by Master Li Sanpao, ensuring precision. However, we fell short in terms of materials, rigidity, toughness, elasticity, surface wear resistance, and dozens of other metrics were considerably inferior to the 2 lead screws supplied by Haas. Next, there was the servo motor, which had been skillfully produced by a master from a military factory in Maowei. While it was commendable, it still paled in comparison to Haas's servo motors in practical application. After detailing each component, Wu Qianye remarked, high-end processing centers embody the quality that arises from a concentration of foundational industrial capabilities. Yet, without high-end processing centers, we cannot elevate our foundational industrial standards. We require a breakthrough. At this juncture, Wu Qianye turned to Li Sanpao. Master Sanpao, is what you mentioned earlier true? Ah, yes, Li Sanpao replied reluctantly, feeling compelled to confirm. With Li Sanpao's affirmation, Wu Qianye addressed Guo Fengxian. We are researchers and may not fully grasp your principles or matters. There are those who disapprove of Xiao Haozi's endeavors, and we find this unsettling. Xiao Haozi is undertaking a significant project. While many deem it impossible, he still pursues it. Feng Yechen added, if this succeeds, it will provide us with a breakthrough. Guo Fengxian, having heard Li Sanpao mention earlier that Bai Hao was engaged in a major undertaking, immediately inquired, what project? Feng Yechen replied, Bai Hao intends to take over 2 production lines from Haas. We are unaware of the specifics. But Haas is one of the premier manufacturers of machine tools in the United States, with technology superior to that of Toshiba. Various technologies from Japan also originate from the United States. Guo Fengxian felt his blood pressure rising. The sight of the prototype 4-axis machine had already stirred him. And now hearing about the 2 production lines only intensified his excitement. Meanwhile, Bai Shan remained composed. Having already experienced a spike in blood pressure once, and with prior knowledge of some matters, he maintained his calm, while Guo Fengxian and others conversed. He focused intently on studying the 4-axis machine. His concern lies in the potential mass production of this product, for if it truly comes to fruition, their Jiang'an factory would possess the capability to construct larger vessels and even fabricate some particularly challenging components. Bai Shan contemplated discussing matters with Bai Hao, as he had the means to transfer Bai Hao to the Jiang'an factory. There, Bai Hao could act independently without tarnishing his reputation, and given his accomplishments, he would undoubtedly be entitled to a managerial position, complemented by substantial financial backing. At that moment, Bai Hao found Bai Hao indulging in libations. Jeff was preoccupied with Zhang Jianguo's wedding preparations, thus he had introduced Jeff to a master. In the old city, there resided an aged Taoist. The original martial arts manual that Zhang Jianguo possessed was transcribed from this venerable figure. When Bai Hao located Jeff, the dashing young man had already tied his hair back and was sweeping the accumulated snow in the courtyard with a bamboo broom. Jeff's command of the summer language had advanced remarkably. He could at least distinguish between the phrases rise at the crow of the rooster and practice in the cold of winter. Jeff, let us drink and converse, Bai Hao suggested. After a moment of contemplation, Jeff shook his head. I have to practice my horse stance this afternoon. However, let us proceed, as I have something of importance to discuss. Bai Hao clasped Jeff's shoulder and drew him outwards. The distance to Defachang was not far, and the walk was brief. Upon sitting down, Jeff inquired, what is it? It is significant for you. I received a call today. Your father will not be coming to the summer country. Instead, it will be Catherine. This is due to your granduncle, your father's uncle, and your grandfather's younger brother, suddenly falling ill. Although his condition is not grave, he has opted to step down from overseeing your Haas company, necessitating a change in the presidency. Jeff was not at all surprised, ever since the strike began. Ander has been considering moving to the ranch. Ander was the name of Jeff's granduncle, and it was customary for the handsome compatriots to address one another by name. Bai Hao inquired, are you not aware that your father aspires to be the president? Jeff shook his head. He cannot attain that position. Our share allocations are nearly equal. However, at this critical juncture, the company requires a leader with an iron fist to stabilize the current turmoil. To better coordinate everyone's interests, the new president will undoubtedly be Tom. Tom? After a detailed inquiry, Bai Hao grasped the situation. Though Tom shared the Haas surname, he was not a member of the family. As an illegitimate child, he possessed a lesser share, possibly even lower than some individual shareholders outside the Haas family, amounting to merely 0.03. Jeff continued, Tom is not an adversary. Yet Catherine perceives him as such. The reasoning is simple. Tom has consistently opposed collaboration with the Toshiba Corporation, believing the Japanese to be untrustworthy. Furthermore, given that this venture is poised to incur losses, he vehemently opposes it. Nevertheless, resolving the crisis is paramount, and thus the board reluctantly acquiesced to Catherine's proposal. Bai Hao promptly interjected, so, your newly proposed plan's smooth passage is indeed attributable to Tom? Jeff shook his head. No, the proposal originated from you. I believe the board of directors has recognized a new direction and wishes to test the waters. Hence, it is due to both Tom's influence and toe tack stance. Bai Hao leaned back, resembling his reaction upon first meeting Jeff. Why? Because in the eyes of the entire Haas family, Jeff was perceived as someone with an intelligence below the norm and somewhat paranoid. Yet, who would have thought that Jeff understood more than anyone else? Bai Hao initially believed that Jeff, having endured numerous experiences, had come to a realization in midlife. But it turned out that Jeff saw things with greater clarity than anyone else. Could this be what is meant by great wisdom appearing as folly? Bai Hao, now disinterested in drinking, sat down to ponder deeply. Meanwhile, Jeff remained composed, casually enjoying his drink, meat, and dumplings. Returning to the city goddess shrine, Bai Hao pulled Jeff to sit before the statue, saying, "Jeff, I am serious and earnest in discussing something with you. I would like to hear your thoughts." Yet unexpectedly, Jeff responded in a calm manner, saying, "Hold steadfast and be still. Bai, your heart is in turmoil." Section 82. A momentous revelation. Stay calm, exclaimed Bai Hao, taken aback by the gravity of the situation. Yet, with Jeff's utterance, Bai Hao regained his composure, a mischievous grin creeping upon his face as he approached Jeff. "Jeff, I wish to share with you a monumental secret, and I seek your counsel on how to wield this knowledge." "Secrets intrigue me," Jeff admitted, his curiosity momentarily overpowering his tranquility. Bai Hao continued, "The Bear Country possesses a 5-axis machining center, sold by the Toshiba Corporation for a staggering 1 billion yen. You have encountered the intermediary, that is, the formidable Takahashi Daisuke. Is that true?" Jeff's expression morphed into one of alarm. If this were indeed the case, it would be seismic news. Bai Hao nodded slightly. "Indeed, it is true. Do not inquire as to how I came by this information, but rest assured it is authentic. You see, I have filed a lawsuit against Toshiba, and Takahashi Daisuke stayed overnight at your consulate here in the beautiful nation, undoubtedly seeking assistance. I am eager to hear your thoughts." Jeff, raking his fingers through his hair in distress, shook his head. "I cannot be involved. Such duplicitous schemes are better suited for Catherine. You understand, I am not adept at playing the villain. But, is this genuinely true?" "Absolutely, without a doubt," Jeff countered. "What is it that you desire?" "To oust Toshiba from the domestic market, have Haas Corporation invest in 2 production lines for us, ostensibly for export, yet in reality, I wish to retain the surplus output beyond your requirements, and I intend to control those 2 production lines." Jeff inquired further, "Why should you be so confident that this information is accurate? And how can you be so assured that we can harness the power of Haas's production lines under your stewardship with unwavering confidence?" Bai Hao gestured towards the statue of the city god. "The reason I am conversing with you here is that in the presence of the divine, one cannot utter falsehoods." Jeff was convinced. He recognized the statue as a deity and, having studied the summer language, understood the significance of such a being. Bai Hao added, "I possess my own design for a 4-axis machine, capable of processing various components." "Ah, I believe I need to make a call home," Jeff murmured, beginning to grasp Bai Hao's intentions and the leverage he held. Possessing technology of such caliber, a true 4-axis machine seemed to meet the criteria for participation in the game at hand. Jeff remarked, however, "The 1,000 machines we discussed earlier are not directly related. Their connection is indirect. For if you fail with those 1,000 machines, it will place me in a difficult position." "Trust me," Bai Hao reiterated, pointing again to the statue of the city god. "I believe you," Jeff affirmed, fully convinced. "And remember to pick me up in the early hours. I must attend my master's wedding." "Agreed. The wedding is in 2 days." Bai Hao confessed, feeling a twinge of anxiety. In his previous life, prior to his rebirth, his adoptive father, Zhang Jianguo, had been introduced to several suitors, yet remained unmarried. Suddenly, the prospect of a new mother, a stepmother at that, loomed over him, inducing a sense of apprehension about how to navigate this new dynamic. As they drove towards the 9th factory, Bai Hao's thoughts drifted back to the matters at hand, 1,000 machines. Bai Hao was acutely aware that, not to mention Jingzhou, even with the combined efforts of Qinzhou, it would be impossible to deliver the goods by the end of April next year. Moreover, early February marked the Spring Festival, a traditional holiday in the Summer Kingdom, which would disrupt production for at least 9 days, 2 days before and 7 days after the holiday. Thus, to fulfill an order of 1,000 machine tools, the supporting factories in Qinzhou would need to work overtime. Fortunately, Haas Company provided most of the components. But what about assembly? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Bai Hao's vehicle arrived at the 9th factory. Upon entering the factory gate, he noticed a small car parked in the yard and wondered if it was Wei Dagong's nephew causing a ruckus again. Such behavior lacked sophistication. After parking, Li Chong hurried over, exclaiming, "A high-ranking leader has arrived, quickly." "Who?" Bai Hao inquired. "The one who personally placed the big red flower on you during your awards ceremony," Li Chong replied. "Him." Bai Hao had not anticipated his visit. What could he possibly want? Naturally, it was for negotiations. Not only Lu Songlun had arrived, but also Fu Chong and Bao Shouxin. The ninth factory lacked a proper conference room, so they hastily converted an empty room by arranging tables and chairs. When Bai Hao entered, he found the room filled with laughter and chatter, snacks like sunflower seeds and peanuts strewn across the table, resembling a casual tea party. Come sit here. Bao Shouxin gestured to the prominent seat. Bai Hao quickly waved his hand, saying, I'll just pull up a chair by the door. Come here. Bao Shouxin insisted with a scowl. Bai Hao jogged over and was promptly seated by Bao Shouxin, who stated, the principal has arrived. I have already voiced our department's opinions. Do not underestimate our personnel. Bai Hao felt somewhat bewildered, unsure of the situation. Just then, the door swung open, and Li Aimin walked in. Finding an empty chair reserved for him, Lu Qiao, understanding the gravity of the moment, closed the door behind him and cleared the hallway, standing guard with Li Chong to prevent anyone from approaching. Everyone inside the room settled into their seats. Bai Hao, although a section-level cadre, found himself merely serving as a meeting recorder. To his surprise, his adoptive father, Zhang Jianguo, was also present, seated at the lower end of the table. Once everyone was seated, Guo Fengxian spoke first. It is often said that we are merely adept at holding meetings and slow to act. Today, however, let's expedite matters. Old Lu has indeed worked wonders, persuading my superiors in just a day. Before the official document is issued, I have a few points to notify. And those concerned should take note. Bai Hao then noticed that every individual had paper and pen before them. Guo Fengxian continued, as previously mentioned, changes are necessary. Yet they must not be made blindly. For now, factories have been selected for the Qingzhou pilot program, with the electric machinery factory being one of them. Each factory must designate a key subsidiary to participate in the pilot. For the electric machinery factory, it is the ninth factory. The revelation of the ninth factory's involvement left Bai Hao astounded, yet he dared not interrupt during the leader's address. Guo Fengxian elaborated, to simplify, two plans will run concurrently. The contract signed between the electric machinery factory and the ninth factory remains valid, and we will continue to adhere to the previous regulations, with the distribution scheme still following the established pattern of 3-1-1-1. Bai Hao was completely unaware of this particular rule. Bao Shouxin quietly remarked to Bai Hao, it's quite similar to before, merely with a more detailed distribution of income. Bai Hao acknowledged this with a nod, understanding that it was not the appropriate moment to inquire further about the specifics. Guo Fengxian, gazing at the notes he had just penned, dismissed the less significant portions and proceeded to read aloud. In conjunction with the new regulations, once the revenue reaches a certain threshold, the excess will be allocated according to the new scheme, which is a division of 3, 6, and 1. 3 pertains to the management fee collected by the superior unit. 6 refers to the contractor's earnings, and 1 represents the local management agency's tax revenue. Lao Lu, do you have any objections? Lu Songlun interjected. The superior unit remains you all. This is inappropriate, and I demand an equitable division. This shall be discussed further, Guo Fengxian replied, choosing not to engage further. Section 83. Charge forward, young man. Further discussion. It is impossible to continue the discussion. Yet, persisting in this manner is not a viable solution thus. We must seek new avenues for breakthrough. Lu Songlun turned to Bai Hao. Comrade Bai Hao, with only 2 days until New Year's Day, please share your projections for the output value of the ninth factory in the coming year. Lu Songlun nodded gravely. Yes, you be serious. This is an official meeting. Bai Hao swallowed hard. Leader, my ninth factory has only 3 formal workers. How much output value? Lu Songlun did not grant Bai Hao the opportunity to engage in idle chatter, directly probing for the crux of the matter. He must act this way, for this is the essence of the negotiations between Qingzhou and the imperial capital. The profits of the directly managed enterprises must not be siphoned off by the imperial capital, especially since they hold no authority over these enterprises, hence the need for a pilot initiative. One is management rights, and the other is financial authority. Bai Hao tentatively extended his hand, gesturing with one finger before contemplating and preparing to extend his palm. He felt confident about securing an order worth 50 million. Lu Songlun stated directly, 100 million, a $100 million order. What? Bai Hao leapt to his feet, incredulous. Are you out of your mind? 100 million in orders, do you not have a sense of humanity? Lu Songlun also stood up. Comrade Bai Hao, I have faith in you. I am aware that your ninth factory only has 3 formal workers. With the restructuring of the Fengxi machine tool factory, the management rights will be transferred to the ninth factory for oversight. I appoint Comrade Zhang Jianguo as Deputy Factory Director. And I urge the Electrical Engineering Department to assign an outstanding comrade to serve as Factory Director. We will select a suitable individual for the position of Secretary. Bai Hao glanced at his adoptive father. Gritting his teeth, he nodded resolutely. For the sake of Zhang Jianguo, Bai Hao is determined to give his all. Lu Songlun continued. Additionally, I can assign you a severely loss-making factory, using a standard of 500 formal workers as a basis. I have already negotiated with the bank to secure a loan for you. 100 million in orders next year. Comrade Bai Hao, this represents Qinzhou's trust in you, as well as our test of your capabilities. The burden on your shoulders may be heavy, but we all hope you can bear it. At this moment, Guo Fengxian interjected. Regarding the earlier mentioned old regulations, this part concerning 3 is somewhat different. This is reserved funding for research and development efforts, while the second pertains to employee retention. Bai Hao understood, realizing he had no choice. It was akin to an ancient general on the brink of a great battle. Being given troops and horses to charge forth, could he falter? Would he dare to retreat? To waver would signify incompetence, rendering him irrelevant in the future. Yet, the fight must still be fought. Bai Hao spoke up. Then, what about the orders outside of Qinzhou? After a brief exchange in hushed tones between Lu Songlun and Guo Fengxian, Lu Songlun replied, 30% of the orders will count towards Qinzhou's quota. No, leader. It is not a task. I mean, for the orders outside of Qinzhou, I intend to deduct that portion reserved for research and development. I will strive with all my might for the 100 million orders from Qinzhou, no matter the cost. Guo Fengxian chuckled. Very well, I will support that. He understood that Bai Hao would be deducting funds from Jinzhou and several large factories in Fenghuangshan City, a 5% cut on those transactions, collected in Xia country currency. This was a decision he could make, allowing Bai Hao to continue with the deductions. Lu Songlun remarked, however, regarding the orders from Qinzhou, even if the industrial power plant manages them, the responsibility still lies with Qinzhou. Naturally, Guo Fengxian nodded in agreement. He remained skeptical about Bai Hao's ability to secure truly specialized orders for the industrial power plant. If he could indeed accomplish that, Guo would concede. Bai Hao had demonstrated considerable prowess in small appliances, a venture that could yield 1 or 200 million in foreign exchange for Xiaowei annually. Thus, it was acceptable for him to be among the first to prosper under the encouragement of the new policies. The meeting was straightforward. Merely a notification for Bai Hao to diligently carry out his work. Once the meeting concluded, a simple meal was served. At that moment, Lu Qiao rushed over. Howsy? Sign this. What is it? Lu Qiao held out a folder. This just arrived, frozen fish, several thousand pounds, sent by the Phoenix Mountain City Heavy Machinery Factory. It needs to be logged, and you must sign. After Bai Hao signed, he took a moment to glance at the frozen fish before returning to the office, where he found Bai Rou still organizing the meeting minutes, so he approached her. Bai Rou looked up at Bai Hao. He hesitated, then said, Mom, I need to ask you something. The casual address made Bai Rou's hair stand on end, yet it was not entirely unwarranted. She had already registered her marriage with Zhang Jianguo at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Moreover, Lu Songlun had assured his attendance at the wedding on New Year's Day, and had even contributed a token amount, 10 yuan, to be precise. Bai Rou took a deep breath, regaining her composure before speaking with as much calmness as she could muster. I have a question. What is Zhang Jianguo's character like in Phoenix Mountain City? After pondering for a moment, Bai Rou replied, during the factory expansion, he took on significant responsibilities. When the factory exploded, he was the first to rush in with a shovel. When the factory's performance faltered, he led by example, taking only 30 yuan as living expenses. At 39, he appears to be 49. He was elected as the factory director by all the workers, not appointed from above. I see. I will give him a call. Without waiting for Bai Rou to inquire further, he dashed away, leaving her in his wake. Bai Rou indeed wanted to ask more, but Bai Hao had already vanished. Bai Hao rushed to his office and quickly dialed the Phoenix Mountain City Heavy Machinery Factory. Uncle, it's Bai Hao. Get lost. Who is your uncle? You should be calling me Elder. Zhang Jianhua scolded playfully. You little rascal, making big money while only giving us a sip of soup. Do you know how many people curse you? Bai Hao chuckled awkwardly. My dad is getting married on New Year's Day. Zhang Jianhua paused for a moment. Congratulations. But Bai Hao swiftly changed the subject. Second uncle, could you lend me some manpower? I heard you only receive 30 yuan a month as living expenses. Things must be tough at the factory. To hell with you. You little rascal have ill intentions. This is an urgent matter. I've taken on a project for 1,000 customized machine tools that will generate foreign exchange. Zhang Jianhua found an unfinished cigarette but on the table, bit it, lit it up, and sat back with a grin. In Qinzhou, 1,000 units? Are you joking? Really? 1,000 units. Give them to me. I am capable of accomplishing this task, as our factory is abundant in personnel and possesses specialized expertise. We are a heavy machinery manufacturing plant. And we have branches that produce gantry milling machines, gantry planers, large lathes, and oversized boring machines. Our factory is well-versed in these productions. Zhang Jianhua directly solicited orders. However, Bai Hao remarked, under normal circumstances, I would have readily handed this over to you, but this particular order is different. I intend to use it as bait. To put it plainly, even if there is merely a 1% chance, I wish to take a chance on it. Please support me in this endeavor. As for transportation costs, there is no need to mention them. All workers who come will receive a 50% wage increase, and during the festive season, their pay will quadruple. Zhang Jianhua found himself in a quandary. Yet, upon further reflection, with the new year approaching, the factory had not even prepared its annual goods. Chapter 84. The collision of the rattlesnake and the fox. Bai Hao held the phone, awaiting a response. After a moment of silence from Zhang Jianhua, he inquired, Uncle, may I ask, I have heard that your factory is currently facing difficulties. Where did the several thousand pounds of fish come from? Upon the mention of fish, Zhang Jianhua's pride swelled. I personally led a team to the sea to catch them. The sea was covered in ice. We used a snowmobile to reach areas with less ice, and then cast our nets. How are the fish? We use them for dumplings here. Mackerel, indeed. Uncle, could you lend me some manpower? The only rescue call I have made was to you. I owe you a favor, Bai Hao said earnestly. Zhang Jianhua sighed heavily. Fine. I will help you. However, you must ensure that I can have a prosperous new year as well. Lend me some money. I have no money. The little I possess is of no use to a large factory. Zhang Jianhua expressed his profound disappointment. Bai Hao continued, although I lack funds, I wish to express my goodwill. I have several containers arriving at Hupong in a few days. These are my personal belongings. You may take them first. What are they? Zhang Jianhua inquired. Bai Hao replied, over 20 tons of old electrical appliances that have been sitting in my warehouse for an indeterminate time. I purchased them by weight, intending to repair them and earn a little profit, but I will give them to you first. There are 100 televisions, all with various issues. But we can repair them. Even if we manage to fix or piece together 70%, that is still profit. All right, I will accept them. After hanging up, Bai Hao sat in his office, deep in thought. 2 production lines were on his mind. Although he felt uncertain, he yearned for them. He understood that these lines could not possibly be located in Qinzhou, especially since a significant portion was to be exported. The transportation costs from Qinzhou were prohibitively high. If he were to choose a partner, Bai Hao intended to stipulate in the contract that the factory manager could not be replaced for 10 years. During dinner, Guo Fengxian deliberately invited Bai Hao to his table. Guo Fengxian asked, may I privately inquire, do you feel pressured by the order of 100 million US dollars? Bai Hao grinned. 50 million poses no pressure. 100 million requires some strategic thinking. Speaking of which, could the leadership allocate some funds for me or assist in custom parts? Parts, indeed. I require 10 top-tier lead screws of 4 different models. The first machinery factory of Jianbei, I will have the finest craftsmen assist you in processing them. The expenses will be accounted for by the department. Please provide a detailed list of what you need, and I will ensure they are procured. However, there is one condition. When the machinery is operational, you must adhere to my arrangements. Agreed, Bai Hao affirmed without hesitation. Guo Fengxian further inquired, I have heard about the 2 production lines. How confident are you? Bai Hao shook his head this time. I do not know. We can only do our best and leave the rest to fate. Guo Fengxian responded. Do you require our assistance? Yes, but not at this moment. We must wait for the right opportunity to determine our next course of action. Currently, it is akin to having eggs without cracks. I have no means to proceed. Very well, please report on this matter in detail in a few days. Certainly. Bai Hao understood that with official support, the likelihood of success would increase. However, one must remember that human plans may not always align with destiny. As Bai Hao was dining, a business jet made a stop at the Shanghai airport and directly descended upon the Jingzhou airport. This unexpected event flustered the Foreign Affairs Office of the Ministry of Works in the capital, prompting an urgent communication with Qinzhou and a contact with Li Qingwei. In an era devoid of mobile phones, a flight from Shanghai to Jingzhou takes merely 2.5 hours, making it arduous to find someone through human efforts alone. Moreover, in order to avoid the Qinzhou Industrial Bureau, Guo Fengxian had not informed them of his visit to the 9th Division of the Industrial and Electrical Factory. When they finally discovered Li Qingyue's whereabouts, a Shelby Cobra was already parked at the entrance of the 9th Division, driven by Catherine, with Jeff occupying the passenger seat. As soon as the plane had stabilized, Catherine headed directly to Jeff's location, picking him up and following his directions straight to the factory. The sudden arrival of foreign guests left Zhao Jing at a loss as to how to proceed. Bai Hao stood at the entrance of the 9th Division, surveying the individuals before him, and smiled. "Catherine, you were even more exquisite than I had imagined, akin to a regal white swan." Indeed. The youthful and vibrant Catherine shone even more brightly than when Bai Hao had first met her. She tossed the car keys to Bai Hao, declaring, "You have one. I specifically chartered a plane to deliver this car to you. I concede wholeheartedly. The Shelby Cobra, you possess impeccable taste," Catherine remarked. "This is a custom edition. Not one of those mass-produced models available on the market. It is worth the equivalent of 2 ordinary ones. Come, I shall treat you to the Guifei hot springs." "No. You know what I wish to see," Bai Hao replied, shaking his head. "It is impossible unless you first agree to the conditions I propose." "Very well, the hot springs." Catherine understood that this was a matter of negotiating terms. Jeff Haas stretched lazily and said, "I must prepare for my evening class. I will practice breathing exercises under the moonlight tonight. I believe I will soon become a master. By the way, I need a sword, dear Bai. You should gift me a fine one." "No problem." Bai Hao knew Jeff's attitude towards work. Aside from proving himself not to be worthless, he had no interest in money. After all, he was not lacking in funds. The value of his Group S stock was sufficient for him to live comfortably for 10 lifetimes. That day, he sought to create an opportunity for Bai Hao to be alone with his sister, Catherine. In Jeff's mind, the combination of a rattlesnake and a fox could yield something truly formidable, and he eagerly anticipated the outcome. Bai Hao casually tossed the car keys in hand and turned to Lu Qiao, saying, "Da Qiao, inform my father that I am heading to the Guifei pool. I shall not be late tomorrow morning." "Ah, understood." Bai Hao entered the vehicle, igniting the engine with a gentle twist of the key. At the moment the engine roared to life, Bai Hao was taken aback. "No, it cannot be." Catherine looked at him with curiosity, but Bai Hao continued. "This is the V8 naturally aspirated 7.0-liter engine from the GT40. It is rumored that there is only one such car." Catherine gazed at Bai Hao in astonishment. She had never expected him to discern the most precious attribute of the car. Indeed, there was but one, for it was exceedingly rare. Why was it precious? Because this vehicle housed the Le Mans Edition engine, a car that could seamlessly transition onto the racetrack at any moment. Bai Hao silently called out in his heart, 7,000 revolutions. He swung the tail, exited the car, and accelerated. The gray-white vehicle vanished into the night like a flash of lightning. Whose expertise in racing did Bai Hao possess? In his past life, it was the 35-year-old Catherine who had taught him, and at this moment, Bai Hao's driving style mirrored the mature version of Catherine's. Amidst the night, a sports car raced along the roads of Jingzhou, and Bai Hao's heartbeat quickened in tandem. This car, it was his own. In his previous life, Bai Hao had once purchased an old vehicle, a Shelby Cobra GT500, for over $1 million, amounting to $850,000 in domestic currency. The sensation of driving this car now, Bai Hao never anticipated that it would once again return to his possession in another world. He cast a glance at the fuel gauge, suddenly slammed the brakes, and deftly turned the steering wheel in the middle of the street. Section 85, a scream, a cry? Watching Bai Hao suddenly turn around, Catherine felt perplexed. Had they taken a wrong turn? "Catherine, scream," Bai Hao simply stated. Scream? A speed enthusiast would scream due to the thrill of speed. Surely, this was no jest. Yet, Bai Hao exuded confidence. He was well acquainted with this vehicle, having purchased it in memory of the late Catherine. Little did he expect it to be the very car she had sold, which had changed hands amongst several collectors before returning to him. As for the reason to scream, the most terrifying racetrack in Blue Star might not be here. But the old mountain road of Qinling was a path that most dared not traverse. Watching the branches sweep past, Catherine's cheeks flushed, not from anxiety or fear, but rather excitement. Bai Hao gritted his teeth, pushing his skills to the limit, unleashing the car's power on the dark mountain roads of Qinling. Ahead lay merely a few dozen kilometers after entering the mountains, yet those kilometers had him drenched in sweat from tension. At the mountain's peak, Bai Hao stepped out, his legs trembling slightly, gazing at the undulating ranges while lighting a cigarette. Aside from her joy, Catherine had little to say. She took Bai Hao's cigarette and bit down on it. "I thought people from Xia wouldn't know how to drive." Bai Hao pointed toward the distant mountains. "This is the father mountain of Xia, known as the watershed, marking the boundary between the north and south of Xia. To the south lies the Yangtze River system. To the north, the Yellow River system. Catherine, sitting on the hood like Bai Hao, inquired, "Tell me about that matter." I came across some information by chance. I learned that this transaction was likely completed earlier this year, routed through the Viking nation, involving a total of 4 units, each worth 10 billion yen. One of the intermediaries is in Qingzhou Jingzhou, involved in a lawsuit against me, named De Zhuhong Air. The other seems to be from the machine tool division, named something like Tian Cun. Catherine nodded. Are you certain this information is accurate? I am unsure. But you should have means to verify it. I only know what I heard. During the autumn fair in Yangcheng, I sent a fax to Best Buy and, having forgotten an original document, overheard someone making an international call while retrieving it, out of curiosity. Bai Hao's words were hardly substantiated. However, Catherine was privy to another matter. The Haas family held a significant position in the beautiful nation. During the Christmas gala, she had heard talk of the diminished noise from the ships of the bear. Such discussions had initially seemed irrelevant to her. Now, combined with Bai Hao's revelations, the likelihood of truth loomed large. Catherine asked again, "What do you wish to gain?" I possess a 4-axis machine, but I am unable to achieve industrial mass production. I aim to enhance foundational technology, hence I seek 2 production lines from you. Even if the technology is not transferred, our factory could elevate our basic industrial capabilities through learning, allowing our laboratory's 4-axis to transform into industrial products. Catherine pressed further, what benefits would the Haas family derive from this? Eliminate Toshiba and seize the market in the eastern continent. I shall demonstrate to you how immense the demand is in our nation once your Haas machines are placed on the shelves. Moreover, your embargo regulations do not concern low-end machinery. Bai Hao's words prompted Catherine to reflect deeply. She was acutely aware that Bai Hao's assertions held merit. If the 4-axis technology he mentioned were indeed real, then the so-called embargo would lose its significance, and once our nation can achieve self-sufficiency, that item would be promptly removed from the embargo list. At that moment, those who enter our market first will reap the rewards, while later entrants will be left with mere scraps. After coming to this realization, Catherine inquired about the plan. We will litigate against Toshiba for product forgery, as they have deceived our people. With this, we shall stand on a moral high ground. And what shall your Haas company contribute in return? Make your demands known. Catherine was a formidable elite in the business realm, and Bai Hao, in his previous life, had learned much from her. However, at this moment, Catherine was still young, while Bai Hao, as a reborn individual, had a significant advantage. Bai Hao replied, Haas should dispatch true professionals to comprehensively upgrade several selected factories in our nation, all of which have procured machinery from Toshiba valued at nearly $100 million. Your company can earn accolades. Catherine understood. At this juncture, Japan would lodge complaints against us with our country and the National Industrial Association. Precisely. Catherine continued, however, I will relay your message to the coordinating association, elevating this investigation to a higher level. Once evidence is found, this will be a matter too significant for Toshiba to bear. Even the upper echelon of the Shinkai Group would not suffice, as it would require an explanation from Japan's government. Subsequently, we will carve up the gaps left by Japan's machinery industry. I'll handle the low and mid-range sectors while Haas tackles the high end. The world has just emerged from 3 years of economic turmoil and is eager to recover swiftly. Capital thrives by feeding off others' misfortunes. And I am keen to take a substantial bite out of Toshiba. Catherine smiled devilishly. If possible, swallowing Toshiba entirely would be preferable, but alas, the Shinkai Group is too formidable. Bai Hao, feigning curiosity, asked, Aren't you keen on collaborating with Toshiba? Catherine playfully poked Bai Hao's shoulder twice, saying, That's because I didn't team meet you before Jeff. Bai Hao chuckled, even more wickedly than Catherine. I once swore an oath to Jeff with my hand on the Bible, stating, I shall not coexist with Catherine unless Jeff betrays us first. Ha ha. Catherine laughed heartily, fully believing in his words. Jeff, under her shadow and influence, had even retreated to the East Coast during his university days. Jeff informed me that should this endeavor succeed, I would have the first choice of benefits. All he desired was to become a senior figure among the cooperative personnel in our nation, even if it were merely a nominal title. Bai Hao understood Jeff's intentions. He was merely seeking to prove to his family that he was not inept. Suddenly, Catherine seized Bai Hao by the collar of his shirt, exclaiming, Young man, experience the essence of true terror. With that, she thrust him into the passenger seat. Descending the mountain was far more terrifying than ascending. Bai Hao could only consider himself an enthusiast of driving, while Catherine was a reckless speedster, a wealthy one at that. With no shadows from trees to obscure their path, vibrant blooms surrounded them, An overwhelming sense of dizziness enveloped Bai Hao, and in an effort to preserve his dignity, he resolutely vowed not to scream. Yet, the harshness of reality proved otherwise. He let out a cry, a blood-curdling scream. The wild skids and tail spins threatened to hurl him from the vehicle. It was utterly terrifying. An hour later, while soaking in a hot spring, Bai Hao felt a persistent buzzing in his head, and his eyes were bloodshot and swollen. Section 86. The crucial morning tasks. Catherine took an entire hour to change her clothes. Bai Hao surmised that Catherine must have been on a phone call. So, when she finally settled into the hot spring, he inquired, "How did it go?" I asked, "And it's feasible," she replied. Indeed, she had been on a call. Catherine continued. "The engineer I brought will transform into a maintenance technician group after a day's rest to adjust to the time difference. And there will also be a 10-person team that will expedite the visa process. This matter appears to be beyond our control now. Your father has taken charge." "No. You must understand, the next stage involves higher-level communication. Our Haas company will transfer certain technologies, and my team will need to thoroughly analyze your quadcopter after they have rested. Therefore, tomorrow is a day off, and we will commence the day after." Bai Hao furrowed his brow and sighed. "Tomorrow is the 30th, and the day after is the 31st. January 1st is my adoptive father's wedding. I had originally thought the 31st would be busy with wedding preparations. I feel that the sacrifices I am making are considerable, as I do not even have time to prepare for my adoptive father's wedding." Catherine's lips curled slightly. Despite meeting Bai Hao for the first time, she discerned the underlying sentiment in his words. This was a lament. Typically, such lamentations are preludes to seeking some advantage. "But is it necessary for you to express your grievances to me?" "Who says it isn't?" Bai Hao's request came promptly. "As a guest, I invite you to the wedding. According to our customs in Xia country, should you not prepare a gift?" "Humph." Catherine scoffed. With her wealth, was a gift truly necessary? Bai Hao smiled, then. "Would you consider being a bridesmaid?" Catherine glided through the water, locking her gaze onto Bai Hao's eyes. "Allow me a moment to ponder." Catherine began to assess the merits and drawbacks of this proposition. There would certainly be advantages. Given her status, being a bridesmaid in California would undoubtedly attract media attention. In Xia country, however, the implications of this role could serve Bai Hao's aim of countering Toshiba. If war had been declared, it was time to adopt a bold stance and engage in a high-profile battle. There were indeed benefits, considerable benefits, and seemingly no drawbacks. This could be publicized in the newspapers, showcasing how a certain factory in Xia country was deceived by Japan's Toshiba. With the Just Haas Group's little princess arriving in Xia country to foster friendship between Xia country and the beautiful nation. This was feasible. A smile graced Catherine's face. Bai Hao, however, was not contemplating such complexities. The Haas Group's entry into Xia country would undoubtedly position the Ministry of Industry and Foreign Affairs as a significant participant. This new mother, being part of the Foreign Affairs Department, would see her salary elevated simply by Catherine serving as her bridesmaid, thus becoming a core member of this prominent group. At that moment, Bai Hao stood up, draping a bathrobe over himself. "Good night. I shall see you tomorrow afternoon." "Afternoon? Why?" "Because in the morning, I have exceedingly important work to attend to." Catherine, curious, asked, "What kind of work?" Bai Hao responded in the Xia language, to cause a ruckus. The three characters were completely incomprehensible to Catherine. Bai Hao, with a charming command of the language, explained, in essence, "It means to splash a glass of wine in the face of a certain unpleasant individual." "Oh, I like it. May I observe?" "Of course." The following day, December 30th, 1983, merely 2 days before New Year's Day, Bai Hao departed from the hot springs early in the morning. Upon arriving at the factory, Zhao Feng awaited him at the entrance. "Official document," Bai Hao said, extending his hand to receive it. "Since we discussed it in yesterday's meeting, formal procedures are inevitable." Zhao Feng continued. The messenger delivering the document arrived at the crack of dawn. He mentioned that the new factory director for Fengxi Machine Tool has been decided. It will be Liu Dahu, the former deputy director of Workshop 22. The deputy director is our old compatriot from the founding of the nation, while the other deputy director and the secretary have yet to be appointed. Bai Hao pointed to himself. "So what does that make me?" "A leader from the higher-ups." Zhao Feng clarified, delineating their hierarchical relationships with utmost clarity. It was evident he was born to navigate such matters. "Call my father to welcome Director Liu. If we are truly going, many will join." Besides welcoming Zhang Jianguo, the electrical and mechanical division has also dispatched a team led by the director of the finance department, totaling 8 individuals, along with a large vehicle from the factory, including security personnel, senior technicians, and engineers. The truck was overflowing with people standing in the aisle. It was evident this was not merely a welcome, it was a provocation. Bai Hao's Cadillac was driven by Liao Dafei, a comrade of Zhao Jing, with Director Liu and Zhang Jianguo aboard. The three vehicles headed west, crossing the Feng River. Technically, this area no longer belonged to Jingzhou but to the region of Haojing. Despite their proximity, although Bai Hao and his companions frequently visited Feng River for leisure, the West Bank indeed lay outside the jurisdiction of Jingzhou City. The Cadillac halted before the gates of Fengxi Machine Tool Factory, where at least 100 people had gathered, waiting to report for duty. Among them were temporary workers from various factories, such as electrical and mechanical, Qingdong, and equipment. Under the directives of Wei Dagong, they aimed to showcase a robust workforce to secure foreign trade orders for 1,000 machine tools, thus initiating a recruitment drive. The process for hiring formal employees was intricate, involving not only health checks and identity verification but also political scrutiny. Today, these individuals had been notified to come for an experience and to have their photographs taken for documentation. However, who could have anticipated Bai Hao's arrival? Some among the crowd recognized him. He was quite well known in the small grove. A modest-sized vehicle adorned with a cobra emblem sped towards them, drawing the attention of many. Bai Hao exited the car, a cigar in hand, donning a small top hat. He was not one to repay malice with kindness. Grievances were not allowed to linger. Catherine, seated beside him in the passenger seat, stepped out, gracefully linking her arm with Bai Hao's as they stood by the vehicle. Instantly, the area outside Fengxi Machine Tool Factory erupted into a clamor. What are you all yelling about? Can't you line up properly? Form a queue. A few individuals rushed out from the gatehouse, their voices growing increasingly faint. Bai Hao gestured toward the individuals lining up to register and spoke to Catherine in the language of Xia. Do you see? These are the people hastily recruited to fulfill your order of 1,000 machine tools. Afterward, he reiterated this in fluent Mandarin. Catherine, however, wore a skeptical expression. Is that true? She inquired. No, it's a facade. The truly exceptional craftsmen are still en route on the train. Once you meet them, you may conduct random assessments. Their prowess will surpass your imagination. Bai Hao held great confidence in the technicians sent by Zhang Jianhua. Meanwhile, the security guard at Fengxi Machine Tools began to see individuals running inside, preparing to summon someone in authority. At that moment, the vehicles behind also arrived. Section 87. Sealing the accounts, conducting audits. Lu Qiao, clutching a file bag, was about to advance when the director of the Industrial Security Department shot him a glance. Two towering men, whose arms could rival the strength of a horse, swiftly bypassed Lu Qiao and pinned the guard at the Fengxi factory against the wall. The director, Lu Jiangwo, also known as Jiangwo, sharing the surname Lu, had voluntarily taken the lead to bolster Zhang Jianguo and Lu Dahu's presence, rallying the strongest members of the security team. Lu Jiangwo seized the file bag from Lu Qiao, extracting a takeover notice and forcefully slapping it onto the face of the chief of security who had just rushed out from the factory. Can you read? Even if you cannot, you must recognize this official seal. Open the door. Astonished, a group of young individuals, yet to secure their formal employment status at the Fengxi factory, stood dumbfounded. Upon noticing Bai Hao, who was casually conversing and laughing with Catherine while smoking a cigar, their minds buzzed with confusion. One quietly remarked, I told you not to be swayed by the Fengxi Machine Tool Factory's bluster. Look at this imposing aura. Brother Hao has come to stir up trouble. Another replied, This doesn't concern us. We've spoken with Haozi. He is not that petty. Nonsense. Being magnanimous has its limits. Last time, the factory manager's nephew came to our Qidong residential compound seeking Lu Chao's girlfriend. Who could tolerate that? Yet another chimed in. You're unaware that Wei Xiaobing tried to leverage his connections to seize Brother Hao's car. I hear it's exceedingly valuable. We do need to toil for a century to afford it. Can we endure that? Indeed, this is something we cannot tolerate. When they encountered the smug Wei Xiaobing at the Fengxi Machine Tool Factory, Lu Dahu immediately approached and seized him by the collar. He then produced 710 yuan, slapping it onto Wei's face. This is what Lu Qiao owes your family. It's settled now. Stand still. Previously, Lu Qiao had promised to return the money once he received it. However, since Bai Hao took over the 9th factory, Lu Qiao had been so inundated with affairs that he scarcely had time to change his clothes at home. After Lu Dada spoke, Lu Jiangwo waved his hand, and a group of individuals rushed toward the office building with seals in hand, closely followed by the finance department staff. Their primary mission was to seal the account books of the Fengxi Machine Tool Factory. The finance department director personally took charge, asserting in Bai Hao's words that specialists should handle specialized matters. While Bai Hao could conduct his own investigation, it would be a protracted process. The finance department director simply perused the records and swiftly reached a conclusion. Wei Dashi, emerging from the difficult times, is likely just in time to hold his great-grandchild. On what basis? Merely grounded in the decades of experience and insight of the finance department head, who could uncover numerous hidden issues from the intricate details of the accounts and subsequently delve deeper. This is what one might call discerning the whole from a mere fragment. Moreover, the security department of the industrial electric factory was not solely under the factory's jurisdiction. Their superior department was the police department. They were termed the security department, not merely a security division, signifying a considerably higher rank. With all under control, they would review matters meticulously in due course. Such was Lu Jiangwo as commanding presence. After ensuring that everyone in the office building was accounted for, Lu Jiangwo stepped outside, holding aloft an official document, effective immediately. The Fingxi machine tool factory will fall under the management of the 9th Division of the Industrial Electric Plant. Administrative oversight will be handled by the provincial department. We have appointed a new factory director and deputy director. Let us all take a moment to familiarize ourselves with them. Furthermore, I urge those who have engaged in unscrupulous activities or pilfered state assets to come forth and confess their wrongdoings. Do not think there will be any favorable outcomes for those who are caught. Lu Dahu also stepped forward, stating succinctly, I have but 8 words. Honesty brings leniency, while resistance incurs severity. With that, he nudged Zhang Jianguo to speak. Zhang, feeling quite apprehensive, had previously been a worker himself, despite his high technical skills. He had only ever risen to the position of a section deputy. Suddenly thrust into the role of deputy director of a factory with hundreds of employees left him feeling uneasy. Lu Dahu intentionally pushed Zhang Jianguo into the spotlight, leaving him no choice but to step up. After much contemplation, Zhang Jianguo finally spoke. I am not particularly eloquent. I only know how to work diligently. The money I earn brings joy to my wife and children. Those truly willing to toil resonated with his words, responding with enthusiastic applause, while those who had previously engaged in deceit were now drenched in sweat. Outside, the younger workers grew increasingly anxious with whispers of, that brother Hao is formidable in a fight and even more ruthless in character. He has effectively taken control of the Fingxi factory. The reason behind this sentiment? You see, the deputy director is brother Hao's father. What shall we do then? They wondered. Rest assured, there is a plan in place. Zhang Jianguo continued for the newcomers. Assessments are mandatory. Those who wish to work with machine tools may stay. Those who prefer to pursue their prior skills must report to the 9th Division of the Industrial Electric Plant on January 3rd. We will honor the positions we promised, but only those who pass the assessment will secure them. We stand by our word. After concluding, Zhang Jianguo nervously turned to Lu Dahu, inquiring, Director Lu, I am uncertain if what I said was adequate. Do not worry, speak freely. We understand the situation. You have not managed such a large group before. I will lend you my support, and in 2 years, you may find yourself as the factory director, while I will return to my workshop. If that does not suffice, you still have your precious son to rely on. He is capable. Is he truly? Zhang Jianguo pondered, still not fully grasping, as Bai Hao, a young man, was engaged in conversation with Bai Shan. Though the specifics were unclear from a distance, Bai Hao was discussing plans, noting that the factory's layout was commendable but required minor adjustments in design. With the assistance of Haas's technology, the factory's production of automatic machine tools for many small 3rd and 4th-tier domestic factories holds great promise. I suggest we demolish that wall over there to connect the 2 workshops. We could attempt to emulate Haas's successful machine production line. Bai Hao enthusiastically articulated. Suddenly, Bai Shan interjected, Young man, what are you hoping to gain? You haven't profited from this venture. The funds for the new factory are borrowed, and you must repay them. Moreover, the allocated funds from above are minimal, and that patch of barren land holds little value. You'll also need to pay annual leasing fees. Bai Shan was still preoccupied with the thought of relocating Bai Hao to Jiangnan, where he could truly soar to greater heights. Listening to Bai Shan, Bai Hao smiled effortlessly, a genuine expression of joy emanating from within. Master Bai, this is the very essence of my existence. This endeavor with the machine tools has undoubtedly propelled our Xi'an nation forward, allowing us to catch up with the great powers by several years. Even if we only manage to bridge a single day's gap, it would be worth it. His words struck a chord with Bai Shan. He recalled that his son had once departed with a suitcase full of books, declaring his determination to live on, to earn respect for Xi'an nation, and to undoubtedly design a true industrial automation processing center. He had managed to find those books. After all, they were the cherished relics of Bai Mu, meticulously preserved by Zhang Jianguo. Later, in a bid to feign self-taught proficiency, Bai Hao had carelessly flipped through the pages, adding a plethora of little notes to create the illusion of diligence in his studies. Little did he know that day would mark a final farewell. Chapter 88, Qualifications for the Negotiation Table. Seeing the redness around Bai Shan's eyes, Bai Hao approached him. "Grandfather Bai, what seems to be the matter?" Unbeknownst to Bai Hao, the elderly man before him was indeed his biological grandfather, yet he felt an inexplicable warmth and closeness to him. Bai Shan wiped away a tear. "My son was also a researcher of machine tools. He unfortunately passed away due to illness." Bai Hao bit his lip, pondering for a moment. "Well, I am not a researcher of machine tools. I merely enjoy investigating the hidden treasures that foreigners have concealed from us. Currently, we lack suitable machinery, which hampers our ability to produce many things. Therefore, we must first acquire the machine tools." Bai Shan found Bai Hao's candidness amusing. Quite good, he thought, growing increasingly fond of his grandson. Although he regretted not being able to divulge the truth, it did not diminish his desire to observe Bai Hao closely. Suddenly, Bai Shan inquired, "How much money do you possess?" "A bit," Bai Hao replied. "You seem quite fond of that 3-courtyard estate." "I shall inquire with an old associate of mine. I estimate it would cost around 100,000. At the mention of the estate, Bai Hao's eyes sparkled. That estate was 300 years old, with cypress trees that had stood for centuries. In the capital, during his time, even several tons of currency could scarcely purchase a single entrance to a Sihiyuan. An estate of 3 courtyards for 100,000? It seemed like a gift. Why refuse? "Yes, I want it, but I possess no Xiagua currency. I only have US dollars. 3,000 US dollars, and I shall negotiate for you." Bai Shan had already done his research and, upon deciding to purchase it, was motivated not only by the estate's charm but also by his discovery of Bai Hao's clandestine activities in Workshop 51, where he had been digging to hide a safe for storing documents. Thus, acquiring the estate, which once belonged to a noble of centuries past, would likely reveal secret chambers perfect for Bai Hao to conceal his materials and blueprints. Despite the allure of the 9th factory, with its recent expansion and additional acres of new factory space, of which Bai Hao was merely a contractor, not an owner, Bai Shan's selflessness inclined him to favor his grandson, wishing to leave him something substantial. Bai Hao felt a flicker of temptation, yet he wished to consult Zhang Jianguo and his new mother, Bai Shan, before making any decisions. He deftly shifted the conversation. "Grandfather Bai, a significant matter is at hand. If my master cannot endure, I would appreciate your support." "What is it?" Bai Shan queried. Bai Hao cast a glance towards Catherine, and Bai Shan nodded in understanding. They left to receive personnel from the Fengxi machine tool factory, while Bai Hao and his companions returned to the 9th factory. The doors were sealed. As the group entered the workshop, all present, including Guo Fengxian, changed into work attire as instructed. A machine was in operation, managed by a middle-aged machinist unknown to Bai Hao. Feng Yechen, wearing glasses, stood nearby, while several individuals diligently recorded notes. As Bai Hao prepared to step forward, Catherine pulled him back. She observed the scene before retreating to the side. A set of workpieces was removed from the machine, and Li Dong, seated nearby, began assembling them on the workbench, followed by measurements taken by others. During the 96th trial run, the precision of the workpieces, a lengthy series of numerical reports followed. Catherine then noticed that a neat stack of record books, each standing a full foot high, was arranged on the workbench. She addressed Bai Hao, saying, "They are fabricating a circular curved decelerator. This unit is indeed a quadcopter. Although it is quite compact, it is genuinely a quadcopter and operates with a reasonable degree of stability. However, your control program is subpar, requiring the collaboration of skilled artisans to accomplish the intricate components." Catherine's words were grounded in reality. The operation was being conducted by a level 6 technician, not a disciple of Li Sanpao, but one personally trained by Guo Fengxian. This was necessary as the ministry also required authentic first-hand data. At that moment, Feng Yechen noticed the presence of someone, and to her surprise, it was a foreigner. Approaching Bai Hao, she inquired, "Bai Hao, who are these 2 individuals?" Catherine made a request. "I would like to take a glance at your prepared control system." Bai Hao nodded in agreement. Feng Yechen instructed the doctoral students to step aside. Catherine scrutinized the system intently for a full half-hour before stating, "Some concepts are quite advanced, far better than I had anticipated, yet they remain incomplete. Currently, I do not possess a fully developed quadcopter control system, but I do have a segment of a testing quadcopter system. I will integrate it into the program." enabling this rigid asynchronous turntable quadcopter to be immediately operational. Though it will not be capable of producing complex components, it will merely be functional. With that, Catherine retrieved a box of 3.5-inch floppy disks from her briefcase, extracting 4 and handing them to Feng Yechen. This was originally a control system for a now obsolete horizontal quadcopter machining center. I modified certain parts for my graduation project. Replace it immediately, regardless of who brought it. Having the source code for this will expedite the research progress at Jingzhou University of Technology. Starting from scratch, with nothing but a plethora of theories and concepts, has already exhausted 5 doctoral candidates in the briefest of times to barely produce a usable operational control system. Replace it with the new control system immediately and re-input the processing programs for the components that have been calculated countless times already. This time, the greatest advantage lay in the fact that it would not require the veteran craftsman to verify positioning and precision 3 times during the machining process. Only the initial positioning would need to be confirmed, allowing for a single formation with even greater precision than before. Noticing the doctoral student's unease and lack of familiarity, Catherine took it upon herself to demonstrate. At that moment, Li Sanpao waved for Bai Hao to step outside with him. Once they were outside, Li Sanpao remarked, "Kid, it's fortunate that you had old Wong cast the base. This type of machine doesn't work well with just anyone. A slight discrepancy will lead to a decline in performance over time. Also, this bed guide is truly inadequate. It will deviate within a year at most. By the way, what is that golden-haired girl doing? She is quite young but seems very knowledgeable." Bai Hao replied, "Didn't anyone mention yesterday when she arrived?" Li Sanpao shook his head. "No." Bai Hao then explained, "She is the daughter of the illustrious Haas company from the United States." Li Sanpao's eyes lit up. "You're talking about the one involved with machine tools, right?" "Indeed. No wonder. She is a true expert." Guo Fengxian and the others could only speculate, as Catherine had not revealed her name, and Bai Hao had instructed Lu Qiao to remain silent on the matter. As for where Bai Hao ventured throughout the night, no one inquired. The number of individuals privy to this matter is limited, and there exists no gossip. It is entirely reasonable that Li Sanpao remains unaware. After expressing his sentiments, Li Sanpao informed Bai Hao, "Young man, our machinery is operational, yet the components are truly subpar. Many crucial parts may appear functional now, but with the passage of time, they are bound to fail. Let me tell you, the guide rails over in Taishan Prefecture are quite commendable. We ought to procure superior ones. I have heard that the higher-ups are willing to assist you, so we should aim for the finest guide rails, as well as the lead screws." Section 89. Joyful Triumph. Li Sanpao has dedicated his entire life to machine tools. He is acutely aware of the significance a superb machine tool holds for a factory. Over the past few days, he has scarcely slept, devoting all his time to this particular machine. During the reassembly process, he could discern which components were of high quality and which were inferior. He methodically relayed to Bai Hao the names of the prominent manufacturers in Xia country that could provide the finest components. As he was speaking, the sudden sound of a machine starting up echoed in the room. Li Sanpao eagerly pulled Bai Hao towards the inner chamber. Indeed, the machine had been activated. Catherine greeted Bai Hao, stating, "At present, this 4-axis machine is genuine. You possess authentic 4-axis technology. However, your 4-axis capabilities are still rudimentary. After completing the adjustments to the control system, I input one of my university projects to test it. A complete rectangular block of aluminum was suspended above. The process of hoisting is a technical task, as is securing the aluminum block onto the workbench, and achieving the initial positioning is even more intricate. Naturally, programming the machining operations for this aluminum block requires even higher expertise. A machine can never fully replace a seasoned craftsman. For the craftsman, designs the process flow far more effectively. The speed of the rectangular aluminum block was visibly fluctuating. Li Sanpao suddenly interjected. This stage of the process is poorly designed. If you were to alter the speed of the number 7 milling cutter to 0.03 millimeters per second, with a 76-degree angle of entry, it would yield better results. As it stands, there will either be slight roughness or the need for an additional pass to smooth it out." Catherine, intrigued by the craftsman's remarks, was only partially fluent in Xia country's language. After Bai Hao translated, she responded, "Indeed, that is correct. Thus, I must add another pass. The process flow relies heavily on experience." After all, this was Catherine's university project. Before long, the aluminum block was completed, with no one else touching the components throughout the entire procedure. Only individuals approached to remove excess aluminum shavings and replenish the cooling liquid twice. Venus. a stunning aluminum embedded sculpture of Venus. This exemplifies the allure of a 4-axis machining center. Yet, it is also disappointing. As Catherine mentioned, the current machine is a rigid, non-coaxial rotary table, what Bai Hao referred to as a pseudo-4-axis machine, capable only of engraving embedded designs rather than producing complete three-dimensional forms. Feng Yechen and Wu Qianye dared not incorporate the rotary table, as their self-designed table continually malfunctioned. They feared that Bai Hao might encounter issues during the demonstration. Hence they resorted to using a mouse-tooth rigid rotary table. Li Sanpao stroked his chin, contemplating. This can be completed. I will disassemble the components. As long as I align the markings and reassemble them correctly, followed by setting the program behind, it can be accomplished. There is no need for that. However, Catherine's visit was merely to ascertain whether Xia country had truly mastered 3-axis and 4-axis technology, even if just the basic forms. It is now abundantly clear, from what can be observed from this machine, that Catherine believes Xia country not only possesses complete 3-axis capabilities but has also developed a nascent form of the 4-axis system. The only shortcoming lies within the control system. I believe that within 6 months to a year, Xia country will possess a 4-axis machine tool with a rotary table. Due to the inherent complexities of control systems, they are notoriously difficult to secure. It suffices that a senior engineer of Asian descent returns from the beautiful nation to the summer country, armed solely with the knowledge embedded in his mind, without the need for any documentation. Although Li Sanpao is not versed in programming, he possesses a deep understanding of craftsmanship. He can outline the procedural workflow, delegating the task of coding the latter stages of the Venus manufacturing process to specialized personnel. This distinction remains significant, as he perceives the process from a vantage point where he feels rejuvenated by 20 years, confident that he could master it. Li Sanpao remarked, "It is akin to conversing. We articulate the speed of the cutting, the angles, and the extent of the cuts. Then we change tools, and so forth. It is not overly complicated. However, controlling these verbalized commands appears somewhat challenging and is not entirely comprehensible." Catherine's attention, however, was drawn to the stack of logbooks upon the pure iron table. Although her proficiency in the summer language is limited, she recalled someone mentioning the 90-something iteration, which sufficiently indicated that the 4-axis machining center had undergone nearly 100 trials post-assembly. Observing the adjacent pile of components, she sensed a continuous endeavor to explore new mechanical structures. Clearly, the 4-axis machinery in the summer country is on the cusp of mass production. Catherine casually perused one of the logbooks. Despite her limited command of the summer language, she grasped a modicum of its content. The corner of the first logbook bore a timestamp from the previous morning. Upon reading this, Catherine inquired of Bai Hao, "Have they not rested at all? Not even for a day and night?" This matter seemed inconsequential to Bai Hao, who chose not to respond. He was acutely aware of the relentless efforts exerted during the assembly of the first 4-axis machine. He then posed a question to Catherine. "Now that you have seen my 4-axis machine, shall we make a call to your family, send a fax, and subsequently, I shall take you to enjoy a hot spring, where we can discuss the details?" Catherine nodded in agreement. "Very well. Our Haas company has preemptively agreed to your order. You may prepare the contract. I am confident that you can fulfill the equivalents of our ordinary machine tools from 15 years ago in the beautiful nation. However, it is imperative that you understand the value we place on credibility at Haas. Thus, the components must be sourced from us. I need to arrange for personnel to assess the usage ratio." "Not a problem." Bai Hao exhaled a sigh of relief. He was aware that Haas had a myriad of overseas orders, and from his recollection, the recent strike had cost them over 50 million in penalties due to delayed deliveries to the country of the three. The mere 1,000 units of ordinary manual machine tools could not possibly compensate for such a hefty sum. Hence, the total order must be substantial. It seems he has already taken a substantial bite of this juicy prospect, with the possibility of further opportunities lying ahead. With his spirits lifted, Bai Hao reached for a cigarette, only to have it swiftly knocked from his hand by Li Sanpao. "Smoking is not permitted in this room. It has been said that we must maintain the machine's condition, as well as the temperature and humidity, regardless of wealth. We should first install an air conditioning unit, and then line the room with fireproof panels." "Understood." Bai Hao dared not retrieve the cigarette. It was instead Zhao Feng, Li Dong's new apprentice, who hurried over to collect the fallen cigarette, meticulously picking up every last shred of tobacco from the floor. As Bai Hao accompanied Catherine out, he discreetly gave a thumbs up to Guo Fengxian, who responded with a smile. Li Qingwei approached and inquired, "What does that mean?" Guo Fengxian, gazing at Bai Hao and Catherine as they receded into the distance, turned to Li Qingwei and declared, "It's settled. We are now prepared to negotiate. Although I am not averse to utilizing components solely from Haas for our initial order of 1,000 standard machine tools, I concur with Bai Hao's perspective. Opting for qualified components produced domestically will undoubtedly benefit our future development. It is indeed a joyous occasion." Section 90. The so-called minor matter of 2 production lines Li Qingwei wore a joyful expression. Guofengxian inquired, "This matter, shall you discuss it, or shall we?" "What do you mean by you and we? We are all part of the Ministry of Industry, one family." "No, our expertise differs. Your negotiation skills are superior. Hence, if Miss Catherine is a significant member of the negotiation team, you shall take the lead in discussions. Technically, Bai Hao and I will assist you." After pondering for a moment, Li Qingwei nodded, "I will prepare and brush up on my knowledge of machine tools." Just as they were conversing, Bai Hao returned. Guofengxian asked, "Did you not accompany the guest?" "She is on the phone in my office. It is currently 10 o'clock in the evening in California. I anticipate her call will last at least half an hour, if not longer. Each minute costs quite a bit." "How ambitious," Guofengxian chuckled, but refrained from mentioning reimbursement for the phone bill. Bai Hao surveyed the surroundings and said, "Leader, may I have a word?" "Certainly," Guofengxian thought. Knowing Bai Hao would likely discuss negotiation details privately, they moved to a secluded corner of the workshop, where Bai Hao began, "Leader, there is a matter I believe warrants reporting. It is somewhat serious. I hope your blood pressure is not high." Guofengxian felt a surge of tension. Bai Hao's serious demeanor was somewhat unsettling. After taking 2 deep breaths, Guofengxian responded, "Let us summon Director Li to join us. She has experience in foreign affairs." Bai Hao nodded, and Guofengxian gestured for Li Qingwei to join them. The intensity of the situation caused not only Li Qingwei but also Bai Hao, who was inspecting the machinery nearby, to feel anxious. Upon Li Qingwei's arrival, she asked, "Is there a significant problem?" Bai Hao replied, "There is a matter that both leaders should report upwards. It is beyond the authority of any single factory, including Haas, which also requires the involvement of higher-profile individuals from the United States." He continued, to summarize, "I have borrowed 2 production lines, one of which can directly produce both vertical and horizontal machining centers, specifically 3-axis CNC machines." Guofengxian exhaled deeply. This was indeed a considerable matter, but not one that warranted excessive anxiety or elevated blood pressure. It was necessary for someone of stature to intervene. Furthermore, Japan sold 4 5-axis machines to Russia. I overheard fragments of this information in Yanqing. I disclosed this, inciting outrage in the United States, which intends to take action against Japan, not only targeting Toshiba and its parent company, the Matsushita Group, but also leading to the matter of production lines. Thus, I casually borrowed 2 production lines. Bai Hao emphasized that it was he who had secured the borrowing. Guofengxian felt his blood pressure rise sharply, while Li Qingwei remained relatively composed, prompting a series of detailed inquiries. In conclusion, Li Qingwei remarked, "Let us await further instructions after our report. You truly have a knack for seizing opportunities. 2 production lines. You have the audacity to ask for them," and Haas actually acquiesced. Bai Hao grinned mischievously. "There are numerous subsequent conditions tied to this matter. They merely agreed to defer payment. But what we may have to offer in return could be of equal value to money. Everything must await the negotiations of the more esteemed individuals on both sides to agree upon the transfer of the production line. However, I harbor doubts regarding its completeness. I cannot believe it will be 100% intact." Li Qingwei expressed understanding, noting that certain high-tech components would undoubtedly be dismantled, perhaps in an effort to alleviate the earlier tension, or perhaps to commend Bai Hao's achievements. Li Qingwei remarked to him, "There exists a factory in Jingzhou, which, as of 2 years ago, procured a second-hand integrated circuit production line from the beautiful country. This machinery has yet to be put into operation, and they haven't even managed to calibrate the machines properly. They merely extend their hands for funds, suffering substantial losses. Nevertheless, the factory has a solid foundation. So consider this information a gift to you." Bai Hao understood that during the meeting, it was suggested he could take over a loss-making factory to specifically produce revenue for Qingzhou. Thus, Li Qingwei provided this intelligence. "I shall inquire further upon my return," Bai Hao replied, though he did not elaborate, nor did Li Qingwei press the matter. It was merely a piece of information. Meanwhile, the Fengxi machine tool factory had been in turmoil for 2 days, scrutinizing nearly 100 individuals, all of whom, including those who secretly processed small parts, confessed willingly. Lu Dahu stated that those who came clean would naturally be treated leniently. A few scoldings would suffice. However, those who stole equipment would be dealt with severely. In a factory with lackluster performance, the factory director's nephew, Wei Xiaobing, was found to possess almost 10,000 yuan in savings, revealing the depths of corruption and greed present. Subsequently, the young dandy and his father were bound tightly and confined to a small dark room. New definitions emerged in the small grove: factory tyrant, factory traitor, factory thief. Factory pest, have you heard? That young dandy who came to rob the Luqiao object has been sent by our brother out of the grasslands to gather sheep dung. Nonsense. He was sent to the foot of Tianshan to quarry stones. Nonsense. He was dispatched to Mo to harvest ice blocks. Nonsense regardless. Bai Hao asserted that he bore no relation to the matter. Luqiao did not clarify. He could not explain, for he was the absolute beneficiary of this incident. Originally, his partner was too young, but now, even his future mother-in-law supports a swift marriage. They shall marry first and obtain the certificate later. At this moment, on December 31st, 1983, at 5:40 p.m., within the Qinzhou government office building, Lu Songlan was supervising the departure of a portly official from the office. A designated individual was tasked with inspecting everything within, while this official, who was seated ahead of him during the meeting, was to undergo rigorous scrutiny in a small dark room. As the overweight individual exited the office under the supervision of two men, he paused beside Lu Songlan. "I never imagined you would ultimately report me." Lu Songlan shook his head. "I merely gave you a gentle push. Your improper conduct adversely affects the greater situation in Qinzhou." Who is it? "You are unworthy to know. The path he walks contributes significantly to Qinzhou, while individuals like you have no place in this world and bring shame to Qinzhou. Although I occasionally indulge in a few bottles of wine, my conscience remains clear." The two supervising officials gazed intently at Lu Songlan, one of whom remarked, "Taking wine is also wrong." Lu Songlan paused momentarily, then quickly replied, "Yes, I acknowledge my mistake." The two supervisors uttered no further words and carried the hefty man away. Inside the room, two individuals remained, sealing some items and documents under the witness of Lu Songlan. Not far from the exit, the hefty man suddenly halted, turning back to say, "Lu Songlan, do you have any idea how much Bai Hao's car is worth?" Lu Songlan was momentarily at a loss, for he truly had no knowledge of its value, only aware that the vehicle was quite extraordinary. The hefty man forced a bitter smile and remarked, "Together, our salaries over 10 lifetimes wouldn't suffice to purchase it. He is the capitalist, draining the lifeblood of the working class. My sole mistake was not in being envious of him, but in employing an imbecile. I merely wished to retain the profits in Qinzhou, yet that fool acted solely in his own interest. Alas, it seems I was destined to take a misstep." Section 91. Those troubles have finally concluded. The portly man was taken away, and Lu Songlan estimated that under normal circumstances, they would never meet again. Once the office was sealed, Lu Songlan returned to his own office and made a long-distance call. "Old leader, I cannot comprehend this. I find it utterly perplexing. Why? Why is this? This should be our project in Qinzhou, with 2 production lines. Even if we were to retain one for Qinzhou, it would suffice. I simply cannot fathom it." A commanding voice emanated from the other end of the line. "If you cannot comprehend it, then take your time to ponder. Your mission is to execute orders without compromise. It is as simple as that." No further words were exchanged, nor were there any explanations, just a tone of pure command. Lu Songlan let out a heavy sigh and slammed his hand on the desk in frustration, yet he still had to sign the official documents. After signing several of them, he sat at his desk and began to reflect. Years ago, the first automobile of Xia country had the opportunity to settle in Jingzhou, but ultimately, it did not happen. Why? Was it due to Jingzhou's inadequate infrastructure, or were the conditions simply not conducive? When Lu Songlan learned from Guofeng Xian that Haas Company would provide 2 production lines, he was so exhilarated that he couldn't sleep the entire night, his mind racing with thoughts on how to facilitate this endeavor. He yearned for the transformative impact that Haas Company's 2 production lines would have on Jingzhou's industry. Yet, the harsh reality was that the higher-ups intended to persuade Bai Hao to relocate the production lines to another province, excluding Qinzhou. After completing the signing of the official documents, Lu Songlan sat at his desk in a daze, deep in introspection. Should he strive to change Qinzhou's industrial environment, or should he seek a path that belonged to Jingzhou? This dilemma plunged Lu Songlan into profound contemplation. Meanwhile, within the industrial ministry, Wei Dagong was also taken away, his agonized cries echoing through the hallway like the wails of a slaughtered pig. Besides Wei Dagong, several others were also taken away or summoned for questioning. A new director had assumed office. Fu Chang, the former secretary of the Ministry of Industry and Electric Power, was appointed as the director of the Industrial Ministry. The appointment of a soon-to-retire individual as director was easily interpreted as a transitional arrangement until a suitable candidate could be recruited. As for the industrial electric plant, Deputy Secretary Zheng Aigua had yet to be officially appointed. The department dispatched someone from the capital to become the secretary of the industrial electric plant, originally Guo Fengxian's deputy. This individual was also surnamed Fu, known as Fu Donga. The first official document had already arrived via fax from the capital, announcing that the department would allocate funds to the 9th factory, instructing the industrial electric plant to find a piece of land measuring 1,000 acres for the construction of a new factory, thereby separating it from the industrial electric area. In addition to the obligations in Qinzhou, Bai Hao was required to fulfill at least $5,000 in foreign exchange orders for the department. Otherwise, deductions would be made from Bai Hao's contractual bonuses. However, the 9th factory, still under the jurisdiction of the industrial electric plant, lacked sufficient funds for the new factory's construction. The Xia Country Industrial Bank was responsible for the loan, offering a 1-year interest-free term, with the 9th factory responsible for repayment. After the first year, an annual interest rate of 3% would apply. None of this was known to Bai Hao, who was preoccupied with other matters. The gathering was busily searching for materials to assist Zhang Jianguo in preparing his wedding car. They sought red paper to wrap the wedding gifts, as well as purchasing several hundred pounds of sunflower seeds and peanuts. The entire network of ticket scalpers in the nearby grove mobilized, all in service of procuring food vouchers for Bai Hao to buy snacks. Li Dong, accompanied by Zhang Jianguo and 6 of his junior brothers, also joined the efforts. The youngest brother already had a son who could walk. As the eldest brother was about to wed, it was bound to be a grand celebration. Lu Qiao, Zhao Fang, and Li Chang, along with several younger brothers and their families or partners, were busy wrapping sunflower seeds and preparing red envelopes. Li Dong pulled Bai Hao aside, saying, "How's he?" With a twist and a click, "Where are the goods?" Bai Hao scratched his head, at a loss for words. Fortunately, Hao Tai stepped in to alleviate the tension. With only a few days to prepare, if we can get the wedding house ready, it will be sufficient. You know how it is with the Butterfly brand sewing machine. Even with the ticket, we won't get it until next March. As for the Phoenix brand bicycle, it's utterly impossible. Upon hearing about the bicycle, Bai Hao chuckled. I have a bicycle that's just as good as a Phoenix. I even have a television. So we can forego the radio. At the mention of the television, Li Chang leaped up. I'll go get some red paper. Let us put a television on the wedding car. A grand television from the United States will surely impress. Sounds reasonable, Li Dong agreed. I'll take care of it. Li Chang pointed to himself, eager to help. Li Dong waved him off. Go on, pick a clean one. Li Chang hurried away. And Li Dong turned to Bai Hao. You have a sedan, Uncle Xin, and you have a bicycle. I, however, do not. Indeed, I do, Bai Hao replied earnestly, nodding. Do you remember the unopened shipping container at the 9th factory? There's something inside, with a twist and a click. Let us go, Li Dong urged, giving Bai Hao a nudge. Bai Hao wasn't driving, as his car was being decorated, and the Cobra was temporarily with Catherine. So Lu Qiao brought out his tricycle to take Bai Hao while the others rode bicycles. Upon opening the container door, Bai Hao sighed. This was originally a New Year's gift for my sister, kept hidden all this time. Who would have thought I'd suddenly have an extra mother? You fool. Hao Tai lightly tapped the back of Bai Hao's head. Indeed, there was a vehicle inside, encased in a wooden crate. Bai Hao had specifically asked John to help him purchase it. Lightweight, fuel-efficient, sturdy, and simply structured for easy repairs, a small wool for errands. What is this? Hao Tai's attention was drawn not to the small motorcycle, but to another vehicle within the container, an extraordinary aura emanating from the gaps in the crate. Don't touch that. It's something I bought for my dad. It's a treasure, Bai Hao said, raising his hand to block. Upon hearing that it belonged to Zhang Jingguo, the older gentleman could not resist and hurried to lift it out. What brand of motorcycle is the toughest? Harley. For those who had spent half their lives in the old factory, the striking design, the powerful 4-cylinder engine, and the massive frame of this motorcycle were a revelation, making the Happiness 250 look like a humble donkey in comparison to a thoroughbred steed. Enough. The crates have all been unpacked, and the individuals present are all skilled artisans. They can effortlessly handle the installation of components such as the handlebars and exhaust pipe without the need for blueprints. As for fuel, acquiring it through clandestine means is a trivial matter. However, the essential tasks have not been overlooked. A red cloth has been tied around the Honda Wolf, adorned with a red paper flower, and a tricycle is set to transport it to the new residence. Zhao Feng inquired of Lu Qiao, "Where is Li Chang? Is it taking him this long to fetch a television?" Lu Qiao replied, "I just saw him at the entrance. He was hauling a television on the tricycle, along with a considerable amount of peanuts and sunflower seeds, all by himself." Zhao Feng lamented, "He didn't even wait for us. I bet he stopped along the way to stash a bag of candy for himself." Lu Qiao chuckled on such a joyous occasion. Grabbing a handful of candy is hardly a concern. As for the Harley, Bai Hao has no idea where these uncles have ridden off to. Chapter 92. A significant investment throughout the night. Countless individuals were tirelessly engaged in preparations. The time was too pressing. In this era, purchasing bedding for weddings was evidently impractical. However, the labor union of the electric plant mobilized the community, and many families whose younger members were marrying in May lent a new quilt. After all, there was ample time to sew it back together by then. It was only in the evening that Yang Lu realized she had given her small motorcycle to her new mother, yet she bore no resentment. She even took out the watch that Bai Hao had gifted her and ran to present it to Bai Rao. As a member of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Bai Rao possessed a discerning eye for value. 2.5 months prior, Zhang Jingguo had been destitute, meticulously budgeting for even the cost of vegetables. Now, he possessed such an expensive watch. In addition to the watch, there was a wedding dress air freighted from Hong Kong, funded by Catherine, complete with a wool shawl. The woman who had long considered herself too plain to marry could hardly refuse such a beautiful gown. On the following day, as the wedding commenced, Bai Rao realized she had underestimated Bai Hao. Emerging from her temporary lodging, she found 500 bicycles adorned with red flowers crowding the streets. It was unclear how many people Bai Hao had enlisted for assistance, as the wedding parade made its grand tour through the industrial district of Jingzhou's western suburbs. Along the sides of the road, every 10 meters, individuals set off firecrackers, the sounds echoing for a full half hour. 10 tricycles carried untold numbers of little red envelopes filled with sunflower seeds, peanuts, and candies, distributed freely to passers-by. For children, there was a small envelope containing 5 cents. In the communal courtyard of the electric plant, 188 banquet tables were set. A grand stage was erected for performances by an opera troupe and a band. Li Qingwei, Bai Rao's direct superior, felt overwhelmed. She was to give a speech shortly and could hardly concentrate on her notes. She sought out Fu Chang, the former secretary of the electric plant and current director of the industrial department. "Comrade Fu Chang, are you not concerned about making mistakes? Is Bai Hao not worried about errors?" Fu Chang, a seasoned veteran in the field, was unperturbed. Li's superior was unaware that the funds did not originate from the electric plant, nor from Bai Hao. They were a gift from Haas Company to Zhang Jingguo and Comrade Bai Rao, with each table's standard set at $800. Mr. Jeff from Haas had already covered the costs, amounting to $2,000, along with other expenses adjusted accordingly. Li Qingyue was taken aback by such an arrangement. Fu Chang added, "In the United States, weddings traditionally feature bridesmaids. That little princess from Haas will be Bai Rao's maid of honor. Quite the honor, indeed." "Truly, there's no denying that," Fu Chang chuckled. "I've already arranged for it to be announced in the papers. There is no way to leave room for anyone to nitpick. I've even invited a television crew. This is international friendship, after all, and it deserves some fanfare." Li Qingwe lowered her voice. "You understand the implications from above. It's impossible for the 2 production lines to remain in Qinzhou." Fu Chang maintained his smile, saying, "It is not surprising. Just consider the substantial efforts invested by the engineering department. Are they merely grateful that Bai Hao spent $3 million to enlist Haas's assistance in upgrading the technology, equipment, and production lines? This is akin to the saying, you cannot catch a wolf without first parting with your child. It's merely 2 production lines at stake. Quite audacious indeed." Li Qingwei could hardly retort. Clearly, these seasoned individuals possessed a deeper understanding than she did. The engineering department must have invested considerable funds. But who could clarify the accounts? Moreover, with so many personnel mobilized, what was the actual intent? To claim there was no ulterior motive would be hard to believe. Fu Chang glanced at the stage, where the atmosphere was lively, with professional staff from a television station managing the event. Noticing the absence of idle onlookers, he added, "Consider this. Which young lady would spend an entire night with a young man without a modicum of trust? I believe nothing untoward occurred. But would that happen without some level of trust?" Li Qingwei understood the implication. It was Fu Chang's subtle hint to her. He refrained from elaborating further. If Li Qingwei could not grasp the situation, it merely reflected her limited perspective. She comprehended that if they were in charge of negotiating the production lines, they might not have fared any better. The automotive technology sector in the Shanghai market had required several departments to collaborate over several years, and only now had they just reached an agreement. In stark contrast, Haas had provided the production line first, before even discussing terms. The significance of this was entirely different. In other words, within 6 months, or at most 8, at least one of those production lines could begin to yield benefits. Fu Chang's question lingered in Li Qingwei's mind, compelling her to contemplate and report upwards. At that moment, someone approached to inform Li Qingwei that it was soon time for her to speak on stage, as her position as a direct leader necessitated a few words. As the wedding continued, guests began to arrive, including Zhang Jianhua, who brought with him 93 skilled workers from the Phoenix Mountain Heavy Machinery Factory, each holding a level 5 or higher qualification. The engineering department had dispatched 2 vehicles to fetch them from the train station, directly transporting them to the banquet hall. Though they had traveled from afar, this occasion served as a welcome gesture. Zhang Jianhua located Bai Hao without uttering a word and tossed a yellow bag towards him. Bai Hao opened it to discover it filled with certificates, casually flipping through to find a level 7 assembly technician certificate. "Cheers, uncle, that's impressive," he remarked. Zhang Jianhua gestured around. "What celebration is taking place at the engineering factory today? I see leaders from higher up are present." "My father is getting married," Bai Hao replied. Zhang Jianhua, who had endured a 30-hour train journey, felt his fatigue evaporate upon hearing this, his expression shifting to one of shock. "Have you lost your mind? Such a grand affair. Are you trying to ruin your future?" "Relax, it's a minor matter," Bai Hao reassured him. Zhang Jianhua turned to the group he had brought along, instructing, "Find a place to sit, loosen your belts, and enjoy the feast." At that moment, Catherine ascended the stage and handed Bai Hao a bouquet, signaling that it was time for the bouquet toss. Given Zhang Jianguo's age and Bai Hao's position as a leader from the capital, along with the presence of foreign guests, those who had initially planned to join in the festivities hesitated, and everything proceeded smoothly. Zhang Jianhua observed Catherine, questioning, "Why is there a foreigner here?" Bai Hao replied with a smile, "She is the bridesmaid. Perhaps you've not encountered such a custom before." "No. How could there be foreigners?" "Ah, the beautiful little princess of the Haas family. Have you heard of Haas CNC machines? Have you heard of Haas Heavy Industries? Have you heard of Haas CNC? I am contracted to produce 1,000 machines for Haas, with delivery due by the end of April, which is why I sought your assistance." Zhang Jianhua was momentarily taken aback, glancing from the stage to the audience, and with a fierce expression declared, "I could easily strangle you out of frustration. It is abundantly clear that you are the type to take everything for yourself, unwilling to share. Given the current state of the machine tool industry in Qinzhou, unless several major military industrial factories come to your aid, it is impossible for you to complete 1,000 machines in just a few months, even if they are the most substandard models." Bai Hao smiled broadly. He was acutely aware that the machine tool industry in Qinzhou was not just pitiable, it was profoundly tragic. Section 93. Bai Hao. The bad older brother without a good influence Zhang Jianhua spoke the truth. Bai Hao had indeed borrowed extensively, securing at least 30 skilled workers of level 6 or above from each factory, totaling over 100, and with the 200 brought by Zhang Jianhua, alongside 500 ordinary laborers and apprentices, the tasks would be accomplished by the end of April. However, Qinzhou could not afford to borrow too many more, as it would disrupt the production schedules of these large enterprises. Bai Hao offered Zhang Jianhua a cigarette, remarking, "I must say, uncle, how do you manage to appear so youthful? You're not yet 40 and already the factory director." "I attended university," Zhang Jianhua replied. "I truly did. What was your major?" "Industrial Design and Application, by Shansong Water State University. I later pursued further studies, earning a graduate degree while employed." "Impressive." Bai Hao couldn't help but be surprised that this seemingly rough man, reminiscent of a blacksmith, was indeed an alumnus of a prestigious university. Bai Shansong Water State University was renowned for its heavy industry programs, undoubtedly among the finest in all of Xiagua. Bai Hao inquired further, "How many graduates does your factory have, and how many level 8 workers? What are you planning? Looking to poach? Let us collaborate a bit and engage in some minor business." After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Jianhua responded, "We have around 260 individuals with university degrees, including those with associate and vocational diplomas. There are 36 level 8 workers under 50. If we were to compare, our factory has a higher percentage of elite talent than the electrical and mechanical factory, which has over 20,000 employees and barely reaches 500 graduates." Bai Hao grinned mischievously. "At my factory, it's 3 workers to 1 director. We boast 7 undergraduates, 69 postgraduates, and 37 doctoral candidates. when it comes to ratios. You simply cannot compete. You're boasting, Zhang Jianhua retorted, incredulous that any factory could possess such a high percentage of graduates. Even research institutions would struggle to attain such figures. Having gleaned sufficient information, Bai Hao poured liquor for Zhang Jianhua. Just as he began to pour, Li Dong rushed in, urgently grabbing Bai Hao. You fool. Why are you dawdling here? Hurry and bow down, then collect your red envelope as a greeting fee. Move it. Isn't the greeting fee given in red envelopes? Shut it. You're the younger generation, remember? Li Dong nodded at Zhang Jianhua, who smiled, indicating that Bai Hao should be hastened away. Bow down, collect the red envelope. It's only 5 yuan, Bai Hao scoffed. Yang Lu, however, was quite pleased, as her envelope contained 8 yuan. Lu Min, Lu Ming, and Zhang Xiang were the happiest. Blissfully ignorant of the nuances, grinning at the sight of 2 and 1 yuan envelopes, able to find joy in them for an entire day. The wedding festivities lasted well into the afternoon, with guests gradually dispersing after 4 o'clock. The total cost of the wedding remained a mystery, and few dared to gossip. Zhang Jianguo had single-handedly raised 5 orphans. As the eldest son, Bai Hao's generosity would only inspire admiration, regarded as filial piety and gratitude. While some may have envied Bai Hao for having foreign friends who contributed to the wedding expenses, they could only express their envy in silence. Upon returning to their modest 2-bedroom apartment, they were briefly joined by a few more guests, but by 5 o'clock, most had departed. Zhang Jianguo sat on the chair, his palms sweaty with anxiety, uncertain of what to say. Beside him, Bai Ru was diligently recording the monetary gifts in her small notebook, meticulously noting down the contributions, as these guests would expect reciprocation during future celebrations or funerals. Bai Shan offered Zhang Jianguo money, which he declined. Instead, he presented Bai Ru with a dowry of 3,000 yuan, which Zhang Jianguo also did not accept, advising Bai Ru to keep it for herself. Observing Bai Ru wash her hands after completing her accounts heightened Zhang Jianguo's unease. He rose and said, Howsy has gone to accompany the foreign guests. I am uneasy about the 4 little ones at home. I shall check on them. Bai Ru, too, felt a swell of anxiety. The courtyard was small, with the house just a few steps away. Upon entering, they found young Lu also engrossed in calculations. To be frank, Bai Ru was taken aback today. She had imagined Bai Hao's wealth to be exceedingly high in the days prior. She could confidently assert that today's wedding was an event any woman would remember for a lifetime. However, when she glimpsed Yang Lu's ledger, she was left astounded. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 figures. This was not a mathematical problem. This was a ledger. In the imperial capital, having 10,000 yuan was a sign of considerable affluence. Bai Shan's lifelong toil, combined with Bai Ru's earnings over the years, had only amounted to a little over 3,000 yuan. Yet here was a sum in 6 figures. Second girl, what is this account? Zhang Jianguo inquired, equally intrigued. Yang Lu noted the last few entries before responding. The eldest brought back several bundles of cash from Yangqing. We submitted this money to the Gongdian, which was later transferred to the Jiufan factory. The Jiufan factory deducted 30% for workers' wages, while the remainder was allocated for labor protection and medical expenses. 2/3 went to the Gongdian as management fees, and 1/3 was retained for next year's distribution. The Jiufan factory charged 650 yuan per set. The rest belongs to the eldest. The accountant at Jiufan is dispatched from the Gongdian. The money has been spent, and an IOU has been issued. It was common knowledge that factory workers issued IOUs to the factory, however. This was the first time Zhang Jianguo had heard of a factory issuing IOUs to its employees. Yet the IOU was indeed legitimate. Before Bai Ru could fully digest the shock, Yang Lu began to complain. Dad, the eldest is not being honest. Since his return, he has never collected wages from the Jiufan factory, yet he spends lavishly and dines well. He must be hiding money. And a considerable amount at that, at least several thousand yuan. Will you intervene? This is absolutely unacceptable. Zhang Jianguo pondered for a moment. I'm aware that Best Buy in the beautiful country pays Housie $298 weekly. I've heard it has increased, nearing 400. Upon hearing this, Yang Lu exploded. Dad, will you do something? 400 a week amounts to 1,600 a month. For 2 months, he hasn't contributed a single cent to the household. After her outburst, Yang Lu suddenly remembered Bai Ru's presence. She then realized that Bai Ru was now her stepmother. Logically, Bai Ru should be informed of the household accounts as she would manage them moving forward. However, Yang Lu held reservations about Bai Ru's reliability, given their recent marriage. Setting aside Bai Ru's character, the question remained, did she have experience managing accounts? If she were anything like Bai Hao, Would they even be able to sustain their lives? Bai Ru sensed Yang Lu's abrupt silence and interjected. I may not be adept with numbers, but I am aware that Bai Hao's finances likely extend far beyond the modest salary he receives from the beautiful country. As for the source of his wealth, I cannot say. Zhang Jianguo smacked his thigh in realization. I understand now. Father. Heisey mentioned when he went to Yangsheng that he was there to sell patents. The moment Bai Yu understood the implications of selling patents, she realized that it might not solely be about that. In the contract for the export of toasters, a deduction was to be collected by an agency in Hong Kong, amounting to 20 cents per unit. At present, the estimated export of toasters was around 700,000 units. Additionally, the waffle machine also incurred patent fees. Yang Lu struck the abacus decisively and stamped her foot. Father, my brother's actions may lead the younger ones astray. Bai Yu calculated in her mind, arriving at yet another six-figure income, and this time in U.S. dollars. Section 94. There are still wise individuals at home. The astonishing income of six figures in U.S. dollars is remarkable. It surpasses that of a factory in Xia country with hundreds of employees, and this is only after 2 months. Bai Hao's means of earning money are truly formidable. Bai Ran cannot fathom that just over 2 months ago, the family was fretting over a few $100s. Zhang Jingguo felt a sense of helplessness regarding Bai Hao. Yet he also wished to consider Yang Lu's feelings. Feeling increasingly uncomfortable in the room, he quickly remarked, I will discuss with your aunt Bai Hao to manage this situation. Although there is no school tomorrow, do not stay up too late. Zhang Jingguo made his escape, and Bai Ran hurriedly followed suit. Having just married, Yang Lu was already 17. While it was customary to call her mother during the wedding, it felt inappropriate to do so at home. Bai Ran pondered this matter, unaware of Zhang Jingguo's meticulous attention to the children's emotions. As Zhang Jingguo departed, Yang Lu fidgeted with a pliable willow branch in her hands. This was an act of rebellion. The household rules had remained unchanged for the past decade. Occasionally earning a little money was acceptable as it contributed to the family's finances. Now, however, Bai Hao was keeping a private ledger, an audacious act indeed. Yang Lu was oblivious to the fact that they had once struggled due to the family's poverty. Now, with the funds in her account, she could confidently assert a degree of financial freedom. Why only a degree? Because Bai Hao's standards dictated such. In contrast, if one were to consider Yang Lu's spending habits, one might argue she enjoyed complete financial liberty. Upon returning to their modest 2-room abode, Bai Ran spoke first. Bai Hao has invited Catherine to be the maid of honor. Our director has privately informed me that the Haas Company's machine tool subcontracting negotiation team and the future production line cooperation team have reserved a spot for me. This marks a qualitative leap in my career. Zhang Jianguo merely acknowledged her with a non-committal sound. Bai Ran continued, I suggest you pursue a correspondence degree. The machine tool factory is bound to undergo significant changes, and one must possess adequate qualifications to assume leadership roles. Indeed, Zhang Jianguo replied again. Bai Ran pressed on. I can see that Yang Lu is diligent in managing the household, but circumstances have changed. Changed. Zhang Jianguo was momentarily taken aback. Bai Ran inquired, how many years would it take for your salary to accumulate $100,000? Probably never, Zhang Jianguo thought to himself. Given his monthly income of just over 100, supplemented by an additional 100 from allowances, bonuses, and overtime pay, he was barely making ends meet. The prospect of saving 100,000 seemed ludicrous. Bai Ran persisted, your younger colleagues may not comprehend the value of that motorcycle they coveted. I understand that it is unlikely to be purchased for just a few $1,000s. Even my own motorcycle is valued at nearly 10,000. I have not assessed the rest of our possessions, but that watch of yours is worth over $1,000, and Yang Lu's coat, which Bai Hao bought, is worth over 1,000 as well. Bai Ran's calculations left Zhang Jianguo's head spinning. He felt utterly overwhelmed. In conclusion, Bai Ran stated, things have changed. Yang Lu must alter her understanding of money. As for Bai Hao, I cannot control him, nor can you. As long as he does not engage in reckless behavior, I trust that he possesses his own understanding and perspective on finances. I believe that within a decade, he will emerge as the first millionaire of our nation. Zhang Jianguo raised his head, pondering, the child is grown, yet I remain uncertain about what I can contribute. Thus, you must pursue a correspondence course. Education is vital. And knowledge even more so. Zhang Jianguo nodded gravely, feeling as though he was hindering his son's progress. At this juncture, their eyes met, and they both flushed. An awkward atmosphere enveloping the modest 2-bedroom apartment. Meanwhile, Bai Hao found himself in the courtyard, gazing at the stars. Bai Shan had leveraged his connections and reputation. investing 30,000 US dollars to secure the three-courtyard residence for Bai Hao. At that moment, Bai Hao was indeed the proprietor of this exquisite abode. The only lament was the inconvenience of parking. Bai Hao was reluctant to mar the antique charm of the entrance with an unsightly opening, nor did he wish for vehicles to tarnish the elegance of the courtyard. Catherine emerged from indoors, glancing skyward as snow appeared imminent. She then settled into a soft chair beside Bai Hao, reaching out to warm her hands by the hearth, and remarked, "The war has commenced." The Toshiba 5-axis machine tool incident has escalated to the chair of the coordinating committee, who deems it genuine and has begun preparations for an investigation. Bai Hao turned his head. Shall we broaden the investigation and pursue higher level, more frequent litigation against Toshiba in Japan? Indeed, Catherine concurred with Bai Hao's suggestion and then inquired, "What are your thoughts on the negotiations?" Bai Hao patted his face and turned to her. "I initially hesitated to speak, but as friends, I feel compelled to share. My personal recommendation is that you should present a small-scale or simpler production line first. During negotiations, the representatives from our nation will undoubtedly demand outsourcing and full export. You should agree without hesitation." "And then?" Catherine prompted. "Then, triple the output, unless you insist on retaining the orders exclusively for yourselves. I suspect there would be a line of eager buyers at the factory gates, ready to seize the goods. Alternatively, shall we take another gamble? Before we do, allow me to present you with the treasure." Bai Hao flipped his hand, revealing a teapot accompanied by 4 cups. It was an item he had casually purchased, a replica. He filled 3 cups with liquid, the first with milk, the second with pure coffee, and the third with a blend of both. Catherine exclaimed with childlike wonder, "How marvelous! This truly is a treasure." Bai Hao pointed to the cups. "Observe, I have filled them to 70%. What happens if I fill them to the brim?" "What will happen?" she inquired. Bai Hao proceeded to pour, and the moment the cups brimmed, all the liquid vanished. This is simply incredible," Catherine exclaimed. Bai Hao, however, remarked nonchalantly, "In our country, there are 2 adages. The first is that what one sees with their own eyes may not necessarily be the truth. The second is that when the moon is full, it inevitably wanes, and when water is at its peak, it will overflow. This implies that when the full moon arrives, it will be followed by a waning moon. Similarly, one must not be greedy, for balance leads to success, while excess brings loss." How profound! I cannot comprehend it. Catherine was not inclined to dwell on these grand principles. Rather, her attention was captivated by the exquisite teapot and cup before her. "This is a gift for me," she remarked, to which he replied, "Indeed, it is a present for you." The items were replicas, yet remarkably refined imitations. The teapot was known as the Inyang teapot, while the cup was referred to as the 9 Dragons cup. Within them lay a profound philosophy. As Catherine explored the enchanting qualities of the teapot and cup, she expressed, "I believe I grasp your meaning. In essence, cooperation thrives when both parties experience joy. Otherwise, a mere contract cannot bind a dissatisfied heart." "That is quite accurate," Bai Hao acknowledged, observing that Catherine's focus was now entirely on the 9 Dragons cup, and thus he chose to cease the discussion on the subject.